Chapter 191. On Danfeng Peak, 5 people surrounded Shui Lingling and Siren. Xiaoyu, you watch first, let's practice a bit? The white snake, gently placed to the side, blinked its innocent red eyes, and nodded lightly. Junior brother, you on the left, me on the right? No problem. On the other side, the 2 in the beast-taming garden were also blocked. I know him, Yang Chung of the Sea King, A-level mental strength. Take him hostage first. 8th junior brother, can we do it? Liang Yuang drew the worst lot, and the newly recruited 7th and 8th junior brothers were paired together. The Ice Queen is now timid. I can't, my mental strength is A-level, Qi refining level 1. But, today's protagonists aren't us. The sound of huge wings cutting through the night sky. Helmeted Hornbill. Before the 5-person group could react, the Hornbill had already begun its rapid swooping down, the pressure of a level 2-star beast overwhelming them. The 5-person team's defenses were immediately overwhelmed. How come there's a helmeted Hornbill here? It's the one from the competition. How did they get it? Slow down, don't throw me off. On the Hornbill's back, the cute and lively girl remained calm, uttering the coldest words. Should we spare its life? The 2 on the ground shuddered at this question. Their tone was both respectful and tentative. How about we spare it for now? Okay. Suddenly, the little girl's expression turned sinister, a grin revealing sharp fangs. Sharp nails sprouted from her hands, and her fiery red fur became visible. 5 people, 10 eyes, watched helplessly as the girl jumped off the helmeted Hornbill's back. From standing to lying down, it transformed into a true fox. Its size grew larger and larger, like a small mountain. This sight caused everyone to gasp, a chilling fear rising within them. Since you've seen what you shouldn't have seen, you can't let it live. Yang Chung and Liang Wing, has the divine beast learned to use entrapment? This was the first time the 2 had seen the true form of the divine beast. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless and cute girl's true form was like this? They were terrified. Monster! Monster! On the road leading to the main peak, leading the group was the leader of this operation, number 3. A small number 3 was faintly visible on the back of his neck. Captain, a fight has broken out. Ignore them. Let's get to the main peak first. After the competition ended, number 3 received orders to follow this group. The central star was crowded with people, and had a large garrison. They dared not act rashly, so they followed them all the way to star 9527. They had been lying in wait for a long time, hoping to pick off their opponents one by one when they were isolated. Finally, a few days later, they encountered Su Xiang and Sun Qinyu going out alone. Su Xiang had the Su family backing him, so to avoid trouble, Sun Qinyu was the best choice. But the 2 of them managed to escape. With the mission becoming increasingly urgent, they had no choice but to mobilize everyone to besiege the mountain. On the steps, ghostly figures moved swiftly, their footsteps and breathing barely perceptible. They drew closer to the lights on the main peak, and the clear, melodious sound of wind chimes drifted over. Number 3 saw the gate was open and made a hand gesture. The group circled around to the back of the tower and climbed up the outer wall. There was a 7 or 8 meter gap between the first and second floors. Upon reaching the second floor, number 3 peered through the window. It resembled a library filled with books. Most people in the interstellar world read using quantum computers. It was astonishing that someone still collected so many physical books. The group crouched low and entered through the window, moving stealthily towards the light. A beautiful figure appeared before them at the desk. By the lamplight, Sharon lowered her head, holding a calligraphy brush. She was intently writing on the paper. In the candlelight, she looked as beautiful as an ancient painting. Were you looking for me? She didn't look up, her tone casual, even dipping her brush in ink during a pause. Those 4 words instantly put number 3 on alert. He immediately drew his dagger and threw it at Sharon. But instead of a bloodied head, the dagger fell to the ground in front of Sharon. The remaining 5 people launched the same attack. Dozens of daggers flew toward Sharon from all directions, like throwing knives. Sharon calmly picked up the flower from the vase on the table. This was old Wang's latest cultivated starflower, just brought to the table today. Her every movement was like slow motion, pink petals scattering from her slender, delicate fingers. The petals floated in the air, instantly transforming into weapons, as hard as iron, flying towards the daggers. Clang! 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 All the daggers were knocked to the ground, not a single one left. You? Number 3 witnessed everything, his fear suddenly amplified. How did she just do that? Were those real petals? Does this all make sense? Who is she? Get in your mechs. Don't damage my library. Shuren flicked his sleeve, and all the windows opened. The 5-person group was blown by the gale to the open space in front of the main hall. When the group scrambled to their feet, Shuren was already standing on the steps, looking down at them. Who are you? Get in your mechs quickly. The 5-person group activated their mechs and aimed their guns at Shuren. The other 4 pulled the triggers to provide cover, while number 3 fired first, charging straight at Shuren's face. Boom! Before he could even reach the bottom of the steps, another mech blocked his path. The sound of lightsabers clashing against steel echoed throughout the mountaintop. Your opponent is me. Gu Han's presence here meant that the people from the dormitory had been completely eliminated. Gu Han makes a move, and his opponents tremble. Gu Han kills without a blade. A single glance is enough to take them all down. Uncle Master, you're the best. Gu Han, unparalleled in battle. Gu Han was busy fighting, yet forced to listen to the White Dumpling's cheers, his lips twitching. Gu Han, not really, thank you. The system didn't think so. Besides patrolling and surveillance, it had found its way of survival in the Xianqing sect. Emotional value. Anyway, Su, Alice, and Ms. Liang all loved it. From now on, it would be the cheerleader on the battlefield. After several battles, the others returned one after another, bringing with them many prisoners. Master, we captured them. Number 3, seeing the situation was bad, wanted to leave, but it was too late. The rhinoceros circled in the sky, on guard, carrying the 9-tailed fox that had just gone on a killing spree. This hill, which seemed to be full of students, was now like an iron barrel. The key issue is the star beasts, the balloons. The situation is just too bizarre. The intruders were either captured or killed. Number 3 was severely injured by Gu Han, and ultimately all his mecha weapons were confiscated. He recognized the man before him. Gu Han, the captain of the 18th Military Academy? Aren't you an S rank? You don't need to know. The remaining dozen or so intruders were thrown together. Those still conscious were bound hand and foot and forced to kneel on the ground. Tell me, who sent you? You won't talk, huh? I have plenty of strength and methods. Alice said, starting to pinch the other man's arm and tickle him, but he didn't react at all. Alice, stop messing around. Master, if he doesn't tell us what happened, who will compensate us? Chapter 192. Senior brother, is this issue important now? Intruder, you destroyed the mech room yourself. It's very important. I just built this place, and I clean it thoroughly every day. Sun Xianyu was extremely aggrieved. He loved the Xianqing sect. His old little house was nice, but this one, from design and construction to renovation, he had put a lot of thought into it. This was his most important home. Not a single blade of grass could be touched. Anyone who dared to step on a single blade of grass would get a couple of whacks. Number 3 was inwardly fuming. He hadn't expected their biggest mistake wasn't planning to kill or kidnap anyone. It was damaging things. But he remained silent, determined to fight to the bitter end. Master, is there any way to make them talk? Yes, we can use soul searching, but it will turn them into idiots, and it diminished their merit. The other side didn't know what soul searching was, but the group's combat strength spoke volumes. If the other side really has a way to get the information they want, then... Several mouthfuls of blood spurted from their chests, and the kneeling people collapsed to the ground one after another. Everyone was shocked. Gu Han stepped forward to examine them. Dead. They probably had poison sacs hidden in their teeth, which they bit open and committed suicide. The Xianqing sect members' understanding of death was mostly derived from the battlefield. This was the first time they had seen such a gruesome method. Is it really necessary? They're not going to eat them. At most, they just hand them over to the military. This is terrifying. Are these the legendary assassins? They're probably people kept by some powerful forces, or families, specifically to do their dirty work. Check them. Are there any clues? It must be said that within large families, quite a few possess criminal influence. They even have their own planets and retainers, making it incredibly easy for them to conceal their activities. Master, look at this. The weapon, clothing, and equipment were unmarked, easily obtainable elsewhere. But within the spatial vortex of number 3, a dagger-like melee weapon remained. Its shape was strange, a symmetrical elongated rhombus, bladed on both sides. A circular ring adorned its tail. A shuriken? It has a name? There's a people called Uji who commonly use this weapon. This group belongs to the upper class in the Empire, and they also have people in the Federation. You might have heard of several of their surnames. Matsuda, Mitsui Sawen, and the Fujiwara family. Familiar names. There's a one-to-one communication signal transmitter in the spatial button, but it only works within a 500-meter range when the paired receiver is activated. The world is vast, and the Uji people are numerous. This shuriken is sold in many places. And the person is dead. What do we do now? There's no evidence, and the clues are uncertain. Will more people come after us? This is exactly what Shuren is worried about. The people who went to the competition are safe. But Old Wang and Tony are still out there. If they encounter a high-level warrior attack, they might not be able to escape unscathed. We need to find a way to completely resolve this. You can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. I have someone investigate. Guhan's contact quickly replied. All of number 3's information is an alias, but he has indeed been with the 18th Military Academy since Central Star. Before this, he had departed from a private planet called KT on the edge of the Central Star system. Planet KT is somewhat special. It is inhabited by a large number of Uji people. Okay, at least this lead is confirmed. During the faction competition, the coaches and the Federation's upper echelons discussed the matter of beast taming. At that time, Matsuda, a coach from the 53rd Military Academy, proposed using unconventional methods to investigate beast taming. Matsuda himself is a Uji person. And what's even more suspicious is that this private planet is under the Fujiwara family's name. Why isn't this surprising at all? They even used assassins. How could they still leave so many clues? I think their intention was to be cautious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 30 experienced high-level warriors just to surround a few students. But do you think they could have predicted that they would accidentally stumble into the only cultivation sect in the entire interstellar space? True, huh? Anyone else would probably have been taken away or dealt with. Even if they escaped by chance, they could only keep hiding. The fear is that they won't come after us. They probably didn't expect to fail, much less that we would want to come knocking on their door. At this moment, everyone felt an immense surge of fighting spirit, exchanging a knowing glance. Master, should we show off a little to intimidate these villains? That's exactly what I'm thinking. A good start prevents 100 blows. A large group of people set off, including Old Wang and the Star Beast. I told you not to bring me out. If you're worried, I just stay in the sect and not come out. The sect's great formation is protecting us, isn't it? That won't do. We're all out having fun. It's a rare opportunity for everyone to come together. The most important thing, of course, was to carry it with him. With people and beasts watching right under their noses, even if something went wrong in the sect, it would all be a matter of money. Old Wang said he didn't need it, but he was secretly overjoyed. He hadn't been out to see the world in a long time, especially with the children. After reaching the second level of chi refining, he could also participate in a few rounds and definitely wouldn't hold the children back. Originally, they were going to challenge the sect, but after setting off, the atmosphere changed. Considering the elderly were with him, Tony specifically rented a mid-sized private spaceship for a comfortable journey. Everyone was one of their own, and everyone unconsciously relaxed. Want to buy some snacks? I brought board games and playing cards. Want to play mahjong? We're one short. Should we bring some beach or vacation clothes? Wait, what are we going there for? To investigate who sent people to attack the Xianqing sect, and then go to their doorstep to show them our strength. Yang Chung was stunned after asking this question. A group of people and star beasts, eating sunflower seeds and playing cards. Are you going on vacation? There's no other way. Once we rented the small spaceship, we suddenly felt less nervous. The engines roared, and the spaceship flew towards KT. The facts were indeed as suspected. The Matsuda family was the one who took action, and Fujiwara was indeed instigating it. After last night, the 30 people sent out disappeared without a trace. Have you made contact? No. Could something be wrong? No, number 3 has never failed in all his missions. It's probably just signal instability during the jump on the return journey. That's possible. Meanwhile, the Xianqing sect's small spaceship was already parked in the forest on the outskirts of Beijing. Shuren and Sun Qianyu packed several storage bags, which were enormous. Exactly large enough to hold the spaceship. The group packed up the spaceship and left the forest, heading towards the main urban area of Beijing. This is KT's main city? It's quite unique. It has a bit of the ancient charm of Central Star, but it doesn't have that grand and imposing feel. Is this the style that the Uji people like? You know what, it's actually a great place for tourism. The group entered the city openly, without any attempt to conceal their appearance or movements. Like a group of ordinary tourists, they strolled around, ate delicious food, and bought local specialties. Try this. The owner said it's a local specialty, pickled star melon, So crisp. Delicious. Ying, do you like this dress? Yes, it looks great on you, senior. Yes, buy it. What about mine? It's dazzling. Okay, I'd buy it. Chapter 193. These are shuriken? So many, different models. Uji people's cold weapons, very well forged. Even more convenient than throwing knives. This is a star or unique to Uji. Its softness should be useful for weapon forging. I buy some. Housekeeper, give me the money. Here it comes. Master, look what this is. Schwelingling found a translucent white stone among the colorful piles of stones at a roadside stall. The powerful energy inside seems to be spiritual energy. This is a low-grade spirit stone. It's surprising to see it in the market. The vendor must have been treating it as a regular souvenir. If there are spirit stones here, could there be spirit or... The group strolled around the street, eating and playing as they pleased. Suddenly, the transmitter in the siren's pocket emitted a rapid beeping sound. Master, the transmitter is lit. Everyone crowded around to look. The red light on the transmitter was flashing. Incredible luck. A signal? Quick, let's find it. Using this as a base, they began searching for the target in all directions. Finally, after several attempts, they spotted a small building behind the central square. The signal was flashing rapidly, indicating they were quite close to the target. Looking at the building, a 4-story villa stood in a side alley. It looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the people coming and going showed signs of years of combat in their physique and aura. Unassuming yet extraordinary, it didn't resemble an office or a family residence. Like mercenaries? Yes. They're not hiding very well. They're not hiding at all. I just asked? This is the Matsuda family's territory. Most of the people here are mercenaries and thugs. The general public knows that. The entire planet belongs to the Fujiwara family. Matsuda is their deputy. Who would have thought someone would dare to come knocking? Should we wait until dark to sneak in? No need, let's just go for it. Boom. The mansion's main gate was kicked open from the outside, the force so great that the gate itself shattered into several pieces, crashing heavily to the ground and walls. The loud noise startled many people inside and outside the mansion, and a crowd immediately gathered. The ordinary people outside knew this was Matsuda's territory, and dared not approach too closely, only watching from a distance. Whoa! What's going on? Someone's trying to break in. Who's so reckless, coming here to die? Are they from out of town? Do they even know where this place is? So young, they look like students. They dare to cause trouble here, are they crazy? The show is about to start. A large crowd gathered around, waiting for this group of ignorant strangers to be dealt with quickly. After the main gate was forcibly broken open, the mercenaries upstairs and downstairs were all alerted. No one spoke, and the two sides faced off. Footsteps approached from upstairs, and the mercenaries parted to make way. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, with a scar above his right eye. Ordinary appearance, not tall, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an imposing aura. He was clearly the leader. His one exposed eye, however, held an undisguised sharpness. Mr. Matsuda? Matsuda Jiro, his brother, was the head of the Matsuda family. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Matsuda's eyes upon recognizing the intruder. It seems you recognize us. Tony caught the fleeting expression on his face. Did you send these people? He then released the corpse from the spatial storage. Number 3. Many mercenaries in the crowd recognized him. Actually, no evidence was needed. Number 3 had a small number 3 on the back of his neck, and several other people here also had the same number on different parts of their bodies. Matsuda immediately recognized several of them. These were the targets from his mission a few days ago. The legendary 18th Military Academy, rumored to know the methods of beast taming, and related to the cleansing elixir. What shocked him was that number 3 was the Matsuda family's top assassin. For safety, he had brought 30 men with him. And he was dead just like that? His pupils widened, his heart trembling. More importantly, they had actually managed to find their way here, and come looking for him. Do you know where this is? Yeah, KT, the Fujiwara family's private planet. Good. Since you come to our doorstep, don't bother going back. Enough talk, we're here to challenge you. The mansion was small and crowded, leaving no room for the mechs to maneuver, so everyone started fighting barehanded. In an instant, a full-blown brawl erupted. The Xianqing sect members were the first to rush forward. Su Xiong, Sun Xianyu, Siren, and Alice held off the surging mercenaries. Sect Master, I'm going too. Be careful. Old Wang had been eagerly waiting for this opportunity to show off his skills ever since he started cultivating immortality. Shuren glanced at Tony, who nodded knowingly. His task was to keep an eye on old Wang. Fists rained down like a storm, knuckles striking flesh with muffled thuds, exploding in the confined space. The group of mercenaries moved back and forth among themselves, and with each attack, someone would cry out in pain or fall down. Clang! 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 Ah! 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 At your command? Clang! Matsuda Jiro looked at the chaotic mansion, his men falling one after another, and the increasingly unfavorable battle situation, his dissatisfaction growing. He signaled to his men, and within 2 minutes, a group of people arrived from the backyard, armed with guns and melee weapons, and took their positions. Except for Shuren, everyone took out swords from their spatial storage. Overestimating themselves. It has to be said, Matsuda was somewhat impressed with these men. They had the guts to come to his doorstep. But no matter how courageous they were, it couldn't hide their utterly reckless tactics. Fujiwara and Matsuda had no problem capturing anyone they wanted. Listen, listen, listen. Bullets weaving through the hand-to-hand combat were precisely blocked by the iron swords. Shuren stood there quietly, no attack able to get close to her. Brother, can a melee weapon stop a bullet? Can it? Probably not. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I never seen anything like it before. No wonder you dared to come, you got some skills. Especially that young girl, who hasn't even made a move yet, she's the most terrifying one. Matsuda was a little angry. He took the energy cannon handed to him by his subordinate, and aimed it at the girl opposite him. The next second, he was about to pull the trigger. However, the cannon didn't fire as he wished. A figure leaped through the air, cutting through the air like chopping vegetables. The sword fell, the cannon barrel was sliced in two, completely broken in the middle. Caught off guard, Matsuda was immediately confronted by Gu Han's sword against his neck. The cold blade pressed against his skin, immediately drawing blood. Tell them to stop. Stop! Everyone stop! In just over 10 minutes, Matsuda had witnessed the abilities of this group. The mercenaries all stopped, staring at Matsuda, who was being held hostage, and the Xianxing sect members in the center. You're not leaving. Release our boss. Yes, this is Fujiwara's territory. Release him, and you have a chance to leave. Quiet. Matsuda gave the order, and the situation finally calmed down. What do you want? Chapter 194. His life was in Gu Han's hands, but he was never afraid. This was KT, Uji territory. These people couldn't possibly escape. We wanted to ask you what you planned to do? What did you send these people to do? Oh, we actually wanted to make a deal with you, to buy the method of beast taming. Of course, if possible, the purifying elixir and other potions are also acceptable, the price is negotiable. Before he finished speaking, Alice punched him on the head. With a pong, the unexpected attack almost made Matsuda lose his balance. His vision blurred, his head spun, and he stared at her in disbelief. How could you be so reckless? You attacked without any warning? Buying things? Is this how you buy things? You had over 30 people arrested. They sneaked in at night and damaged my things. Alice spoke confidently, her little mouth chattering away. It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned the broken things, because the mere mention of it made Sun Qianyu furious. He was aggrieved, utterly aggrieved. His beloved home. He hadn't even lived there for a week, and it was already destroyed. Right, pay me back for the broken things first. Pay up. Pay up. Hurry up, or I beat you up again. Enraged, the two began to gang up on Matsuda. Ah! Stop! Stop! I pay. The onlookers were stunned. On someone else's turf, with at least several thousand thugs outside, he didn't even think of running away, daring to attack their leader. As the saying goes, ghosts fear evil people, and evil people fear madmen. Matsuda had seen countless people over the years, braving wind and rain. He was certain he had encountered the ultimate madman, a brat. 50 million. You're robbing us. Are you going to pay? Pay. 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 Transfer the money now. Transfer it to them. He gestured to his men to transfer the money. The scene was utterly outrageous. In the entire KT, even if Matsuda wasn't the boss, he was still a top 10 executive. He was being brutally beaten by a few kids in public, and they still wanted money. If word got out, where would he put his face? The key point was that precisely because of his status, the mercenaries dared not act rashly. It's in the account. Xue Lingling looked at the 50 million in her account, beaming as she raised her eyebrows at everyone. Wait, are you going to leave after taking the money? What if we don't leave? Are you going to keep us here for dinner? By this time, several times the number of thugs had surrounded the mansion, 3 layers deep, completely blocking the way. They're planning to leave? How? By risking their lives? No, he and these brats were completely on different wavelengths. They couldn't communicate. Let's go! Matsuda hadn't expected these guys to actually want to leave, and worse, they showed no intention of letting him go. He was being held hostage by Guhan, weaving through the crowd. The others didn't dare to act rashly, only able to follow his signals. They were almost at the end of the street. If they didn't act soon, he really would be taken away. Go! Seizing the opportunity, he shouted, crouching down to try and escape Guhan's hold. Attacks began coming from all directions towards the Xianqing sect members. And then, did Matsuda escape? No, he was tragically dragged back again. This time, Guhan wasn't so polite, directly knocking him unconscious with a single palm strike. Then, dragging his legs, he continued forward. Of course, given the chaotic situation, he wasn't so gentle. Matsuda's head slammed against the ground and stone stepped several times, making dull thuds. Junior uncle, be careful, don't break it. It's still useful. Okay. This was the first time Guhan had ever done something like this in his life, feeling a little lewd, but also a little excited. Everyone, spread out, find a place to stick invisibility talismans. Roger. So, 11 people dragged the unconscious Matsuda, and they disappeared in a flash. Where are they? Yeah, where did they go? How come they're all gone? Find them quickly, the boss is still in their hands. After they disappeared, a citywide search was launched in the capital. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city, the Xianqing sect split and regrouped once again. Are you alright? I'm fine. Aren't we leaving? Yes, but not now. Let's go get some things. That word get is brilliant. They already extorted money and fought, and were planning to leave immediately. But then, during the chaos at the mansion, Su Xiang inadvertently discovered that the thieves didn't seem to have quite a few good things. Since they were already here, right? The entire capital city was in chaos because of this incident. Martial law had been imposed. The city gates were tightly shut, and thugs and mercenaries were searching everywhere. Their target was indeed quite pitiful. Matsuda woke up several times, only to be knocked unconscious again by Guhan. Not counting the bumps and bruises on his head, he never suffered such serious injuries in his life. He'd probably be traumatized for life. As night fell, the search and patrols continued unabated. Several men, using invisibility talismans, stealthily crept back into the mansion. The art of war is indeed true. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that the people searching the entire city would dare return to the starting point of the battle? On the 3rd floor. Keep your voice down. Su Xiang gestured the number 3. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, finding it deserted, the men relaxed. In the innermost room, they searched thoroughly and discovered a large, secret chamber behind a bookshelf. It has a password. Junior uncle, can you wake him up? Guhan didn't say much, but took out a bottle and held it close to the nose of the man lying on the floor. The unconscious Matsuda had smelled a pungent, fishy odor in his sleep. He woke up and was about to sneeze when he was slapped. At that moment, he felt pain all over his body, especially his head. He touched the bumps on his head and the blood on his face. Ah! I'm going to die. Not yet. He slapped him again. Matsuda finally came to his senses and looked at everything before him, remembering what had happened that day. He realized he was actually in his own office in his mansion. You? He was about to shout for help when Shuren cast a silencing spell, silencing Matsuda as if a mute button had been pressed. A pair of cold eyes stared at him, asking again, you know what to do. What's the password? The silencing spell was lifted, and Matsuda obediently gave the password. It's open. The group cautiously entered. There were no hidden mechanisms. Of course, this was Kyoto, Uji's territory. Who would dare? The group happily entered the secret room and discovered a large amount of gold, silver, and precious minerals. They looted everything, leaving nothing behind. Matsuda watched, his heart aching. How could he let a few brats get him killed? Downstairs, hurried footsteps echoed as mercenaries continued their frantic search. But no one suspected that the group of petty thieves on the 3rd floor were celebrating their loot. Master, this is probably just one of their hideouts, isn't it? You, take us somewhere else, Alice snapped at Matsuda. He was utterly unwilling, but what could he do? These people were not only incredibly audacious, but also ruthless. He regretted volunteering for such a thankless task. He foresaw that even if he survived, he'd have to pay a hefty price. Thus, under Matsuda's leadership, the Xianxin sect once again unleashed its swift and decisive attack. Wherever they went, they were like locusts swarming across the land. Chapter 195. The office was emptied of everything useful and useless. This chair is so comfortable. Of course, the Uji people are famously rich. How does it compare to the Pluto people? About the same, but the Uji people of the Empire are the richest in the entire interstellar space. Matsuda, right? Meeting you is my luck. No, meeting us is your luck. The sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. Meeting us is a lesson for you, a timely pullback, understand? Otherwise, you might be heading down a dead end for the rest of your life. So cherish this connection. He patted him on the shoulder earnestly. Matsuda, is this even human? Matsuda, you have good taste. I really like these ornaments. I'm going to take them back to my room. Oh, and this is the only redeeming quality I found in you so far. Matsuda, am I going to faint? Alice, don't talk to the prisoners. Okay. Matsuda watched helplessly as this group ransacked all the warehouses in the city's 7 strongholds. Empty, literally empty. They even took the better quality carpets and crystal chandeliers. These brats are desperate for money. Who's ever seen someone steal furniture, and how come no one noticed them at every location? Can they turn invisible? They worked until late into the night, and the theft was almost complete. Matsuda felt he had redeemed himself and decided to try and see if the brats would release him. Want to leave? Do you really dislike us that much? No, I wouldn't dare. The brat glared at him with disdain. You haven't gotten to the point yet? Did you send people to arrest us, or someone else? Seeing his eyes narrow, she knew he guessed correctly. That's right. Confess, and you be treated leniently. You Uji people often say, discretion is the better part of valor. Your crimes haven't been fully redeemed yet. Once you explained everything, we handle things accordingly. Su Xiang, Alice, and Liang Wing, the trio from the Shinyo group, were putting on an act. Today, they were playing the role of police officers interrogating criminals. Confess or not. Alice slammed her hand on the table, startling the others. Big sister, keep your voice down. Oh! I was careless. If it were just these few people, Matsuda wouldn't be afraid. But looking at the girl behind them, and Guhan, the one who arrested him earlier, these two gave him the most terrifying feeling. Even a living Yama couldn't be more terrifying. It's the Fujiwara family. I guessed it. No surprise. Bad review. Fine, since you want leniency, I give you another chance. Didn't you say you let me go after I confessed? Why are you going back on your word? Because you didn't give me a surprise. The Fujiwara family should have some places in Kyoto, right? Take us there, how about it? Liang Yueing smiled enigmatically, like a devil whispering a tempting offer in his ear. No, absolutely not. Matsuda resolutely refused. Losing his things was one thing, but if the Fujiwara family found out, his life would be in danger. Brother, you might not be clear about the current situation. Let me analyze it for you. KT is a private planet, not under federal law. In your situation, if you fall into our hands, you're basically dead. But if you take us there, even if we're discovered, we can pin the blame on us. Matsuda was speechless. Should I thank you then? Fine, choose. Even without you, it would only take us a little time to search. You saw it yourself. We can hide all night and guarantee we won't be discovered. Matsuda finally compromised. He told them about the Fujiwara family's residence in Kyoto. He even gave them blueprints, drawing down all the important places he knew. Then, he was knocked unconscious again. Looking at the seemingly endless wall before them, everyone exclaimed, "Wow! No wonder they're local bullies. What a huge place. There's a security system. How do we get in?" Even the strongest defenses can't escape the fingertips of a golden core cultivator. Sure, and opened a small door in the dense laser security system, and everyone walked in openly. Matsuda said the Fujiwara family head has been watching his grandson's military academy competition on Central Star lately, which has actually made things easier for us. The study is in this building. With my experience reading so many detective novels, important things are always in this building. Let's go! There were quite a few patrols, and occasionally staff members inside the building. But with invisibility talismans, as long as they didn't make too much noise, it was practically like entering an empty house. They easily found the family head's study and the secret room. What if we don't have the password? What can we do? No problem. Let me do it. Picking locks is a piece of cake for a mecha designer. He fiddled with it for a while with an air of certainty. Are you even capable? Silence was the Cambridge of tonight. Can't open it. Release Alice. Watch your mouth. When technology couldn't solve the problem, brute force came to the rescue. Alice, with a few swift movements, used her fingertip spiritual fire to melt the hard steel, dismantling the entire lock. The massive iron door creaked open. Fine, it has to be you. That's right. Behind the door was a staircase leading directly underground. Villains love building basements. Why don't we build one too? You want to be a villain? No, we want to store the gold and silver we've stolen. The group descended the stairs, and soon saw the treasure they've been eyeing. Ha ha ha. We're rich. It's all ours. Hurry up and collect it. Use your storage bags and spatial buttons to collect the valuables. Ha ha ha. Our Xianqing sect is finally no longer afraid of poverty. Sure enough, there's no faster way to make money than by robbing. The younger members busied themselves collecting the spoils. Guhan, however, had other thoughts. He looked around and finally discovered that the space behind the wall in the corner was empty. There's a space behind the wall. Shuren scanned with his divine sense. There are people behind it. After groping around for a while, the two finally found the mechanism. After the wall opened, they took out the invisibility talisman and turned on the lights. Inside were several small, prison-like cells. 5 people, men and women, were locked up separately. Guhan stopped outside the first cell. Why were you arrested? After being arrested, the 5 had been living in darkness for the past few weeks, assuming anyone who came was their captor. But this didn't seem like it. The people in the cell immediately looked up, staring at the 2 who entered. A man and a woman, with celestial appearances. Especially that girl, my goodness. Her brows were like hidden pearls, her eyes like the sun and moon, her head radiating light, her bearing like a dragon and a tiger, her presence commanding respect, her voice like gold and jade. Most importantly, she possessed immense merit. The golden light was almost blinding. Holy crap! Such a person of great fortune, shouldn't she only exist in legends? Even the chosen ones of this world would find it hard to possess such nobility. A goddess descended from heaven. Shuren and Guhan watched as the person in the cell looked up. It was a woman in her early 20s. She had a bun on her head, and wore a dark blue linen training uniform. This attire was quite unique in interstellar space. Her appearance was ordinary, but her eyes shone brightly. She was slightly thin, her face haggard, but her clothes were relatively clean, indicating she hadn't been tortured or abused. She stared at them for a while, then her face revealed an uncontrollable, ecstatic joy. With a thud, he knelt down straight. Great hero, merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. Save us! We've been captured. Little Xuanzi. With a face like that, I'd be lucky to kowtow to her for a lifetime. Chapter 196. The inmates in the other cells also sprang into action upon hearing this. Save us! Are you from the Federation? Help! I've been in prison for 2 months. Save us, and we reward you handsomely. Shortly afterward, the 5 men were released. What do you say you do? I know a little about physiognomy. I can do feng shui. I study tarot card divination. I'm a part-time witch. Ziwei Do Shu, feng shui, astrology, burial site selection, mountain moving and sea filling. I am the 1176th generation successor of the mountain moving lineage. My Taoist name is Zuan Lingzi, and I'm known in the martial arts world as Little Xuanzi of mountain moving. Master, what is mountain moving? Tomb raiding. All that fancy talk, and it turns out they just steal things from the dead? So that's Taoism? Fellow practitioners? Are there still people doing this in the interstellar world? The 1176th generation? More generations than the Xianqing sect. That's truly an ancient artifact. For a moment, the Xianqing sect members felt a sense of kinship, like old friends meeting again, though they didn't show it. But little Xuanzi was different. She was so excited, she had tears in her eyes. If she wasn't mistaken, she had encountered the greatest opportunity of her life. Her master said that when Yin reaches its extreme, Yang arises. In the face of despair, life can be found. Her Yang had arrived. No, she needed to calm down. She was already a composed Taoist. Shuren also saw through some of the tricks. The other 4 could be said to have only a superficial understanding, or even just swindling and deception. Only Xiao Xuanzi possessed some genuine skill. How skilled they were, it's hard to say. But judging from her expression, she probably figured something out. Why did we arrest you? We don't know, we just arrived. But when we got here, some people had already been taken away. We heard they were looking for something. Young heroes, this place is not safe to stay in for long. Why don't we leave first? Oh, we just arrived. We haven't finished our business yet. You can follow us for now. As you command, young heroes. The 5 men came out of the cell and watched as this group began moving things. After finishing the secret room, they went upstairs to find empty rooms to move things. You guys are the real mountain-moving masters, aren't you? Mountains of gold and silver. This is the business you were talking about? Yes, robbing the rich to help the poor, upholding justice, and helping the weak is my motto. Stealing is stealing, but you're giving me a price tag. The others didn't understand but could only respect. Only Xiao Xuanzi truly embodied the saying a wise man submits to circumstances. Young hero, would you like this table? It's made of 1,000-year-old rosewood, a real gem. Young hero, I think this jade unicorn would be great for the living room, good for warding off evil spirits. This one's no good, it's old, but useless. This coffee table has a certain charm. It suits your tranquil and refined temperament perfectly. Little Xuanzi, you have good taste. Take it. Perhaps from digging up too many tombs, little Xuanzi also had her troubles, namely, she couldn't hold onto her wealth. Seeing the people's hungry eyes for gold and silver, she felt as if she had found a kindred spirit, and tentatively asked, Young heroes, are you aware of the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks of the Xianen sect? The Xianxin sect members secretly glanced at Shuren. To be honest, we know all too well. 2 hours later, they had almost finished taking everything. Let's go! Wait. Su Xiong stood at the front and activated his personal terminal. Go, Matsuda. Everyone look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Make a heart shape with your hands. Siren, move to the right a bit. I can't see your face. Alice's eyes are closed. Uncle Wang, move back a bit. You're blocking the view. He then activated his personal terminal and took a group photo of everyone from the Xianxin sect and the Fujiwara family's main study. They had indeed kicked the building, but the owners weren't home, so they had to leave something behind. Otherwise, the demonstration would have been pointless, right? This photo was essentially a I was here commemoration. The group was about to go out and find an open space to retrieve their spaceship and head home. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Who? You think you can just leave? An SS-class mech sprang out from the corner and started fighting without warning. Alice. Little Steel Cannon immediately activated his red mech and charged forward. A deafening boom shook the entire mansion. Soon, the mansion's guards surrounded them. The 5 captured individuals, ordinary people, shrank back in fear. 4 of them were plunged into despair again, having barely escaped. Were they going to be caught again? Xiao Xuanzi was different. She glanced at Shuren, certain that she would escape today. Don't be afraid, come this way, Shuren said to the newly rescued group. Looking at her gentle, goddess-like face, their tense emotions unconsciously calmed down. The people inside the mecha were on the verge of exploding with rage. Who are you? Did you come to rescue them? No, just something we did. Do you know where this is? Yeah, it's the Fujiwara family's place. And you still dare to come here? I beat you up. The guards of the mansion swarmed over. They pulled out their mechs and started fighting. Instantly, artillery fire erupted. The Xianxin sect members didn't hold back at all, nor did they care about damaging the place. Only 2 words were in their minds. Destruction. A barrage of fire swept over everything, targeting the valuable and important parts, leaving the entire main building a mangled mess. Leading the group was Fujiwara Ichi, the head of the Fujiwara family's mercenaries. Tonight, as usual, he patrolled before bed and discovered signs of intrusion in the main building. Then he found the intruders and took action. Their method of intrusion wasn't sophisticated, there were traces everywhere. It was unclear why no alarms were triggered when they entered, and why no one noticed. They thought it was just a few petty thieves, but who knew, the more they fought, the harder it became. All the Fujiwara family's guards, plus half the fighting force of Kyoto, were mobilized, yet they still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. In the end, the mansion was completely destroyed, all the guards were taken down, and Fujiwara Hajime was trampled underfoot by the red mecha. Then, he was dragged out of the mecha's cockpit. This group of people pulled him along, and Matsuda posed for a photo with the chaotic ruins behind him. He even flashed a yeah. Shame and anger surged through him, and he fainted. The charlatans were dumbfounded. So arrogant? Stealing, smashing up the mansion, attacking the guards, and taking photos? Is this some kind of new form of provocation? Little Xuanzi's eyes were sparkling. My God. This is incredible. A big shot. Definitely a big shot. And more than one. Matsuda awoke from his unconsciousness, his mind flashing with images. Number 3, the brat, the warehouse, the furniture, and the long beating he received. His head was ringing from the blows. Ouch! Don't hit my head. Don't hit my head. His head ached, his neck ached, it felt like he was dying. Master, did I hit him too hard? Give him a sip of the repair fluid. Matsuda is still useful, he can't die. When he finally regained consciousness, he felt even more like fainting. This nightmare just wouldn't end. Before him were those bratty kids again. Worse still, he wasn't in KT anymore. Clearly, he'd boarded the thieves' spaceship, his destination unknown. And those 5 people in the corner, weren't they those charlatans? 2 of them were ones he captured. It's over. He become the one who infiltrated the lion's den. T-Honor, wake up. Stop pretending. We're almost at the Central Star. What? Brothers and sisters. It wasn't my choice, I was forced. I promise I change my ways and start anew. Please let me go. Chapter 197. The head of the Matsuda family is my brother. Contact his personal terminal, and he pay the ransom. Please. Including my personal savings, it's all yours. Tyre, you're not being honest. Trying to set a trap? If we take the money now, you report us. No way. Am I that kind of person? You're absolutely right. Matsuda knew very well that these brats were fearless and capable of anything. But what could he do now? He could only try to survive. I ask one last question, and your answer will determine your fate. Matsuda, I answered so many questions already. Don't go back on your word like this. I will tell you everything I know. Do you know why the Fujiwara family arrested them? I tell you everything. It's the Fujiwara family of the Empire that wants people. We're just following orders. What's the use of arresting high-ranking soldiers and charlatans? Matsuda felt a little guilty. How did they know about the high-ranking soldiers? I only know that my family needs it, that they need a donor, and that a wandering sorcerer helps find something. But I don't know exactly what it's used for. That's top secret. I don't know the whole story. Matsuda had suffered immense mental and physical torment all day. He clutched himself tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face. It's too awful, too awful. I never been this miserable in my life. All right, I barely pass you. Then, can you let me go? I let you go once we reach the Central Star. Don't worry, we're in the Federation now. Murder is illegal. Matsuda breathed a huge sigh of relief. Even a mischievous kid has his limits. Or should he thank the federal law? The spaceship landed on Central Star, first transporting the 5-person group to the vicinity of the military headquarters. Schwelingling took out some money and handed it to them. Can you all get home by yourselves? No problem. Thank you. This is too much. It's enough for our travel expenses home. Right. I don't have my personal terminal right now. Can I have your number? I pay you back when I earn money. No need. This isn't our money. It's compensation from the Fujiwara family. Take it. She then stuffed a lot of money into their hands without a second thought. Then let me give you my number. We be friends from now on. I definitely help you if you need anything. Okay. Xiao Xuanzi watched Xian Qingzong's departing figure, reluctant to leave for a long time. They didn't linger, taking advantage of the night, to go directly to the Fujiwara family's residence on Central Star. Matsuda, shock. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You might as well kill me. Wait for me here. Okay. I come too, let's go. It was already close to midnight. Shuren destroyed all the surveillance and defense equipment. He swaggered in with Guhan. The head of the Fujiwara family of the Federation, Fujiwara Nobuya, was still busy alone in his office. I heard that the Fujiwara family head wanted to invite my people over, so I came in person. A woman's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet room. Who is it? Then he saw a man and a woman standing in front of him, their faces still showing signs of immaturity, yet they exuded composure. Especially the girl, standing there quietly, yet unable to conceal her aura. The oppressive aura of this superior made him uneasy. How did you get in? He was about to press the alarm under the table. Don't waste your energy. Since you dared to come, you're not afraid of me calling in reinforcements. Shuren and Guhan sat down on the sofa opposite him without a second thought. Before Fujiwara Nobuya could stop his fingers, he found himself unable to move. Unable to speak, unable to move his fingers, cold sweat poured down his forehead. He recognized the man. He was the captain of the 18th Military Academy. He vaguely remembered him from watching his grandson's competition. They were involved in beast taming and potions, and his son had said he would deal with it. This was the result of his dealings? They come knocking on his door? Don't worry, this is the Federation. We are all law-abiding citizens. I'm just here to make a statement. Shuren removed the restraints and Fujiwara Nobuya found the bindings gone. But the fear within him hadn't subsided at all. He stared intently at the two youthful faces opposite him. Deep down, however, he was acutely aware of the situation. The Fujiwara family had messed with the wrong person. "My people, stay far away from me from now on. This is the first time. If there's a second, the entire Fujiwara family will have to be prepared to bear the consequences. Do you understand?" The oppressive aura emanating from Shuren swept over him like a tidal wave. This man, who had held a powerful and influential position for decades, struggled to maintain his composure and not kneel. Finally, he forced out two words from his throat. "Understood." What kind of sorcery did she use? How could it be so terrifying? How could someone like this be in a school? If he had known earlier, he would never have provoked such a being. "And what do your main family need high-ranking soldiers and sorcerers for?" The old man was sweating profusely. How did these students know these things? "I don't know. Only the main family knows. We're only responsible for carrying out the orders. Were you involved in the disappearance of high-ranking soldiers on the battlefield? We were only responsible for taking the targets away, but the arrangements behind it are beyond my level of knowledge." "Who is your superior?" "I don't know." With a slam, a tremendous force pressed him down from a distance. His knees slammed heavily onto the hard ground. "I really don't know. It's all single-line communication. I only know it's at the highest levels of the Federation." Shuren was certain he was telling the truth. How high a level must someone be that even a second-tier aristocratic family head can't contact? What kind of conspiracy are they plotting? Also, what do they need to use the mystical methods of sorcerers to find? But the Fujiwara family can't be touched yet. Stirring up trouble would alert them. "Oh right, I left you a gift." By the time the old man recovered from the excruciating pain and terror, the person had vanished. He lay on the ground, dazed for a long time. Who was she? Soon after, hurried footsteps sounded. The gift had arrived. Master. Matsuda fainted, hung smugly at the Fujiwara family's gate. News also arrived from their hometown in KT that they had been attacked by a gang. The Fujiwara and Matsuda families' warehouses had been looted, the entire mansions were bombed beyond recognition, and the perpetrators had escaped. These were the very people who had attacked, leaving their tracks openly and brazenly on countless surveillance cameras. And the Fujiwara family was utterly helpless against them. Now the old man was truly going to have a stroke. Dad, what's wrong? Don't chase after them. We can't afford to mess with them." "Dad, what are you saying?" "The people from the 18th Military Academy, they were just here. It was all they're doing. Promise me you won't pursue this anymore." "No one can, understand?" His body and mind were severely tormented. He fainted after saying this. The final gift was a wheelchair. The once vigorous old man paid the price with his legs. With that light, airy fall, he would never be able to stand again. The chicken has been killed. The next step is to scare the monkeys. Chapter 198. The next morning, Su Xiong, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling, and Alice posted a set of 9 photos on their verified personal computer accounts. This shocked the entire Federation. The photos showed the group at several of the Matsuda family's mansions, the Fujiwara family's old residence and warehouse, and the Fujiwara family's gate on Central Star. Whether they were making heart or peace signs, Matsuda, with a bruised and swollen face, was always in the center of the photos. The backgrounds might show gold and silver jewelry in warehouses, photos of Fujiwara Nobuyuki, and the post-war mansion. The last photo showed almost half of Kyoto reduced to ruins. The countless fallen mechs and Fujiwara family mercenaries in the background contrasted sharply with the cheerful smiles of the Xianqing sect members. Ordinary people didn't see anything unusual, assuming the 18th Military Academy was playing a murder mystery game. But many in the upper echelons realized the explosive power of these photos. Am I seeing things? That's the second son of the Matsuda family, isn't it? Is this real? We're investigating. We know the photo is genuine. Is this the kid who became famous during the faction competition? Yes. Soon, the major powers and families of the Federation understood the whole story. You mean, Fujiwara and Matsuda wanted a method to control beasts and attack the 18th Military Academy, and these kids went to KT and the Central Fujiwara family to give them a warning? According to my current investigation, yes. Are you kidding me? That's the Fujiwara family. Do you have any evidence? Really, it happened yesterday. Kyoto was almost completely destroyed. Yes, KT is under martial law. Photos taken by nearby spaceships and satellites show Kyoto a sea of fire. I've seen those artworks and ornaments before. They're in the Fujiwara family's mansion in KT. One of them was even snatched from me at the Central Star auction last time. I've been to that office. I even took a photo with the Fujiwara family head. Isn't the background exactly the same? Matsuda and Fujiwara Hajime, both henchmen of the Fujiwara family. I recognize them even if they were ashes. The question now is, after suffering such a huge loss, will the Fujiwara family be happy? These kids are too reckless. They can do something like this, and you still think of them as ordinary kids? The news shocked the world. It stunned the entire nation. Are these students, who just sprouted up in some remote corner, really this arrogant? How dare they? The first to realize something was wrong was said. Military news is always the fastest and most comprehensive. Said never expected that he, a well-behaved and obedient boy who had lived his whole life, could go to such lengths. Before the sirens even landed, their personal computers started ringing urgently. The voice of said in the personal terminal was sarcastic and on the verge of exploding. Impressive, my son. You're a master of silence, but when you do speak, you're astounding. You went to KT and wiped out the Fujiwara and Matsuda families in one fell swoop. Don't put it so harshly, we just went to pay a visit. Has this kid evolved recently? You mastered the art of language. You visited their warehouse? The host was incredibly hospitable. Hospitable? You burned down their old house. Did the Fujiwara family do something? Said quickly pieced together the situation. This is probably a side effect of their over-the-top performance in the faction competition. While the 18th Military Academy students are mischievous, they would never intentionally cause trouble. Especially not against an entire second-tier aristocratic family. A truly earth-shattering incident. Didn't you encounter any danger? No. How are you going to handle this? What if the Fujiwara family goes to the military demanding serious action? No, don't worry. We have a great scholar to defend us. You better not. This kid's talking like an old man now. Thinking about it carefully, KT isn't under the Federation's jurisdiction. It's all family-run. As long as the aggrieved party doesn't come forward and make a fuss, the sirens will be fine. But this close-quarters attack completely humiliated the Fujiwara family head. Would a respectable second-tier aristocratic family swallow this insult? As it turns out, they would. After the photos circulated within the aristocratic circles, everyone waited for the Fujiwara's counterattack. The family remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Someone tentatively came to the door. The Fujiwara family's exact words were, "The child invited classmates over to play." Now, the rumors among the various factions intensified. Patriarch Liang, is this your daughter? Mr. Liang stared at the photo handed to him for a long time, finally finding a familiar figure in the corner. That face he had seen since birth, for over a decade, was making a yeah gesture. Your daughter went to KT Star with people from the 7th Star region and wrecked the Fujiwara and Matsuda families. Did you know that? What? Mr. Liang was full of question marks. He recognized each word individually, but when put together, he couldn't understand it. Wait, tell me more. The visitor explained the whole situation in detail. They even vividly described the reactions of the Fujiwara and Matsuda families so far. Father Liang, your daughter, she's this one. The visitor excitedly gave a thumbs up. Like father, like daughter. She's got guts. Absolutely audacious. 3 exclamation marks in a row made Father Liang practically explode with rage. Is this something to celebrate? He wasn't happy at all. The key is, the Fujiwara family is willing to swallow their pride. They just endured it, and even spoke up for these kids. Your daughter is quite capable. Stop praising her. Stop praising her. I can't laugh. Father Liang went from confusion to speechlessness, and now he had a headache. How did she manage to climb out of that whirlpool of Li Qingchen's troubles only to fall into another bottomless pit? He wanted to bring that rebellious daughter home immediately, and make her confess. It would have been better to chase after Li Qingchen. At least that was just embarrassing. Now, how are they going to clean up this mess? The old father is about to explode. Mr. Liang has a feeling that things aren't going to get any more chaotic. The Yang family on Pluto is in the same boat. Mrs. Yang, Charlotte, received news from the military. The intelligence says that after your daughter and the others left, Fujiwara Nobiasa's leg was crippled. Mr. Yang gasped, taking a long time to calm down. Then he sat at home, silently smoking. Both are second-tier families, but how can a second-tier family in the central government be compared to a second-tier family on Pluto? Can his Yang family, with its weak arms and legs, withstand the other side's wrath? They thought that once their daughter transferred schools, someone would take care of her. Now she's caused such a huge disaster. The good news is, The Fujiwara family themselves said that they invited their grandson's classmate over. What does that mean? Are they planning some kind of private revenge? No. Charlotte paused meaningfully. Why do you think these kids did this? To make an example of them? After the faction competition, several forces have been eyeing the 18th Military Academy, all for the beast taming methods and potions. We have intelligence indicating that the Fujiwara family has already made their move, but clearly failed. The problem now is that if the children don't retaliate or hide, they'd be constantly harassed. The Fujiwara family isn't the only one wanting to take action. The best way to truly eliminate them once and for all is to make a grand show of eliminating the ringleader. The ringleader is the Fujiwara family. Chapter 199. It seems so at the moment. I understand the logic, but if the strength gap is too large, they might not be able to withstand the next wave. Have you considered what if the strength gap isn't that large? Or is there another possibility that some people in the 18th Military Academy, or someone behind them, are powerful enough to easily crush a second-tier aristocratic family? Is that possible? Is it impossible? They were able to easily enter KT, burn, kill, loot, and then leave. Doesn't that prove something? Do you know how many people KT sent to fight them in that last photo? Over 2,000. Their senior soldiers are worth 2 regiments. And in the Central Territory, they silently crippled the Fujiwara family head, leaving no evidence whatsoever. Now the aggrieved party is trembling with fear, yet they're speaking up for them. All signs indicate that the Fujiwara family has backed down, even become afraid. We have intelligence, and so do others, so this round is a warning to others. Both the chicken and the monkey are scared. Your daughter is guaranteed to win. When your daughter suddenly wanted to transfer schools, didn't you check the 18th Military Academy's background? Wasn't I just confused because I was angry? Back then, it definitely seemed like a bottom-tier military academy. Bottom tier? Huh. Beast taming, beast attracting medicine, mecha combat pilot, beast-tied whistleblower, crushing advanced warriors across levels. An absurd mental strength level assessment. Wait until the ranking matches are over, then you see, maybe your daughter has caught a lucky break. Similarly, the Central Su family, after racking their brains all night, came to the same conclusion. You guessed it was Shuren? Yes, don't you think she's quite extraordinary? Her appearance and demeanor certainly are. Not only that, haven't you noticed the school team's attitude towards her? Your son treats her strangely too, hasn't he? It really is. I feel inexplicably reserved and nervous in her presence. The way she looks at me is a bit odd. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way, like she's looking at a junior. Yes. I once heard Xiong call her master. So the question is, master, what does she teach? Does what she teaches have anything to do with Su Xiong's rise from F rank to S rank? I suspect she's the shadow queen behind the 18th Military Academy. In the upper echelons of the Central Star, many opponents in the faction competition also received news from their families. Gu Han, Shuren, Alice Yang, Su Xiong, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling, 15th Military Academy, Siren, Neptune Military Academy, Yang Cheng, Star Ring International Military Academy, Liang Weiying. It seems the 7-star region has not only become stronger in combat this year, but also knows how to attract popularity. Nameless Star, 18th Military Academy, is it? Gu Yun looked at the people in the photo and said meaningfully. His gaze lingered briefly on Gu Han before sweeping over him. Those who can become your opponents are indeed not ordinary people. Gu Zhanting had reviewed the match many times afterward, and these faces had left a deep impression on him. He caused such a huge mess, yet he managed to resolve it so easily. If there's a chance, I should try to get closer to him. He wanted to get closer, but Gu Han didn't give him the opportunity at all. Youth is truly wonderful, full of solitary courage. Gu Yun's tone was full of appreciation and agreement. Dad, is there still no news of Uncle? No one has wanted to mention this person for a long time. For the Gu family, it's a wound that will never heal. I know this is hard to accept, but 7 years. If he were still alive, they would have found clues long ago. Gu Yun gently stroked his son's head to comfort him. Is it possible that he's hiding under an assumed name for some reason? The alert Gu Yun immediately sensed something was wrong. Why do you say that? Do you have some information? No, I'm just guessing from watching TV dramas. Smart people are all the same. The Fujiwara family's admission of weakness means the strategy of making an example of them has worked. Many forces secretly plotting their moves came to a conclusion. These people are not to be trifled with. They themselves, or the forces behind them, are exceptionally powerful. Monkey, received. Understood. Fully understood. After this battle, Everyone making a hard shape in those photos became a blacklist, infamous within the Federation's upper echelons. This served as a reminder to all forces secretly waiting for an opportunity. Dare to come? First, consider whether you have the fighting strength to surpass the Fujiwara family, deterring the petty thieves. Objective achieved. While the Federation was in turmoil, the Xianxing sect remained peaceful. The group went on a road trip, stopping wherever they pleased, passing through several cities. Eating and playing, they returned laden with spoils. They kept posting photos on the Starnet along the way. The aristocratic families, who saw it, were speechless. This is practically a giant mockery of the Fujiwara family. They're incredibly audacious. How could they not be? They pulled off such a stunt, and still managed to escape unscathed. If I had that ability, I would have done the same. A week later, he returned. Waiting anxiously at the foot of the mountain was Li Yuanbo. He had come several times, searching the entire garbage dump. But he couldn't find Old Wang's house at all. My little devils. What terrible mess have you made this time? My personal computer is about to explode. I can't even look at the messages. Have you gone mad? Did you provoke someone's territory? You got so cocky after winning a faction war? Li Yuanbo rattled off a barrage of words, like a machine gun. He was worried. Some of their actions were beyond what he, as their coach, could handle by pleading and begging. Hey, we're back, aren't we? A gift. She shoved a cherry blossom cake she bought from KT into his hands. Li Yuanbo was even angrier. You still have the nerve to travel and buy local specialties? He was practically in a fire, and these guys were still so calm, acting like it was none of their business. He grumbled and lectured as he followed the others into the Xianxing sect's array. The moment he stepped into the array, he sensed something was wrong. It was as if an invisible barrier had completely shut out the stench and acridity of the garbage mountain. In its place, a refreshing, ethereal aura filled the air, soothing his soul. He had never felt so refreshed in all his years on Star 9527. Huh? What's going on? He looked back. The garbage mountain was still there, but he could no longer smell it or hear the clamor. It was as if he had been isolated by a giant dome. Turning his head again, he saw a massive mountain gate before him, shrouded in mist and clouds, appearing and disappearing like a secluded paradise. On the right, a huge stone tablet bore 3 large, elegant characters, Xianxing sect. Where is this? You? He watched as a group of children naturally began to walk up the steps. Even someone as dense as him could sense something was amiss. Old Wang, not much older than him, warmly pulled him aside. Brother, let me explain in detail. Ever since he started cultivating immortality, his speech had become increasingly refined and mystical, and it was even contagious. Li Yuanbo's head started buzzing when he heard about cultivating immortality. He spent the whole day drinking tea with Old Wang, completely dazed. The good news was that the Fujiwara family's problem seemed unimportant now. The bad news was that he needed some time to reshape his worldview. As he left, he gave the group a meaningful look. Chapter 200. Xue Lingling was the most excited, spending all her time fiddling with that small warehouse. She put in gold, silver, jewelry, supplies, and other valuables, categorizing, storing, organizing, and registering them. Questioning the star pirates. Understanding the star pirates. Becoming a star pirate, these things were meant to be displayed, looked at, touched, and touched every day. It was so therapeutic. The key was that the thought of how much money she'd stolen from the Shi and Chen families made her feel incredibly happy. Speaking of the Shi and Chen families, their situation had deteriorated since the start of the faction competition. Shi Leilei's condition was under control, and she was taken home to recuperate, but the chances of recovery were extremely low. Initially, the family was very attentive and caring. As the days passed, and the hope of recovery dwindled, their expressions changed. Adding to the chaos was the matter of the cleansing elixir, and the Shi family was thrown into disarray. Shi Rong became extremely impatient, and was almost never seen anymore. His 2 older brothers were busy with matters at the military headquarters, and appeared less and less frequently. Shi Kaiyuan seemed to have sensed something, and harbored a lingering resentment towards her. For example, the unfair treatment Shiren had received, and Shi Leilei's series of underhanded actions. But the problem was, those tactics weren't particularly sophisticated. A simple investigation would reveal the truth. The Shi family simply chose to be blind to her true intentions, choosing to unconditionally side with her. Even Shi's mother, usually the gentlest and most maternal, lacked the patience to indulge her emotions, often sighing. Shi's mother wasn't grieving for Shi Leilei, but for herself, she was reflecting on whether she had made the wrong choice. The Shi family's cold-bloodedness and self-interest were entirely within Shirley's expectations. But this doesn't mean she wasn't in pain. The physical and mental torment she endured, yet she forced a smile. She played the role of a sensible and obedient daughter, hoping to gain a sliver of pity. She clung to a sliver of hope. If she could recover, her family's love, wealth, status, and happy marriage would return. Shirley's move didn't kill her outright. Instead, it was a slow, insidious process, slowly destroying her spirit. Without her lifting a finger, Shirley and her family would watch helplessly as everything gradually vanished. Ultimately, the Shir family would realize that the most painful thing in the world is the constant oscillation between hope and despair. Schwelingling's small workshop had its equipment and tools up and running, greatly increasing its efficiency. She could now dedicate more time to improving her alchemy skills. But the thought of the Chen family being so busy made her even more energetic. Breaking news. Purifying elixir is still available for purchase. Pre-orders are accepted. This news hadn't left the trending topics for 2 months. Compared to the military academy competition, the purifying liquid is a matter of real life and death. Did you get it? Yes. They said the next batch can be pre-ordered. That's great. Yes, I never thought Dad's radiation sickness could be cured. Finally. I calculated, for more bottles, and he can be discharged, 6 more, and he'd be a normal person. We won't even need to buy the purifying liquid anymore. Yes, it's only a small amount. Our family can easily afford it. Whose medicine is this? It's incredibly virtuous. The 2 people in the conversation were almost crying with joy. This was for a severely ill patient. For a mild case, 2 or 3 bottles would alleviate the radiation symptoms. Throughout the Federation, people were being discharged from hospitals and regained their health thanks to the purifying elixir. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, eventually converging on the Xianqing sect. Master, it's merit. Yes. Is the merit for the purifying elixir calculated annually? Yes, it's been selling for so long, and this is the first time I've seen merit like this. Shirin felt her divine soul become even more solid. Heaven truly favored her. She could earn money and accumulate merit. Tony handled all external affairs, shipping and delivery. He and Schwelingling's business battle was essentially controlled remotely, with him directing the entire operation. With a few words, the enemy's ships and fortresses were reduced to ashes. For the Xianqing sect, it was just a matter of shipping some goods. But the continuous supply of the elixir had reached every corner of the Federation. The high-end purification elixir market suffered a devastating blow. The original 70% market share had dwindled to less than 5%. The Shir family, the Chen family, and the families and pharmacists who profited from the purifying liquid were all in turmoil, their future uncertain. This matter caused a huge uproar. Even the neighboring empire had heard about it. The Fujiwara family of the empire, headed by Fujiwara Hideaki, received the news. The Federation's potion market has changed drastically. Almost everyone is buying this purifying liquid. Have you tested its effects? It can indeed expel radiation. Can you find the pharmacist himself? The Federation's branch has been investigating for a long time, but it's no use. What about the supply? The Federation itself doesn't have enough. They can only get a small amount from the Dark Domain auction house. Try to find a way to make the Fujiwara family the sole source. Okay. Master, there's a problem with the branch family. The subordinate reported on KT's affairs. Of course, Fujiwara Nobuyuki didn't dare mention a word about the high-level warriors and sorcerers. If the main family found out he hadn't handled things properly and had leaked information, the main family would deal with him first. Useless. A few students couldn't even control him. Have you found the formula for the beast-attracting medicine that appeared in the Federation? We can't find the specific formula, but according to the purchasing records of the team in charge of the project, the formula is different from the one we have. Oh! So someone else has developed a beast-attracting medicine? Yes, but the effect is still different from ours. The Fu family of the Empire also received news about the explosive popularity of the spirit purification liquid. What were the results? It did indeed remove radiation, and there was no rebound. The Federation has made such great progress in pharmaceuticals? Yes, it said that this medicine has been around for almost a year, and it was only recently launched in bulk. Besides the early Dark Domain auctions, it's been around 10,000 per vial. 10,000 per vial. The Fu family's high-ranking members all thought they were hallucinating. Once this medicine is widely available, the need for it will gradually decrease. Those selling it know that one day, most people will recover and no longer need to buy any purification medicine. In other words, neither the manufacturers nor the sellers are aiming for long-term commercial development. Whoever the pharmacist is, his name will be permanently recorded in interstellar history. See if we can discuss with the Federation purchasing a batch for critically ill soldiers. Okay. Cough, cough, cough. Patriarch, your injury. It's alright, I can still manage. The other member of the Imperial Twin Stars, Fu Yuan, the head of the Fu family, is also the current Imperial General. In that battle, he and Gu Jianshan, one dead and one wounded. Since then, he has rarely appeared in public. Patriarch, we have news that along with the cleansing elixir, there was also a potent restorative liquid. I'm trying to find a way to help your injuries. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. Being alive is already a blessing. You should prepare accordingly. Chapter 201. In the days that followed, Xianxing sect returned to peace. Sun Qianyu amassed a huge pile of high-grade materials. He had a new plan. The others, under the watchful eyes of the siren, progressed rapidly in their cultivation. Especially the two newcomers, Yang Cheng, who led the entire mountain of beasts, running wild. Every time he appeared, the scene was spectacular. Birds, snakes, pigs, rats, white balls, a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Occasionally, the nine-tailed fox would offer some guidance. From reluctant to somewhat reluctant, Aha now felt it had made the right choice. Compared to the precarious existence in the Forbidden Zone, where it was easy to be eaten by other star beasts, this place was incredibly safe. Although the divine beast was a bit scary for the pig, it would also teach it things, and it felt itself becoming faster and stronger. Su Xiang, needless to say, besides its daily pig-sucking, always got the best food. It wasn't smart, but it still knew who was good to it. Liang Yuang led Tong in practicing clone fusion. Now, besides its verbal sparring, Tongzi can multiply. It spends its days wandering around various mountain peaks with a bunch of its adorable grandchildren. On the battlefield, Tongzi can cheer on everyone in the Xianxing sect simultaneously. It also has some noteworthy talents now. From now on, its main battlefield will be during festivals and gatherings. A week later, several special guests arrived from the mountain. They wandered around aimlessly with an address, but the illusion array was already activated, and without a way to get in, they couldn't. Whether it was luck or misfortune, they encountered Sun Qianyu, who was out buying materials. What are you doing here? Sun Qianyu's face immediately fell upon meeting them. We need to see Shiren and Xue Lingling. Can you take us to her? After suffering a devastating blow to their businesses, the Shurinshan family sought to appease Shiren and Xue Lingling through a policy of appeasement, hoping to gain further access to the other medicines they possessed. This was the fastest and cheapest solution the two families could currently think of. Shi Kaiyuan, after much deliberation, volunteered. They have nothing to do with you anymore, get out. His grandson, usually honest and simple, was actually quite perceptive and knew all too well about these matters. Although Shiren didn't show any sadness, the day Old Wang found her, her eyes were gloomy, as if she had given up all hope for life. He remembered it clearly to this day. And Lingling, had the Qin family ever cared for her even once? Before joining the Xianxing sect, she was cold and aloof, lacking any of the innocence and liveliness expected of someone her age. Every time that so-called father contacted her via the personal terminal or came looking for her, he either demanded the medicine prescriptions or resorted to insults. Were they even family? They weren't even a fraction as good as Old Wang, their adoptive father. No, how could they possibly compare to Old Wang? Old Wang is the best father in the world. We had some misunderstandings before, and I came here specifically to clear things up. Shi Kaiyuan tried to explain, but Sun Qianyu's temper had already flared. What misunderstandings haven't been cleared up in a year? You want to get a piece of the pie now that your sister's life is better? This direct approach left the two of them no room for embarrassment. How long has it been since Shirley's incident? Haven't the lesson from the cleansing elixir been enough? The cleansing elixir is from you? What do you think? It all connected. Why did the cleansing elixir appear at such a convenient time? Why did the Dark Domain and the Su family join forces to block her? Shirley was injured. All these events now had a plausible explanation. Shi Kaiyuan and Qin Yanfeng exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and panic in each other's eyes. The ones who had orchestrated this backstabbing that had brought the two families to this state were actually Shiren and Xue Lingling. After figuring it out, their pent-up frustration and anger finally erupted. No way. Get her out here. She's a member of the Shi family. How could they treat their own family like this? Yeah, do they have any conscience? Get them out here. We're not leaving until they explain themselves. TCH. Family? I don't want to talk to you. Are you leaving or not? No. I'm busy, hurry up and fight. The two men each brought only 3 or 4 people. They had originally planned to try and reason with them, but now it seemed they would have to resort to violence. 9 people surrounding one person wasn't a big problem. Sun Qianyu didn't hold back at all, his anger poured out. In less than 10 minutes, all 9 men were lying on the ground, seriously injured. Qin Yifeng was even more outraged. Putting aside others, Shi Kaiyuan was an S-rank, a private second class in the military, and he hadn't even lasted 5 moves against Sun Qianyu. I'm already being merciful by not crippling you. Don't let me see you again. Sun Qianyu didn't want Shiren and Xue Lingling to know about this, it would ruin his mood. But nothing can be hidden from Shiren's eyes and ears. Qianyu. The voice seemed to come from the depths of the clouds, clear and ethereal like jade falling into a cold pool. Everyone present heard it clearly. Master, I can handle this. You don't need to worry about this. I say a few words to him. Shi Kaiyuan didn't know where Shiren was, so he could only shout in the direction the voice came from. And then, come back with me. It was Shi Lei who stirred things up behind the scenes. I know now. Go home, we treat you well from now on. His expression was filled with endless regret and remorse as he repeatedly confessed, but Shiren remained unmoved. She's already repaid her debt of life. Next time she comes, she leave you with your life. This was the last time Shi Kaiyuan heard Shiren speak to him. From then on, that girl reigned supreme, untouchable. She ascended to a higher plane, severing all ties with the fallen Shi family. Perhaps I was too lenient just now. If you dare to act in front of Master and Lingling again, even once, watch out for your life. Do you understand? The once gentle and kind Sun Qianyu looked down at the two of them, his eyes like those of someone looking at ants. A terrifying aura emanated from him, sending chills down their spines, and making them break out in a cold sweat. Qin Yanfeng, dragging a disgruntled Shi Kaiyuan along, slunk away. He knew very well that these people were no longer someone they could afford to offend. Sun Qianyu, having vented his anger, returned to the mountaintop. Near the main hall, he encountered an unexpected person. How did you get in? A thin figure emerged, huffing and puffing, from a pile of grass beside the stone steps. The little Xuanzi before him had a dirty face, her blue Taoist robe tattered, and she was covered in dust. A large yellow dog followed behind her. Everyone in the Xianqing sect was filled with questions at her unexpected arrival. How exactly did you get in? The formation? You even know that? Yes, such a powerful formation, I can't break it, but there's a small loophole in the back mountain, I could squeeze in. With the little Xuanzi's cultivation level, she was completely helpless against the sect's grand formation. But she could clearly see the white barrier, by circling it, she could find the gap. It was similar to a dog hole at school. Chapter 202. As expected of a Taoist, quite capable indeed. How come you're even worse off than in prison? Looking at the tattered Taoist robe, the dirty little face, and the haggard appearance. It's better to have spent months in prison than to fend for yourself. To be honest, because I had no money, I went through a lot of hardships coming from the Central Star. Wait a minute, didn't we give you money? Quite a lot, enough for an average person to live on for most of their life. Not long after I left you, I was extorted then robbed. Not just one person, robbed several times, leaving me with nothing. I saved up some money by fortune-telling under the overpass, hitchhiked, traveled to several planets, and almost got kidnapped by space pirates. Luckily, I had some martial arts skills and escaped. This is the little dog I rescued from the pirate's den, its name is Da Huang. Big Yellow wagged its tail and followed behind her, whimpering a few times, even cleaner than her. Big Yellow, I don't mind that my family is poor. But you're too poor. After that, I started preparing for the core formation ceremony, traveling all the way via the Star Network livestream. It's been almost a month, and I finally arrived here. What does core formation ceremony mean? Begging. Tragic. Utterly tragic. You came to find us? Yes, I wonder if I have the honor of becoming a disciple of the Xianqing sect. She clenched her fists and respectfully bowed to Shiren. You know quite a lot. This was the first person she encountered in the interstellar space who saw right through her with just his eyes. Family bloodline and family tradition allow me to see many things clearly. From the first glance, I knew that Master Shiren was truly a person of great fortune. My master, who is also my grandfather, once told me, when he reaches its extreme, young is born. Even in the most desperate situations, life can be found. I'm certain that you are not only my benefactor, but possibly the turning point for the entire galaxy. I followed my grandfather since childhood, mastering the mystical arts, with some knowledge of formations, talismans, and swordsmanship. I have a deep understanding of Taoist mental cultivation. Following the Savior and cultivating the great Tao is the destiny of my moving mountain sect. Everyone in the Xianqing sect was well aware of their master's power. If the Zerg were to rise again in the future, the Xianqing sect would be their last chance. Guhan and others firmly believe this. What is your Tao? The moving mountain lineage lives a leisurely life in times of peace, resting by the pines and listening to the wind. In times of crisis, we are compassionate, using blood as molten lava, our steel-like bones paving the way for all beings. My master, senior brothers, and senior sisters have already sacrificed themselves on the Zerg battlefield. Now, only I remain in the entire sect. She paused briefly, a touch of melancholy in her voice. Our mountain gate robes have been stained with peach blossom wine, and soaked in the yellow springs. Our path is the path of protection. These few words resonated deeply. What kind of conviction could utter such words? It's the same principle as the Master's words, under the heavens, all living beings are of concern. Just as several people were about to raise their hands in agreement, tears welling in their eyes, she suddenly changed the subject. Of course, there's something I need to report to everyone. Those of the Xianen sect suffer from 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. Because of my heavenly eye, I have a slight flaw in my destiny. What kind of flaw? I can't retain wealth. Those words exploded, instantly waking everyone. Wait, let's discuss this first. Several people huddled to one side, whispering amongst themselves. Formation techniques, talisman techniques, swordsmanship, Taoist mental cultivation. Before she even started, her Taoist cultivation was the deepest, her foundation the best. And her heavenly eye? Her talent is incredible. This little Schwanzi is quite capable, and a good person too. Even after being captured by space pirates, she didn't forget to save the dog. But the drawbacks are also significant. Master, if it were just the first half, I wholeheartedly support it, but this money. Yes, we just started to get a little better, won't there be problems? The others secretly glanced at the little Schwanzi. They gave her a lot of money back then. She hadn't even left the Central Star yet, and it was all gone. Isn't this financial burden a bit too severe? Tony, who had just finished using his personal terminal, chimed in helplessly. Master, a call from the dark domain. A shipment of purifying elixir was stolen by space pirates on the edge of the 6-star domain. This shipment is worth about 20 million on the market. The timing was too perfect. Everyone couldn't help but suspect a connection. Is it because of her? No way, it's just a coincidence, right? She hasn't even entered the sect yet? The impact is already this big? If she enters the sect, will our entire sect be scavenging for scraps? Can the sect's fate withstand the influence of Master and Little Schwanzi, 2 people who bring bad luck to wealth? It's ominous. It's incredibly ominous. Shuren shuddered. Before, she was alone, she was self-sufficient, and didn't have to worry about anything, so scavenging was fine. Now that the disciples have been taken in, there's no going back. The entire sect relies on this income. They're all my flesh and blood. Seeing them discussing things so amicably, Xiao Xuanzi liked this place even more. Democratic decision-making. This sect is simply amazing. Their sect has already heroically sacrificed themselves, leaving only one person. Can you bear to let the hero's successor bleed and weep? After a brief discussion, Shuren made a firm decision. All right, from today onwards, you are the 9th disciple of the Xianqing sect. I study the formation later to see if I can suppress your fate. Shuren had a feeling from the first moment she saw Xiao Xuanzi. They had a deep connection. She had actually seen some signs regarding the matter of wealth, and this was the first time she had voluntarily backed down because of money. She thought that if they parted ways and never saw each other again, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xuanzi had traveled all this way to follow her. From the moment she mentioned the way of protection, Shuren knew that this time, there was probably no escaping it. Oh well, wealth? It's a small matter. There will always be a solution. It's not like we've never been poor before. Xiao Xuanzi respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Master, please accept my bow. Guhan and Old Wang, who had overheard the whole thing, were barely able to contain their laughter. The master and disciple were both unlucky. Greetings, fellow disciples. Greetings, 9th junior sister. I like the number 9. Why? It's my lucky number. Every time I go out on the 9th, 19th, or 29th, I get more begging. Oh no, how am I supposed to respond to that? This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Will the whole sect end up like this? It's alright, junior sister, I just pick up trash to support you from now on. Sun Qianyu was moved to tears by the first part. Anyway, he originally came from a garbage dump. He could always go back to his old life. Thank you, senior brother. But it shouldn't be that bad. My individual fortune can't overwhelm the thriving vitality of the Xianqing sect. Good, that's wonderful. Hearing this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Junior sister, why don't you pick a place to stay? There are quite a few empty rooms. Thank you, senior brother. Let me do a divination. She took out a compass, a tortoiseshell, and copper coins, and cast a divination. The tiger direction brings auspicious purple energy, 5 steps west of the tree trunk, prosperous wealth. Chapter 203. Perfect. Right next to the senior sisters. Yes, welcome. Junior sister, we receive a monthly stipend and supplies. Come with me to collect them later. Oh, senior sister, I take the supplies, but don't give me the money. Can I keep it in the sex account? I can withdraw it when I need it. Sure, or I can open a separate account for you, so you don't have to keep it. Can it be in my name? Then keep it in the sex account. Okay. Many years later, in the Xianqing Sex Chronicle, there was a section about Xiao Xian. The record of the disciple is as follows. Name, Zun Lingzi. Spiritual root, mid-grade metal and earth dual spiritual roots. Identity, first generation array peak master of Xianqing sect. Specialties, array formations, talisman techniques, sword techniques, feng shui. Contracted spirit beast, Elder Huang, Da Huang, personal resume. Formerly the 176th generation successor of the Moving Mountain sect, he became a disciple of true person Yi Ning in the spring of star calendar 425, becoming his 9th disciple. Note, the 9th junior sister and the array peak cannot save a single penny. Recorder, Siren, later generations of cultivators never imagined that array cultivators could be so poor. With the arrival of a new member, Old Wang prepared a big meal to celebrate. Little Xuanzi always had a warm smile on her face. Today was the happiest day for her since the sacrifice of the Moving Mountain sect. She had a new sect, and everyone took good care of her. She had her own little courtyard. She also met many spirit beasts, and Da Huan liked it here very much. That very day, it ran off with Li Yuanbo took a very long time to recover after returning home. He connected all the strange things that had happened since Shuren appeared. This journey has been far too unusual, yet far too smooth. The 18th Military Academy, which was perfectly fine, has gone from the bottom to a top contender. Everything makes sense now. Oldly, isn't the academy team training anymore? What's the point of training? How can they train? Can they compete with cultivators? It's good enough if they don't cause them trouble. There are still a few weeks left. Let the Xianqing sect do their thing. He take care of the few people at the academy. In his mind, the military academy competition is already a foregone conclusion. The key question is, what place does Shuren want to get? Given her personality, a low-key approach is the best outcome. But with things in such chaos this year, can she still afford to be complacent? Fortunately, Shuren has no desire for power. Otherwise, given time, wouldn't the Federation, no, the entire Proxima Centauri, be renamed Shuren? Shuren, I didn't come here to destroy this family, I came here to join it. Look at Gu Han, a general, second only to the Emperor, already eagerly following him, completely forgetting his homeland. Even if the conflict were to completely subside in the future, he probably wouldn't want to come back. Time passed quickly, and Zhuangqingzong reluctantly boarded the spaceship back to the Central Star. The 18th Military Academy returned to Building 7 of the Central Military Academy. The others in the 7th Star region, while enthusiastic, couldn't help but look at them strangely. These guys, taking a rare vacation, quietly accomplished something big. Ase, without thinking, shouted from afar. Awesome, you guys. Brother Su, you guys wiped out Fujiwara's lair during your vacation? That was so exciting. Why didn't you call me, Sai? Su Xiong was startled by a shout, glancing sideways at Fujiwara Masashige, who was trying to keep a low profile. The person in question was right there. Was it really appropriate to say it in front of him? But he remained calm, replying simply, tit for tat, I suppose. Fujiwara knew perfectly well that he was being targeted. He was cunning, not stupid. They were still training at school, when they were urgently called back home. Upon learning what had happened between KT and the Central Fujiwara family, he was utterly shocked. The 18th Military Academy? The 18th Military Academy I know? Yes. Are you sure it's Shuren? Yes. Fujiwara stared at the surveillance video, clearly seeing those familiar faces. In KT, countless surveillance cameras recorded the group's movements. Especially the final battle, the fight against thousands of Fujiwara troops, which lasted for over an hour. Half of Kyoto was engulfed in flames, Yet these individuals still managed to escape unscathed. The final group photo was a blatant display of close-quarters combat. They completely humiliated the Fujiwara family. If it weren't for what happened next, the 18th Military Academy would have faced a brutal and ruthless revenge from the Fujiwara family. But now you're telling me that Grandpa's knee was crippled by Shuren? She easily entered the heavily fortified Central Star Fujiwara family compound? Without leaving a trace, Fujiwara remembered that there was indeed someone named Shuren at the 18th Military Academy, but she was practically invisible. If it weren't for her advance warning during the Beast Tide, he probably wouldn't even remember the name. He never imagined that a seemingly insignificant team of his own age could pull off such a massive operation. Grandpa is still trembling with fear, directly issuing the family head's order. The Fujiwara family, and all its affiliated clans dared not provoke those people in the photo. So the fearless Fujiwara family backed down. In the current situation, avoiding direct confrontation was the wisest course of action. Samir witnessed all of this. It seemed his family's suspicions were correct. The Fujiwara family was truly afraid, even terrified. So, my friends, what exactly have you done? Samir pondered. Liang Yueying returned to Building 1 after much urging. Also accompanied her was Alice, who had come to see Yuan San. Upon entering, she was the center of attention. The air fell silent for a moment. No one spoke, but their minds were racing. These were the two on the blacklist of those who challenged Fujiwara. Liang Yueying felt uneasy under their gaze. Soon, the people from Xinghuan were pulled into a small conference room for a reunion. Why are you all staring at me? Have I gotten even prettier since we last saw each other? This damn charm. Her heartbroken expression stung everyone. Ugh! Who are you? Get off me, Ms. Liang. Captain, let's spend some money to get someone to take a look. This looks like she's possessed. Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. I even gotten stronger. Old Liang, your holiday has been quite eventful, full of ups and downs. SOSO, third in the world. I only made a small headline. Wait, Ms. Liang, you only known them for a short time, and you already arranged to go out and fight? What did the Fujiwara family do to you? They messed with my brother, okay? Our motto is, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do, I punish them no matter how far away they are. Okay, the person involved has confirmed it. It's quite far. Didn't your dad beat you? Liang Yueying touched her swollen knees and bruised buttocks, her lips still hardening. No, how could that be? My dad even praised me. Zimo had originally intended to remind Liang Yueying to be careful about making friends, because their friendship had come so suddenly. These people from the 7-star region seemed to have no moral issues, but they were really good at causing trouble. As it turned out, they could handle the trouble and get away with it, so what could he say? Chapter 204. On the other side, Alice was vividly describing to Yuan San her rampage at KT. Absolutely first-hand intelligence, down to the smallest detail. Sister, let me tell you, the situation was incredibly dangerous. We had just finished ransacking the Fujiwara family's main building, and were about to call it a day, when an SS-class mech descended from the sky. Luckily, I hadn't slacked off in my training these past few years. I immediately activated my mech and rushed in, blocking its fierce attack. I saved the entire team from danger, especially Su Xiang. At crucial moments, he's truly unreliable. The Matsuda family was robbed of 7 locations. The Fujiwara family was completely destroyed. And you call that calling it a day. She talked for half an hour, 20 minutes of which were spent boasting about her achievements from various angles, and 8 minutes were spent belittling Su Xiang. Only 2 minutes contained truly useful intelligence. Did you kick the gate? Yes. Did you get your things? Yes. Did you get back safely? Obviously. This is a gift. I knew it would suit you perfectly the moment I saw it. Alice took out a level 2-star tiger head specimen from her spatial storage. This was taken from the Fujiwara family's main study. It's incredibly majestic and imposing. Do you like it? Yuan San's lips twitched. She could understand Alice's enthusiasm, her peculiar aesthetic sense, and her unusual thought process. But Fujiwara Yuki was still on their team. Was it really appropriate for her to take this? And where could she hide it without anyone seeing it? Look how smooth and shiny this star tiger's fur is, and how fierce its eyes are. The Fujiwara family really takes good care of it. This girl is really fierce. Everyone secretly glanced at the spot where Fujiwara Yuki had just been. He was gone. Got it. The guess was right. The Fujiwara family chickened out. Sister, next time I take you to visit star 9527's house and introduce you to Anin. Anin knows him, right? She's Sharon from our team. Yes. The one guarding the flag in the faction competition. You're so amazing, and it will definitely like you. Alice came several times, mentioning Sharon every time. She seemed very eager to play matchmaker, like a little gossip monger. Alice's idea was to introduce her best connections to the Xianqing sect. Yuan San was able to become the top commander among the 10, possessing first-rate intelligence analysis skills and a very sharp mind. She was 90% certain that Sharon was likely the core of the team. Within 2 or 3 days, everyone got the first scoop. The Xianqing sect members were now the center of attention wherever they went. But the bad news was, it would be difficult to play dumb now. The final pre-competition strategy meeting. This year, all the team rosters had some more names added. Pluto 1st Military Academy, Alpha Military Academy, the 15th Military Academy, Neptune Military Academy. Neptune can be disregarded, but this 18th Military Academy. Yang Chung, have you forgotten the fear brought by the honey trap? Captain Gu Han, Commander Zhao Rui, Main Attack Su Xiang, Gao Yunlei, Bai Rui. Pharmacist Xue Lingling, Mech Pilot Sun Qianyu, and lastly Sharon. They're the ones who caused trouble at KT, right? Yes. There are just too many newcomers emerging from the 7th starfield this year. Especially the 18th Military Academy, which gained notoriety after the KT incident. Instructor, Team 7 is indeed very clever, but that's large-scale battles. The ranking group stage requires real action, and besides, the Fujiwara family's affair. We can't rule out the possibility of other forces involved. Do we really need to take it so seriously? Many people shared this sentiment. Team 7's rise was too rapid, many couldn't keep up and remained critical. The instructors wanted to roll their eyes 100 times. You see, once you go out there and try. I'm reminding you, the current 70 teams were selected from 1389 military academies across the entire Federation. None of them are pushovers, especially since they even won first place before. The instructors shared the same opinion. Many speculated that the 18th Military Academy hadn't gone all out. They could very well be the biggest dark horse in this competition. Starnet and Dark Domain open betting odds. Authoritative predictions for ranked matches. I'm still betting on the Central Military Academy this year. Yeah, I bet 2,000. The odds aren't high. Definitely first place, there's no need for odds. Huh? The 18th Military Academy? Odds 1 to 9? Wow, it's even in the top 20 in popularity. Which school is that? It's the one from the 7-star region. A lot of their team members were trending on social media before. Oh, the one riding the pig. Got it. So many people are betting on it. That's a hot contender. There's another one, Neptune Military Academy. It's that beauty trap thing. 1 to 271. Holy crap. If I bet on that, I'd be rich. It's just hard to bet on. Yang Marin is the captain, but her mental strength is only A level. The top 10 are all veteran powerhouses. It's very difficult for newcomers. It's a bit of a pity. If this group could make it to the Proxima Centauri Military Academy battle, it would probably give the Empire some surprises, right? Surprise? More like a shock? Ha ha ha. It might not be a bad thing. The first place in the faction competition already gives them a big advantage. If the gap in the ranking competition isn't too big, and their individual ability competition is stable, even if they can't make it as a whole team, some outstanding players might still qualify. I like Su Xiang. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve. Sun Qianyu, the first mecha combat pilot. Gu Han is very strong. And Xue Lingling, I think she can be in the top 5 nationwide in terms of potion making. I'm betting 100, supporting a newcomer. In the Central Star Dark Domain, Lu Ruyan looked at the faces in the 9-square grid of photos. The person who gave her the life-saving medicine was called the Sect Master of the Xianqing sect, and the organization that sold the cleansing liquid to the Dark Domain was also called the Xianqing sect. Up to this point, all the information was correct, and no information could be found about the identities of these people. However, the legal representative of the Xianqing sect was named Tony Smith. He was actually from the Dark Domain of Pluto. Following this clue, she investigated this Tony Smith. He was an orphan, a mercenary with S-level mental strength. The problem was that this face actually appeared in the 9-square grid posted by Su Xiang. Tony and Su Xiang appeared in the same photo, both related to the cleansing liquid and the Xianqing sect. Coupled with their modus operandi, she boldly guessed that her benefactor, the sect master of the Xianqing sect, was in this group. It was even quite possible that these few photos represented the entire Xianqing sect. Sect master, eldest, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. A young team, Military Academy students. Logical. Who would have thought that such a formidable fighting force would be hidden in a military academy? Scanning through the faces, Lu Rian's gaze finally settled on the girl in the corner. Shuren. Chapter 205. Just before the competition began, bombshell news broke. Gu Zhanting, the former SSS-level captain of the Central 1st Military Academy and the next generation's prodigy of the Gu family, his mental strength test results were off the charts. The third 4S-level warrior in the interstellar space has been born. This is also the second 4S-level super warrior of the Gu family. The entire Federation is buzzing with discussion. The Gu family must have something special about them. The news caused an explosion of public opinion. Breaking. Gu Zhanting 4S. As the saying goes, the fewer the words, the bigger the event. This is no small matter, not just about a high-level warrior. It's a major strategic event between the Federation and the Empire, two great powers. The balance of power between the two nations is reflected in the combat strength of their warriors. What you have, I have too. The only two 4S-level warriors allowed the light of peace to shine on every inch of Proxima Centauri. However, since Gu Jinshan's disappearance, the balance has been broken. The Empire, holding the only 4S-level warrior in the entire interstellar space, Fuyuan, has gradually become more powerful. Without the common threat of the Zerg, war among humans might have been difficult to avoid. Now, the balance has shifted again. A 4S rank is far superior to several SSS ranks. On a grand scale, he will become the faith and spiritual leader of the entire Federation. On a smaller scale, this ranking competition has once again shifted the focus of attention to the Central 1st Military Academy. To put it bluntly, the 7th Starfield isn't the only one feigning weakness. And the 18th Military Academy isn't the only one hiding its strength. A 4S rank is enough to awe the entire universe. Upon seeing this news, Guhan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Fear gripped him. His worst fears had come true. The ranking matches, amidst unprecedented excitement, finally arrived. The 70 teams gathered again, and the results of the faction battles were displayed on the big screen. Team 1, 1,036 points. Flag 1, Team 2, 301 points, eliminated. Team 3, 1,387 points. Flag 2. Team 4, 205 points, eliminated. Team 5, 260 points, eliminated. Team 6, 817 points, Flag 1. Team 7, 1,905 points, Flag 3. These were everyone's initial scores, with each team consisting of 10 squads. On average, Team 7 had the highest initial score, 190.5 points per team. Team 3 averaged 138.7 points, Team 1 averaged 103.6 points, and Team 4, the first to be eliminated and also the lowest scoring team, had only 20.5 points. This difference of over 100 points needed to be bridged in the ranking matches. The stronger teams in the lower ranks were giving it their all. The air was thick with tension as everyone exchanged glances. Especially Shenhuaqing, Kane, and Lewis looked at Team 7 with undisguised apprehension. Ruea read out the competition rules. Today we will be traveling to Snow Dome Star in our spaceship. I hope everyone is fully prepared for the challenges and tests ahead. Now, let me read out the competition rules. First, the following rule has been adjusted regarding star beasts. Star beasts are prohibited from being used as transportation, commanding them to dig tunnels, construct fortifications, transport supplies, provide combat support, or even eliminating star beasts and other teams. Don't be too obvious about it. Many eyes held a hint of schadenfreude, eager to see Team 7's expression after losing this huge asset. However, the other party seemed indifferent. Su Xiang's little brain raced. Writing in such detail, aren't you afraid I find a loophole? The ranking competition consists of 70 teams, entering through 14 entrances, with a 2-week time limit to reach the target, Wusong Island. Snowy Dome Star is composed of snow-capped mountains, glaciers, and islands, a frozen wasteland with perpetual sub-zero temperatures, an extremely harsh environment. Yet, despite this environment, many star beasts and exotic plants still survive. Having survived the harsh environment's test of time, the surviving species are all of high level. Combined with the frigid weather, they almost all live in groups. Therefore, Snowy Dome is a planet without human inhabitants, ruled by high-level star beasts and exotic plants. The 14 entrances encircle Wusong Island, with the 14 routes converging into 7, then 3. The competition area is a circular region of over 100,000 square kilometers, and the organizers have already filtered out the star beasts and exotic plants within the area before the competition. To prevent a large gathering of top-tier star beasts, and the event from spiraling out of control or triggering a beast tide, the situation is less certain on the outskirts. Therefore, in principle, all teams will likely head towards the center, not outwards. The initial equipment quantity for all teams is constant. Each person can carry one main mech, one spare mech, some equipment, materials, potions, and ammunition. Blind boxes will randomly drop along the route, containing supply crates, insulated boxes, ammunition boxes, energy boxes, or empty boxes. It depends on luck, character, and even luck. As everyone is used to, conditions are always harsh, and supplies are never enough. We're used to it. Yeah, fighting with limited resources is what we're best at. I'm a little cold. It's okay, I get you a mink coat later. The final leg of the journey requires navigating the icy ocean to reach the only mountain on Wusong Island for the final flag capturing battle. There are 10 flags in total, each worth 500 points. So even if you lose the faction battle, winning the ranked battle, combined with kill points and star beast points, could still lead to a comeback. But clearly, such opportunities are reserved for the strongest teams. Draw begins. Don't draw Gu Zhanting. I pray for a balanced diet. Please bless me so I don't draw Central Team 1. For S rank, retreat, retreat. Marshall, please bless me so I don't draw a weak team. 10 seconds later, the draw results were displayed on the big screen. We're number 8, and our group includes the Central 1st Military Academy, the Federal 21st Military Academy, the Alliance Peace Military Academy, the 53rd Military Academy. Who drew the lot? Everyone from the 18th Military Academy looked at Alice, who had pressed the draw button. She looked constipated. What bad luck. But conversely, the person in question was now incredibly excited. Great. I'm in a group with Sister Yuan San. Great, my foot. A complete disaster zone. We are surrounded by enemies. Sure enough, and the gazes that turned towards them were Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, Fujiwara Yuki, and Fujiwara Masashige. After seeing their team's opponents, some were happy, some were worried. But soon, everyone noticed this group. Utterly speechless. 4 against 1? This is going to be interesting. It's so dramatic, I almost thought the organizers did it on purpose. This draw is hellish. Look at the 18th Military Academy, I feel better now. Ha ha ha, can anyone be more unlucky than them? Not a single friendly team got drawn. All enemies. And the strongest of the enemies at that. Many teams thought to themselves, it seems this year's dark horse, this destabilizing factor, shouldn't be a concern anymore. Facing 4S, even surviving to the first convergence point is a question. At least at this moment, no one thought that one day, the throne would be shaken, and a new master would be welcomed. The 2 Fujiwara family members were secretly delighted. Perfect. Let Gu Zhanting or Yuan San take action and cripple the 18th Military Academy. Using someone else to do the dirty work, perfect. Gu Zhanting himself didn't care about the admiring or wary glances. He stared longingly at Gu Han, but the other didn't give him any reaction. The spaceship hatch opened, and a cold wind blew in, instantly freezing his eyelashes. It's freezing. Chapter 206. But, such abundant spiritual energy. Shuren took a deep breath. This was truly a cultivator's comfort zone. All teams took their positions, and the whistle blew. The moment they entered, the sounds of gunfire erupted from different entrances. To be faster and stronger, to achieve victory, to ascend to the Divine Hall, to secure a ticket to the Proxima Centauri Military Academy Grand Competition, this round required their utmost effort. But amidst everyone's anticipation, at entrance number 8, 3 seeded teams, 1 supernova team, and the 53rd Military Academy, there was no fierce battle as expected. Instead, it was surprisingly calm. The atmosphere was as cold as the minus 20 degrees Celsius temperature on Snow Dome Star. No one spoke. The Fujiwara brothers waited, waiting for Gu Zhanting and Yuan San to make their move. But, Sister Yuan, this is our Shuren. Come on, let me introduce you. Alice's enthusiasm was as irresistible as the winter sun. She pulled Yuan San to Shuren. Yuan San sized up the girl before him. So beautiful, like a fairy. Beneath her delicate and fragile appearance lay an unknown power. Her calm and profound aura was like that of someone who had weathered the vicissitudes of life. Indeed, she possessed an ethereal quality. Shuren also looked at the intelligent and spirited girl opposite him. This was the legendary Federation's female war goddess, truly outstanding. Yuan San smiled gently. Hello. Shuren, Thank you for taking good care of me on this journey. Likewise. Gu Zhanting kept staring at Gu Han, feeling a little aggrieved. Why did he get the attention of everyone else but not him? Fujiwara, that's it, the two brothers were dumbfounded. This was a competition. Who told them to pull strings? Shouldn't they get revenge after being tricked like that last time? Especially Gu Zhanting. Where's the power of 4S? Show it! Fight! 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 Since the eldest and second eldest brothers weren't making a move, the Fujiwara brothers were even less likely to dare. They were better off staying put. Su Xiong saw that Gu Zhanting and Yuan San didn't seem inclined to fight. He directly asked the Fujiwara brothers, "Fight?" "No." The two brothers were filled with conflicting thoughts, but their words were firm and resolute. Just as the Uji people said, discretion is the better part of valor. Thus, Entrance 8 unexpectedly became the most peaceful group. Command Center, I really didn't expect this. Leave? Leave. It's freezing. Yeah, it's so cold. Aren't they leaving? Alice looked sincerely at the others. Then Yuan San spoke up. Hey, Captain Gu, wanna come along? Let's go. 5 teams, one after the other, moved forward through the snow. Alice and Su Xiong chatted incessantly along the way. They said there were blind boxes. Where do we find them? It's freezing. I need a warmer. Let's find ammo boxes first. Otherwise we'd be at a disadvantage if we encounter other teams. Mentioning supplies, everyone unconsciously glanced at Gu Zhanting. Such a sensitive topic. Didn't they suffer enough losses from this in the last match? But the other team didn't seem to care. After the 5 teams had walked for a while, the scout at the front reported, blind boxes opened. The main group quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived. In the swirling snow, 3 huge boxes were half hidden in the thick snow. 3 blind boxes, 5 teams. 50 people stared at each other wide-eyed. Should they fight? Should they scramble? All the viewers in front of the screen were waiting too, ready to pounce. Hee, if you all don't want them, we choose first. Alice rushed forward without hesitation, choosing the largest box directly in front. Gu Zhanting and Yuan San, seeing the 18th Military Academy had chosen, each picked a box on the left or right. The remaining Fujiwara members were tacitly ignored. Oh wow! A thermal box. I have supplies here. Food. Alice, how's it? Empty. How unlucky. Even the random one is empty. It's okay, there's a certain probability of empty boxes. There will definitely be more later. I share some of my thermal box with you. Sis. You really are my sis. Alice pressed her advantage, looking at Gu Zhanting expectantly. Unexpectedly, the aloof god of war actually spoke up. Want some food? The Fujiwara elders, why didn't you ask if we wanted any? The entire Federation was waiting on the Starnet for Gu Zhanting to unleash his ultimate move, and now he's playing the gentle, courteous, and modest card? That's it? Aren't you going to fight? I'm still waiting for Gu Zhanting to avenge the shame of the faction war. Why do I feel like Gu Zhanting's attitude towards the 18th Military Academy is a bit off? It is a bit too friendly. Their relationship was already strange before they even started fighting. Gu Zhanting, aren't you going to avenge the faction war? You can't say that. Yuan San is quite nice to the 18th Military Academy too. That's true. The way Yuan San looks at Alice, he's practically spoiling her. It feels like the 18th Military Academy group has a natural chemistry. They can basically turn opponents into friends. It's true. Toledo was truly stunned. Is Gu Zhanting such a friendly and harmonious person? No, he's the team's iron-fisted instructor, rarely seen showing much camaraderie among his teammates. He has extremely high standards for himself and his teammates, and his dedication to victory surpasses anyone else's. In his heart, the first priority isn't just upholding the school's and his own personal honor, but also demonstrating his ability to take care of his family. It's a responsibility that has weighed on his mind ever since Gu Jinshan's disappearance. Moreover, he's vengeful, and would absolutely not tolerate such an opponent causing trouble. Theoretically, he should have been enduring this for a long time. Now, not only is he not retaliating, but he's even willingly handing over supplies to the other side. Something's not right, something's very wrong. But the team unconditionally obeys the captain's orders. Alice and Su Xiong, true to their nature, started reciprocating by flattering him. Thanks. As expected of number 1, Captain Gu is such a nice guy. For S level, as expected of 4S, such magnanimity and composure. And so, the 3 teams remained in this awkward state. The rest of the journey was all about dividing the spoils, no fighting. 1 for you, One for me, one for him. Only after the other three teams had chosen were the 21st and 53rd military academies left. The 5 teams formed a tacit hierarchical order, with Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, and the 18th military academies in the first tier. The Fujiwara elders had no say, and could only pick up what was left, daring not to complain. A 4S, a female war goddess, and a group that had just raided their base. Fujiwara, can't afford to mess with them, really can't afford to mess with them. Just surviving is already a feat. Ammo box. I have materials here. Empty again? Sister Yuan, you choose first next time. Okay. The peaceful team members were almost unable to bear it any longer. Captain, aren't you spoiling them too much? Meanwhile, on other routes, quite a few team members had already been eliminated. Federal 77th Military Academy, Zhang Jihe eliminated. Interstellar Defense Officer Academy, Aji Zhang eliminated. Interstellar Strategic Military Academy, Peng Xian eliminated. Federal 23rd Military Academy, Wu Ling eliminated. Chapter 207. Route 8 was eerily quiet. After opening 5 empty boxes in a row, the 18th Military Academy's mental state went from confidence to doubt to disbelief, finally teetering on the brink of collapse. Alice, did you step in dog poop? Alice looked at the sole of her shoe, leaned closer, and sniffed hard, replying earnestly, no, can you smell it? Things have been off since the lottery. You're right. I'm usually not this unlucky. Is it because you didn't wear the right color today? Is this place cursed for us? Or is it just the wrong day? The 6th time. Yunlei, you choose. The Xianqing sect members had a suspicion, but dared not believe it, and didn't want to believe it. Several pairs of eyes were fixed on Gao Yunlei, making him feel immense pressure. For the first time, he felt the weight of his burden. The fate of the 18th Military Academy rested on his shoulders. That must have been a coincidence. Don't worry, leave it to me, Lao Gao, things will get better and better. He opened the box, and Su Xiang eagerly asked, is there anything inside? Yes. What? What? Alice and Su Xiang rushed over and started rummaging inside. It's food. Finally, there's something inside. At least it's not an empty box. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then a thought struck them. Wait, Yunlei, open this. He's not from the Xianqing sect. The group stared at Shuren expectantly. No way. It can't be that bad luck. Could it be because of bad fortune? Little Xuanzi's bad luck has even spread to the ranking matches? In front of the live stream screen, Old Wang, Tony, and Little Xuanzi were also stunned. Xiao Xuanzi asked guiltily, could it be because of me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's just bad luck. Yes, the organizers are targeting us. This isn't the first time. Yeah, look at the rules for star beasts. The two hurriedly comforted Xiao Xuanzi. Don't worry, there are plenty of ways. I buy you a lucky cat later, it definitely work. Okay. At the competition venue, Shuren replied decisively, impossible. I set up a wealth gathering formation and a feng shui arrangement before I left, it definitely suppress it. It's just a coincidence. Yes, it's definitely a coincidence. Though he said he didn't believe it, Shuren's heart began to race. If this continues, won't they run out of supplies? The competition is a minor matter, won't it affect their future fortune? She took a deep breath, silently chanting, Dao Heart. Dao Heart must not be disturbed. You are already a mature sect leader. Cultivators fight against fate. A little bit of fortune. A drop in the ocean. The Xianqing sect members were also waiting for Shuren to speak. The strategy set at the pre-competition battle meeting was meticulous. They were going to fight from start to finish. No supplies at all. How can we kill them? Should we just reveal our cultivator identities and kill them with swords? That won't work. Next, let Yunlei, Xiao Rui, or Brother Rui handle it. Okay. Shuren was a little exasperated, releasing her divine sense. I search. I search. I search. She refused to believe it. It was just a matter of resources. She wanted to show the heavenly Tao whether her fate was in her own hands. 1 kilometer to the south, there are 3 snow wolves. Let's go! Suddenly, the 18th Military Academy was filled with a surge of energy, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Armed with several swords, they began chasing after the star beasts like madmen. What are they doing? They opened 5 empty boxes in a row. Their mentality is collapsing. What about Yuan San's side? We opened 5, but Yuan San's 6 boxes all contain supplies. That's incredibly unlucky. Not just unlucky, I heard the probability of getting an empty box is less than 5%. We can't expect all the empty boxes in the arena to be left on our path, can we? And they were all opened by the 18th Military Academy. A short while later, Sun Qinyu and his group returned with 3 snow wolves. 2 kilometers to the west, there are 7 snow bears. Let's go! There's a grove of snow banyan trees to the south. Take it. 18th Military Academy, points +2. 18th Military Academy, points +2. 18th Military Academy, points +1. The group leaped and bounded, sweeping through the area. Shuren desperately needed to prove one thing. The Xianxing sect's fortunes could be saved. The 18th Military Academy fought their way in and out of the star beasts and exotic plants 7 times over. The key was their incredibly swift speed. The other 4 teams, witnessing the whole process, were utterly speechless. This is the champion of the faction competition? They don't seem very bright. The 18th Military Academy wandered around a few times, returning with a pile of spoils. Soon, they were wearing white fur coats. Wow! So warm. Alice's satisfied exclamation rang out. This snow bear fur is so cold resistant. Of course. These bears can sleep in the snow even at -40 degrees Celsius. They're like built-in heaters. Hee, if I don't have a warmer, I make my own. You know what, this fur coat is really beautiful. Except for Shuren and Gu Han, who were only symbolically wearing the thermal underwear Yuan Sen had given them. Everyone else was dressed in white fur coats. Those who need to train still need to train. Don't rely on spiritual energy for protection. The whole group suddenly exuded an air of wealth and elegance. Sister Yuan, do you want some? We have more. A polite refusal, they didn't need it for the time being. Will you eat the meat? The radiation content must be quite high. Is it safe to eat? We processed it, you can try some. Yuan San took a piece of meat with some skepticism and took a small bite. It really was. There wasn't a trace of sourness or rottenness. How is it? Delicious, right? It's quite delicious. How did you process it? We fed it a spirit-purifying liquid. Yuan Sen almost choked. You feed the star beasts purifying elixir just for clean meat? Yeah, it's delicious, isn't it? Tell me, is it worth it? Worth it. You have plenty of money, so you decide. Here you go. Alice stuffed a lot into Yuan Sen's hand. She then gave a huge pile to Toledo. Then, she flashed a wicked, arrogant smile at the 53rd and 21st Military Academies, even raising her eyebrows provocatively. As if to say, I won't give it to you. I make you furious. This childish tactic was incredibly effective. Fujiwara Yuki, with the demeanor of a refined and gentle nobleman, clenched his fists tightly. He was the pride of the Fujiwara family, renowned even within the main branch. Wherever he went, he was greeted with smiles and preferential treatment. The only ones who had survived being slapped in the face time and time again in front of them were the students from the 18th Military Academies. If his family hadn't repeatedly instructed him, he would have found a way to eliminate these troublesome people. But before the Fujiwara elders could even make a move, a turning point arrived. After leading her team to kill a round of star beasts, Shuren's inner turmoil hadn't subsided. So, anger rose in her heart, and malice took hold. She glanced at Gu Han, who immediately knew what she wanted to do. Gu Han directly addressed the other 2 teams in the first echelon. Team Leader Gu, Team Leader Yuan, are you going to join us or stop us from attacking? Gu Zhanting and Yuan Sen watched as Gu Han's gaze shifted to the Fujiwara elders in the corner. Please! It's a promise, Sister Yuan, you can't attack us from behind, okay? Don't worry. Of course, even if a chaotic battle broke out, the 18th Military Academy wouldn't be afraid. Let them fight then. The most urgent task now is to calm the sect leader's unease. Chapter 208. Su Xiang chuckled lightly, then shouted, the Fujiwara family, those seeking revenge have arrived. The opposing team, upon hearing this, thought, what are you doing? We didn't provoke you. You already retreated to this state, and you still won't let us go? What revenge? We're the ones seeking revenge. Before the 2 teams could even form ranks, the 18th Military Academy had already activated all its mechs and launched an attack. The first internal conflict on Route 8 thus began inexplicably. Boom, boom, boom. Conserve energy. Quick and decisive. Roger. 10 vs 20. The 53rd Military Academy wasn't weak either. In terms of mental strength level, it was roughly equal to the 18th Military Academy. But the 21st Military Academy, that was last year's top 6 in the nation. If it weren't for the KT incident, Fujiwara Yuki would never have been so cowardly. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Betting had already started on the StarNet. Guess who will win? Theoretically speaking, it's clearly the 21st Military Academy versus the 53rd Military Academy. But the theory has been shattered many times. That's why I said theory. The 18th Military Academy has repeatedly challenged my worldview. Practice tells me they never do anything they're not confident about. The 18th Military Academy likes to stir up trouble secretly. This is the first time they've taken the initiative. Alright, let's wait and see. All the instructors in the command center were focused on this battle. Instructors Matsuda and Mitsui glanced at Liu Yunbei, their sharp eyes making him feel extremely uneasy. Liu Yunbei now didn't know how to face his student. A cultivation master, huh? Having an A-level mental strength as his instructor was one thing. He even condescended to participate in the competition and properly abided by the rules. Shuren's mindset was probably that he was here to train his disciples, right? Winning or losing didn't seem so important anymore. Even someone who hadn't entered the immortal sect had become so peaceful and Buddhist-like. Alice set her sights on Fujiwara Masashige. It's you? You caused me to get a major demerit in the star domain ranking competition. That was so long ago, and besides, we were also tricked by the 18th Military Academy, and you even defected to the enemy. Not just a major demerit, this was a huge scapegoat. One thing at a time. You're the one who led me into the Forbidden Zone. I'm going to get revenge for the files I ruined. Alice searched for a long time before finally finding a trace of grudge from a long time ago. It's really not easy. For the Xianxing sect to attack, it's more reasonable to have a legitimate reason. SS versus SS, but your SS, my SS, seem to be different. The name Little Cannon isn't just for show, she's fast, accurate, and ruthless. Her godlike perspective gained from cultivating immortality compensates for her lack of combat experience and vision. Purely from a combat standpoint, she's already a well-rounded warrior. Fujiwara Masashige quickly couldn't keep up. Guhan pulled out the seemingly ordinary Iron Guard, a standard military customized A-grade mecha. Fujiwara Yuki's mecha, however, was a Thor, custom-made by a mecha master at a high price from her family. Dark silver-gray armor, faintly revealing lightning-shaped golden energy patterns, with a ghostly blue glow at the joints. Occasionally, flashes of blue-white lightning could be seen. It was so cool. Alice, Su Xiang, and Sun Qianyu were drooling. Qianyu, it's up to you. Yeah, you want it cool, right? Got it. Thor isn't just about looks, he possesses true substance. His high energy output allows him to instantly reach speeds exceeding the speed of light, triggering swift attacks that catch opponents off guard. His hammer on his back is the Fujiwara family's renowned transformable weapon. In hammer form, he can rapidly gather electrical energy, unleashing tremendous power, and inflicting massive physical damage. In spear form, he can quickly release lightning energy, destroying energy pathways and paralyzing the mech. Sun Qianyu, great idea. Speed, power, agility, maxed out in every way. What mech is immune to lightning? Almost no mech on the market considers this, because materials that can both conduct energy and isolate power sources are extremely rare and expensive. Moreover, most opponents and insectids don't discharge electricity. Therefore, Thor is practically the bane of most mechs. This mech, built with immense effort and expense, definitely deserves a place among the Federation's top 10 mechs. The problem is, Thor, from the moment it was created, never imagined it might encounter a cultivator with a lightning spiritual root. It's a deadly mishap. Guhan almost burst out laughing. Thor, let's see whose lightning is stronger. Also, such immense power must consume a lot of energy. Bug found. Fujiwara Yuki, seething with anger, launched a swift attack. Guhan quickly blocked and dodged, avoiding all physical attacks but receiving all lightning strikes. The energy donation from his opponent, accepted. No one else dared to enter the area where the two were fighting, lest they accidentally hit the secondary vehicle. The more Fujiwara Yuki fought, the more something felt off. Logically, after being hit so many times, his mecha should have been disabled by now, but it seemed completely unaffected. The more electricity struck, the more energetic he became. It was as if he were immune to lightning. Many people on the StarNet and in the command center were watching this battle. This was the 18th Military Academy's first direct confrontation. The opponent was Fujiwara Yuki, ranked 6th nationally and an SSS-level fighter. Why does Fujiwara seem a bit anxious? How could he not be anxious? Guhan on the other side seems to have been hit, but he hasn't reacted. Is this scientifically possible? I recognize his mech. It's a military customized A-level mech, but it's incredibly agile. It's definitely been modified. Could it be a feint that missed? Impossible. Even the iron guards are emitting sparks. How can it be modified to be immune to electricity? I don't know, asked Sun Qianyu, the mech pilot at the 18th Military Academy. Sun Qianyu, it's not so much about the mech. It's mainly that he himself is immune to electricity. This question could be among the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Military Academy competition. Fujiwara Yuki grew increasingly impatient with each battle. His ultimate moves seemed completely ineffective against his opponent. Oldly, is Gu Han really an S rank? Li Yuanhua, I don't know. Seeing his silence and a hint of guilt in his eyes, the others gasped. You guys are amazing. You're so cunning. One by one, you're hiding your true strength. Layer upon layer, like an onion, Su Xiang faced off against the two main attackers from the 21st Military Academy, SSS rank Suzuki Sakura and SS rank Kato Junichi. This battle, considered a blunder, was instead dragged out by him for a very, very long time. So long that everyone's jaws dropped. How can Su Xiang hold out so well? Yeah, an S rank against an SSS rank and an SS rank combined attack seems pretty easy. The instructors looked over again. Oldly, Su Xiang's mental strength level has already been changed once. Are you going to change it again? Li Yuanhua wished he could hide in the ground. Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Sun Qianyu also entered the fray. In terms of combat strength, he might not be the strongest among the Xianqing sect disciples. However, if the goal is to stall for time and control the battle, he is the most suitable. He moves swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly across the battlefield, striking and damaging the joints and mortises of many mechs. While not fatal wounds, a duel between experts was imminent. Would you repair it or not? Mech pilot. Quick! My ankle is injured. My right hand is restricted in movement. Watch out, that's the mech combat pilot. The demolition contractor is here. Chapter 209. The mecha pilots got busy. The others were engaged in full-on combat. 21st Military Academy, Koizumi Jiro eliminated. 21st Military Academy, Ishizumi Yuzuki eliminated. 53rd Military Academy, Sakamoto Taiji eliminated. 53rd Military Academy, Oda Jiro eliminated. This wasn't the first time the 53rd Military Academy had lost to the 18th Military Academy. But this time, they felt so powerless. Their opponents were as strong as a mountain, impossible to budge an inch. Even the occasional moment of respite seemed to be calculated by the enemy. Whenever they found an opening, the B-class mecha on the perimeter would immediately follow, defending against the attack while simultaneously delivering them to their teammates' guns. For the first time, they felt like they were just food on someone else's table. I never fought such a tough battle before. Is this really a team from the 7-star region? Is this still that unknown, bottom-tier military academy? An impenetrable fortress. Invulnerable to bullets and blades. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. Soon, the numbers were evened out. 10 to 10. Captain, is the 18th Military Academy really that strong? What do you think? The 18th Military Academy, the biggest dark horse of this competition. The onlookers were terrified. Toretto gave Gu Zhanting several meaningful glances. The gist was, the mantis stalks the cicada? But his shrewd captain didn't exchange a single glance, focusing intently on Gu Han's duel. He wanted to dig out more evidence from him to confirm his suspicions. Yuan San's attention was entirely focused on Shuren. She was absolutely certain that this girl was the most secretive. Huh? That B-class mech? The 18th Military Academy, Shuren? Oldly, is she a mech pilot? How come she fought so easily? It was like playing with a cat the whole time. She was incredibly observant, always quick to patch up any mistakes. She occasionally offered insightful tips via her personal terminal, even creating scoring opportunities for the opponents. She hadn't scored a single point herself, but her team hadn't lost a single member, and their points were skyrocketing. Without close attention, you wouldn't even notice. Now, looking closely, Shuren was full of weaknesses. You call this a mech pilot? Honestly, is she a B-class pilot? Oldly, isn't that going too far? A B-class pilot was running all over the field with the other S-class and SS-class pilots, while simultaneously supporting the rest of her team. Can't you put a little more effort into faking your mental strength? The instructors had reached their breaking point. Hiding your mental strength level was one thing, but doing it again and again. And it wasn't just one or two people. A wave of anger swept through the ranks. Sir, this won't do. Could we ban schools that falsify their mental strength levels from the competition in the future? Hiding and falsifying in previous years was one thing, but this year's level is just too outrageous. Not a single word of truth comes out of their mouths. Even Carl felt guilty. Hadn't he also hidden his only 4S? Deduct points. Deduct points, please. The rules had only been changed once. Changing them again? Didn't the organizers have any face? The 18th Military Academy was showing everyone with bloody facts that rules are meant to be broken. 53rd Military Academy, Fujiwara Masashige eliminated. Fujiwara Yuki's emotions flared completely upon seeing his younger brother eliminated. Originally, the two brothers forming a team was an excellent situation. Who knew that an additional threat would appear? The 6th-ranked team nationwide was now facing an unprecedentedly tough battle. Captain Gu, aren't you going to make a move? Fujiwara Yuki wanted to incite the big shots to enter the fray and find a way to turn the tide. But the answer he received left him in despair. Personal grudges, we won't participate. Personal grudges? The 18th Military Academy just made up an excuse for personal matters? This is a competition. You too, why don't you go for it? Hurry up and wait for the right moment. How can you just stand by and watch? Why the discrimination? Is the 18th Military Academy really that great? They only been here a few days, and they're already calling each other brothers. Fujiwara Yuki was exhausted, but he couldn't openly vent his anger. Yuan San, on the other hand, was even more relaxed, munching on Star Beast jerky. She showed absolutely no intention of interfering. Given her relationship with Alice, it would be good enough if she didn't make things worse. Fujiwara Nobuyuki sat in his wheelchair, watching the live broadcast. His hands were clenched tightly, his teeth clenched, the bulging veins betraying his inner anger and resentment. He had been caught off guard, the price was too high. These two children, and the younger generation of so many families under his control, were at the perfect opportunity to rise to prominence. Now, it seemed the end was near. 53rd Military Academy eliminated. After the entire 53rd Military Academy team was eliminated, immediately afterward, the sword of Damocles fell. The Iron Guard's lightsaber pierced Thor's neck. A flash of lightning. With a hiss, Thor lost his power. 21st Military Academy, Fujiwara Yuki, eliminated. Those who watched this whole thing went crazy. Fujiwara Yuki, ranked 6th nationwide, and a renowned SSS-ranked prodigy among the new generation of geniuses, was eliminated before even reaching the first day of the second-ranking match of the national tournament. And his opponent was even facing two opponents at once, Li Yuanbo. Who else? Who dares to say that the 18th Military Academy's fighting strength is weak? 21st Military Academy, eliminated. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. The 18th Military Academy's points jumped into the top 10 of the leaderboard. The buzz exploded. Breaking. 18th Military Academy versus 2. Breaking. 21st Military Academy shockingly eliminated. Fujiwara Yuki, the genius, falls. Captain Gu Han of the 18th Military Academy. The 18th Military Academy advances into the top 10 of the leaderboard. The biggest dark horse of the 68th Federal Military Academy competition has emerged. The instructors had to admit that they had far underestimated the 18th Military Academy's strength. This team from an unknown planet has proven with their actions that they have more than just brains. Torito gasped after reading the news. Luckily, he hadn't encouraged the captain to take advantage of the situation. The 18th Military Academy won too easily. This ease was like telling everyone, we haven't even used our full strength yet. If the Central Committee joins the fray, it's hard to guarantee that the team members won't be eliminated. Also, Yuan San, who knows which side he'd be on. The captain's decision was wise. Of course, Gu Zhanting wouldn't admit that his reluctance to intervene stemmed from personal motives. The battle ended, but the 18th Military Academy showed no signs of stopping. Hurry up! Quickly! The instructors are coming! Grab the energy and ammunition first. Those who have finished searching, help little son dismantle the mech. The group worked together seamlessly, clearly experienced in this kind of task. I dismantle Thor. Li Yuanbo watched in disbelief as his revered general began dismantling Fujiwara Yuki's exorbitantly priced mech. Unbearable to watch. Utterly unbearable to watch. Chapter 210. The 18th Military Academy, in order to extract resources from its opponents, had developed a standardized and streamlined work mechanism. Even Xue Lingling, a mecha cultivator, had learned some necessary mecha knowledge, dismantling them with incredible skill and ease, without damaging any components or materials. Seeing the rescue spaceship approaching in the distance, Alice shouted, "Men, the instructors are here." The 18th Military Academy's hands quickened their pace. "Sister Yuan, come quick. We can't finish dismantling them." "What about my work? Don't you want it?" Ready-made supplies. Yuan San snapped out of her daze. After a fierce battle between reason and her idol image, the scales began to tip in her favor. Captain Gu, shall we go? Okay. Thus, the entire Central 1 and Federal Peace crew joined the busy dismantling work. The command center fell silent. You guys. The aloof and noble image of these two top warriors has completely veered off course. Is it really that addicted to siphon off other people's resources? Carl, I never expected you to be like this. Gu Zhanting. The rescue team's spaceship landed, and the blizzard whipped up by the air currents blew snow onto everyone's faces. Instructor, now. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Just when all the viewers thought the MVP moment for the 18th Military Academy was about to end perfectly, Su Xiang and Alice suddenly looked up and started looking for something. Which one? Which one? This one. And that one. The two quickly found the flight monitors in the southwest and directly in front. In front of the camera, all the viewers were filled with question marks. Are they looking for the monitors? Why are they looking for the monitors? Su Xiang cleared his throat, tugged at his collar, and pretended to straighten his hair. He gestured for the camera to zoom in. Then he pulled a package from his spatial storage, tore open the wrapper, took out a piece, and put it in his mouth. He chewed and chewed. The smacking sounds clearly came from the live stream. The mecha battle suddenly turned into a food broadcast, with the background still showing scattered remnants of mechas. The viewers were completely baffled. I'm totally dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is he eating? What is that? It looks delicious. Old Lee's pork jerky. The live stream staff were also confused, giving the packaging a close-up. Hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the screen could clearly see the satisfied expression on Su Xiang's face, and the thing in his hand. Then, the first scene of this ranking competition was born. His playful yet clear voice rang out. A 3-generation secret recipe, so fragrant even the gods would nod in approval. Old Man Lee's pork jerky, the more you chew, the more addictive it becomes. Did I hear that right? That's an ad, isn't it? He's advertising, right? 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 Yes. Are you alright? Are you alright? Su Xiang, are you alright? After a long silence, the live stream exploded. Stunning, so incredibly stylish. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. No doubt he got paid. Which business is so smart as to choose the 18th Military Academy, this dark horse? It's written on the packaging. Old Lee. I thought selling supplies and dismantling mechs was already pushing the limits. The 18th Military Academy? How many more surprises are there that I don't know about? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this against the rules? What do you think? I bet the organizers would never have imagined that someone would have the wildest imagination to advertise at the Military Academy competition. Out of 70 teams, only the 18th Military Academy was willing to accept this advertisement. It's not a matter of willingness, I suspect they accepted it voluntarily. Netizens have sharp eyes. Since his 9th junior sister joined the family, Sure-En's financial security plummeted, and his desire for money intensified. Desperate, Su Xiang, a seasoned businessman with 18 years of experience, offered this idea, take on advertising. Alice found the manufacturer, though she swore it wasn't because it was her favorite brand. Su Mu, watching her younger brother in the live stream, wished she could disappear into the ground. Is it too late to remove him from the family register? How can someone be so audacious? This company is so powerful it's almost frightening. As expected of a member of the Su family, quite the business acumen. I have a feeling that with their ruthless style, there will definitely be more than just this one advertisement. The biggest winner of this competition isn't the Central 1st Military Academy, nor the 18th Military School, but the grandly debuted Old Man Lee's pork jerky. At this moment, Old Man Lee's name had mysteriously appeared on the trending searches. In a distant factory, an old man surnamed Lee beamed with joy. His ancestral craft had finally caught the wave of the Military Academy competition, propelling him to new heights. Breaking news. Old Man Lee's pork jerky appears at the Military Academy competition. Li Yuanbo had gone all out. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. This is how you develop a thick skin. Su Xiang recited the advertisement 6 times to the 2 surveillance cameras. The first time, he blushed a little, but he got used to it later. The thought of putting aside his pride to relieve his master's worries unconsciously made his acting more vivid and nuanced. Behind him, members of the Central 1st Military Academy and the Alliance Peace Military Academy silently moved out of the camera's view, keeping a safe distance. As the instructors disembarked from the rescue ship, they witnessed this scene. Scattered mecha parts, the anger and despair in the eyes of the 21st Military Academy team. And a massive live-action food broadcast. You might as well just do a live-stream sales event during the Military Academy competition. It's hard to judge. There are just too many variations. The 21st and 53rd Military Academies lost the competition and became mere advertising backdrops, their hearts filled with humiliation and anger. But unfortunately, their competition was already over. Watching the defeated teams departing figures, they suddenly felt a little sorry for the Fujiwara elders. Hee hee. Do we have enough supplies? Barely enough. But we still need to be careful with our spending. Alright, brothers. Let's go! A spirited shout echoed across the snow. The three teams began to move forward. How'd they become friends? Friends, not quite, but it seems like they formed an alliance. In the command center, as an instructor at the Central 1st Military Academy, Carl thought he knew his students very well. But now, he felt like he was getting old. He didn't quite recognize these kids under his command, they were so childish. Gu Zhanting, this expressionless young man, always gave the impression of being preoccupied, strategizing, and burdened with responsibilities. This was the first time he sensed such liveliness, and even a touch of youthful arrogance in him. He wasn't sure why, but it was a good thing, right? Young people should act like young people. Don't be so old-fashioned and burdened all the time. The three teams traveled together, and even the usually aloof Central 1st Military Academy member became more talkative. Captain Gu, eat this, our captain grilled it. Gu Zhanting took the jerky Su Xiang handed him, and started chewing. Toledo, yours. Thanks. We have other food, want to eat together? Sure. Do you still need the warm packs? No, we have a plan. That very night, the eldest and second eldest brothers found out what the 18th Military Academy's plan was. Chapter 211. You guys, planning to sleep in the snow bear den? Yeah. Looking at the den of over 40 snow bears, the strongest one, a level 3, was bruised and battered, looking utterly aggrieved. It was the first time they discovered that these terrifying star beasts also had a weak and pitiful side. Got it. Martial virtue prevails over bears. The rules didn't say. The rules did say that star beasts cannot be used as transportation, commanded to dig burrows, build fortifications, transport supplies, or provide combat support, or even used to eliminate star beasts and other teams. It didn't say we couldn't sleep in star beast dens. You know how to exploit bugs. It definitely didn't say that, the organizers, we were careless, we're numb. We're numb. The competition rules are a sieve. Alice, hugging a shivering polar bear behind her, suddenly felt a little tempted. Warm. I want one. Should I get one and take it back to the Xianqing sect? Su Xiang probably knew what she was thinking. This is a cold climate bear. It's not suited to the climate, and difficult to raise. Fine. She already has a squeaky one. Can't be half-hearted. Although it smells a bit like a bear, it's so comfortable. Alice buried her whole body in the snow bear's chubby arms, rubbing her head against it. Her originally tall and strong figure looked incredibly petite. Bear, you need a bath. Bear, is there no justice? Is there no law? You're even complaining about me while sleeping with you. Of course it's warm. Warm blankets need an energy supply. This is all natural. Keeping you warm at 37 degrees Celsius all night only requires one star wolf. It's just a bit wasteful for the bear. The 18th Military Academy opened the large tent and directed the bears to arrange themselves in a circle. Warmly nestled in the snow bear's arms, looking so comfortable, who could tell they were in a competition? Even the poor have their ways. Come on, come on. I won't charge you. Yuan San, ever the down-to-earth type, found a spot near Alice and leaned against the belly of the 3-meter-tall bear. Warm and soft, you know what? It was really comfortable. What a wonderful feeling. So star beasts can be this docile. Humans can live in harmony with star beasts. Gu Zhanting was stunned for a long time. You could tell he struggled internally. He gave in. The level 3 snow bear he was using as a pillow glanced at him tremblingly. Star beasts are extremely sensitive to powerful threats, and having just been severely punished, they were now incredibly timid. Gu Zhanting glanced at the quietly resting Gu Han, feeling the snow bear's ears rising and falling with its breath, and gently closed his eyes. Command Center. The entire Federation is almost led astray by them. Does that mean they won't need warm packs anymore? They can just find a star beast's den to hide in when they're cold? Sir. Organizer, don't call me. I can't plug all these loopholes. Amidst the swirling snow, the three teams coexisted peacefully, enjoying the tranquility. On the first day of the competition, Many players were eliminated, but not many teams were eliminated as a whole. Therefore, the top spot on the leaderboard belonged to the 18th Military Academy. They actually managed to hold on to their advantage in the faction competition. Let's go! Today we dominate. Kill! 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 Having taken the supplies from the Fujiwara elders, the group charged forward with high spirits. They opened blind boxes and killed star beasts along the way, reaping a rich harvest. Ammunition. Lucky. This box is food. After eating that star beast jerky, the nutrient solution tastes like cardboard. How can that be the same? That's purified star beast meat. I bet it has even lower radiation than ordinary farm star beasts. An insulated box. No need, the star beast's den is warmer. It's energy. Alice didn't believe it. The previous empty boxes were definitely a coincidence. So she took advantage of the chaos and reached out her wicked hand. I figure something out once we get out. You guys don't open them. Okay. As long as the Xianqing sect people don't make a move, they can almost always get supplies from them. A pack of snow wolves is approaching 800 meters to the right rear. All units prepare. A large patch of snow roses ahead. There's a level 2-1. Should we engage? Attack. It's an Arctic willow. Be careful, its branches can extend indefinitely. Oh wow. And it's fast. Captain Gu left flank. We provide cover. Captain Yuan main attack. Roger. Gu Zhanting also discovered that, setting aside Gu Han, the 18th Military Academy wasn't just strong in combat, their reconnaissance capabilities were also exceptional. Even at several kilometers away, his 4S level senses hadn't detected the presence of the star beasts. These people had already determined the number and level of the star beasts and were preparing for battle. Their accuracy was frighteningly high. A keen reconnaissance sense, flexible tactical division of labor, and exceptionally strong combat power, they grew stronger against stronger opponents, their depths unfathomable. At this moment, those who had mocked them after the faction competition for only being clever and cunning fell silent. The ranking predictions for the 18th Military Academy changed again. Team ranking, 18th Military Academy overall assessment, 9 combat strength, 9 equipment, 7 experience, 9 tactics, 10. Predicted ranking, 9th. The 18th Military Academy has entered the top 10. On the individual rankings, the rankings have also begun to rise rapidly. After defeating Fujiwara Yuki, Gu Han jumped into the top 20, ranking 18th. Su Xiang ranked 23rd, Alice 27th, Sun Xinyu 35th, and the others were mostly between 50th and 150th. Of the 700 chosen talents selected from across the Federation, 9 members of the 18th Military Academy entered the first tier. This ranking is considered a miracle on the individual leaderboard. The first half of the list was dominated by S rank and above, interspersed with a few scattered A and B rank individuals, all from the 18th Military Academy. Only Sharon remained at the bottom, with the lowest score and limited screen time. Only the command center noticed her situation comprehensively from several angles. A long-hidden powerhouse was finally beginning to emerge. On the distant 7-star region, star 9527, the entire planet erupted in jubilation. This is our kid from star 9527. They're in the top 10 nationwide. You said we were being cunning. We still beat the 6th in the nation. Does that mean the school team has a chance to enter the Proxima Centauri Military Academy Grand Tournament? I'm absolutely terrified. Something I never dared to dream of in my life has actually come true. The 18th Military Academy has risen from a bottom tier, nameless star to the Federation stage. The next 2 days were unexpectedly lively for the usually serious Central 1 and Alliance peace. On the morning of the 6th day, 3 teams arrived near the first convergence point. From afar, they could hear that fighting had already begun. Route 7 and 8 intersect here, and a large wave of supplies will be dropped. Fighting is inevitable. Yuan Sam was just thinking of sending scouts to assess the situation, formulate a strategy, and determine whether to fight or negotiate. A sudden shout came from behind her. Men! Enemy ahead. Follow my horn charge. Su Xiang and Alice raised their arms and shouted, leading 10 men from the 18th Military Academy into the artillery fire. Reckless. Too reckless. No reconnaissance work. No battle strategy. What happened to fighting with brains? Are they out of their minds? At the pre-match battle meeting, the entire team reached a consensus on the battle strategy. A massive, decisive victory. The 18th Military Academy wanted to solidify its position among the many military academies in the Federation with a brilliant victory. To lay the foundation for the future emergence of the Xianqing sect. So no more playing it safe. Route 7 lost a few men, but all 5 teams were still intact. From afar, they heard familiar faces shouting, "Su! Help! Ah, Sai!" Hades was here, surrounded and attacked. On the other side, Lewis led the other teams from the 2nd and 4-star domains. For against 1, Samir is doing well to have held on this long. Here they come! Chapter 212. Louis recognized them immediately. They were his enemies from the 7-star region. He'd been defeated by these very people in the last round. They hadn't been eliminated by the people from the 1st-star region? He hesitated, unsure whether to fight or not. If he didn't fight, the 18th Military Academy would definitely help Hades. It wouldn't work. If he fought, having lost once, the odds were uncertain, but turning 4v1 into 4v2 still offered a chance of victory. Su Xiang charged forward, carrying the energy cannon. Louis was still struggling with his decision, when he suddenly saw Gu Zhanting and Yuan San behind Su Xiang. Damn it! He almost forgotten. 2 living devils were right there. What about Fujiwara Yuki? Had he been eliminated? Damn it, if Route 8 had already started, but the 18th Military Academy had survived. There was only one possibility. They were allied. Run! Lewis quickly led his team in retreat, abandoning the alliance and supplies. Saving lives was the priority. His aggressive opponents weren't about to let him off the hook. Alice and Gu Han immediately blocked his path. We're here to score points. The match became 4 versus 4. Pluto had 6 players left, while the 3 teams on Route 8 were at full strength. Lewis's team had 34 players in total. Numbers were even, but strength. The gap was enormous. The match was almost one-sided. Star Guardian Academy, Susan eliminated. 79th Military Academy, Han Yuan eliminated. Polaris Military Academy, Kim Jong-guk eliminated. Which team is this? How can they be so strong? That's the 18th Military Academy of the 7-star region. Damn! Wasn't this the same group that eliminated their team in the faction battle? The 79th Military Academy and the Polaris Military Academy were from the 2nd-star region, while the Jupiter Honor Academy was from the 4-star region. They were eliminated in the faction battle without even seeing their opponents. Watching the 18th Military Academy's customized military mech sweep through the gunfire and charge into battle, they realized that the 7-star region had such a strong team. Compared to Central 1st Military Academy and Federation Peace Military Academy, they didn't seem to be much weaker. Lewis felt a growing sense of despair. He was on the verge of collapse, yet these guys were fighting so easily. 18th Military Academy, points +5. Central 1st Military Academy, points +5. Alliance Peace Military Academy, points +5. Lewis gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, with his team members being eliminated one after another. Captain, we hold the rear. You find a way to leave first. The only way forward was to preserve their main fighting force to break through. As long as even one person remained in the team, there was a chance to turn the tide. Lewis, it's not that I don't want to leave. 79th Military Academy eliminated. Polaris Military Academy eliminated. Jupiter Honor Academy eliminated. The second time, Lewis faced his final fate. Star Guardian Academy, Lewis eliminated. Star Guardian Academy, eliminated. 18th Military Academy, points +5. Lewis wasn't defeated by Gu Han, but by Su Xiang. At this point, the 18th Military Academy ranked 6th on the leaderboard with 158 points. They became the only team in the 7-star region within the top 20. The top 2, the viewers on the StarNet, and the instructors in the command center were all filled with mixed emotions. No one dared to accuse them of being cunning or weak anymore. They had genuinely eliminated several top teams, firmly securing 6th place. Could the 18th Military Academy's ranking still rise? While everyone was still in a daze, the demolition team was busy again. Opening blind boxes is never as quick as getting things done. Energy, ammunition, and weapon materials were the focus. It was all about getting every last bit. Toledo, watching their seamless teamwork, suddenly realized that although his team had always been number 1 in the country, there was still so much he could learn. Carl, we don't need to learn everything. With money in your pocket, you have nothing to fear. A bulging pocket brings a strong sense of security. Watching Alice start jumping around looking for camera angles, everyone started to hide, making sure they didn't appear in the advertisement. The Hades people were confused. Then, they heard Alice adjusting her emotions and muttering something to the camera. Free-range chicken, heat oil in a pan, coat with egg wash, dip in breadcrumbs, deep fry until golden brown and crispy, drain excess oil, loved by both the elderly and children. Even the neighbor's kid is drooling. Crispy enough to make your soul leave your body, fragrant enough to make even God scream. Thanks to Chibit Fried Chicken for their sponsorship and support. Samir, Even though Ase and the 18th Military Academy were already very familiar with each other, he was still taken aback by this move. Why didn't you say so earlier? I stay away. Wait, Ase, do you need to promote your products? And Samir, do you need to advertise your new real estate development? Samir, thank you. Old Sue, although friends shouldn't dislike each other, sometimes I also have my pride. Here we go again! Ha ha! How can I not laugh when I see this? Not a single trace of product placement. Alice is awesome. It's making me hungry. Alice eats with such a blessed look. It smells so good. I knew it, there was definitely more than one ad. Ha ha ha. Ase's worldview has been shaken. Watching a military academy competition, and I can't even skip the ads. Takeout ordered? How poor have you made the kids? Military, don't you ever reflect on yourselves? Let's do some live streaming e-commerce. We buy whatever you sell. Supporting the dreams of every military academy cadet. Even the people of Hades can't stand it anymore. You brought so many snacks, won't that mean the other supplies won't be enough? Well, there's no other way, we still have families to support. Yeah, we can rob. This was the first time Toledo had ever heard someone talk about robbing supplies so confidently. And why is it all food? Wouldn't it be more profitable to get mecha equipment ads for the military academy competition? Do you think we don't want to? After the business genius Su Xiong came up with this idea, he began scouting resources from the surrounding area. For example, the Su family, the Liang family, and the Yang family. They were all flatly rejected. Su Mu's exact words were, "One cannot live without considering worldly opinions." Alice volunteered to take on this arduous task. From her favorite snacks, she found contact information on the StarNet and contacted manufacturers one by one. 6 manufacturers, unafraid of the risk, contributed $15 million in advertising fees to the 18th Military Academy. These 6 food companies became the first batch of manufacturers to advertise at the Military Academy competition. The first to try something new made a fortune. For the 18th Military Academy, the money wasn't much, but the work was minimal. Not counting the social costs, it was just a few words, not difficult at all. And they even received affirmation and praise from a sect leader. Worth it. With this path successful, they can rake in more next time. Su Xiong sometimes thought that with his abilities and talent, even if he didn't pursue cultivation or the military academy, he'd be a powerful and influential CEO in the business world. But he hadn't expected that advertising would only last for 1 year. Currently, only snack vendors are willing to spend money. Tori thought it made perfect sense. Even standing next to them required a lot of courage. They deserved to earn this money. The 18th Military Academy's series of stunts had completely distorted the atmosphere of this year's competition, but all these flashy moves couldn't mask their ferocious and powerful combat strength. Expectations for them on the StarNet were steadily rising. I feel as if I'm witnessing the magnificent history of the rise of the Central Military Academy being replayed. Chapter 213. Truly the biggest dark horse of this year. How could such a team have been unknown before? I checked, this is their first time entering the national competition, and 4 members of the school team are first-year students. Su Xiong, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling, and Shuren. Who is Shuren? I don't remember her. She's a mecha pilot, but her score isn't high. SS rank Alice Young, originally the captain of the 7-Star Region Federation Star Glory Military Academy, transferred here a few months ago. Federal Star Glory? This school isn't weak in the 7-Star region. They enter the military academy competition every year. Why would a captain who is doing so well transfer? I don't know, but this lineup is several times stronger than in previous years. But it shouldn't be this strong, right? Before, when they fought Fujiwara Yuki and Lewis, if I didn't know this was the 18th Military Academy, I would have thought it was one of the top 10 veteran teams in the country. Top 10? Open your eyes and look. They're 6th in the standings now. Many people didn't dare say it, afraid of being cyberbullied. Actually, everyone had a feeling that compared to the top 2, the 18th Military Academy wasn't much worse. Breaking into the top 5 seemed only a matter of time. I have no problem praising the 18th Military Academy, but you can't elevate one while belittling the other. The Central Military Academy hasn't even used its full strength yet. A change of dynasty is impossible. Right, don't forget, this year's champion is a 4S. The Central Military Academy's position is unshakable. Yes, your understanding of the champion is too one-sided. The Central Military Academy's first place hasn't changed in decades, and you dare to say anything. I have a feeling that if the 18th Military Academy survives to the end, it will inevitably have a head-on battle with the Central Military Academy. Champions are born to protect their territory, but new warriors will also wield swords and challenge them. But whatever the future holds, for now, everyone can enjoy a brief period of peace and harmony. The four teams journeyed through the snowstorm. They opened blind boxes, fought star beasts, and joked around. Time flew by, and it was late at night on the seventh day. The snowstorm had subsided. Inside and outside the tent, Snow Wolf and the others slept soundly. Suddenly, the calm air stirred. Spiritual energy began to gather from all directions. Shuren opened his eyes. Sun Qianyu and Shui Lingling were covered in sweat, their faces showing pain. They're about to reach Foundation establishment. This coincidence was neither a good thing nor a bad thing. It just so happened during the grand competition. Something had been subtly amiss since the first day. After defeating Lewis, the two had been trying their best to suppress their power. But now, it seemed certain they would reach Foundation establishment in the snow dome. Junior brother, I'm leaving this to you. Don't worry. Shuren affixed two invisibility talismans, summoned Chang'ing, and took the two into the air. The three flew outwards, eventually reaching the outer perimeter. The two were at Foundation establishment stage. The lightning tribulation was too loud. There were many surveillance cameras inside, and the only deserted place was the outer perimeter. As soon as they left, Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, and Samir inside the tent felt the wind stop. Deep in the snow mountain, there was a huge canyon. The surrounding star beasts were quite far away, just right. Shuren set the two down and activated his protective technique. Concentrate your mind and calm your spirit, inhale and exhale spiritual energy. Qi refining is only 1 foot in the immortal gate, a glimpse into the tip of the iceberg of cultivation. Foundation establishment, however, is what truly makes one a cultivator. Foundation establishment involves 5 steps. Eliminating impurities, and undergoing a transformative body refinement. Spiritual energy gathers, the initial vortex of Qi forming during the Qi refining stage. Breaking through shackles, meridians open, achieving the meridian opening stage. Divine consciousness transcends the mortal realm, introspecting the world with focused concentration. Tempered by 9 tribulations of lightning, facing death to be reborn, finally achieving Foundation establishment. At this moment, atop the solitary peak, clouds and mist swirl, moonlight is like gauze, and spiritual energy is like fog. The vortex gradually forms, and the peaceful world begins to be swept by fierce winds. Spiritual energy from all directions surges into the entire snow-covered sky. Gu Han, stationed at the base, feels as if the surrounding spiritual energy is being almost completely drained, rushing towards the direction Shuren left in. The commotion is quite loud. Even at dawn, the two are still undergoing the tempering of spiritual energy. Shuren takes out a communication talisman. Junior brother, we can't come back for now. Let the others go first. Okay. Gu Han turned to the other 3 captains and said, we have something to attend to. You guys go first. What is it? We wait for you. Everyone was stunned by Gu Zhanting and Samir's words. Samir was one thing, but Gu Zhanting's emotions were definitely off. Too intimate and eager. No need, we're delayed by something. You guys go first. Okay, then we go first. Yuan San noticed immediately that the 18th Military Academy wasn't complete. Without asking any questions, he sensibly led the team away. After Samir and Gu Zhanting reluctantly left, Gu Han directly said to the others, let's go find them on the outskirts. Zhao Rui, having been in command for so long, had seen many strange things in the team, and was used to it. He just listened to his captain. 3 people are missing. Shuren, Sun Qianyu, and Shui Lingling. I don't know when did they leave. The security cameras didn't capture it. They went to the outer perimeter? What were they doing there? Will they be able to make it to the later competitions? Many instructors were filled with questions. They already traveled hundreds of kilometers inland. Why turn back now? Is there any compelling reason to go? They finally made it. Why are they retreating? Oldly, what are they up to? Li Yuanbua, I don't know. They always have their own things to do. We dare not ask. It's so rare to see a promising newcomer. Why are there so many problems? The audience was also very puzzled. A new talent had finally emerged, just when they were at the peak of their abilities. Why were they retreating so abruptly? Did they go to catch star beasts to accumulate points? Don't they want the battle flag anymore? 500 points. Catching star beasts isn't enough to accumulate energy and ammunition. Now they're not even letting them use star beasts in combat. The unwilling fans continued to follow the movements of the 18th Military Academy. Then they discovered that after the 7 members of the 18th Military Academy reached the outer perimeter, they actually started killing star beasts. Huh? Coming to the outer perimeter to kill star beasts at this hour? Don't they know what's important? Huh? Thunder is coming? The weather forecast didn't say that. Looking into the depths of the snow-capped mountains, the storm clouds began to gather. A fierce wind howled, the clouds changed color, lightning flashed, and a thunderstorm was imminent. The 7 people found a cave to take shelter from the storm. Meanwhile, the other teams charged forward, their points steadily increasing. When they reached the second convergence point, the 18th Military Academy was still on the outer perimeter. Central 1st Military Academy, points +3. Federal Peace Military Academy, points +5. Pluto 1st Military Academy, points +3. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, points +5. At the 3 convergence points, dozens of teams began to battle. People and teams were constantly being eliminated. The 18th Military Academy had just climbed into the top 10, but it was visibly starting to drop. Other teams surged forward, eventually pushing them out of the top 30. On the internet, people went from misunderstanding to disappointment. Some casual fans even lost their followers immediately after becoming fans. What the hell are they doing? Chapter 214. Did the 18th Military Academy give up the competition? The teams that weren't eliminated have all reached the second gathering point. They're going to miss it, aren't they? They've been fighting star beasts the whole time. Although their points have increased, their energy is constantly being depleted. They're still quite far from the starting point. They can't catch up on foot. The star beasts are unusable. So disappointing. They just emerged and then disappeared. Is it because they don't have enough money? It's a losing proposition. This is self-destruction. Various online analyses concluded that this newly emerging supernova group had virtually no chance of winning. Slowly, public attention shifted to the other teams. The number of viewers in the 18th Military Academy's live stream dwindled. Until a cataclysmic lightning bolt descended from the sky. Boom! A massive pillar of light could be seen connecting heaven and earth from afar. The deafening roar echoed across the land. The 7 members of the school team watched the enormous lightning bolt from the cave. Zhao Rui didn't know what it was, but his intuition told him it was related to Shuren and his 2 companions, who had disappeared for 2 days. This absurd thought lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. But given his tacit understanding with Gu Han over the years, if the other didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask. As for the competition, he was just someone who was carried to victory. Fate would have its own best arrangements. In the command center, the instructors were all focused on their team's situation. Aside from a few initial expressions of regret, most had already forgotten about the 18th Military Academy. Li Yuanbo, however, remained completely unaffected. After learning that cultivation novels were indeed real, he researched extensively on the star network. Looking at the inexplicable heavenly lightning, he was bewildered yet awestruck. He guessed that the 18th Military Academy was probably up to something momentous. This so-called momentous event was that on the 10th day of the competition, the Xianxing sect welcomed its 2nd and 3rd Foundation establishment disciples. The lightning tribulation dissipated, and the sky was cloudless. Sunlight shone on the snow, and the glistening snowflakes sparkled with diamond-like brilliance. Shuren, you're finally back. Little grandson Lingling, what happened to you too? He felt so clean. Was that the right word? His entire body felt purified. Even Su Su felt the same way after he disappeared for a while and returned. His face was still the same face, his person was still the same person, but his aura had changed drastically, ethereal and distant from ordinary people. He. Indeed, taking the step of Foundation establishment was the true entry into the immortal realm. Suddenly, an angry howl rang out. Immediately afterward, the earth began to tremble. What's that? Star beasts in the valley. A pack of beasts, they're coming. The tremors grew louder as they approached. Rocks fell from the valley floor, and dust billowed everywhere. Be careful, it's a big one. The recent lightning tribulation had alerted the star beasts hidden deep within the snow-capped mountains. As the dust settled, a pack of wolves appeared before them. A surging, tidal wave of wolves. Most were level 4 or 5, with a few level 3s occasionally visible, at least several hundred. Everyone assumed battle stances. It's not that simple. Shuren's words put everyone on alert. Level 2. Behind the 2 enormous level 2 snow wolves, there was more. Level 1 star beast. Frost Wolf King. Looking at the being before them, a being that seemed to have descended upon death, everyone gasped. Run! Run! The enormous, silver-gray wolf king before them stood over 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. Its every step sent shivers down their spines. But at the same time, it was incredibly agile. When it wanted to ambush an enemy, its steps were incredibly light, making no sound whatsoever. It was extremely muscular, with strong limbs, capable of leaping several stories high in an instant. Its silver-gray fur was as thick and sharp as swords, its teeth could crush mechs, and its claws could shatter boulders. Its ice-blue eyes were cold and sharp. A single glance could send chills down one's spine. It also possessed a superpower, the ability to summon a pack of wolves to attack. It was a true overlord of the snowy region. This battle on the ice plains was going to be a tough one. Zhao Rui and his companions were already feeling a chill run down their spines. If they could handle a few hundred mid-level star beasts with ease, those 2 level 2 beasts undoubtedly multiplied the difficulty of the battle several times over. Now, the appearance of a level 1 star beast almost completely eliminated their chances of victory. Just as he was about to ask if they should run, can we try it ourselves? Sure. Little grandson, that's a level 1 star beast. It's too dangerous. Shouldn't we be discussing how to run? Zhao Rui's mind was in a mess. They all seen it, right? It was a level 1 star beast. It's alright, I'm at least 70% confident. Sun Qianyu, who had just advanced in level, felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He couldn't wait to test the difference between Foundation Establishment and level 1 star beasts. Brother Bo, don't worry, we're here. Looking at the confident and radiant smiles on their faces, Zhao Rui was stunned. Were these really juniors who had been in school for less than a year? Suddenly, he felt an insurmountable gap between himself and them. But a strange courage and trust welled up inside him. It was as if he could face anything as long as he was with them. Okay. How do we coordinate? You guys handle the levels 3 and 4 and below. Captain and Lingling, please handle the 2 level 2 beasts. I try this level 1. Lingling was also eager to try. The Foundation Establishment Lingling was a completely different person. Please keep an eye on everyone. Roger. Crazy. The 18th Military Academy has gone mad. 10 people planning to take on a pack of wolves with a wolf king? Don't be reckless, run. Countless people on the Star Network were worried and afraid, but the school team showed no sign of leaving. 10 mechs stood upright in the boundless snowfield, facing off against hundreds of snow wolves, a fierce battle imminent. The wolves paced back and forth in the snow, baring their claws and sharp fangs at their enemies. They snarled, drooling, their eyes gleaming coldly, assuming an offensive stance. They awaited the Wolf King's command to tear their opponents to shreds. Fire! A wave of ranged attacks. The lower-level wolves howled in pain, and soon, blood stained the snow. But those level 3 and above nimbly dodged and launched another attack with incredible speed. All units take off. A second wave of fire covered the area, reducing their numbers first. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The entire valley erupted in chaos, littered with corpses, blood, and craters left by explosions. People who hadn't followed the 18th Military Academy for a few days suddenly noticed a topic rapidly gaining traction. Breaking news. The Frost Wolf King appears in the Military Academy competition. The Snowfield Overlord. A level 1 star beast. The topic exploded, and many clicked on it. They discovered that the long-absent 18th Military Academy was battling a pack of wolves. My god. Their skills are terrible. What kind of hellish situation is this? The Frost Wolf King. My scalp is tingling. Wait, how come there's a level 1 star beast? Didn't the instructor say they cleared them out beforehand? Chapter 215. They reached the outer perimeter. It's really possible they're there. But it shouldn't be that far. It's not far from the competition area. Star beasts usually don't show up on their own with this much commotion. According to my analysis, it's probably related to last night's thunderstorm, which alerted the Wolf King in the mountains. How could it not be alerted? A whole night of raging winds and blizzards, and the Wolf King couldn't sleep. Damn! So unlucky, first a thunderstorm, then the Wolf King. How are we supposed to fight? Fight? What's the point? Shouldn't most people be thinking of running away? I don't really understand their thought process. They seem brave, but they always seem cowardly, always trying to find loopholes. They're cowardly, yet they're actually thinking of going head-to-head with a level 1 star beast. What are their chances of winning? Theoretically speaking, it's almost zero. A group of star beasts of this size and level usually requires at least a regiment. No problem, the rescue team is already nearby. 3 rescue ships were already on standby 1 kilometer away the moment the Frost Wolf King appeared, all ion cannons activated and aimed at the Wolf King. Calling command? Calling command? Should we provide assistance now? Did they call for assistance? No. Then wait and see. Get closer, and be ready to fire. A typical level 1 star beast requires at least several squads, and multiple SSS level high-ranking warriors, to have a chance of victory. Not like them, with only a handful, and even some B-level warriors. They're really stubborn. I never say they're cowards again. The combat power of this level of star beast horde is one thing, but the key question is, do they have enough energy? How long can the 18th Military Academy's energy last? The answer is, a very, very long time. Long enough for eternity. New energy puppet armor. Even without energy stones, it can switch to divine sense control and be powered by spiritual energy. As long as its spiritual energy isn't depleted or it's not severely injured, it can fight indefinitely. The roar of firearms, the howls of the wolf pack, and the tearing sound of the mech's metal clashing intertwined, deafeningly loud. The advanced snow wolves have incredibly strong jumping ability, easily leaping several meters high using the surrounding rocks. The Wolf King is even more terrifying. If it flies even slightly lower, it's easily torn to shreds. Clang. Watch out. Bai was slightly distracted, and a large hole was torn in the back of her mech. She gasped for breath, terrified, a wave of fear washing over her. Fly higher. Third wave of fire. 18th Military Academy, points +1. 18th Military Academy, points +3. 18th Military Academy, points +5. The wolf pack's numbers plummeted. The frontal battle began. Lingling and Gu Han were locked in a fierce battle against 2 level 2 wolves. Sure enough, after Foundation establishment, the increase in speed and strength was exponential. The wolves' movements seemed to be in slow motion. Defense and attack were much more effortless. Is this what immortals are like? Fighting a level 2 star beast alone. In the past, one wouldn't even have time to run. But now, Lingling felt it wasn't so difficult. Is that Xue Lingling? She's a pharmacist? Information she read countless times in black and white now seemed unbelievable. Pharmacists in a team are usually like healers, primarily responsible for healing and logistics. Even without constant individual protection, her combat strength is at the bottom. Xue Lingling, since the start of the competition, has produced numerous incredibly effective potions, even a groundbreaking beast-attracting potion. Clearly, she possesses exceptional talent in pharmacology. Furthermore, in the previous battle against the 18th Military Academy, Xue Lingling didn't have a particularly outstanding performance. Therefore, most people naturally overlooked her combat abilities. Such a person, actually facing a level 2 star beast alone, and not at all at a disadvantage. The 18th Military Academy can even use pharmacists as offensive weapons? Li Yuanbua, don't look at me, I don't know how to explain this either. Carl, if Central One faced this situation, could they win? Carl narrowed his eyes, giving a disdainful look. They are Central One, after all, possessing 4 S level, all members are Super S level, but what he was thinking was that, under normal circumstances, running away is the wise choice. Even with the current all-star lineup of Central One, there's no guarantee of an easy victory without losing a single soldier. Carl's anxieties were rapidly growing regarding the inexplicable emergence of the 18th Military Academy this year. If they could catch up, they would pose a significant threat. The Frost Wolf King, who had been directing its pack's attacks, was seeing its underlings die one after another, and its fury began to rise. At that moment, Sun Qianyu's mech landed in front of him. The dark gray humanoid mech, mostly constructed from SS-grade materials from the Shadow Caches, also incorporated the limbs of the Zerg Queen, resulting in a comprehensive performance enhancement. It was about the size of a typical A-grade mech, but its shape was extremely bizarre. Most mechs try to protect their joints and mortises to prevent attacks on vulnerable links. But Sun Qianyu's mech has most of its joints exposed, with the interfaces and energy pathways clearly visible. It looks like a half-finished product without its outer shell. What kind of mech is this? Looks like he made it himself. He's already capable of building his own mechs. But with those exposed joints, is it unfinished? After his reputation as a demolition expert exploded, Sun Qianyu attracted considerable attention from mech pilots. His repair skills are top-notch, and his combat style is very much in line with that of a mech pilot. Some mech pilots have even begun to study his combat techniques. From various clues, it's inferred that he likely possesses some mech design ability, but the exact level is uncertain. Now, seeing this half-finished mech, it's certain that he does indeed have mech design capabilities. The question is this the answer sheet a mech designer should deliver? It's difficult to judge. But what followed left everyone knowledgeable about mechs completely bewildered. The skeleton's joints began to shift rapidly, emitting clear click-clack-clack sounds. Equipment components began to reposition and reassemble. The armor plates on the head, shoulders, and back began to disassemble and recombine, revealing glimpses of their internal components, energy pathways, and equipment modules, which were also rapidly changing. The originally ordinary humanoid mech suddenly grew several arms within a few seconds. Yes, they grew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. 9 hands. Like a 1,000-armed guanine. While the 9 hands weren't as intricate as those of a regular mech, resembling more of a skeleton, each hand held a different tool. The simple structure didn't hinder its agility. Hammer, screwdriver, blade, sword, energy cannon. What is this? Typical alien mechs, like Fujiwara Masashi's Orochi, resemble a hydra. The transformation principle utilizes advanced materials and shape memory alloys combined with biomimetic technology. The transformation was smooth and fluid, almost imperceptible in its steps and process. But this mech, brazenly transforming right before our eyes, even emitting clicking and clattering sounds. Letting the opponent see it clearly, isn't it afraid of giving the enemy a weakness during the transformation? Is this mechanical manipulation? Chapter 216. Making mechs with such primitive technology? If there was some anticipation before, now everyone was starting to feel confused. This mech seemed to have regressed to an earlier industrial or agricultural society, before interstellar technology had even emerged. Can this even fight a level 1 star beast? The retro technology was one thing, but this mech was truly ugly. Most mechs on the market, especially custom-made mechs for high-level warriors, were all about being flashy, cool, and powerful. But this top-heavy, skeletal design was simply unacceptable. Technical prowess is debatable, but the aesthetics are really quite poor. Almost a minute had passed, and the crude mech was still clicking and clacking as it transformed. Awooh! A furious howl erupted from the valley, echoing across the snow. Whoosh! The Wolf King leaped up, charging towards Sun Qianyu. He hadn't completed his transformation. He was caught off guard. With a loud whoosh, the claws slammed into his chest, leaving deep scratches. He staggered back several steps, barely managing to regain his footing. You attacked before I even said start. I haven't even finished transforming yet. No sportsmanship. That transformation speed, is he afraid the enemy won't find an opening? That speed, even my 80-year-old grandfather with a cane is faster than that. Starnet viewers, I thought you were going for something big, but you just pulled out a huge mess. The Wolf King didn't give him much time, immediately leaping and charging, using the impact of its body or its claws and teeth to tear at the mecha. After a few moves, Sun Qianyu's mecha shell was covered in scratches. Ah! You? I just finished it. Now I have to repaint it. It's heartbreaking. The paint is a mixture of Zerg carapace material, a dark gray with subtle iridescent colors. It was specially designed to showcase my understated yet luxurious taste. The raw materials were already scarce. Every bit used is precious. It's already battered and bruised after only a few hits. It's heartbreaking. Sun Qianyu rambled on, seemingly completely unfazed by the situation. But the experts saw the difference. His mech is incredibly durable. Yeah, that's the Frost Wolf King. A direct attack, a precise hit, and it's not even destroyed? The mech pilots fell into deep thought. Hee. All done. Even though you didn't ask, I still want to introduce it. This is my mech, Luban Puppet. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, Luban Puppet abandoned its previous slow, wobbly, old-fashioned state, leaping into the air with a speed so fast that even its afterimage was almost unbearable. With a whoosh, followed by a deafening metallic clang. Boom! The camera shifted, and everyone saw that Luban's puppet had reappeared where the Frost Wolf King had been, while the Frost Wolf King had been thrown more than 10 meters away, leaving a deep mark in the snow. So fast. Not only fast. And very strong. Sun Qianyu's hammer struck the Frost Wolf King's back precisely. He felt that the Wolf King's defense was truly indestructible. Your fur is nice. I want it. Although the Frost Wolf King couldn't understand human language, the blow ignited its fury. Its speed increased, and its attacks became more frequent. Sun Qianyu adapted to its opponent's rhythm, releasing his divine sense to predict its every move. A duel of speed and power began. Man and wolf, seemingly evenly matched. Both could land precise hits, but neither could inflict fatal damage. The command center was deathly silent. What was expected to be a scene requiring immediate halting or rescue had turned into this. Can a mecha made with mechanical engineering possess this kind of power and speed? I don't know. Everyone was filled with questions and shock. What was happening before their eyes seemed to surpass their knowledge of mecha and scientific principles. Furthermore, Sun Qianyu was a mecha pilot and an excellent warrior. But one against a level 1 star beast. A draw after several rounds? Has the Frost Wolf King weakened? Or has the outside world changed too rapidly, leaving them unable to keep up? Sun Qianyu fought for 20 minutes, and he was certain that basic swords, guns, and cannons were completely useless against this creature. The Frost Wolf King's fur was too tough. He needed to use his brain. He observed as he fought, focusing his attention on the Wolf King's fur. A brilliant idea struck him. He sheathed his other weapons, leaving only his two most agile hands. He accelerated to his maximum speed, rushing up behind the Wolf King. His hands gripped a single hair tightly. It was called a hair, but if it weren't for the fact that it grew on the enormous Wolf King, it would have been thick, stiff, and sharp, almost like a razor-sharp spear. With all his might, he pulled. The meter-long, arm-thick hair was ripped off entirely. A small patch of pink skin was revealed where it had been. Your skin is so nice. Wolf King, I never expected this. Looks like you still need brains to fight. Finally, a breakthrough was found. The Frost Wolf King was enraged, its attacks becoming increasingly concentrated, howling to summon the rest of the pack to swarm it. But the pack was already overwhelmed. 2 level 2 wolves were barely clinging to life. The remaining level 3 and 4 wolves, no more than 20 in total, were being finished off by Su Xiang and Alice. Sun Qianyu sped up, appearing from all sides of the Wolf King at various tricky angles. I pluck. I pluck. I pluck. After plucking more than 30 hairs, the once majestic Wolf King began to show signs of baldness. On the Starnet, the audience was caught completely off guard by this scene. Utterly speechless. The Frost Wolf King's most unbearable day ever. Wolf King, don't I have any dignity? Did the Wolf King ever imagine it would have its fur plucked? Turns out the Wolf King's fur can't be cut or pierced, but it's afraid of being pulled out. What they didn't know was that if they used a different mech, even if the Wolf King stood still, they couldn't pull it out. This battle's direction, I couldn't figure it out even with 10 brains. Is this all your attention? Didn't you see that Sun Qianyu, an S-rank, almost crippled a level 1 star beast? His broken neck is battered, but there aren't any fatal wounds. Is that reasonable? Also, his mech, the Luban puppet. I completely don't understand the principles. Are ancient mechanical arts really this powerful? After plucking the Wolf King's fur, Sun Qianyu began the formal attack. With artillery fire and lightsabers, the Wolf King quickly shifted from an offensive to a defensive posture, eventually even resorting to hiding. Its exposed pink skin was bleeding profusely from the relentless attacks. The Wolf King is finished. The Wolf King's roar gradually turned into a mournful howl. Awoo! The command center and the Starnet were deathly silent. Sun Qianyu, with his latest mecha, the Luban puppet, unleashed his final sword strike. This strike seemed to usher in a new era. 18th Military Academy, points plus 50. 18th Military Academy, points plus 20. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. The Snow Wolf Pack brought the 18th Military Academy 168 points, pulling back its previously lagging ranking. Quick! Quick! Look at the leaderboard. The 18th Military Academy is back in the top 10. Chapter 217. Look at the current rankings. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, 487 points. Rank 1. Global Military Higher Academy, 473 points. Rank 2. Federal First Military Academy, 469 points. Rank 3. 13th Military Academy, 460 points. Rank 4. Alliance Peace Military Academy, 455 points. Rank 5. Star Ring International Academy, 440 points. Rank 6. 18th Military Academy, 429 points. Rank 7. All the teams are rushing towards the Central Rime Ice, except for the 18th Military Academy, which is going against the grain and staying on the outer perimeter. Everyone thought they had given up the competition. And you're telling me the rankings can catch up again? What's going on? They didn't get any kill points, so they killed a high-level star beast? What high-level star beast suddenly jumped over 100 points? Did they wipe out a large star beast nest? Was it a level 3 star beast group? Or a level 2 star beast? Frost Wolf King. They killed a level 1 star beast. Strictly speaking, It wasn't them, it was Sun Qianyu. All by himself. My scalp is tingling. Whose mecha pilot is so incredibly powerful? And he's only S rank. The shock of the StarNet viewers was almost overwhelming, but some rational people began to consider the current situation of the 18th Military Academy. It's been 9 days already. They're on the outskirts. Is it too late for them to reach the Rime? They just fought a bloody battle with the wolf pack. Their energy must be almost depleted. Judging from the distance and time, walking or using simple tools is simply not enough. Unless it's a star beast or a mech. What a pity. Such a powerful team. What if they changed their strategy, abandoning the battle flag and directly killing star beasts on the outskirts? That's unlikely. Even on Snow Dome Star, the number of level 1 star beasts is limited. With the 18th Military Academy's current score, the probability of catching up with the battle flag's 500 points by killing star beasts is too low. Unless they have another way. The command center was also considering the possibility of the 18th Military Academy turning the tide. If the star beasts hadn't been banned, the chances of them making it back would have been quite high. They should still have some energy left, and not to last until the first convergence point, but later. The instructors and spectators looked at the group on the screen with regret, their comments filled with pity. But the 18th Military Academy seemed in a good mood, not worried about the problems that would follow. Shuren glanced at the fallen iceberg wolf king and put it into his spatial storage. Little son, is this your Lubon puppet's complete form? Yes, it's just that the transformation is a bit slow, I need to adjust it a bit more. Adjust it? It's already so strong. What about mine? Soon. I promise your awesome mecha will make its dazzling debut during the Proxima Centauri Military Academy battle. It take that long? Didn't you say you were going to give me a mecha a while ago? Where did it go? Then, Sun Qianyu mysteriously surrounded everyone. Old son, you're awesome. He, not bad, just a tiny bit of improvement. Everyone in front of the screen looked at them so excitedly and asked in confusion. What are they doing? Don't block the way. Wait, what's that? The group moved aside, and the monitoring drone captured a massive steel behemoth. It was about the size of a wolf king, and its style was similar to the Lu Ban puppet, hardcore mechanical, with exposed joints, like a rudimentary animal skeleton. It was still ugly, but now, no one dared to look down on this style of mecha anymore. Is this a mechanical beast made using mechanical arts? But don't mechanical beasts need energy? Theoretically, yes. Sun Qianyu didn't speak, and continued to pull things out of the team's spatial storage. Time was too tight, so I only made 4. These are the first-generation puppet beasts: Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise. The Vermilion Bird, resembling a phoenix, has sharp, red metallic wings, its eyes, like burning red gems, and thruster nozzles on its tail. The White Tiger is covered in silver-white armor, its limbs are sharp alloy claws, and a retractable laser cannon is hidden on its back. The Azure Dragon has slender bodies covered in scale-like armor made of emerald green alloy, and energy gatherers can be seen at its horns. The Black Tortoise has a thick, black shell like a tortoise shell, a deployable energy shield on its back, and a venom sprayer on its tail. The 4 mechanical beasts appeared before us, their metallic gleaming coldly in the icy snow, majestic and imposing. Who can understand the sheer awe one feels upon suddenly seeing such a product of technology and art? Old son, that's so cool. Your taste is amazing. Can you even sit in it? Are you serious about praising his taste? The painted skeleton animal is even more of an eyesore. Sun Qianyu, hearing the praise, put his hands on his hips, his face beaming with pride. Yeah, this is our mode of transportation. Didn't the rules say we can't use living star beasts? So I made a mechanical beast. Organizer, This is the 18th Military Academy's backup mech. How can it not be considered a mech? But do we have enough energy? Right, that's the key issue. It's not the mechs that are lacking, it's the energy. Even if the energy lasts until Wusong Island, we face large-scale battles, and that's when the energy consumption will truly begin. Energy is the core factor controlling the outcome of the battle. This isn't entirely a mechanical beast, it's a puppet beast. There's a purely manual control method, it's just a bit tiring for your hands and feet. Sun Qianyu didn't finish his sentence. Not only could it be manually controlled, but it could also be controlled by divine sense and mental power. Of course, the energy source could be either energy or spiritual energy. Especially for cultivators, it's twice as efficient. 5 minutes, guaranteed to teach you. Full name: Xianxing First Generation New Energy Puppet Mechanical Divine Beast, When he said it aloud, the others naturally didn't believe him. No energy. I don't believe it. Yeah, such a complicated mechanical manual operation? Are you crazy? Impossible, defies common sense. If it can run, I livestream myself doing a handstand and having diarrhea. Screenshot taken. I'm waiting. What large machines in interstellar space can be manually operated and run? None. Small machines can be manually operated, but can they keep up with the speed? They're rushing to meet deadlines right now. After hearing the principal, several senior mecha pilots in the command center suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Isn't this a manually operated mech? Due to its low efficiency and combat power, it had been phased out of interstellar society for over a century, and manually operated mechs are only seen in history books. Such an old thing is still appearing on today's battlefield. You know what? You really have to believe it. If the speed could be improved, it could actually be very useful. Then, the people outside the screen watched as Sun Qianyu taught the Xianxing sect members, and in just a few minutes, using a few handles, made this behemoth move with a series of clicks. It's moving! Then, the more than 5-meter-long mechanical white tiger, with heavy but agile steps, moved forward step by step, leaving huge footprints in the soft snow. Faster and faster. Is this mechanical magic? Chapter 218. He said it was puppetry. Whether it's mechanical art or puppetry, this is definitely magic. It's outrageous. It's like a perpetual motion machine. Not only can it move, but it's fast. How could it not be fast? It looks like it's manual, but it's exhausting. So the 4 Xianxing sect members responsible for piloting it secretly use their spiritual power. Oldly, did you teach him this? No, it's probably an ancestral skill. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think we don't know his background? An orphan picked up by a retired mecha pilot from Garbage Mountain. What ancestors? In fact, the puppet beast can do much more on the battlefield than this. But currently, its biggest role is to transport the 18th Military Academy to Wusong without consuming excess energy. This kind of thing, only recorded in ancient books, unexpectedly shines with new brilliance in interstellar society. 10 people boarded the mechanical beast in batches and headed towards Wusong through the vast snowfield. I really seen something amazing today. No wonder he's a supernova. He always pulls off some amazing feats. Keep it up. You have to catch up. I'm so excited. Can they create a new miracle? Unbeknownst to Sun Qianyu, his puppet beast had caused a huge stir throughout the entire Federation's mecha pilot community. Meanwhile, in the middle of the cold, deep ocean, that Snow White Island was Wusong. This crossing point was the closest to Wusong, and with only 2 days left, the remaining teams were all rushing there. Of these 38 teams, no more than 10 were full, and some even had only 1 person left. Like Yang Chung, Brother Yang, Master Tui, Sister, I finally seen someone I know. Yang Chung burst into tears. The rest of the Sea King's forces were limited and had been eliminated long ago. Yang Chung, a novice cultivator, could barely keep himself alive despite his best efforts. What? Sister, I finally seen you. A heart-wrenching reunion unfolded in the snow. Liang Yueying was incredibly excited. She had finally seen her sect members. Where are your teammates? I'm the only one left. For a week, he had been traveling alone with a few supplies, accompanied by a monitoring aircraft. He had been traversing the vast snowfields, akin to a hellish wilderness survival challenge. He also had to avoid other teams and star beast hordes to stay alive. Finally, Captain, can Brother Yang come with us? Zimo looked at Yang Chung and Liang Yueying's clear, expectant puppy eyes, and his head ached. Ms. Liang was already a troublemaker, and now this one's here too. This Ms. Yang, well, she's got a story to tell. Oh, I brought my own supplies. Here are some gifts, she said, shoving a few vials of cleansing elixir into Zimo's hand. It wasn't really necessary, but he couldn't refuse. Star Ring still had 8 people left, plus Yang Chung, that made 9. Where are the others? I haven't seen them. We're probably the first wave. We probably only meet them when we get to the island. Then let's figure out how to cross the sea first. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Inging. Hearing this name, Ms. Liang's anger flared up. Inging. Inging. If you were to ask who hated this name the most in their life, it would be herself. Because there's only one person in the entire world who would call her by that name in such a greasy tone, that Central Air Conditioner male lead. Sure enough, turning around, she saw the Central 4th Military Academy approaching. Among the group, the one with a bright, cheerful smile was none other than Li Qingchen. Liang Yuang's mind raced, and her entire demeanor darkened. Captain, we don't have enough energy to fly across the sea, right? Yes, we have to find a way. The solution is here. Before anyone had time to prepare, she activated her mecha and charged forward. Li Qingshan, being an SS rank, reacted immediately. Listen. The two mechas, wielding their lightsabers, collided. Ying, what are you doing? Yes. Liang Yuang put all her strength into her duel with Li Qingshan. You two shouldn't be flirting. What was initially thought to be a love-hate relationship, with others even wanting to tease her, seemed increasingly off. No, she's serious. Liang Yuang aimed for his vital points, each strike heavy-handed, showing no sign of joking. The people from the 4th Military Academy and Xinghuan were stunned. Weren't they childhood sweethearts? Weren't they true love? Weren't they always chasing each other? They even had a love triangle with Shirlele over one man. How did they suddenly start fighting? Qingshan, what did you do to her? Nothing. Li Qingshan was caught off guard, his mind filled with questions, explaining as he fought. Ying, did I make you angry? Tell me what happened and I explain. No need to explain. Your presence is in my way. After breaking free of her control, Liang Yuang let loose, no longer needing to pretend to be an innocent little flower. Remembering the days of trying to seduce the male lead, being locked in a dark room, and dying as a devoted simp, what a miserable existence. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to vent her anger. She wanted to test whether the male lead's luck was stronger, or whether she, a mere supporting female character, was more powerful. This battle was a chance to break her inner demons. Male lead. I beat you to a pulp. Liang Yuang was like a completely different person. Her gentle, melodious voice was nowhere to be found. She was a veritable female Yama. Every move she made was aimed at elimination. Seeing that persuasion and education were ineffective, Li Qingshan could only focus on the battle, wanting to subdue her first. But the current Ms. Liang had undergone a complete transformation. So heavy. So fast. So strong. When did Ying become so terrifying? In an instant, the pressure on Li Qingshan increased exponentially. The two teams were evenly matched. Fighting now would be pure attrition. They arrived early. They should cross the sea as soon as possible to gain the upper hand, and if they were to fight, it should be before the finish line. Zymo, talk to your men. Fighting now won't benefit anyone. I'd like to advise them. What did your handsome guy do to her? How should I know? They've been getting along fine, haven't they? We've been training. They haven't even seen each other much. That haven't seen each other much speaks volumes. Liang Yuang always finds excuses to get close to him. Qingshan, explain yourself quickly. Li Qingshan, I don't have time for that right now. Boss, I can't hold on. The 4th Military Academy, seeing things were going badly, joined the fray. 4th Military Academy, Li Qingshan, eliminated. Star Ring International Academy, points +5. You guys are serious. Fine, there's no other way now, we have to get serious. Liang Yuang, hee. Zymo, no hee. Li Qingshan, I can't laugh. He's still reeling from the defeat. Liang Yuang, we're all S rank. Have you been secretly taking extra classes behind my back? From today onwards, please call me Ms. Liang. With that, she turned and left him with a cold, aloof back view before throwing herself back into the battle. From this day forward, Nyo Hulu. Wang has finally stood up. She has said goodbye to that tattered book forever. Wow. Oh wow. Host. Goddess. My goddess. So cool. Cool, right? Awesome. You trampled the male lead under your feet. Hee hee. Next time you appear, I give you a special background music. Yes, yes, yes. Give me a cool, heroic entrance. To highlight my aloof aura. No problem. Chapter 219. The entire system resides within Liang Yuang's body. Their conversations combined exceed tens of thousands of words. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng, in order to integrate into the new team, also began to actively showcase himself. While others might hesitate to comment, his fame after the faction competition was in no way inferior to Gu Zhanting's. Of course, his method of breaking into the mainstream was completely different from others. Others relied on strength, he relied on scandals, breaking news. Allegedly top secret and explosive footage of human-beast interaction leaked. The story I had to tell with a level 2 star beast. He flees, it chases, he can't escape, rebirth. I was pursued by a level 2 star beast in interstellar space. Contracted star beast, no. Contractual marriage. The Sky Overlord's exorbitant dowry. On Starnet's largest online novel platform, all sorts of stories about him, and she abounded. The number of CP fans is soaring to hundreds of millions. Yang Chung, a star overnight, has become a sensation across the galaxy. Even if he can't pursue a career as a warrior, becoming a major internet celebrity is no problem. Therefore, almost every participant knows him. After he eliminated a scout from the 4th Military Academy, the opposing team was dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, isn't Yang Marin an A rank? The sudden turn of events caught the 4th Military Academy off guard. Do the people of the 7-star region treat challenging opponents of higher ranks as commonplace? First, Li Qingqian's lackey rebelled without a word, then an A-rank individual eliminated their S-rank warrior. Having lost 2 key combatants, the 4th Military Academy's captain, Chuck, was furious. Go for it. Star Ring Military Academy, Miranda eliminated. 4th Military Academy, Chuck eliminated. 4th Military Academy eliminated. Star Ring Military Academy, points plus 5. Star Ring eliminated the 4th Military Academy at the cost of losing 1 member. Ms. Liang, could you please discuss this before you act next time? Just tell me if it's worth it or not. Zymo refuses to admit it. Looking at her grinning face, Zymo felt a pang of heartache. Admitting mistakes is one thing, but repeating them is another. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Yang Chung and Liang Yueying moved quickly, immediately starting to rummage through supplies. Take the energy, take the materials. Their tacit cooperation stunned the rest of the Star Ring team. This was a habit they had developed while on missions with the Xianqing sect. However, Star Ring didn't have Sun Qianyu, so the mech pilots were much less efficient at prying other people's mechs. But with so many supplies in hand, they couldn't hide their secret joy. This is what it feels like to forcibly seize something. The rescue team looked at the mech parts scattered all over the ground. The scene seemed familiar. When Li Qingqian was taken away, it wasn't just his body that was injured. The wounds to his heart would probably take a very long time to heal. His 2 confidants, how could they have suddenly left him? Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in the swirling snow, Why? Why? Why did you do this to me? Snowflakes flutter. The north wind howls. The world is a vast expanse of white. A lone plum blossom stands proudly in the snow. The male lead didn't choose the right major. He should have gone into acting. You two are both excellent actors. System, I must say, your taste in music is absolutely amazing. This background music is perfect for this scene. Just kidding, I have a music library spanning over 3,000 dimensions. From that day on, the upper echelons of the central family all said that the girl from the Liang family, driven by love turned to hate, had eliminated the child from the Li family. Rumors circulated throughout the martial world. Love, that word, is the most wounding. The rescue team had barely left, and before Xinghuan even departed, other teams arrived one after another. Yang Marin. Yang Marin. Captain Aslan. Aslan saw him mingling with Xinghuan's people, and immediately adopted a defensive stance from a distance. Why are you with people from the Central Star region? Oh, Yueying is a good friend of mine and Xiang's. Seeing that Xinghuan didn't make a move, Aslan lowered his guard slightly. Where are the others from the 7-star region? I should be the first one here. Someone's here. Captain Daedara. Siren! Sixth brother, you're finally here. You have no idea what I've been through. 7th brother, 8th brother. Ah! The 3 from Xianqing sect have finally reunited. Zymo, seeing that they were all allies from the 7-star region, began to feel a little nervous. Star Ring's situation is dire. And what's worse is what's coming next. Shen Wanqing, the person who suffered the most in the last match, has arrived. Shen Wanqing saw the people from the 7-star region. Without a word, they launched an attack with the Yin Kingdom Military Academy. Damn it! Couldn't they have crossed the sea first? A few minutes later, Kane from the 4-star region arrived and joined the fray. The scene was complete chaos. Then, it's Gu Zhanting. Central Team 1 was the final force, followed by the Alliance Peace and Hades' 1st Military Academy. They're all here. After several waves of elimination, the seed teams are all assembled, and this time, there are quite a few teams from the 7-star region. Wait, where are Xiang and the others? They should be with Central Team 1. The Xianqing sect members and their allies from the 7-star region were searching, but not a single person from the 18th Military Academy could be found. They weren't eliminated. They said they had something to do and didn't come along. Samir's words didn't dispel everyone's doubts. There was still a day and a half left. What were they doing? Could they make it in time? But right now, with over 30 teams engaged in a chaotic battle, there was no time to think about that. In an instant, the ferry crossing was filled with a deafening roar of cannons and billowing smoke. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Universal Military Academy, Yuanzi eliminated. Interstellar Strategic Military Academy, Peng Xian eliminated. 35th Military Academy, Dmitri eliminated. Pluto 1st Military Academy, Jalal eliminated. Central 1st Military Academy, points +5. Alliance Peace Military Academy, points +5. Star Ring International Military Academy, points +5. The fighting continued to escalate, and casualties continued to mount. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Ah! The sea! Something's in the sea! The once calm sea surface suddenly formed a massive whirlpool. Seawater poured into it like into a bottomless pit, the crater growing ever larger, its darkness as deep as if connected to hell. The gunfire slowly subsided, and all the teams at the crossing stared at this sudden turn of events. The eerie and terrifying sounds mixed and sent chills down the spines of all the trainees. I have a bad feeling. Something's coming out. Back up. Back up. The voices from the abyss suddenly became high-pitched and shrill, piercing the eardrums of those on the shore, who quickly retreated. A high-level star beast. Then, several enormous tentacles emerged from the whirlpool, struggling desperately, as if trying to break free of the sea. Is it a deep-sea octopus? It's huge. Each tentacle was over 2 meters thick, covered with enormous suckers. Once someone was caught, they would be trapped. What is that? Back up. Back up. Pull out the safety, prepare for battle. All teams retreated to 500 meters from the shore, their guns aimed at the unknown creature. A deafening roar erupted as countless tentacles wriggled and climbed onto the shore, carrying a salty, fishy smell, finally revealing its full form. Chapter 220. What is this thing? It's huge. Even just the tip of the iceberg is enough to blot out the sky. Even a massive A-class mech looks like a shrimp in comparison. Star beasts are mutated animals resulting from long-term cosmic radiation, but this one is truly too abstract. A dozen tentacles, 9 heads, it looks like a joke. Its oval-shaped head, like an octopus, has no eyes, and its gaping maw is filled with sharp teeth, dripping with disgusting black slime. When it drips onto a rock, it hisses, and the rock begins to smoke. What kind of star beast is this? Olga, the know-it-all from the Central 1st Military Academy, pondered for a long time, finally recalling an unfamiliar name from the depths of her memory. A Super Level 1 star beast, the sea monster Maya. Super Level 1 means it surpasses Level 1, but the exact difference is impossible to quantify. Only a few have survived seeing it. Judging by its mountain-like size, its combat power compared to the previous Frost Wolf King is definitely not just a slight difference. After a brief silence, the command center and the star network erupted in chaos. Is that a deep-sea monster? Does Snow Dome have a super-level star beast? Maya lives at depths exceeding 10,000 meters. How could it have escaped? Could it be some kind of natural disaster? Without a major natural disaster, star beasts of this level generally wouldn't venture out. Wait, a natural disaster. Speaking of natural disasters, there really are. Could it be because of a thunderstorm? The 18th Military Academy. So this is my fault. The 18 bolts of lightning were incredibly powerful. The entire continent trembled. The tremors were felt strongly 1,000 kilometers away. It's not impossible for them to awaken a giant sea monster. The instructor swallowed hard, suddenly realizing what was happening. Organize an evacuation. Stop the competition. Evacuate immediately. Yes, hurry. No. Han Jing, a senior staff officer from the organizers, immediately shouted a stern rebuke. As high-ranking soldiers of the Federation, they are the hope of the future. If they can't even overcome this small hurdle, how can they face the hellish Zerg battlefield? These are super-level star beasts. They have no combat experience. The Federation's top trainees are all in there. If anything happens, the entire Federation won't recover for the next decade or more. Not to mention the only 4S level. The instructors, led by Carl, argued vehemently. These were all kids they had raised from infancy. If something really happened, where would they turn for help? Super S rank, we encountered them before. General Gu has fought them twice. There are over 300 high-level warriors here, all elites of the Federation, led by a 4S rank. This is their responsibility, their duty. But? No buts. Have all rescue ships converge and stand by, ready to provide fire support at any time. Understood? That's an order. Roger. Many trainees were too terrified by the overwhelming aura to move an inch, their hair standing on end, cold sweat soaking their bodies. They had faced crises many times before, but this legendary creature, whose very being represented death, was a first for them. Until a calm voice came from the personal terminal. Everyone, retreat. It was Gu Zhanting. His calm tone brought everyone back from their extreme fear, and they began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The instructors will organize the evacuation, right? Gu Zhanting glanced at the rescue boat moored not far away, understanding dawning on him. We're on our own now. At this moment, the more than 300 trainees on site took a deep breath, trying their best to calm their nerves and change their mindset. This is our own battlefield. From now on, everyone, listen to my command. Without any questioning, the more than 30 teams patiently listened to Zhanting's instructions. Retreat and find cover. Olga, what's the situation with the enemy? Maya, a super-level star beast monster, lives at depths of over 10,000 meters. It's enormous, with tentacles reaching tens of meters in length. Its strength is immense. A single tentacle can shred a spaceship. Its body is covered in a slippery, hard mucus, making it extremely defensive and virtually impervious to bullets and blades. Its 9 heads can remotely spew black, corrosive mucus that can penetrate mechs, with a range of hundreds of meters, fast and accurate. Its teeth are extremely sharp. The only known weakness is its blindness. How are we supposed to fight it? This thing is practically 360 degrees vulnerable. Is it possible it's not coming for us? Before the words were even finished, Maya had already begun moving towards the crowd. Don't be complacent. The organizers and the entire Federation are probably waiting to see what happens. Gu Zhanting looked at the hundreds of monitoring aircraft overhead, already confirming the organizer's stance. Alright, let's test it out. Divide into 5 groups. Central Command 1, Yuan San, you lead Xinghuan, Hades, the 15th Military Academy. 5 teams as outposts. You're responsible for probing, be careful. No problem. Got it, they're a suicide squad. Xinhuan Qing, 72nd Military Academy, Interstellar Defense Officer Academy. 8 teams as main force team A, you arrange the attack deployment. Roger. Athlon, 23rd Military Academy, Interstellar Strategic Military Academy. 8 teams as main force team B, teams A, and B provide mutual cover. Roger. Kane, you and the remaining teams as team C, defend the entire field and provide support. Yes, sir. One last thing, don't die. Roger. Boom. 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 Super Level 1 Star Beast. Boom. Super Level 1 Star Beast, the sea monster Maya, appears in the Military Academy Grand Competition. Federal Army vs. Super Level 1 Star Beast. A Super Level 1 Star Beast is hidden on Snow Dome Star. At this point, it wasn't just ordinary viewers, even ordinary citizens at work had received this news. The total number of viewers across all channels and live streams exceeded 90% of the Federation's total population. Hundreds of billions of people were watching this battle. A super-level star beast. I always thought that was just a legend. With that size, it'd probably take a planet-destroying cannon to blast it. Why not evacuate? Don't ordinary cadets' lives matter? They belong on the battlefield, not to be sacrificed for an unnecessary competition. Can military academy cadets really fight against a star beast of this level? Evacuate immediately. Come on, all the Federation's elite cadets are here. This is their responsibility and duty. This battle is the face of the Federation, and the spirit of the Federation soldiers. We cannot retreat. But what if something really happens? The rescue ship is already on standby. We should believe in your soldiers, believe in the Federation. Although there was a bit of panic at first, not a single person ran away. That's the spirit of our Federation soldiers. Gu Zhanting stepped forward, and no one objected. His orders were obeyed without question. I suddenly feel so proud. From what I can see, there are at least 8 rescue ships nearby, and over 200 instructors. No problem. Good, now let the whole Federation see this great show. Go for it. Excellent, and young Federation soldiers. You are the best. While all attention was focused on the impending battle, more than 100 kilometers from the crossing point, for puppet beasts, leading 10 members of the 18th Military Academy, raced through the snow. How much further? Is it too late? Chapter 221. We be there in about an hour. The other team should have started crossing the sea by now, right? Not necessarily, the rescue ship above us has run away. There's only one monitoring aircraft left. Something might have happened ahead, let's speed up. Okay. Wait, should we join the fun or try to sneak through? We decide when we get there. The tracks left by the team in the snow were quickly buried by the wind and snow. Zymo, tentacles. Hades, attack the skin. Sirens, head. Daedara, Try to induce it to spray mucus. Okay. Yuan-san commanded the suicide squad to begin their operation. All weapons and equipment activated, let's unleash a barrage of fire. Boom. 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 Each squad began test attacks, trying to find the Maya's weaknesses. The skin is too thick. Ordinary ammunition can't even scratch it, it's slippery. The skin's mucus is corrosive, don't get close. Lightsaber won't work. The suction cups are damaged, but not much. Ammunition consumption is too high. The tentacles are over 800 meters long, very fast, be careful. Very sensitive to sound. Its positioning method is like sonar. The head skin is even tougher, it can't be penetrated. Watch out, the mucus cannon is coming. During the battle, one of the heads spat out a puff of black mucus like phlegm. Disgusting. A boulder 1 kilometer away began to corrode and dissolve after being hit, emitting thick gray smoke and a pungent odor. The power terrified everyone, and they quickly retreated. Maintain a safe distance. Second wave of fire. Yuan-san led the team to lure the enemy again, and 5 minutes later, the second puff of thick phlegm arrived. Tui! 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 Bro, can you stop making the sound effects for the Star Beast spitting? My god, I never fought such a disgusting battle. It's not honorable to die from being sprayed. The tombstone will say. Died from Star Beast phlegm. Ha ha. I rather commit suicide. My filter for super-level Star Beasts is shattered. The command center was speechless. As long as you can laugh. At least it proves the problem isn't too serious. After several tests, Gu Zhanting obtained some data. Skin, tentacles, and head are all impenetrable. Suckers have weaknesses, but the wear and tear is too great. The slime cannon can only fire from one head at a time, and there's a 1-minute interval. Try attacking the inside of its mouth when it opens it. Okay. So, several teams cooperated, their goal being to make Maya spit. Finally, after several rounds, they found the right moment, and an energy cannon hit the inside of the giant beast's mouth. Boom! Green blood spurted out, spewing acrid smoke onto the ground. But the attack didn't cause fatal damage, instead, it enraged the deep-sea behemoth. It accelerated its movements, its dozen tentacles darting about wildly. Instantly, chaos erupted at the crossing point, the squadron scattering for cover. Watch out! It's gone berserk. Take cover, the phlegm is coming again. One of its heads began to gather power from its abdomen, bulging out a large bulge before rising upwards, spewing out a torrent of mucus like vomit. Luckily we dodged quickly. Having found its weakness, Gu Zhanting began to organize an orderly attack. Attack! Ion cannons and light cannons were all aimed at the open mouth. Concentrated fire pierced the mouth parts, flesh bursting open, and the monster roared in agony. This was the first effective serious injury. The instructors in the command center held their breath for the regiment. Beautiful. This tactical deployment, information gathering, analysis, testing, finding weaknesses, and focused attack was textbook-level execution. The key was that Gu Zhanting himself hadn't even entered the fray yet. We have a chance. We absolutely have a chance. As expected of Gu Zhanting, as expected of our Federation's top warrior. The reason a super-level star beast can become a legendary species isn't just because of its enormous size and formidable attack power. The main reason is, it has evolved a certain degree of intelligence. Therefore, it no longer attacks randomly and haphazardly, but relies on its hearing to determine the location and size of other species. The tentacles feigned an attack to conceal their true intentions, then unleashed a small, but precise burst of energy. Boom! 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 Ah! Watch out! Hurry! 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 Take off if you have enough energy. Not enough altitude, fly higher. Run! Ah! Run! This tactic worked, and the squadron began to suffer heavy casualties. Vanguard Military Academy, Darba eliminated. 8th Military Academy, Arya eliminated. Star Ring International Academy, Jalousie eliminated. Rescue Team, rescue the eliminated ones. Roger. Gu Zhanting was still looking for an opportunity to attack Maya's mouth. But it seemed to have learned its lesson, pursing its lips when spitting out mucus. It could also judge the direction of attacks by sound, using the hard skin of its tentacles to block. It's learning. This is a super-level star beast. Just imagine, countless such creatures exist in the vast universe. Overwhelming in numbers and power, and having evolved intelligence, if they were to attack in swarms, it's unimaginable what would become of human civilization. The Zerg are precisely such a species. Toledo, you take over the central control, I give it a try. Alright. Toledo took over the command, and Gu Zhanting activated the mecha. The deep black armor adhered to his skin, leaving almost no extra space at a height of 2 meters. All operations were executed in a single thought, each move maximizing combat power. The mecha was named Thanatos, the name of the god of death in ancient mythology. It represented the Federation's strongest mecha design and manufacturing capabilities. It was also the only Super SSS-class mecha in the entire Federation since Poseidon's disappearance. It nimbly weaved through the gunfire, its speed so fast that only a blur could be seen. In a few swift movements, it reached Maya's feet. He drew a massive lightsaber from his back with his right hand. Its color wasn't the usual ice blue, but a dazzling, luminous white. He swung it rapidly at the tentacles, visibly scratching them, though the wounds weren't deep. Moreover, the areas of the mech that had been touched by the slime turned a dull gray. Clearly, even the top-grade corrosion-resistant materials weren't enough. He had to end the battle before the mech completely lost its power. While Gu Zhanting searched for an opportunity, the main force continued to lure the enemy, attacking the mouthparts and destroying 2 more heads. He bravely charged upwards along the massive limbs, enduring the slime. During a gap in the launch of one of the slime bubbles, he attacked the open mouthparts at close range. Now, Maya had 5 heads left, and the pain and rage drove it into a berserk state. Worse still. Boss, we need to conserve energy. Chapter 222. Gu Zhanting knew he had no way out. Using the speed and agility of his top-tier mecha, he weaved through the Maya's dense attacks. Half an hour later, he won another victory. Now, the deep-sea behemoth only had 4 heads left. On the Starnet, cheers, screams, and shouts of encouragement filled the air. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This attack was so well organized. Gu Zhanting, if he weren't a 4S level top-tier fighter, he'd definitely be a master commander. He has the ability to coordinate large-scale operations. Truly worthy of being a top warrior of our Federation, not afraid even against a super-level star beast. It's so exciting. Keep it up. Well done. All the instructors in the command center stared intently at the screen. Was he rescued? Yes, he was rescued, no major problems. Hearing that the eliminated trainees had been rescued, the tense atmosphere eased slightly. But no one dared to relax completely. Even the experienced instructors could see that the competition wasn't going well. Energy is probably running out. The battle on the front lines continued. Gu Zhanting kept charging forward, trying to quickly take down the behemoth, while energy and ammunition were scarce. He kept thinking to himself, he could do it. Just a little more time, just a little bit more time. If his uncle had waited until he grew up, he could have kept him. His determination was amplified, and his hands kept moving. Under his relentless attacks, Maya's 4th head was also severely damaged. A deafening roar erupted. While dodging, Gu Zhanting was struck hard by one of the tentacles. The immense impact sent him plummeting from 100 meters in the air at incredible speed. He wasn't worried about potential serious injury. His only concern was that his mech couldn't malfunction, or he'd be unable to fight. However, the heavy impact didn't occur. Before he hit the ground, a force suddenly caught him from behind, resulting in a soft landing that left him completely unharmed. Siren from the 15th Military Academy? Are you alright, Captain Gu? Yeah. Here we go again. Siren, who was organizing the attack with Yuan San, saw Gu Zhanting severely wounded in the head, and then fiercely attacked by the sea monster. So he channeled his spiritual energy, and used his incredible speed to cushion Gu Zhanting's fall. Anyone else could be injured, but Gu Zhanting couldn't be. Siren, from a military family, knew very well how crucial a 4S-class warrior was to the Federation. Therefore, the two of them were now the primary targets. Watch out. You left, I right. Gu Zhanting's impression of the Siren stemmed solely from their close relationship. He never expected they'd be fighting side by side now. If he remembered correctly, the Siren's was SS rank. This SS rank level was somewhat similar to the situation at the 18th Military Academy, far exceeding the combat power expected by mental strength tests. Not only that, the Sirens had an incredibly sensitive sense of touch, even stronger than his own. Get out of the way! A deafening roar erupted. The sea monster was enraged. Several tentacles attacked the two. Gu Zhanting gave the Sirens a solid shove, pushing him away from the danger zone. He himself was now surrounded by the sea monster's tentacles, isolated from the main fighting force. The battle was becoming increasingly chaotic. Toledo, at the rear, assessed the situation. Supplies and ammunition had reached below the warning line. He issued 3 orders in quick succession. Boss, retreat! Quickly! Energy and ammunition are running out. Everyone retreat. Run into the mountains. Quickly. Central 1, Alliance Peace, Yin Kingdom military personnel stay behind, hold it off. We're not leaving, we're all leaving together. Captain Gu is still inside. Federal Warrior Code Number 1, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. You go first. The entire Federation is watching, don't embarrass yourselves. Roger. The other teams began to retreat, the three strongest teams covering their escape. The sirens that had just been pushed out were forcibly pulled away by Yuan San. Only Gu Zhanting remained, fighting alone in the center. Boss, let's go! Toledo was frantic. Thanatos was incredibly strong, but that also meant enormous energy consumption. This reckless fighting style could only hold out for another 10 minutes at most. The command center was starting to panic. The others had already retreated to safety, but Gu Zhanting remained deeply entrenched in the center of the battle. Even if they wanted to rescue him, it would be difficult to get close in the short term. Sir, Gu Zhanting can't be harmed. The officer noticed his abnormal condition and, disregarding the ongoing competition, intervened immediately. Gu Zhanting, retreat now. Quickly. That's an order. If 4S were to perish on the field, what would become of the entire Federation? No one could bear that responsibility, but the young man ahead, his eyes bloodshot, mechanically wielded his weapon. Even if he wanted to escape, he first had to break through the impenetrable wall of tentacles. Damn it! Thanatos has started the alarm. Rescue team, you must rescue Gu Zhanting. The rescue team was fighting desperately, but the three Maya had gone berserk, their ferocious attacks repeatedly blocking their path. Everything was starting to spiral out of control. Get out of the way! Two enormous tentacles descended from the sky, pressing down on Gu Zhanting with overwhelming force, aiming to crush him and his mech to dust. Fear and despair permeated the entire Federation. Many dared not even look directly at the cameras, fearing the next second would reveal a blood-soaked scene. At this critical moment, suddenly, everything seemed to slow down. In the center of the battle, a Class B mech appeared. Clumsy, grayish-brown, an ordinary military customized mech. No one knew where it came from, or how it had broken through the impenetrable defenses to enter the encirclement. It was already there before 100 billion eyes could even see it clearly. What is that? Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief. A Class B mech. Who is it? What followed could only be described in 4 words. A divine intervention. The Class B mech effortlessly blocked Maya's mountain-like attack. With a casual flick of its wrist, the 2 giant tentacles were sent flying. The sea monster was pulled by the force and slammed heavily into the sea, sending waves dozens of meters high into the air. In its struggle, before entering the water, it used the suction cup of one of its tentacles to grab the exhausted Thanatos. Oh no! It's trying to drag Gu Zhanting into the water. Everyone's hearts were gripped again, as if any further shock would cause them to faint. The Class B mech teleported and grabbed the trapped Gu Zhanting, using its sword to slash away the suction cup covering him. With a few leaps, it rushed back to the outer perimeter and rejoined the main force. Before the rescue team could even reach them, the crisis was over. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. This was a golden 20 seconds etched into the history of the Federal Military Academy Grand Competition. Everyone who witnessed it had their pupils dilate, their breath seemingly frozen. Fingertips went numb, knees went weak, as if someone had ripped all the bones from their bodies. Blood roared in their eardrums. The world went silent for a moment, leaving only a piercing ringing in their ears. The live stream chat remained blank for a very long time, until Thanatos issued its final warning. Please replenish energy. Thanatos is about to enter hibernation. 3, 2, 1. Gu Zhanting was ejected from the mech, staring blankly at the massive B-class mech before him. It seemed he had encountered someone even stronger than his uncle. Who are you? Chapter 223. All the instructors in the command center, the StarNet viewers, all the Federation's high-ranking officials, the soldiers on the scene. Their minds were buzzing, with only one question remaining: who was it? Who was that B-class mech that fell from the sky? Before the other party could answer, several excited voices rang out. Inen, are you alright? Yeah. That thing is really ugly. But it's pretty strong. It was a deal, let us practice. Okay, I just watched from the sidelines. Watch closely, I learned a new special move. Shuren gently curled the corners of her lips, looking at her disciples with satisfaction. She could feel countless eyes focused on her. But it didn't matter, now she had the ability to protect the Xianxin sect. The chattering conversation brought everyone's frozen brains back to normal. Time seemed to stand still, a full 5 minutes of silence. Then, like detonating a nuclear bomb, The entire Federation exploded. Holy crap! Gu Zhanting was saved. Am I seeing things? That's a Class B mech. Is this just a hallucination before death? Mom. I saw a god. A Class B mech flung a super level 1C monster away with one hand? Isn't this a holographic effect? Am I watching a pre-recorded video? It's the Military Academy competition. Anyone who didn't know better would think the movie channel had a new release. Which SSS is that? Isn't he a 4S instructor? Wait a minute. Isn't the only 4S Gu Zhanting? Could there be a hidden old monster in the Federation's ranks? Anin! That's Shuren. Zymo was struck dumb, instantly snapping back to reality. The familiar B-class mecha, its power terrifyingly unbelievable. Of all the competition participants, no, of everyone in the entire Federation, only this one could unleash such power. Yuan San was stunned. She guessed Shuren was no ordinary person, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. That series of smooth, fluid maneuvers, even Gu Jianshan at his peak couldn't have done that. Meanwhile, in the command center and rescue team, the shock receded like a tide, leaving behind an almost absurd calm. Is that one of ours? SSS instructors, be honest, who has the confidence to single-handedly rush in to rescue people under these circumstances? And he can slap a sea monster into the sea with one palm. His speed is so fast I have to slow it down by 0.1x to see a blur. A B-class mecha? Who is it? That? Li Yuanbo weakly raised his hand. He was all too familiar with that B-class mecha. It was the training machine he used in class. After Sun Qianyu snatched it away, it had been in the Sect Master's hands ever since. His heart was pounding in his chest. The Sect Master was keeping quiet until he made a stunning move. It looks like Shuren from our team. The instructors all turned to stare at Li Yuanbo, their unwavering gazes making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. You said this is a cadet? From the 18th Military Academy? Li Yuanbo nodded guiltily. It was impossible to explain. Absolutely impossible. A B-class mecha with this kind of strength. No matter how hard you try, you can't explain it. Sect Master Sure, you're really putting me, Li Yuanbo, in a difficult position. One of the instructors eagerly pulled up Shuren's file. It would have been better if they hadn't looked. Once they did, it was even harder to accept. Shuren? B rank? Mech pilot? First year? Ranked 700th? Don't look at me like that. It's not that I deliberately hid it. She's always been like this. She doesn't want to be in the limelight, so there's nothing I can do. Is this about being in the limelight? Who hides their abilities in a military academy competition? Even the 4S ranks hide their skills, don't they? That's a strategic necessity. You're from a bottom-tier military academy. Ugh. No, I don't even know what to say about you. Think about it, besides the title, what else about the 18th Military Academy still resembles a bottom-tier military academy? I personally didn't cheat on the mental strength test, but I know her strength is definitely more than just B rank. Isn't that obvious? Even I, an SSS rank, am not confident I could achieve that level. The instructors debated for a very long time. Finally, Carl asked the last question. Oldly, between Shuren and Gu Zhanting, who do you think is stronger? Now everyone wants to know just how strong this suddenly appearing superhuman is. Li Yuanbo, is this a death trap? To be honest, I don't know, because I never seen her go all out. A casual remark sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. His expression was very restrained, yet it betrayed his true thoughts. He didn't think that the 4S level Gu Zhanting was stronger than Shuren. Then how strong is she exactly? What is her foundation? She's never gone all out, which means the 18th Military Academy has never gone all out. So, is the top spot on Central Military Academy now secure? At this point in the competition, no one dares to predict the outcome anymore. Oldly, your 18th Military Academy definitely has something to offer. How could it not? The only cultivation sect on Proxima Centauri. How could we mortals presume to fathom the sect leader's abilities? Shuren's stroke of genius seemed to detonate a massive nuclear bomb throughout the Federation. A B-rank mech saved Gu Zhanting a 4S? Boom! 18th Military Academy, Shuren. B-rank mech pilot Shuren. A bottom-ranked B-rank mech pilot withstands a super-level 1-star beast. Shuren vs Sea Monster Maya. The 18th Military Academy hides a hidden master. The trending topics immediately reacted. The less than 20-second battle videos spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the Federation. The Shure family remained silent for a long time. This daughter they had despised and abandoned was no longer someone they could easily touch. Shure Rong even began to doubt, was this really the same Shuren? Ha ha ha. Sure Lele smiled bitterly, tears streaming down her face, as if all her strength had been drained. Those she had once trampled into the mud were now like the moon in the sky. After all her scheming, what had she gained? At the competition venue, other teams were buzzing with discussion. The 18th Military Academy. Shuren? Is there such a person at the 18th Military Academy? He seems to be a mecha pilot. Are mecha pilots this powerful now? Such an impressive figure, how come I have no recollection of him? It's perfectly normal that you haven't noticed him. He's ranked 700th on the leaderboard. During the faction battle to capture the flag she was guarding, Zymo was instantly killed by her. Many people don't believe it. Damn! Why would someone like that be at the bottom? You should ask why someone like that got a B level in the mental strength test. Since the 18th Military Academy. After the school appeared, I didn't really believe the test results. I had some contact with her. She's more like a coach than a student. She hardly ever lifts a finger. But they always consult her on things. She's a true behind-the-scenes boss. I feel like we're being looked down upon. It's normal to be looked down upon. The entire competition looks down on her. If it weren't for the sea monster, you probably wouldn't have even seen the boss make a move. Now the whole Federation knows. Based on my limited understanding of the boss, I think that although she doesn't like to show off, she doesn't really care either. Chapter 224. Gu Zhanting was rescued, and the 18th Military Academy and the Central Military Academy surrounded him. Is Captain Gu alright? I'm fine, just out of energy. You go back. Gu Han's cold tone carried a hint of reproach and concern. But the little nephew wouldn't have it, and started acting like a spoiled brat. I won't leave. I want to stay with you. You're out of energy. Don't affect my performance. Hearing this, Gu Zhanting almost instantly burst into laughter through his tears. That familiar tone. He was certain that the person he was waiting for had really returned. If you're out of energy, take a break. We take over first, and we call you later. He didn't give anyone a chance to object or question. The 18th Military Academy activated their mechs, and everyone drew their weapons. They're going to go themselves? In the current situation, if the competition isn't stopped, who can take the lead? Shuren's demonstration had already given the answer. 10 people stood proudly facing the behemoth in the sea. That bright, determined gaze ignited boundless anticipation in the audience. And then, just stay here and relax. Okay, good luck to you guys. Watch closely. See if I improved lately? Shuren handed the battlefield over to her teammates, staying with Toledo and watching from afar. Their leisurely demeanor made it seem like nothing more than an ordinary training session. The big shots aren't going to participate? Can they handle this? Suddenly, a dozen tentacles shot out from the calm sea, creating huge splashes. The second round of the PK officially began. All teams, provide cover. Watching the 18th Military Academy charge towards Maya, Toledo gave the order to the others. Tentacles and slime launched a full-scale attack, raising dust, shaking the earth, and blazing with gunfire. Sun Qianyu deployed his Luban puppet, transforming it with a series of clicks as he ran. The same lag, the same sluggishness. What's that? Why is his mecha designed like that? Was it damaged in the last round? Oh ho! The old-fashioned machine is here. Ha ha, that's the Luban puppet. The wind-up animation is a bit long, but its combat power is incredibly strong. I'm not looking down on its combat power, I'm just disgusted by its appearance, and Sun Qianyu's taste. Ha ha ha. I get you. I'm tempted. I want to have Sun Qianyu customize a mecha for me, but I guess I have to solve the appearance problem myself. Ha ha ha. Confirmed, definitely a hater. The Luban puppet, with its 9 arms, charged forward with lightning speed, dodging left and right. One hand gripped a large hammer, slamming it down on the tentacle, creating a gaping, bloody hole. Alice, wielding her red dragon neck and a red tasseled spear, pierced another tentacle deeply. Su Xiang brandished an iron sword, engaging the tentacles swirling in the air, leaving deep and shallow sword marks wherever his blade struck. Xue Lingling and the siren from Yuan San's suicide squad also charged forward. Each person fought one tentacle, and with the main force's firepower, Maya was tied down. What weapons are they using? How can they inflict such damage? This was clearly weapon-inflicted, visibly damaging Maya. This is the 18th Military Academy? Strong. Incredibly strong. They're countless times stronger than we initially thought. Were they really this terrifying before? The 18th Military Academy, they've been flashy and unpredictable since their debut. Too many shady tactics, they diverted our attention. Yeah, the other strong teams are all arrogant, cool, and awesome, but they're cheeky, cowardly, and like to challenge the rules. Teams that do that aren't usually very strong. I always thought of them as just for fun. Their occasional bursts of brilliance were mostly due to tactics, but now it seems I was careless. The arrival of these few people has brought a new turning point to the battle. The underdog story has excited countless people, amplifying their anticipation to an unprecedented level. Alice suddenly roared with a powerful voice, "Let my mother know I'm not a coward." "Charlotte, don't tell anyone I'm your mother." "Alice, can you shut up?" "See? That's it. A perfectly good hero's entrance, and the whole thing has gone awry. Ha ha. Even in a crisis, being funny is still their instinct." "Crisis? I didn't see any tension in them. No wonder they have a team with interstellar comedians." Suddenly, I'm not nervous anymore. "Ah, my red dragon, what's biting my mech?" "Wait, how come you're alright?" Alice's red dragon stood on tentacles, its feet touching the slime, making a sizzling sound as it was corroded. The other mech's weapons were also corroded to varying degrees by the slime, but Sun Qianyu's Luban puppet was completely unaffected. "Huh? It really is." Sun Qianyu began to wonder, was it because the Zerg Queen was being used as material, or because he was possessed by spiritual energy, or perhaps both? "Stop talking. Watch out." Gu Han, accompanied by his cumbersome iron guards, blocked an oncoming tentacle attack. "This thing is disgusting. It looks even more abstract than a Lu Ban puppet." "My Lu Ban puppet is beautiful, okay?" Sun Qianyu looked incredulous. He had put a lot of effort into its appearance. It said it spits. It can spray corrosive phlegm hundreds of meters away in one gulp. "Ugh, I don't want to fight it. It's too embarrassing." "It's embarrassing if you can't win." "Three heads, two people share one?" "Share what?" "I have a better idea." The smartest person in the Xianxing sect stepped forward. "This high-level species is impervious to blades and spears, with no blind spots. Based on my 18 years of combat experience, I know there's an antidote within 5 steps. I boldly guess that it has something on its body that can easily pierce its skin. Bone or teeth?" Looking at the sharp teeth in the abyss's gaping maw, the answer seemed to be right before their eyes. "Try the teeth. Toledo, cover us while we pull the teeth." "Roger. All teams, delay the tentacle attack." Several people dodged left and right, rushing towards Maya's crooked head. Those dismembered heads still had scattered teeth hanging from them. At this moment, Gu Zhanting, having replaced his remaining backup energy, also rushed up. How could his little nephew sit still? Gu Han glanced at him, but didn't stop him further. "Wow! So sharp. Push harder, get more." The group began pulling teeth, hacking and stabbing, finally managing to remove a few. "No, the mucus in the mouth is even more corrosive. Qianyu, it's up to you." "Alright. Luban puppet, let's go." The others provided cover, while Sun Qianyu put away his tools and weapons, his 9 hands gripping Maya's teeth. Like wielding 9 sharp swords, it leaped into the air and charged towards Maya's body, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Sharp teeth easily pierced Maya's skin, leaving deep gashes from which dark green blood flowed. Using your own spear to pierce your own shield, what do you say? Chapter 225. Maya's weakness has been found. As expected, the old saying "armed to the teeth" is true. The strategy of using Sun Qianyu as the main attack force is beginning to work. The Luban puppet continues to dance, and Maya's wounds multiply. Everyone, attack the wounds. The barrier is broken, exposing incredibly fragile flesh. Any weapon can inflict massive damage. Maya's injuries worsen, her body riddled with holes oozing green blood. Target, head. The entire team works in perfect unison. 3 people remain in the central command for overall control, while the rest split into 4 teams, 2 providing cover and containing the tentacles' attacks. The other 2 will unleash firepower once the flesh is exposed. Sun Qianyu is responsible for using his teeth to slash as much of the sea monster's skin as possible. The Xianxing sect members, along with Gu Zhanting, provide close cover for Sun Qianyu as the main attack force. This is a true core-level operation. Up to this point, regardless of victory or defeat, the Federation soldiers had delivered an incredibly gratifying performance. This was an indestructible, resilient, and perfectly coordinated team. Only Sharon watched quietly from the sidelines, a satisfied expression on her face. In the command center, many eyes and attention remained fixed on Sharon. She's just watching? Well, we don't need her now. Li Yuanwu didn't know how to explain, so he left the question to Sharon herself. He couldn't very well say that a powerful cultivator was bringing his disciple out for training, could he? The battle lasted half an hour, and the magazines were emptied. Maya's last head was blown off. a deafening roar, and the mountain-like body crashed to the ground. It was finally over. The super-level star beast, the sea monster Maya, had fallen. It had lost to a group of military academy students, who hadn't even graduated yet. After a brief silence, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. Oh! 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 We won! We won! We won! Ah! I'm crying my eyes out. They won. The military academy team defeated the super-level star beast. 96 members of the team were eliminated, with 11 teams being completely wiped out. 27 teams remained, totaling 218 members. Those who survived were from Central 1, Alliance Peace, Yin Kingdom Military, and the 18th Military Academy. Moreover, this year, those who entered the final round were no longer all S rank or higher. Among the vast number of advanced warriors, there were quite a few A rank and even B rank students. And these people, unsurprisingly, all came from the 7-star region. For example, at the Hades 1st Military Academy, of the remaining 4, Reconnaissance Ase is an A rank student. At the 15th Military Academy, one of the 3 is also an A rank student. And then, there's Yang Chung, a one-man team, where he himself is an A rank. They defeated a super-level 1-star beast, and so many are still alive, the instructors exclaimed with satisfaction. This battle was extremely dangerous, but they survived. The 18th Military Academy, 3 B-rank students, that's amazing. That sure is also B-rank, okay? One of the instructors said, giving Li Yuanhua a sour look. Winning was expected, but what was truly unexpected was that unassuming monk. What incredible luck did that old guy have to pull off such a perfect hand? Most of the teams had exhausted their energy, their mechs were severely damaged, and their stamina was completely depleted. The remaining people lay limp, silently observing the ravaged battlefield, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Most of their weapons and equipment suffered some degree of corrosive damage, but the Luban puppet remained completely unscathed. At this moment, Sun Qianyu was incredibly excited. Ah! It's all mine! Materials from a super-level star beast. Indestructible skin, corrosive slime, and incredibly sharp teeth, all valuable items. Bones, maybe even a surprise from the bones. The Luban puppet began to operate with a clattering sound, its 9 arms working in perfect coordination to dismantle the corpse. Now I understand why he made it with 9 arms. It's not for easier fighting, it's for easier dismantling. Why isn't the Luban puppet afraid of the corrosive slime? This left the mecha pilots with a huge question mark. Look at Gu Zhanting's Thanatos. Top-tier designers, materials, and craftsmanship, even its limbs showed mottled signs of corrosion. Especially the right hand, the part that had been in contact with the Maya most was almost corroded through. Don't dismantle it, or it break, and we have to fix it. I handle it myself. So, while everyone else rested after their battle damage, only Sun Qianyu was excitedly busy, like a diligent little bee. The other mech pilots were tempted. With their equipment, dismantling materials from the sea monster was probably out of the question. But there were quite a few astute individuals who knew the 18th Military Academy's team. Little son, could you get us some materials? We pay you out there? That's too much trouble. We fought together, I can't charge for materials, just a small processing fee. We see you're quite shameless. You guys take first, just share some with us if you have any left. No problem. Me too. Me too. Okay. We have them all. Have Lingling write this down, I process it, and take it out for you. Alright. Add me on my personal terminal, I contact them outside. Is this the AAA Federation drug dealer Linglingzi? Yes. The name? Concise and clear, just not very respectable. 72nd Military Academy, 2 teeth, skin and mucus, you want them all? Yes. Universal Military Higher Academy, Alliance Peace Military Academy, Star Ring International Academy. Noted down. Almost all the mecha pilots from the various teams gathered around. Such good material, taking it back for research and mecha making would be incredibly rare. But their equipment couldn't handle it at all, only Sun Qianyu's old mecha, covered in mucus, was completely undamaged. Does everyone want it? How about this, I take as much as I can, and we divide it up outside, okay? Okay. Thanks. You're welcome. The two laughed like idiots, come on. That's definitely their style. The Military Academy Grand Competition is the 18th Military Academy's comfort zone. Ha ha ha. Even close brothers keep clear accounts, no problem. The biggest problem with the organizers isn't the star beasts, but that they didn't prohibit the 18th Military Academy from conducting business on the field. Ha ha ha. I have a feeling this won't happen next time. Organizers, how many times have we changed it? Tell me, how many times have we changed it? The 18th Military Academy is showing everyone that the weakest point is the rules of the Military Academy Grand Competition, full of loopholes. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard I had diarrhea. The command center breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was a close call. If Gu Zhanting had gotten into trouble, everyone present today would probably be facing a military court. Most importantly, for us concerns the Federation's strategy and the international situation, so it's not just about losing a high-ranking soldier. Especially Han Jing, he's the highest-ranking strategist on site, he bears ultimate responsibility. He was already drenched in cold sweat, staring thoughtfully at Shuren in the corner of the screen. Shall the match continue? Chapter 226. We overcome such a huge hurdle, the rest should be fine. Let the children handle it themselves. Sir, can we drop more supplies onto the rime? We discuss it, in principle, it's no problem. Clean it up completely, make sure there aren't any super high-level star beasts nearby. One more, and even the instructors, let alone the trainees, wouldn't be able to handle it. Shuren, thank you for saving me. You're welcome. And the sirens, thanks too. It's an honor to fight alongside Captain Gu. This was the first time they'd seen the warm, childlike smile of a young man on Gu Zhanting's serious and aloof face. The Xianqing sect members huddled together, chattering about their experiences along the way. They're out of energy. Should we use it now? Liang Yuang held a knife to her neck, revealing a fierce expression. The others were speechless. What, are we playing the assassins this time? I'm just thinking of everyone. Isn't it a bit too ruthless to start now? Yeah, we were fighting side by side just now, and now we're turning on each other in 5 minutes. It's too fast, I personally can't accept it. Theoretically speaking, our energy should be running low, and fighting now wouldn't be difficult, would it? Aren't we here for training? Let's wait until we cross the sea. Okay. The teams began to regroup and adjust, while outside, the two biggest surprises of the battle began to be analyzed. Shuren and Sun Qianyu. Shuren, from Star 9527, 18 years old, 18th Military Academy, mech pilot, mental strength. B rank. I don't believe a single word of the latter half. From the start of the star domain competition, her scores were almost always at the bottom, and she was rarely seen on camera. The only exception was during the Beast Tide in the 7-star domain mission competition. She was the first to issue a warning. This is where things should have started to feel off. With so many high-ranking soldiers and instructors, how did a bottom-ranked student manage to spot her? They're all here for the Military Academy competition. Why are they hiding like this? I also dug up something else. When Yang Chung was captured by the helmeted bird, Alice Yang sought help from Shuren. Think about it, in a crisis, shouldn't you turn to the strongest person in the team? Also, in the faction competition, she led the team guarding Team 7's flag. She instantly defeated Zymo. Oh, by the way, Zymo is an SSS level, the captain of the Star Ring, and it was an instant kill, eliminated in 2 moves. After that, the surveillance broke, and Team 7 won. That means at least the 18th Military Academy and Team 7 were aware of her strength. That's why they let her guard the flag. I dug up some photos from the end of the competition. She's in the corner. Look closely. Don't you think she's too clean and refreshed? She doesn't look like much on her own, but compared to the other students, who were covered in dirt and grime, it's very obvious. Even now, look at her condition. Does she look like she's fought a super-level star beast? It's fine if you don't dig deeper, but once you do, you find loopholes everywhere. Shuren's sudden emergence was actually foreshadowed in many ways. Didn't anyone else or the instructors notice something was wrong? Yeah, everyone's not stupid. A witness from the 7-star domain says Shuren is a special case. She keeps a low profile and her combat strength isn't obvious, but when something big happens, the captain usually listens to her. I was totally confused back then, but now I finally know the answer. I'm from the 18th Military Academy. Shuren was the strongest in our team. Even Captain Gu Han couldn't beat her. She's been keeping a low profile since the Star Domain tournament. We guessed that she didn't even need to lift a finger. Our whole school is waiting for the big shot to be exposed. Ah! Thanks, Maya, for letting me see the goddess make a move. Shuren is awesome. She's slaughtered everyone in the Federation. There's another little clue. Shuren is from the Shur family. The Shur family that makes potions. Huh? It's said that after being kicked out of the Shur family, she went to Star 9527, and that's how it happened. Has the Sure family lost their minds? Does the Sure family think such immense wealth is too hot to handle? If my family had someone like that, the whole family would fawn over her. Yeah, a small family isn't afraid of being looked down upon by a big shot. Less than 2 hours after Sure-En's identity was revealed, the old gossip about the Sure family abandoning their eldest daughter was already trending on social media. Sure-En. The Sure family Sure-Rong received a lot of greetings, many of them sarcastic and cynical, praising the powerful while belittling the weak. Old Sure, what were you thinking back then? How could such a good child? Or maybe we should think of a way to bring her back? As long as she's there, the Sure family still has hope of rising in status. The Sure family has produced a true phoenix. Sure-Rong listened to the sarcastic remarks, his regret almost overwhelming him. But it seemed everything was already too late. From the moment Sure-En from the cultivation world transmigrated here, the scales of fate began to tip in another direction. Another controversial figure, Sun Xianyu, became a celebrity in the Federation's mecha circle. Mecha pilots all wanted to know, why was the Lubon puppet unaffected by the corrosive slime? What are the manufacturing principles of the Lubon puppet and the puppet beast? Why can mechanical arts and manually operated mechas unleash such incredible speed and power? However, all these questions could only be answered by him personally after the competition. At this moment, Sun Xianyu was repairing mechas for the 18th Military Academy and other allied forces. With the Lubon puppet, his repair speed became even more outrageous. Thus, the entire Federation watched this absurd scene. The Luban puppet's 9 hands worked in perfect coordination, a series of clicks and clacks echoing through the air. This Luban puppet style is so bizarre. It's slow and clumsy when transforming, but incredibly smooth when fighting or repairing its mechs. I'm starting to get interested in ancient mechanical arts and puppetry. His mech perfectly suits his needs. It's fast to disassemble and fast to repair. I still can't accept this ugly thing. But I want one. Me too. It's ugly, but it's so powerful. Do you think he accept the purchase? Without a doubt, definitely. If he won't, it's definitely because he didn't pay enough. Now, the biggest question in the competition is, who will win this match? For decades, no one has asked this question about the 68th Military Academy Grand Competition. Because the Central 1st Military Academy has never lost. But this year's exception is truly exceptional. A dark horse has emerged, turning the tide. The strength they displayed far exceeds what the word strong can describe. Many teams have already listed them as strong contenders for the championship. The Central 1st Military Academy, the Alliance Peace Military Academy, the Yin Kingdom Military Academy, and the 18th Military Academy. Who will win this year? All authoritative institutions have begun to reassess the strength of each team. On the StarNet, the tide turned after the battle against the Frost Wolf King. With Maya's fall, the 18th Military Academy's ranking in the eyes of the audience and officials rose rapidly. In my opinion, at least top 5. They're already in the top 5. Top 3 isn't out of the question. What if they compare to Yuan San? I think they're evenly matched. Are you talking about before or after that sweeping monk joined? Who knows what her level was? Before she joined? You're really bold. But I think so too. What if she joined? I don't know. I dare to guess, maybe they can secure second place and even compete for first. Everyone harbored a vague, unrealistic thought. CCTV-1 won't lose. Chapter 227. The regiment rested here for a whole day, with the mech pilots and pharmacists being the busiest. Repairing mechs, treating the wounded, and replenishing energy. Many teams were silently watching the biggest variable in this competition, the movements of the 18th Military Academy. Especially Sure-En, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. Was she the one guarding the flag in the faction battle? Yes. You didn't believe me when I said she was exceptionally strong. Now you believe me. She easily took down a super level 1-star beast, saved a 4S, and wasn't even covered in mud. Her mech was spotless. Something's off. I should have noticed. I feel like her being so low-key is like she's saying, this level of competition isn't worth my time. Damn. You're right. I thought so too. Gu Zhanting, a 4S level fighter, was badly injured. Guess what level Sure-En is at? God level. Why don't you try it? Try and you die. Wait, are you crazy? I was just kidding, come back. Looking at his proud and arrogant back, everyone fell silent. His face was filled with sorrow as he walked up to Sure-En, then did a complete 180-degree turn. Hello Sure-En, I'm Yu Song from the 72nd Military Academy. Thank you for saving me. Don't hesitate to contact me if you need anything in the future. You're welcome. Old Yu. Hee hee. I struck up a conversation with the pro. He's hopeless. All day long, the discussions about the 18th Military Academy and Shuren never stopped among the teams. The organizers announced that the competition would continue, and that supplies would be prepared on Wusong Island. This means everyone can't afford to relax for a second. They need to prepare for the upcoming competitions. The final battle will begin after we get to the island. Our biggest competitors this time, as you all should be able to see, are Central 1, Federal Peace, and the 18th Military Academy. Shin Wanqing carefully analyzed the situation for her team. Currently, it seems we still have a fighting chance against Federal Peace. Central 1 will be a tough battle, and the 18th Military Academy is the one I can't figure out the most. All the members of the Yen Kingdom Military Academy team fell silent. No one could say for sure how much strength the 18th Military Academy had actually exerted. Was it 100%? 150%? 200%? Or perhaps another possibility, 80%? 50%? Especially that low-key and mysterious Shuren. Would his strength make a qualitative leap after joining the team? If that's the case, then Yen Kingdom Military Academy's top 3 this year will be in danger. Should we form an alliance? In the Military Academy competition, alliances and counter-alliances are common tactics. Hearing this, Shin Wanqing fell into deep thought. This contradicted her initial idea of winning purely through combat strength. The atmosphere at Central 1 wasn't good either. The final match was approaching, and then a formidable opponent, whose strength was unclear, suddenly appeared and saved the captain. Throughout the match, everyone got along well, and helped each other. The captain's attitude towards them was now particularly ambiguous, inexplicably clingy. Besides the strained relationships, the bigger problem was the unknown combat strength. Captain, how should we fight later? Toledo had absolute confidence in Central 1, but he couldn't figure out if Gu Zhanting would hold back against the 18th Military Academy. Fight as usual. Central 1 will always be Central 1. Toledo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his captain hadn't lost his mind. Gu Zhanting was both clear-headed and excited. He had been waiting for this opportunity to fight for a long time. In the 2 years his opponent had been away, he had grown so much. He wanted to show his opponent that he was no longer the child he once was. Captain Yuan, should we form an alliance with the 18th Military Academy? It's the final battle. There are no alliances, only victory or defeat. Personal relationships mattered, but for victory, she was absolutely determined to fight with all her might. Other slightly weaker or smaller teams were already discussing alliances. Only the 18th Military Academy was an anomaly. Everyone was speculating whether they planned to continue their underhanded tactics, confront them head-on, or secretly contact other teams. Ms. Liang, you finally decided to come back? Are you planning to betray us? Which team are you on? Are you an unofficial member of the 18th Military Academy? How could that be? My loyalty to Xinghuan is absolute. After the 18th Military Academy appeared, Liang Yueying started fawning over them. Xinghuan's instructor, Lan Qi, had been watching her closely in the live stream for a long time. Especially when he heard her encouraging the 18th Military Academy to take advantage of the situation, his face turned green. This little traitor. She just couldn't understand how long Liang Yueying had known these people. Is it true that daughters grow up and leave home? Who has she taken a fancy to? It doesn't seem like it. She's always hanging around with that Shuren. Captain, don't worry, we definitely dominate tomorrow. I talked to the 18th Military Academy. They go easy on us if necessary. Do you think I'd be happy to hear that? That night, almost no one slept. The teams without mech pilots began to head back, trying to find any remaining resource packs. The harvest was meager, but better than nothing. Small skirmishes broke out over the remaining energy, with elimination announcements ringing out intermittently. The surviving mech pilots began preparing for the sea crossing and the battle the following day. Fortunately, everyone had spare mechs. Those with minor damage could be repaired and used again. Sun Qianyu was surrounded by a large crowd. He not only had to deal with his own teams, but also those from the 15th Military Academy, Hades, Yang Cheng, and even Liang Yueying had brought over star rings. Zymo was somewhat dazed when he heard this. Isn't this blatant aid to the enemy? Huh? They're doing this too? Don't worry, with my connections. I, Ms. Liang, am the Ice Queen of the Xianqing sect. 27 teams are watching each other's movements. If you don't move, all's fine, but if someone plans to cross the sea at night, everyone has to move in advance. Beneath the surface calm lies a multitude of suspicions. Get up. Get up. Quick, 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 someone's moving. Before dawn, reconnaissance detected movement. Within 5 minutes, everyone was up. Let's go! The crossing point is 20 kilometers from the Rime ice. If there's enough energy, flying is the best option. It's fast and avoids the star beasts in the sea. But the problem is, not enough energy. So, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each uses their own unique methods. Last night, many teams had already made preparations. Wind-powered sailboats, pontoon rafts, transport pontoons, and some even planned to use paddleboards. Others concentrated energy into a single mech, intending to sacrifice some energy to cross the sea. Sun Qianyu looked at his team's tools, then proudly pulled out. Xuanwu. What's that? Is it a mech? Like a giant turtle? Skeleton turtle. It's Xuanwu. I almost forgot, the puppet mech from the 18th Military Academy. A hand-operated mech. Can it be amphibious? Is that an alien mech? Doesn't it need energy? It seems not. Damn, it's a hand-operated mech. Did we leak the competition questions? How did we think of preparing such a primitive thing that just happens to be useful at a crucial moment? Chapter 228. Hand-operated mechs are theoretically much less efficient than modern mechs, but without energy, they are devastating weapons. The key is that when the Xuanwu is deployed, it's like a small boat. The tortoiseshell is about 50 square meters in size. Even with some squeezing, it can comfortably hold about 100 people. Captain Samir, Sister Jianwen, come on board. Alice began calling for acquaintances to board. Liang Yuang led the 6 members of the Star Ring team, as if they were returning home. Ms. Liang, is it appropriate for us to come on board? What's wrong with it? They didn't say anything. Yes, it's fine. Yang Chung chimed in from the side. Zymo was speechless. This was shameless. Teams like Central 1 and Alliance Peace have their own methods. But weaker teams are at a disadvantage once they lose their mech pilots. Seeing the 18th Military Academy pull a large group onto the Xuanwu, and then noticing that there was still plenty of space left on the tortoiseshell. Summoning his courage, he asked, "Can you give us a ride? I can pay." As expected of a high-level soldier, so good at grasping the essentials. An instructor posed the crucial question. They're not planning to sell tickets, are they? Sun Qianyu, hearing this, hurriedly and guiltily retorted, "Am I that kind of person?" This group had already spent a considerable amount of money on materials. He also had his limits. Charging more money would be too greedy. This kind of reputation, if it spread throughout the martial arts world, wouldn't be good for the Xianqing sect. Get on! Get on! It's free! The other's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Whether it was free or not wasn't important. What mattered was that it actually was possible. So, several teams immediately rushed over. Squeeze in, everyone squeeze in. There's still room. Everyone can get through. This is outrageous. If I remember correctly, this is still a competition, right? Isn't this taking the opponents with them? They didn't charge? Impossible. Knowing the 18th Military Academy as I do, they definitely have other fees. My understanding is that if the 18th Military Academy dares to take people, they're not afraid to take them. Correct. We were fighting side by side yesterday, teammates. Suddenly becoming opponents is hard to adjust to. But crossing the sea didn't stump anyone. In the short 20-odd kilometers, traveling by water inevitably involves encountering sea monsters and unusual marine plants. Snow dome seaweed. Watch out, it cover the mechs. Snow dolphin swarm. Use lightsabers if possible. Level 3 snow shark. No, fire the cannons. Everyone on the perimeter, we're in trouble. Leave it to us. Sun Qianyu was in charge of steering the boat, leading a ship full of students, cutting through the thorns and waves towards the Rime ice. 15th Military Academy, points plus 3. 72nd Military Academy, points plus 1. Central 1st Military Academy, points plus 5. Alliance Peace Military Academy, points plus 5. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. Sun Qianyu originally wanted to collect the money, but he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he pretended to decline. He thought that if everyone was still begging for money when they arrived at their destination, he would reluctantly accept it. But now, everyone had put in the effort, so collecting the money was difficult. No. You're welcome. Ha ha ha. The others from Xianqing sect covered their mouths and chuckled to themselves. The competition wasn't all brutal competition. It warmed my heart. For the first time, I felt that the Federation soldiers were so united. They are especially reliable when in danger. In recent years, whether it's the Federation Military Academy Grand Competition or the Proxima Centauri Military Academy War, most events have emphasized competition, with the strong being respected, and teamwork seems to be increasingly discouraged. Actually, on the Zerg battlefield, most battles are fought in large formations. Yes, the Federation is a bit better off, but the Empire's aggression is incredibly high. One of their teams was completely wiped out in their Grand Starfield tournament. I heard some small countries are like raising poisonous insects, running battle royale games. It's so cruel. If the people are gone, who will protect them? Although the Empire is stronger than us overall, I'm not envious at all. Yeah, I still prefer our kids. The 18th Military Academy seems to always attract a lot of attention. In less than half an hour, all the teams arrived on the island. From now on, we are opponents. Okay, good luck. Everyone set off, heading into the jungle, with only one goal, the summit of Mount Wusong. The lower-ranked teams knew they had little hope of capturing the battle flag, so they started fighting for kills. The sounds of fighting rang out in the snow-covered jungle. But if they encountered players from the upper ranks, they would instinctively avoid them. Central Commander 1. Let's take another route. Team Leader Yuan. Hello. We gone the wrong way. Old Sue. You guys are going this way too? Hee, want to PK with us? No thanks, bye-bye. The jungle is about 10 kilometers from the Rime Mountain, not a long distance, but there are quite a few alien beasts and plants. Fortunately, various supplies are scattered not far from the shore, with energy and ammunition being the most plentiful. Soon, everyone's equipment was complete. Snow rat swarm coming. Watch out, level 2 cedar. Icefield snake swarm. Defend. Firepower coverage. 15th Military Academy, points plus 5. Star Ring International Academy, points plus 5. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, points plus 5. 72nd Military Academy, Yuanzhe eliminated. Interstellar Strategic Military Academy, Chun eliminated. Pluto 1st Military Academy, Ase eliminated. 15th Military Academy, Laura eliminated. After 10 kilometers, the 27 teams became 21, and the number of people dropped to 156. The 4 teams that remained intact were still the same. Finally, the frost-covered mountain, hundreds of meters high, came into view, and everyone arrived almost simultaneously. Oh wow! Some people have already arrived. Captain Gu, Captain Yuan. And this one, Captain Shin. They're all here. Finally, the seated teams are all gathered. The captains exchanged glances, then glanced at Shuren in the crowd. Captains Gu, what do you say? Gu Zhanting glanced at Gu Han, his expression implying, listen to him. Do as you please, we're all in. How about this? Let's take care of the extra people first. Please. Only after securing all the kills and eliminating any worries could the strong teams take their place in the arena. Thus, the atmosphere became tense and serious, the battle about to erupt. At this point in the competition, there was no need for tactics or strategies, it was pure arm wrestling. What do we do? What else can we do? A head-on fight. Let's all go together. Over 100 people, surely we can't beat those 40-odd? Brother, to be honest, I'm not confident. That 4S, and that B-rank guy whose background I don't know. Just one look at him makes my legs tremble. Go! Even without confidence, we have to fight. Weapons from different ports rang out, and the air below Wusong Mountain was filled with the roar of gunfire. It's your turn now. You can rest now. Chapter 229. Shuren retreated to the outer perimeter, leaving the battlefield to her underlings. Even though the boss wasn't making a move, her mere presence posed a significant threat. Cold ion beams pierced shields, laser cannons scorched hard armor, electromagnetic cannons blasted projectiles into rock walls with deafening roars, and lightsabers easily sliced through massive bushes. The sounds of gunfire, impacts, and shouts mingled together. The chaotic battle had abandoned all tactical discipline. Everyone's mind was focused on one thought: kill. Everyone except their own team was an enemy. They were all points. Within 10 minutes, elimination lights illuminated on many players. Interstellar Strategic Military Academy, Archie eliminated. 72nd Military Academy, eliminated. Pluto 1st Military Academy, Asimo eliminated. Star Ring International Academy, Huyun eliminated. 13th Military Academy, eliminated. Alpha Military Academy, eliminated. Central 1st Military Academy, points plus 5. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. Alliance Peace Military Academy, points plus 5. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, points plus 5. Neptune International Military Academy, points plus 5. In front of the live broadcast room, the people of Neptune were scratching their heads. Their planet's only hope was still alive. And still getting points. Even the person involved thought it was outrageous. Yang Chung himself was dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have done anything, just kept hiding, and then he got carried away. Strong combat power is nothing. Living long is the real deal. Go see King. Go Yang Chung. Our Sea King, for decades, never even made it to the national competition. He's actually made it this far. Amazing. Beautiful Yang, you always be the most beautiful woman in our hearts. Brother Yang's ability to survive this long is 99% due to luck, but regardless, a cat that catches mice is a good cat, no matter its color. Brother Yang might not be happy to hear you say that. Ha ha ha. No, do you really think he's only lucky? An A rank has survived this long in a battlefield full of SSS ranks? Have you looked at the ranks of the people Yang Chung eliminated? Becoming famous depends on luck, but staying famous is skill. Brother Yang, keep going. A top 10 finish is just around the corner. Sea King doesn't even have a single S rank. If he really makes it into the top 10, I can't even imagine. Xianxing sect, Old Wang, Tony, and Little Schwanzi, with a group of beasts. Every day, besides cultivating, they watch the competition and cheer for their sect. Even though they knew in their hearts that Shi Yuan was there, the 18th Military Academy wouldn't lose at all. But they still couldn't help but shout, "Go Master! Master is so amazing! Can I ask Senior Brother to make me a mecha?" "Of course, but I might need to forge you a sword first." I want a peachwood sword, but peachwood is so scarce in the entire Federation. We find some on future missions. Our sect is so great." After saying that, she gently rubbed a Huang Inanheng. Shiji, nestled in Xiaoyu's arms, was already asleep. Except for Xiao Jiao, the other beasts had already gotten used to life on the mountain. Daily cultivation, helping out, a peaceful life. On site, the number of people continued to dwindle. Shuren stood on the outskirts of the battle zone, arms crossed, utterly relaxed. "Let's go! I take you to become a Taoist master. Brother, be rational. Don't you want to live like this? Don't stop me. I'm knowingly venturing into dangerous territory. Federation soldiers must have this kind of resolve." Before the words were even finished, Li Mat, the main attacker from Sky Dome National Defense University, charged toward Shuren. The others noticeably slowed their movements, glancing over out of the corner of their eyes. "Brother, be brave. Prove your Tao with your life." Many hearts were in their throats, wondering what if it was just a coincidence. But there are no such coincidences in the world. Before they even blinked, Li Mat's SS-class mech was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, followed by the elimination light flashing. No one saw how he was eliminated. By the time they realized what had happened, he was already lying there. Sky Dome National Defense University, Li Mat eliminated. 18th Military Academy, points +5. This was also the only time Shuren's kill score was recorded on video throughout the entire competition. Having lived this long, this is the first time I've seen an SS get instantly killed without even making a move. Li Mat has entered the top 100 on the individual rankings. He's not weak at all. Completely powerless to fight back. I really want to see the masters fight, but don't they need to be roughly equal in strength to even have a chance? I'm guessing at least the top 10 contestants would be able to barely withstand a few moves from these masters. So exciting. Go! Go! Don't be a coward. They're just weak, not stupid. No, they're not weak at all. Years later, Li Mat would proudly boast to others. Back in the day, at the 68th Military Academy Grand Competition, the only student personally eliminated by true person Yi Ning of the Xianxing sect was me. Look at this photo from back then, the way I looked lying on the ground. After Li Mat was instantly defeated, everyone silently retreated while fighting, keeping their distance from Shuren. They knew she wouldn't make a move, but they also couldn't afford to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. In the command center, the instructors were speechless. What a wise man knows when to yield. Look at Li Yuanbo now. He's only been at Central Star for a few months, from an instructor at an unknown, low-ranking military academy to the leader of the Dark Horse. How can someone have such good luck? The number of participants dwindled to below 100, leaving 16 teams, several of which had only 1 or 2 members left. Central 1st Military Academy, Carol eliminated. The seeded teams have started their PK. It seems we're definitely going to have a winner today. The status of the champions was unquestionable, and the 4 seeded teams began their standoff. Kane, standing nearby, was already trembling. 1U Military was number 1 in the 4-star region, and 7th nationwide last year. Before coming here, he wanted to climb higher and higher, like sesame seeds bursting open. But now, he only wanted to pick up the scraps. He didn't dare confront anyone directly, especially the newcomer. So, he gave his team a wink. They stealthily moved further and further away, trying to advance up the mountain. But things weren't that easy. The strong teams not only had superior combat strength, but also more players. They fought amongst themselves, moved up the mountain, and eliminated the weaker teams along the way. Alliance Peace Military Academy, Weya eliminated. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, Edmund eliminated. 18th Military Academy, Bai Rui eliminated. Little Bai. Ah! I'm logging off now, good luck. Next is the battle for the throne. This year, Yin Kingdom Military Academy and Alliance Peace Military Academy are also very strong. Even without 4S, an upset is not impossible. I even think this is the year with the highest probability of Yin Kingdom Military Academy taking the top spot. It's reasonable for any of the three to be number one, but Central One has 4S after all. As long as Gu Zhanting is there, the possibility of the number one spot changing is not high. Before the competition, all authoritative institutions predicted the same thing. But? Chapter 230. This year's Dark Horse is terrifying. Even Shuren didn't make a move, and they still managed to fight like this. So the question is, if the 18th Military Academy is going to lose, and Shuren goes on stage, what will the result be? Look at the 18th Military Academy now, will they lose? I can't even imagine. I simply can't imagine. I watched military academy competitions for decades, and this is the first time I've seen such a dramatic change. I have goosebumps all over. This is a change of dynasty. On the scene, the battles between the strong teams are becoming increasingly fierce, and the attrition continues. Sister Yuan, do you want to have a match? Come on! Alice jumped up and down excitedly, fighting with Yuan San. She had already reached the 6th level of Qi refining through secretly practicing late into the night every day. Her goal is to break through to the foundation establishment stage, then surpass Su Xiang, and finally become the second senior sister. The plan is perfect, therefore, even Sister Yuan cannot stop her progress. Federal War Goddess Yuan San, known as a close combat assassin, it is said that her family worked on the Secret Service front, so she was trained in assassination from a young age. Her moves are precise and ruthless, capable of killing enemies without them even realizing it. In a moment of carelessness, her bayonet can pierce an opponent's throat. Within the range of her mecha's attack, she reigns supreme. Even without her mecha, her hand-to-hand combat ability is among the best in the entire Federation. Her mecha, the Crimson Falcon, represents speed and power. The unique carbon fiber neural connection technology further enhances Yuan San's already formidable speed. Her eyes possess maximum dynamic vision, easily seeing through an opponent's weaknesses and striking with the precision of a raptor. Alice, known for her brute force, moves with wide, sweeping motions, fierce but lacking precision. Theoretically, Yuan San's fighting style should be her nemesis. But the problem is, she's awakened her divine sense. Every time Yuan San thought he was about to succeed, Alice could perfectly neutralize the attack at the last moment. You gotten stronger. Hee, of course. The Yang family members stood guard in front of the live stream, silence hanging in the air. After several rounds, someone finally swallowed hard. That's Alice? The old father almost didn't recognize his daughter. He never imagined that his boisterous child could fight so fiercely against a female warrior on the same stage. What kind of magic did Li Yuanhua cast? Chen Ping in the command center was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Did he put her through hellish training? She's only been away from Xingyo for half a year, and she's already grown to this level? He had mentioned more than once that she was reckless in battle, making her vulnerable to precise sniping from the sides and rear. She had undergone numerous targeted training sessions, with almost no effect. But now, her performance can only be described in one sentence. This is how a well-rounded warrior is made. The 15th Military Academy now only has Siren and the main attacker, Bulge, remaining. The sudden attack caught Siren off guard, but Bulge pushed her aside and took the hit head-on. Captain, keep going. We be in the top 10 this year. 15th Military Academy, Bulge eliminated. Siren didn't linger and continued fighting. He carried the honor of the 15th Military Academy, the responsibility of the Akit family, and he was also a disciple of the Xianxing sect. Sirens are data-driven, defensive fighters. Combined with their wood elemental root, they can effectively control and utilize the environment wherever there are plants. However, this is mech combat, so stealth is crucial. Siren's mech has been modified by Sun Qianyu to better leverage his wood attribute. It can easily blend into the background plants, creating spectral resonance for camouflage and concealment. What is that? Why can't the detector see it? Furthermore, He can construct a 3D battlefield model using plant spores, quickly analyzing opponent data and finding weaknesses for rapid attacks. Blend, conceal, analyze, simulate. Attack. Universal Military Academy, Kelvin eliminated. In the 7-star region on Pluto, the entire Sirens family clenched their fists. Beautiful. He will go even further in the future. No matter how far he goes, he will always be a child I'm proud of. Finally, only 10 teams remain. Central 1st Military Academy, 956 points. Rank 1. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, 943 points. Rank 2. 18th Military Academy, 938 points. Rank 3. Alliance Peace Military Academy, 936 points. Rank 4. Global Military Higher Academy, 890 points. Rank 5. 13th Military Academy, 878 points. Rank 6. Star Ring International Academy, 820 points. Rank 7. 15th Military Academy, 653 points. Rank 8. Pluto 1st Military Academy, 580 points. Rank 9. Neptune Strategic Military Academy, 468 points. Rank 10. Just looking at this points ranking already tells a lot. Upset. 7-star region takes 4 cities in a row. Epic comeback. 4 teams from 7-star region enter the national top 10. Stunning reversal. 7-star region. Breaking news. The 18th Military Academy, Hades 1st Military Academy, the 15th Military Academy, and Neptune Strategic Military Academy enter the national top 10. The entire 7-star region is in an uproar. We have 4 teams in the national top 10. Although it's obvious that their combat strength is significantly weaker than the higher tiers, and 3 of these teams only have 1 player left, Siren, Samir, and Yang Chung, still on the battlefield. But without a doubt, the weakest 7-star region is this year's undisputed biggest winner. Furthermore, they have 1 team in the top 3. No, the strongest contender for the championship. Well done, kids! Go, 18th Military Academy. These are the kids who graduated from our 9,527 star. There's hope. I never felt so hopeful. At the 18th Military Academy, everyone's eyes were glued to the familiar faces in the live stream. Old Zhang, I never been so nervous before. Is this real? Pinch me. Ouch. Again. Ouch. It's real. Principal. Old Zhang. The two, tears streaming down their faces, hugged and screamed with excitement. The students' cheers and celebrations almost lifted the roof off. At the foot of Wusong Mountain, the fighting slowed down. Kane shouted directly into the public channel. Still fighting? Top 5 in the universe is enough. 13th Military Academy, wanna fight for 5th place? No, 6th is fine. Star Ring is done too. What about the rest? We're all alone now, can't fight even if we wanted to. Top 4, the stage is yours. We're out of here. Starting from 5th place in the universe, the teams behind retreated. Everyone retreated outside the battle zone, put down their weapons, and stowed their mechs, awaiting the final result. Inside the battle zone, the top 4 teams didn't relax for a second. The true showdown was about to begin. What place do you want? I also want to taste the flavor of victory. Chapter 231. Gu Han, Su Xiong, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling, and Alice exchanged glances. They were already here. All right, let's give it our all. They all looked at Shuren. Fight if you want, call me if you need anything. With that, she put away her mecha and stood with the sirens. The other 3 teams knew that without Shuren, the 18th Military Academy's fighting force was incomplete. But to force Shuren out, they first had to eliminate the other 5. Gu Zhanting's fighting spirit ignited quickly. Looking at Gu Han, he said firmly, Want to be number 1 in the country? Did you ask me first? The 18th Military Academy wants to win the championship. Do you agree? No. The fighting spirit spread. Yuan San and Shen Wanqing also objected. Let's get started. It's heating up. Fight. 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 Young and spirited. Go for it. Meanwhile, the media wasn't idle either. The entire Federation had been waiting for this moment for so many years. Boom. The ultimate battle of the top 4. In-depth analysis. Who will win the championship? Data comparison. Who will become the king of winning percentage? Federal Military Academy Grand Competition. Online viewership exceeds 45 billion. At this moment, heavy snow fell from the sky, piling up in just a few minutes. For fully armed mech teams, 26 steel bodies, faced off silently. The subtle sound of metal rubbing against metal was particularly jarring in the deathly silence. The hydraulic systems emitted a slight hiss, the sights scanned the opponents, and the particle cannons on the shoulders flashed blue light, fully charged. Boom! A cold blue beam of light ripped through the snow. It's begun! Let's witness the Federation's strongest fighting force. Sun Qianyu, as the vanguard, weaved through the gunfire and smoke. He used the speed of the Luban puppet to attack the enemy mech's vulnerable points. He created opportunities for his teammates to attack. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. His small movements caused the enemy to stumble or react for a few seconds. And in those few seconds, his teammates' attacks were already in place. Alliance Peace Military Academy, Kai eliminated. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, Zhao Yiping eliminated. At this moment, the others were certain that it wasn't impossible for the 18th Military Academy to win the championship. Facing Lingling was the Alliance Peace's main attacker, SSS level Thor. Her fighting style was gentle and unaggressive, even giving the illusion that she could win easily. But as her energy and stamina dwindled, Thor found that several of her surprise attacks were easily evaded. Gradually, he felt Lingling's speed increasing, and her counterattacks becoming more and more powerful. Was he getting weaker? Or had the enemy become stronger? Even more terrifying, he suddenly realized that his opponent seemed to be a pharmacist. Damn! With no more than 50 people remaining, the mech pilots and pharmacists, as support personnel, were already weak and were usually the first to be eliminated. Only 3 mech pilots remained, and the only pharmacist was this one. He was startled by his own thought and asked uncertainly, "You're a pharmacist?" "Yes." "The pharmacist from the 18th Military Academy is this terrifying?" In other military academies, she'd be a main attack force. Shen Wanqing, ranked 4th in combat power across the entire Federation. Today, she was burning with rage, determined to wash away the shame of the faction competition with firepower. "I heard you're from Ziwei Star?" Thank you. I didn't mean to flatter you." Shen Wanqing versus Su Xiang, SSS versus S rank. Who do you think will win, folks? Theoretically speaking, 2A. Theory doesn't work against the 18th Military Academy. Su Xiang single-handedly took down Suzuki Sakura and Kato Junichi from the 21st Military Academy, 1 SSS and 1 SS. I'm betting on Su Xiang. Me too, I bet 1,000. Even among SSS, there's a huge difference. The combat power of a top-tier SSS and a beginner SSS isn't necessarily the same. Shen Wanqing's combat power is in the top 10 of the entire Federation. No, probably in the top 5, I'm betting on her. Okay, 50-50. Almost all of the top 10 warriors are all well-rounded. But Shen Wanqing excelled particularly in coordinated ranged and melee combat, single-handedly taking on the equivalent of a 3-person squad. Her mecha, a pure white Xuanji, allowed her to move nimbly and gracefully through the flames of battle. Using the cover of the snowstorm, all the weapon ports on her body were activated, seeking an opportunity to attack, and then boom! An explosion rang out at Su Xiang's feet. Whoa! That was close. The disciples of the Xianqing sect were almost all skilled in close combat. This was also the first time he had encountered an opponent who made it difficult for him to get close solely through ranged combat. Thus, the two were locked in a stalemate. They continued to attack while dodging along the baseline. Seeing her energy rapidly decreasing, Shen Wanqing switched to a combination of ranged and melee attacks. She wanted to find an opportunity to win through rapid switching of attacks. The problem was, her opponent today possessed powerful divine sense at the second level of Foundation establishment. It was like having a god's eye view, seeing every single one of her movements clearly. Combined with the combat experience accumulated over the past year, Su Xiang could almost accurately predict her next move. Listen! 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 Shen Wanqing launched the attack, while Su Xiang defended. But upon closer inspection, almost none of her attacks actually landed. Her attacks became increasingly tricky, and her speed increased exponentially. But her opponent always managed to keep up and accurately block them. Su Xiang wasn't having an easy time either. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far, a top-tier SSS rank opponent. Using only divine sense and mental power seemed unlikely to be so easy, but what if she added a little spiritual power? At this moment, after a feint attack from the left, Shen Wanqing was preparing to attack from behind, a blind spot in her line of sight. But suddenly, the person in front of her vanished. "Captain! Behind you!" Shen Wanqing took a direct hit from Su Xiang, the armor on her back slicing open with a sharp clang, leaving a deep gash. She quickly retreated to a safe distance, calming her panic and tension. Before she could even catch her breath, her opponent began to counterattack. The more she fought, the harder it became, the more panicked she grew. This time, Yanguo Military Academy had invested heavily in the competition, hoping to find an opportunity to defeat the Central First Military Academy. She couldn't afford to lose here. As the battle progressed, Su Xiang gradually adapted to Shen Wanqing's rhythm. He induced her to give him practice moves, creating opportunities for him to improve. "You're using me as a whetstone? Thank you?" She never felt this frustrated even in a faction competition. This time, Shen Wanqing was truly enraged. Feng Zhiheng, the instructor of Yanguo Military Academy, watched the two fight, his unease rapidly growing. This newcomer is terrifyingly strong. Su Xiang, whose combat strength isn't even the highest in the team, has already pushed their captain to this point. And that clueless Shuren is just leisurely watching from the sidelines. The 18th Military Academy can already tie with the top 3. How are they supposed to fight this battle? Someone tell him what's going on this year. How did such a strong team suddenly appear out of nowhere? Grandpa Su watched the match and gently patted Su Mu's shoulder. "I was originally thinking of having one of you join the military, and the other go into business. Xiang is an F rank, so he'd be the most suitable to take over the family business. But now it seems this responsibility might fall on your shoulders. Don't worry, Grandpa, getting this far is his destiny." Ever since Su Xiang entered the national competition, Su Mu had been prepared. He wanted to be his younger brother's strongest support. Many people in the central family knew Su Xiang, and at this moment, they unconsciously swallowed hard. Did I get too excited and lose my mind? Su Xiang and Shen Wanqing are evenly matched. Chapter 232. It's probably more than just a draw. I feel like the goddess is about to collapse. This is terrifying. It's like a dream. Is this still the same Su family's second young master? I can accept him winning with his brains, but now, I think I need some alcohol to numb myself. No, the 18th Military Academy, there must be some story behind it, otherwise how could they all be so illogical? Why don't you say he went to planet 9527 and got mutated by the garbage? We agreed to be playboys together. Why did you secretly take extra classes? The snow is falling heavily. Everyone has their own battlefield. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Gu Han looked at Gu Zhanting opposite him, his emotions churning. Yes, he never thought he would return to this arena alive. Every day now is a bonus. Now he has the ability to better protect the Federation and his family. Since that's the case, let me see your growth. The Gus are fighting. The shockwave from the clash of lightsabers jolted everyone around. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, everyone quickly retreated out of the attack range. Wow, so amazing. Everyone else had tactics, strategies, or their own preferred fighting styles. But these two, purely relying on their speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, created a jaw-dropping spectacle. In the blink of an eye, gunfire and smoke filled the air. So fast. Not only fast, but also incredibly powerful. It sounds like 4S is only one level higher than SSS, giving the illusion that it's easily defeated with a little effort. But now, witnessing this battle, a question arose in everyone's minds. Was Gu Zhanting's usual all-out attack just a calculated move? Many began to realize their understanding of 4S was far too shallow. Could such a ceiling be reached through mere effort? But then, they thought, wait a minute, what about Gu Han? How could he fight 4S for so long? Could it be? Oldly. Gu Han wouldn't also. Are you crazy? Gu Zhanting swung his white lightsaber, slashing at Gu Han, who dodged left and right. The blade sliced through the rocks behind them, creating a deafening roar, leaving the audience stunned. A lightsaber with this kind of power? Is it a divine sword? I can't even imagine. If it hit a mech, the person would probably be dead. Is that a ship-splitting blade? Damn! I knew that lightsaber was so awesome. A ship-splitting blade, a legendary top-tier energy weapon capable of cleaving a starship in two. The Gu family has some serious resources. The reason such a powerful weapon hasn't been widely adopted is simple. The materials are scarce and expensive. The high price is manageable, but the most crucial material, stellar steel, that stuff is sold by the gram, auctioned off at a price of millions of star coins per gram. The annual production on the entire Proxima Centauri planet is less than 1 kilogram. In other words, the sword Gu Zhanting is holding already exceeds one small target, a unit of currency. Using this to cut me is giving me too much credit. The students looked at the ship-slaying blade, tears of envy streaming down their faces. The ship-slaying blade doesn't even need direct contact. Within its attack range, it can already inflict significant damage on the enemy. Gu Han dodged every attack, but Tai Wei was still covered in wounds. Not bad. He twitched the corner of his mouth, a smile of approval on his face. Gu Zhanting became even more excited upon hearing this praise. In the distant empire, the High Command and the seeded teams were watching the Federation's final match closely. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these people would be the Empire's opponents next. Gu Zhanting, Shen Wanqing, Yuan San, Toledo. These newcomers from 3 years ago have grown to this level. For as truly lives up to its name. He's probably our opponent now. The Central First Military Academy, the strongest opponent of the Imperial Military Academy. Observe their tactics and strategies, collect the data, and conduct targeted simulation training. And what about the one opposite him? Huh? Gu Han, are all the Gus in the Federation this strong? The 18th Military Academy? First time hearing about it, is it that impressive? They actually made it into the top 10. Wow, they're quite capable. Does the Federation have new talents? The top-level battle lasted a very long time. The number of participants continued to dwindle. The Alliance and Yen Kingdom's military forces now had 4 people left, while the Central 1st and 18th Military Academies had 6. Silence fell. The entire Federation fell silent. It was as if only the sound of artillery fire from the foot of Mount Wusong remained in the world. Central 1st Military Academy, Julia eliminated. Alliance Peace Military Academy, Thor eliminated. Yen Kingdom Military Academy, Lin and Mo eliminated. The other 3 teams are still losing members, with only 8 people remaining in total. But the 18th Military Academy, with 5 members still standing. All their movements are just like at the beginning of the competition. Fast, swift, with exceptionally quick reactions, and even showing a tendency to get stronger as the competition progresses, like a body of copper and iron, impenetrable to knives and cannons. Not to mention the outsider standing to the sidelines. She didn't speak, just watched quietly, expressionless, neither sad nor happy, making them uneasy. The psychological pressure grew heavier and heavier. Captain Gu, Captain Yuan, should we form an alliance? Shen Wanqing was unwilling to give up. She could accept losing to Central Military Academy. But the 18th Military Academy, with Shuren not even participating, had beaten them like this. This was an epic humiliation. Does Captain Yuan agree? Agreed. Yuan Sen had been constantly harassed by allies from the beginning, neither of them gaining an advantage, and they couldn't care less about their teammates. There was only one way to win. All 3 teams had to cooperate. At least that way, they would have a numerical advantage. I can't get away. The rest of you, follow Toledo's orders and organize the attack. Roger. This is a 3-on-1 situation. I guess things would change this year, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The Central 1st Military Academy has been forced into this situation? Central 1st, Federal Peace, and Yen Kingdom Military, the 3 mountains in my heart, the 3 powerhouses that have stood firm for decades, have been forced into the alliance. The opponent in this 3-on-1 situation is this year's strongest dark horse, the 18th Military Academy. Who else? Who else dares to say that the 18th Military Academy relies on clever tricks and has no combat power? In the command center, the instructors of the 3 teams looked at each other. Their clenched fists gradually relaxed, and they looked at each other with bitter smiles. The 3 of them have been fighting for so many years, each treating the other as their hypothetical enemy. I didn't expect the competition to come from behind. The Federation still has a wealth of talent. Let's leave it to the children. We accept it whether it's good or bad. For so many years, top military academies have monopolized most of the resources and best students, practically monopolizing awards in major competitions. It's a vicious cycle. Not only are it difficult for low-ranking planets to produce outstanding individuals, but even B-class planets are finding it hard to produce outstanding children. This isn't just the Federation, it's almost the entire Proxima Centauri system. After this competition, shouldn't the military seriously consider giving other children more opportunities? People like Sun Qianyu, with exceptional talent but limited by their family circumstances. Give them a chance, maybe they can produce some top-tier warriors. It's time for the Federation to change. Chapter 233. However, the 3-on-1 advantage didn't turn the tide. The 3 captains were trapped in 1-on-1 battles, unable to escape. They were engaged in a war of attrition, unable to win, unable to lose, and unable to run away. On the other side, Sun Qianyu and Xue Lingling fought flexibly, repeatedly holding back the team offensive organized by Toledo. The situation for the top 3 is not good. You read that right. The top 3 are in dire straits. No way, they were among the top 3 in the country last year, and they even formed an alliance, Yet they couldn't defeat the 18th Military Academy? They are not that easy to lose, but it's clear they can't get any points from the 18th Military Academy. Yes, if the top 3 team eliminates one more person, they're finished. Wait a minute, aren't the other team even outnumbered? Look at their condition. Although it's not particularly easy, it's not a tough battle either. In my judgment, the 18th Military Academy still has reserves. This is the first team I ever seen. The more they fight, the harder it gets. They get stronger and stronger, like a bottomless pit. And they still have a big boss who hasn't left the stage yet. 3 against 1 and they can't win. My worldview is shattered. I thought today was going to be a siege of Bright Peak by the 6 major sects, but now it seems the final boss has changed. The scales of victory have begun to tip in their favor. The disadvantages of the 3 strong teams are becoming increasingly apparent, leaving the entire Federation stunned. Central 1st Military Academy, Batel eliminated. Alliance Peace Military Academy, Chaoyu eliminated. Seeing things weren't going well, Yuan Sen seized the opportunity and fired a sneak shot at Sun Qinyu. Not good. Alice rushed over to stop her. The sound of lightsabers clashing against mechs rang out. 18th Military Academy, Xue Lingling eliminated. Alliance Peace Military Academy plus 5 points. Lingling. At the crucial moment, Xue Lingling rushed over and blocked her way. In case we need to repair the mech, and you can't be there, keep going. Shen Wanqing's long-term switching between ranged and melee combat had left her stamina and energy on the verge of exhaustion. Su Xiang seized the moment when she was distracted and launched a sudden attack. Boom! Xuanji's neck was severely injured. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, Shen Wanqing eliminated. 18th Military Academy, points plus 5. She left the stage filled with resentment and regret. Only one question remained in her mind. If she hadn't focused solely on Central One, if she hadn't underestimated her opponent, would the outcome have been different? Strong. Too strong. The situation was now clear. Shall we continue? Guhan's soul-searching question made the remaining fighters stop. Central Team 1 still has Gu Zhanting and Toledo remaining. It's clear to everyone that Gu Zhanting has no chance of quickly eliminating Guhan. Moreover, Team 4S is subtly being outmaneuvered. Alliance Peace has Yuan Sen remaining, and Yingguo Military Academy's Vice Captain Aguila has survived. Once the opposing team can focus their efforts, elimination is only a matter of time. As for the 18th Military Academy, they still have 5 members. One of them hasn't even gotten his hands dirty. Even if they fight with all their might to eliminate the 4 remaining members, will they still have the strength to face Shuren? They can't afford any more casualties. They don't want to end up without even a chance to capture the flag. Therefore, there's only one possible outcome for this match. No more fighting. A ceasefire was declared, and everyone stowed their mechs. The 10 teams silently marched up the mountain. The battle flags were raised one by one, and the leaderboard rankings were completely updated. 18th Military Academy, 1498 points. Rank 1. Central 1st Military Academy, 1481 points. Rank 2. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, 1473 points. Rank 3. Alliance Peace Military Academy, 1471 points. Rank 4. Universal Military Higher Academy, 1391 points. Rank 5. 13th Military Academy, 1386 points. Rank 6. Star Ring International Academy, 1335 points. Rank 7. 15th Military Academy, 1163 points. Rank 8. Pluto 1st Military Academy, 1085 points. Rank 9. Neptune Strategic Military Academy, 983 points. Rank 10. The final whistle pierced the night sky, and the entire Federation seemed to have its soul ripped out. Throughout the nation, across thousands of planets and trillions of people, 5 minutes of utter silence were followed by unprecedented madness. It's over. Central 1st Military Academy lost? The 18th Military Academy is number 1. The 18th Military Academy won. Ah! On this day, hundreds of billions of people across the Federation witnessed a miracle. The 18th Military Academy from Star 9527 staged a stunning comeback. They broke the Central 1st Military Academy's more than 50-year dominance, forcefully dethroning the former champion. They became the first team from the 7-star region in the history of the Federation Military Academy competition. The biggest dark horse wins. A hellish start, a godlike script. The most underrated champion in history is born. A dramatic turnaround that shatters the ceiling. The 18th Military Academy unexpectedly wins the championship. A comeback from the bottom. No, this is a dimensional attack. A complete analysis of the 18th Military Academy's combat power. From ridicule to godhood, they only needed one match. Tonight, we are all witnesses to history. The media headlines were more explosive than ever, and the public was immersed in shock and joy all night long. I grew up watching the Military Academy competition, and in my lifetime, I actually seen the #1 spot on CCTV 1 change. I bought all the products advertised by the 18th Military Academy. It's the only way I can support them. Oldley's pork jerky is really addictive. Ha ha ha. Oldley, the biggest winner of the 68th Military Academy competition. Look, it's sold out online. Even a small snack is completely sold out. And Kibit fried chicken, I now buy it as if it were 18th Military Academy merchandise. They released a limited edition, the packaging paper. Su Xiong and Alice's cartoon avatars. Marketing genius. No matter how much money the 18th Military Academy received, it was never enough. I have a feeling that next year's competition rules will definitely ban advertising. Ha ha ha. No doubt about it. Pig Riding Boy reporting. A few months ago, who would have thought that our favorite Interstellar comedian would become the champion? Is this what they mean by those who laugh a lot are always lucky? Yes, yes, the strong can bring peace and joy. The camera focused on the top 10 teams holding their battle flags. Everyone seemed still in a daze. Some were disappointed, some were unwilling, some were excited and happy, some were incredulous. I'm in the top 10 nationwide. Hee. Everyone from Neptune, did you see that? Our Neptune team is 10th nationwide. Samir and Siren next to Yang Chum looked at him with genuine smiles. Shuren, look, I'm in the top 10. I'm 8th. Our star region is amazing this year. And me, Shuren. Under my leadership, Star Ring is 6th. Shuren looked at them, her eyes filled with pride and tenderness. Hey, it's not your turn yet, Anin. Look, I tied with Sister Yuan San. I'm awesome, right? And me. How is my special mood this time? See? You definitely improved. Instead of celebrating after the competition, the group chased after Shuren, vying for credit and attention. I don't understand their thought process. Chapter 234. But what do you think would happen if Shuren fought Gu Zhanting? I wouldn't dare think so. Gu Han could fight to a draw. I bet Shuren is definitely above him. What a pity. I really wanted to see the big boss's strength. There will be opportunities in the future. The organizer's spaceship landed before the finish line. The heavy snow had stopped, and the sun was about to set. Rui and the instructors held an award ceremony. Today's trophy is a crowning achievement for your sweat and will, but remember, glory is not the end, but the beginning of the mission to protect your country. The cheers at this moment are not for past victories, but for the military flag you will soon carry, and the lights of countless homes you will protect. Alice stood in the middle of the line, holding the gleaming golden trophy. She gently tapped the metal surface. TCH. This thing isn't worth much. She looked at the hundreds of monitoring aircraft and media interview equipment in front of her. He wanted to rush forward, but before he could even utter the words Old Manly, Xue Lingling tightly covered his mouth. What? This was an award ceremony. If this advertisement were done, it wouldn't just be a social disaster, he'd get at least one demerit. This photo not only went down in the history of the Military Academy competition, but was also remembered throughout the entire interstellar space for many years to come. The audience couldn't help but shed tears. For a bottom-tier military academy to reach this point, the hardships they had endured were unimaginable. Li Yuanbua, it wasn't that difficult, just this one year. At this moment, he was surrounded by his instructors. Oldly, how did you do that? Do you have any special training methods? Do you have some kind of ancestral secret technique? How come all your students are stronger than you? Listen to this. Is this even human language? If you're going to praise me, just praise me properly. Why do you have to put me down like that? The 18th Military Academy, saying they're purely gifted, that's impossible. Oldley must have put in some kind of hellish training. The kids are really something. He couldn't exactly say they were cultivating immortality, could he? As for methods, he hadn't even scratched the surface himself. He'd just been secretly meditating and practicing Tai Chi lately. Your life has been worthwhile. Stop praising me, there's still the individual battle. Hey, with just a few of you, what are you worried about in the individual battle? Oldly, if you want to laugh, just laugh, don't hold it in. Leaving aside Xiao Rui, and Bai Rui, who were eliminated earlier, those who made it to the final battle are definitely in the running. Shuren isn't planning to just lie low forever, is he? Hard to say. When Shuren first entered the school, he was quite ambitious for a while. But now, his disciples can all stand on their own. Is it really necessary? Military headquarters, high-level meeting. This is too unexpected. It's completely beyond my expectations. The military has dedicated teams to analyze data and intelligence on top-tier soldiers, especially those in top-level competitions. But this year, before the competition, even before the national tournament, almost no information about the members of the 18th Military Academy had surfaced. Therefore, the Central Military Academy's unexpected defeat also shocked the Federation's high command. Only after Shuren rescued Gu Zhanting from Maya did this team begin to receive attention. Only then did someone raise the crucial question, does the 18th Military Academy already have the potential to compete for the championship? The 7-star region has 4 teams in the top 10. It looks like 4 teams, but it's actually only 1. The other 3 only made it to the end because of the protection of the 18th Military Academy. The 18th Military Academy, isn't that the team led by Liu Yunbua? The one under General Gu? Yes, his combat strength is average, but he's very good at leading people. Gu Han, Su Xiong, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling, Alice Yang, and Shuren. Looking at the personal profiles and combat strength analysis on the screen, everyone's combat strength rating was above 9. Gu Han and Shuren were given 10, making them among the few with perfect combat strength ratings. Fresh blood is a good thing for the Federation Army. There were many unexpected events in the competition. Should we investigate them further? Beast taming, beast attracting medicine, ultra-high-level repair fluid puppetry? We can observe them further in the ability competition. We can also find someone to ask for advice under the guise of learning. Be more polite. If you're asking for advice, act like you're asking for advice. Their stuff is much more precious than yours. Completely unassailable, Xue Lingling and Sun Qianyu had indeed brought out many groundbreaking new things in the areas of potions and mecha design. That beast-attracting medicine, even now, the Research Institute hasn't been able to perfectly replicate it. Don't be unconvinced. Their combat strength, tactics, and technology are all top-notch. Central Star's loss was not unjust. This championship is well-deserved. Marshal Tsongwen looked at the young faces on the screen and smiled with satisfaction. Also, have the Research Institute test their mental strength. From now on, mental strength levels cannot be faked in competitions. On Snow Dome Star, all personnel boarded the spaceship and embarked on their journey back to Central Star. The spaceship landed in the square in front of the Central 1st Military Academy. As soon as the door opened, a warm breeze rushed out. Immediately following, a deafening roar of cheers and screams erupted throughout the city. Students, instructors, staff, and a massive influx of people from Central Star blocked the surrounding area. Welcome back. Central 1st Military Academy, you're the best. 18th Military Academy, look this way. Champion! 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 Go Yuan San. Xiong Xiong, you're the best. Alice Yang, dominate the field. Shuren! Shuren! Look here. Oh wow, I'm a star. With that, Alice rushed to the front row and started taking photos with the crowd. Judging from her pose, she had definitely rehearsed it countless times. Want an autograph? I sign one for you. This is my first time signing autographs. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go, Alice. Coming. Finally back in Building 7, apart from Military Academy 53, which remained closed, all the other teams in the 7-star region were still waiting for the champions to return. Ah! Congratulations. The champions are back. Awesome. The 7-star region is amazing. The celebration lasted all night, everyone was sleepless. The next morning, everyone, with dark circles under their eyes, listened groggily to the instructor's instructions. Zaina tried to control her expression, but the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her ecstatic joy. She had led a team that was among the top 10 in the nation. The individual competition is in a week, divided into 3 rounds: medicine, mech repair, and combat PK. Pharmacists and mech pilots, get ready. Top 10 pharmacists, top 20 mech pilots, and top 70 combat pilots. Those who don't make it into the top 10 still have a chance to represent the Federation in the Proxima Centauri Military Academy War. This is an individual competition, so good luck everyone. We all believe you can create another miracle. You believe too soon. Chapter 235. The atmosphere in the other dormitories was heavy today. Other teams were alright, some performed normally, some exceeded expectations, and some faltered. But those who suffered unexpected setbacks, like Lewis, who couldn't even maintain his top 20 ranking this year despite being ranked 5th nationally, would go crazy if he messed up again in the individual competition. The most frustrated were the top 3, now in the top 4. In Building 2, Feng Ziheng was comforting Shen Wanqing. It's not your fault. Losing in that situation is normal. Even Gu Zhanting wasn't confident of winning. Feng Ziheng saw it clearly. Gu Han alone was already keeping Gu Zhanting busy, and then there was Shuren. That made sense, but he couldn't get over it. Su Xiang not only used her as a sparring partner, but also stabbed her in the back near the end. Only when that attack came did she realize that her opponent hadn't been going all out. Su Xiang. I remember you. In Building 1, the Central Star region suffered an epic defeat. Yuan San seemed to have a good attitude. She and Alice had essentially tied. Victory and defeat are common in war. Only wins and losses can ignite her fighting spirit. Losing to the 18th Military Academy wasn't bad, but Gu Zhanting, losing his decades-long championship, that was truly a headache. However, to her surprise, the other side didn't seem to care. On the contrary, he was in a good mood. His cheerfulness was palpable. He even whistled. I'm going out for a bit. The Central Star region team watched Gu Zhanting head towards Building 7. Is Captain Gu out of his mind? He's even humming a tune? Is the boss going to cause trouble? How? He went all out on the field but didn't gain any advantage. He seems to be in a pretty good mood. Hey! That's all just a facade. The boss is a vengeful man. Just wait, the storm is brewing. In Building 7, Ase was also surprised when he saw the newcomers. Captain! Shuren! The Central Committee is here to cause trouble. No! Gu Zhanting's next words, I have some personal business with Gu Han, were swallowed back down. Having just won the competition, the entire 7-star region was more united than ever before. After the entire building stormed down, Gu Han led Gu Zhanting into the small conference room. Won't a fight break out? A group of people furtively pressed their ears to the door, afraid that Gu Han would be wronged. Uncle, when did you figure it out? It was intuition at first. I noticed it during the faction battle. You have a bad habit when you fight. Your final strike is always instinctively aimed to the right, because the Zerg's heart is on the right. You want to ask why I could still see through it even though you deliberately adjusted it? There was one time you changed your attack direction mid-battle, and I noticed. You already said it all. After saying this, Gu Zhanting was already in tears, and he lunged forward to hug Gu Han. Why didn't you come back? The whole family thought you were dead. What? At this moment, he felt relieved of his responsibilities and burdens, like a young boy. I have my reasons, but I can't tell you now, and you can't tell the family I'm back. He didn't want to drag his family into this before the hidden dangers were eliminated. What about you? Why did you make your 4S affair public? The Zerg battlefield has been quiet for too long, and things aren't peaceful on the Empire's side. The military is worried that without 4S to maintain order, there might be problems. Uncle, is your accident related to the military? I'd be going to the battlefield in a year, and Dad has started teaching me these things. I'm not the little kid you used to protect anymore. I'm still investigating. All I can say is that I'm capable of protecting myself now. Don't interfere, just live a normal life. You and Shuren are close? Can I come with you? How? Like Alice, transferring schools? Huh? Alice transferred schools? Is that possible? No way. My brother would break his legs. For now, it's best to minimize contact outside of school. So, I can come to see you at school? Okay. Hearing the affirmative answer, Gu Zhanting was overjoyed. After he was born, Gu Yun was busy with family affairs, and grew up with Gu Jianshan. Until the latter graduated from military academy, and entered the military. Then, news came that he had died. Yes, the Gu family received the news that he had died, but his body hadn't been found. To stabilize morale and appease the public, they said he was missing. Finally, his prayers came true. Gu Jianshan was back alive. Then I go find Siren. He saved me in Snow Dome. Okay. Finding Siren and Shuren seemed more reasonable and less likely to arouse suspicion. Siren! Siren! Captain Gu? Just call me Ating. Huh? Gu Zhanting even seemed a little shy when he said this. Being a member of the Gu family and a chosen one, everyone treated him with utmost respect, making it difficult to have equal friendships. To be honest, he envied the camaraderie among his teammates in this 7-star region. I wanted to thank you for saving me. Could you come to my house after the competition? The Siren was caught off guard by his sudden enthusiasm. Go to the Gu family? What for? The Federation's top family, the pressure is immense. Looking at Gu Zhanting's sincere, earnest, and expectant eyes, she realized he wasn't naturally aloof after all. I also want to invite Sharon and the people from the 18th Military Academy. Sure. Can I come and spar with you guys these next few days? Sure. Gu Zhanting arrived in a flurry and left happily, leaving the others completely confused. He didn't come to challenge us? Obviously, our charm won him over. Is your P matted? In the final week, each team began preparing for individual battles. The pharmacists and mecha pilots prepared materials, while individual soldiers trained as usual. Building 7 was even more popular, bustling with people. Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, Athrun, Daedara, and a group of others started running towards them. The others were completely bewildered. Did the 7-star region cast a spell on them? They're all acting like they're possessed. Even their coach, Carl, couldn't help but ask, I told you not to worry too much about gains and losses because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure of defeat, but aren't you getting a little too close to them now? How could that be? They're great. Sharon even gave me some pointers today. It wasn't really pointers. Sharon had just casually mentioned a few things during his sparring session with Gu Han. As a result, Gu Han got kicked twice, and Gu Zhanting benefited, becoming incredibly excited. Guidance? You actually consider her your coach? Now that you mention it, it seems so. When I went there, Sharon was almost always there to guide me. Her insights were spot on, better than many coaches. Carl, you? What about me in that respect? No, where's your fighting spirit? Where's your wolf-like nature? Where's your seriousness? Sharon is definitely better than me. You guys fought? No, my intuition was completely off. Impossible, don't underestimate yourself. Carl was speechless. How did he start boosting others' morale and belittling his own? You're a 4S, show your backbone. You're supposed to be the only one who matters. And where's your pickiness and rigor? How come you become so tolerant at the 18th Military Academy? He was carrying a pile of high-grade materials, originally intended for repairing Thanatos. What are you going to do with all this? Chapter 236. Oh, I gave it to Siren and Sharon. Wait, no, what are you giving it to? You haven't even fixed your own. And don't you know how expensive this thing is? It's okay, I just buy another one. Also, Sun Qianyu said he tried to fix it for me, I'm leaving now. Carl watched his departing figure. Now he wasn't worried about Gu Zhanting being discouraged, but rather about another problem. This kid keeps running off, while climbing warning. This isn't good. Senior sister. Sharon heard this unfamiliar senior sister, and knew that Gu Han probably had something to ask. Go ahead. I wanted to ask if you could take Xiao Ting in. Sure. Aren't you going to ask why? I told you, your business is Xianqing Sect's business. Don't worry about it so much, and your little nephew is an excellent child. Gu Han saw the kind smile on Sharon's face again, like the gaze of a sect elder looking upon a prodigy, full of admiration. The question is, wouldn't he prefer to follow you? Me? Yes, once he reaches the Golden Core stage, you can take on disciples yourself. Can you take on just anyone? The sect will always expand. Once everyone can stand on their own, they can all have their own disciples. For a moment, Gu Han thought of many people. Rather than fighting a hidden enemy alone, it's better to teach them how to fish, to help those you want to protect become stronger. I'm worried he won't be able to wait. If what happened before really was someone eyeing the abilities of a high-level warrior, then he could very well be the next target. So that's why you want him to join the Xianqing sect, so that after cultivating immortality, both he and I will have an extra layer of protection? Don't worry, no matter the reason, I protect him. Let's wait until after the competition. Okay. Gu Han's eyes were filled with joy and gratitude. From that day on, Gu Zhanting began to frequent Building 7. At first, everyone found it strange that he was always coming and going. Later, it became commonplace. As long as the 18th Military Academy was around, there were always new faces after each competition. Captain Gu, your mecha pilot is amazing. How come I didn't think of that structure and energy pathway? My family made it. Ivan from our team usually does the repairs. He can also design mechas. Ivan was the top-ranked mecha pilot this year. They had met during the competition, but hadn't interacted much then. Oh. Do you have time to ask me a question? Of course. Ivan mentioned he was interested in puppetry last time, didn't he? He. I was just dabbling in it. If you have time, I can ask him to come over and study it together? Sure, if you're not busy. Gu Zhanting became very enthusiastic. Out of the blue, Ivan was called over. He thought he was going to be there to support a brawl, and he was even holding a wrench. But instead, Sun Qianyu dragged him along to study mecha design for a very long time. Oh, I see. By the way, I was just wondering why your mecha isn't affected by the slime corrosion. Hee. I'm a little hesitant to say, but could you please not tell anyone? Zerg materials are prohibited from being traded on the market. Generally, only research institutes and the military can research and utilize them. Okay, I keep it a secret. Look at this. Ivan couldn't help but swear as he looked at the Zerg carapace Sun Qianyu had pulled out. You're making a mecha out of Zerg? Yeah, Zerg blood is even more powerful than Mayan slime. I just tested it out, and the corrosion resistance is indeed quite good, he said, half-jokingly. Zerg materials are indeed stronger than star beasts and ores, but they're not immune to all poisons. Ivan has family members in research institutes, so he has some knowledge of this stuff. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. As if to say, I doubt you're telling me. Sun Qianyu's technology is indeed unique. There's no harm in communicating with him. The two, who were originally rivals, got along peacefully like this. Where's Ating? Ran off to Building 7 again? Where's Ivan? The mecha competition is coming up soon, and instead of preparing properly, he's nowhere to be seen. Looking at the speechless expressions of the school team members. You went too? Yes. Carl was genuinely panicked. He heard a legend. The story of an SS-rank captain from a prestigious university transferring schools before the national competition. Damn it, this is all about him. Li Yuanbua. You brat. For a whole week, the students were focused on the competition, but the outside world was in an uproar. All the information about the top 10 teams and their students was thoroughly investigated. Especially the newly crowned champion, the 18th Military Academy. Everything from birth to the present was dug up without exception. Su Xian has F-rank mental strength? You didn't even know that? He's already changed it once. Alice only transferred here recently? Yes, but I compared her performance before and after, and her progress at the 18th Military Academy was terrifying. Shuren and Sun Qianyu are from a garbage dump? Their children were born from scavenging garbage after being relocated. After reading this, I really felt sorry for the kids. Is Xue Lingling from the Xue family? Her father is Chen Jin, the current head of the Chen family. The 18th Military Academy's official website shows Shuren's performance in the freshman competition, which is more terrifying than the combined performances of other teams. People from the same school say that Shuren hasn't lost since entering the school. She only started to keep a low profile at the competition. Their mental strength manipulation is really low-tech. They completely disregarded the organizers. Is it possible that the 18th Military Academy has mastered a method to increase mental strength? Shaw, impossible. What's impossible? Before Xue Lingling appeared, even beast-attracting medicine was impossible, and beast taming was just a figment of imagination, wasn't it? This wave of public opinion couldn't be calmed down for a long time, and several families were most affected. The thresholds of the Su and Yang families were almost worn down. Su Mu has already begun to shut himself away from visitors. Forming factions at this time is not a good thing. The Su family is loyal to the federal government and the people. If he had to choose sides, he would quietly choose the 18th Military Academy. Yang's father's personal terminal was practically exploding with frustration. Charlotte also received widespread attention in the military camp. Sir, Alice is amazing. As expected of your daughter, she has inherited your bravery and fearlessness on the battlefield. Charlotte could barely contain her smile. This child's performance far exceeded her expectations. Riding the wave of opportunity, she's poised for meteoric rise. Among them, the Shu and Chen families were the most severely affected. The previous business attacks had already caused fatal damage to their massive industries. This latest attack, striking at the heart of the problem, hit them where it hurts most. Shu Kaiyuan and Shu Zhuoran have taken leave from the military and returned home, spending their days helping Shu Rong contact business partners, build connections, and explore possibilities to save the family. But now, even the most remote and obscure families know that Shuren has been kicked out of their homes. Who knows how far this child will go in the future? When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down, no one is willing to help. The warehouse is overflowing with purification fluid, there's overcapacity, and funds can't flow back. Almost every other country overseas has local purification fluid suppliers, but even they can't absorb the excess inventory. The Shu family is in deep trouble. Chapter 237. The Chen family is in an even worse situation. If the Shu family's problem was simply choosing the wrong heir, then Chen Jin's situation is morally flawed. His status as a live-in son-in-law has been exposed, his vampire-fleecing wife clan has been revealed, and some are even beginning to suspect his involvement in the death of Schwellingling's mother. Now, no one wants to get close to either of these families. We watch them build their mansions, we watch them host lavish banquets, and we watch their mansions crumble. It's estimated that it won't be long before the Schur and Chen families disappear from the upper-class families. A week passed quickly, and the ability competition began. The faction competition uses star regions as the combat unit, with 7 teams, each with 100 people. The ranking competition uses school teams as the unit, with 70 teams, each with 10 people. This competition also determines the ranking order of the 70 teams, determining the top 10 nationwide. The individual ability competition includes solo battles and professional battles, with professional battles further divided into potion battles and mecha battles. Of the 700 participants, 70 are pharmacists and 140 are mech pilots. The top 10% in the professional battles receive 200 points. Professional trainees must participate in both professional and individual battles, but the higher score is counted. One-on-one combat is a joint activity for all trainees. It's a 2-on-1 elimination tournament among the 700 trainees, with each win awarding 20 points. Undoubtedly, the combat strength of most mech pilots and pharmacists within their teams is relatively low. To obtain 200 points in one-on-one combat, one would need to win 10 consecutive matches, which is practically impossible. Therefore, they generally choose the professional battles. The final individual score is calculated based on the Starfield battle, faction battle, and individual ability battle, mech battle/pharmacist battle/one-on-one combat. The top 100 trainees with the highest total scores represent the Federation in the Proxima Centauri Military Academy War. At this point, the advantage of points in the Starfield competition and the national competition will become apparent. For example, the 18th Military Academy ranked first in both competitions, with a total score of 1905 points in the Starfield competition and 1498 points in the national competition. The highest individual scorer was Su Xiong with 309 points, while the lowest was Shuren with 150 points. The starting lines are quite different. I did the math. If you want to get into the top 10%, you conservatively need to win at least 6 matches. 700 people, 2-on-1 battles, you can only win a maximum of 10 matches. That many? Then why not? Why not what? Are you saying you won't participate, and we have to go ourselves? No way. Absolutely not. Impossible. I won't feel safe without you. I'm just a newly established Foundation establishment kid. Me too. I won't be able to sleep at night without you. It definitely affect the competition. Right. The Empire is full of powerful enemies. Without you, I can't imagine how badly we lose. Yes, some teams will even use underhanded tactics. What if we're inexperienced and get ambushed? You're too far away to help us in this situation. She hadn't even said no, and she was already being accused of such a serious offense? Then I should just focus on the mech competition? Isn't that troublesome? A little. Compared to casually swinging a few times on the stage, fiddling with mechs all day seems much more tiring. Alright, let's fight then. Right, this is also a warm-up for the Xianqing sect. We need to recruit soldiers and horses later, to No, we're not rebelling. We want to promote the sect and have some reputation outside, right? After much persuasion, the group finally managed to trick Shuren into going to the battlefield. Let me show you all. First, Master has it all figured out. Indeed. After the competition ends, shouldn't we start recruiting? When Li Yuanbo learned of Shuren's decision, his disdainful look seemed to say, Boss, you're bullying a kid. Speculation began on the Starnet as well. Are we going to miss the chance to see the top players fight? What? Wasn't Shuren supposed to fight in the individual battle? Why isn't she participating? Dude, take a good look, she's competing as a mecha pilot. Damn! The top player's combat power is too flashy, I completely forgot. Which mecha pilot has this design? Is it possible that she gave up the mecha competition and chose the individual battle? Impossible, the top 10 in the mecha competition each get 200 points, but to get 200 points in the individual battle, you have to win the championship. Can't Shuren win the championship? No one dared to say for sure, but no one dared to believe that Gu Zhanting, of 4S, could be eliminated in a head-on confrontation. I never seen her repair the mecha. What's her skill level? Could she be in the top 10? I don't know. From beginning to end, she was almost always an observer, rarely lifting a finger, and didn't even touch the mecha. Everyone's guessing about her skill level. I have a rumor. I heard that Sun Qianyu learned mecha design from Shuren. That can't be. I don't know, That's why it's a rumor. It came from the 18th Military Academy. If that doesn't happen, how about as a mecha pilot, shocks me again. What a pity. I was looking forward to the big shot dominating the field. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the international competition. Hee. Anyway, she can't escape this time. She was too passive before. Her teammates were desperately scoring points while she rested with her hands in her pockets. No matter which option she chooses, she has to take action this time. Guys, get your snacks, peanuts, and mineral water ready, and wait for the big shot to take the stage. Oh. I washed my neck and am waiting. A week later, the first competition was the potion competition. Everyone's eyes were on this year's rising stars. Ruan Shushu from the Yin Kingdom Military Academy, and Xue Lingling from the 18th Military Academy. Scattered cheers echoed through the empty stadium. Alice and Liang Yueying, their minds racing, knew they couldn't lose. Potion genius Xue Lingling, I'm the most agile on the field. Left hand shaking the bottle, right hand waving, all the opponents have to step aside. That's Alice Yang? Doesn't she need to prepare for her individual battle? Look at what you're saying. Do those guys from the 18th Military Academy even need to prepare? Such a serious occasion, yet so lively? Why am I not surprised? It's normal. This year's champion is someone who can advertise even during the ranking matches. Xue Lingling blushed, lowering her head, as if she wanted to hide behind someone. But she couldn't refuse her senior's good intentions. She reluctantly waved in the direction of the cheers. Ruan Shushu is the only SS rank pharmacist, while Xue Lingling's records show her as A rank. But she made it to the peak competition, eliminating Thor, an SSS rank pharmacist from Central University. Who would believe such a blatantly fabricated mental strength ranking? So the problem now is, since mental strength levels aren't accurate, we can only rely on the on-site results. 70 pharmacists gathered together. On the stage were the organizers, experts from the Research Institute, and instructors from each team. Among them was Cole from the Central Research Institute, who had a significant connection with Xue Lingling. And the head of the Research Institute, Xiang Hailan, a top grandmaster of federal pharmacy. Contestants, please take your seats. The topic of this competition is repair fluid. Within the specified time, select the necessary medicinal materials and extract the repair fluid. The repair effect is the first to mention. If the data is consistent, the winner will be determined by the quantity extracted with the same materials. The top 10 will receive a 200-point bonus. The 18th Military Academy student in the audience was speechless. Master, what an easy question. Lingling, don't overdo it and scare people. Xue Lingling had the same thought. The kind she usually did was a bit too exaggerated. She needed to tone it down, really tone it down. Ever since the beast-attracting potion appeared, Ruan Shushu had remembered Xue Lingling's name. She had a feeling that, aside from her formidable combat strength, Xue Lingling's expertise in potion making was likely even higher than hers. Looking at Xue Lingling's serious and uneasy expression, could it be that she had just drawn a potion she wasn't good at? The competition lasts 4 hours. Begin. Chapter 238. A variety of medicinal herbs were prepared on site, and the students began gathering them. Repairing fluid, one of the most commonly used potions on the battlefield, had ingredient ratios that varied slightly between different factions and instructors. Hemostatic herbs, moonflower, poplar resin, crystalline salt from the Earth's core, moon jellyfish mucus. 4 hours seemed like a long time, but this time it required extracting and refining from the raw materials. Many extracts that should have been semi-finished products needed to be made from scratch, so time was actually very tight. Ruan Shushu remained calm. She had made repairing fluid countless times. Even in the chaos of the battlefield, with limited resources, she had the ability to quickly produce it using readily available materials. Even if it couldn't achieve 100% of the efficacy of a high-quality repairing fluid, 80% was certainly achievable. She glanced at Xue Lingling's condition. She seemed a bit flustered. Xue Lingling, the effect can't be too good. The effect can't be too good. The effect can't be too good. It scared people. It exposed my true identity. If the effect of ordinary repair fluid is 80 points, Xue Lingling's is probably 200 points, while sure and should be over 500 points, and the hemostatic pill is over 1,000 points. She remembered Shuran's instructions. Just make it casually. So she tried to reduce the amount of key medicinal materials, reducing the amount of hemostatic grass to 1/10 of the original. The heat couldn't be too high when extracting the moon jellyfish mucus. She adjusted the proportions of various materials to cut corners. Looking at Hailan, she saw Ruan Shushu's perfect technique. She was definitely one of the top students in pharmacy this year. Then she looked at another person, Lingling, whom she had heard about from Cole. The ingredients and formula seemed quite different from the dozen she knew. There were a few ingredients she didn't understand the purpose of including. Her extraction method was a bit strange, and she seemed a little nervous. Others added ingredients systematically, extracting and mixing them step by step. But her method was like stir-frying a large pot of vegetables. Simple processing followed by throwing everything in for extraction? There was no method, no logic, and the proportions seemed imprecise. She even noticed the use of a little, appropriate amount, and a handful in stir-frying. Is this child usually this careless? Will this work? The other pharmacists were also full of questions. It wasn't that Lingling was doing it on purpose. She simply hadn't spent much time on orthodox potion refining. Back in the Chen family, Chen Jin wouldn't let her touch these things. But at the 18th Military Academy, she quickly became an apprentice. Most of her time was spent copying En's unorthodox methods. So the precise, standardized procedures from textbooks and labs were far, far removed from her. As time passed, many contestants' extraction equipment began dripping pure, icy blue liquid. Ruan Shushu began packaging, extracting a total of 5 vials. She seemed quite adept and satisfied. Lingling was also finishing up. She took out several vials, then a spoon, and began scooping the liquid into the vials, 1 spoonful at a time. Is she making soup here? I never seen a pharmacist do this. Did she just mess up today? Or was she doing it on purpose? After filling 10 bottles, the container was still more than half full. Completely different from the neat and clean workbenches of others. Her workspace was a mess, filled with pots and pans. It was practically a home. Won't the microbial and bacterial levels be too high? There will be testing later, but I never thought those 2 indicators would be needed. In traditional extraction methods, the person wouldn't touch the materials or the finished product, so there's no need to worry about excessive bacterial counts. Compared to a pharmacist, Lingling was more like a shoddy food processing operation. The competition ended quickly, and the finished products from the 70 participants were collected and placed on the table, awaiting the test results. The testing equipment would assess the repair effect. Generally, a repair value of 20 or higher could immediately repair minor wounds and alleviate moderate injuries, considered a primary repair solution. A score of 40 or higher could also immediately repair moderate wounds and alleviate severe injuries, achieving the effect of a level 3 repair solution. A score of 60 or higher was a level 2 repair solution, capable of healing severe injuries to a certain extent. With a score of 80 or higher, even severe injuries can be effectively repaired. As long as it's not fatal, it can bring the patient back to health. This is why the level 1 repair fluid is so sought after in the market. The testing equipment began to report results. Star Ring Strategic Military Academy, Jiaoyuan, 63 points, 3 vials. 72nd Military Academy, Zhu Rong, 58 points, 4 vials. Central 1st Military Academy, Julia, 78 points, 5 vials. Wow! Almost level 1. And she extracted 5 vials at once. Julia is amazing. After more than 40 sets of results were released, the lowest score exceeded level 3, 40 points. The highest score still belonged to Julia from Central 1st Military Academy. She was also a top contender among this year's pharmacists, but had always been overshadowed by Ruan Shushu. Ruan Shushu's 5 potions were placed on the testing table, and the screen began reading the data. Yin Kingdom Military Academy, Ruan Shushu, 85 points, 5 potions passed. 85 points. Level 1. She can extract level 1 potions while still in school. I heard she was already interning at the Central Research Institute in her 2nd year, and after graduation she went straight into the military and pursued a research career. Wow! Ruan Shushu saw the result, which was within her expectations, but she didn't relax. She looked toward Lingling. The other person seemed quite nervous. None of the next dozen or so people exceeded this score. Until Lingling's potion was placed on the testing table. Her potion was different from the other ice blue transparent ones. It seemed to have a fluorescent white tinge and some flocculent matter. Huh? Why is it different from the others? It looks like it's been scrapped. Could it be that the bacterial count is too high? Hard to say. Given Lingling's small-scale, workshop-style production process, with that messy workbench, it's really hard to guarantee cleanliness. Xiang Hailan was also full of suspicion. The strange operation and strange results. What would the data be like? The initial basic data, bacterial count and bacterial population, miraculously passed, not only passed, but excellent. How did she do that? Did she add a disinfectant? How could such a process be sterile? Then the data representing the repair value began to rise rapidly. 0, 1, 15, 34, 56, 67, 83. Everyone's mouths dropped open. It's rising too fast. Are you performing magic? However, the data didn't stop. After a brief pause at 95, it shot straight to 100. Damn! Even the usually composed Xiang Hailan uttered a curse. The machine kept flashing even after the number stopped at 100. After a while, the detector produced the final result. 18th Military Academy, Schwelingling, 100 plus, 10 vials, my goodness, over 100. I never seen anything like this before. Did it blow up the data? The value is too high, it can't be measured anymore? The detector can still show 100 plus? The detector can show 100 plus, but we never seen a medicine with a repair value exceeding 100, so 100 is the machine's limit, not Schwelingling's limit. Is that what you mean? 10 vials. Her utilization rate of the medicine is frighteningly high. More than that, go look at the container on her table, there's still more than half left, which means she actually produced more than 20 vials. Could I offer to help tidy up later, and take the remaining medicine with me? That's life-saving medicine. Brother, didn't you just say that her medicine had excessive E. coli? Chapter 239. How could that be? You misheard. 100 plus. That's enough to snatch someone from the jaws of death. Beyond 100? Who knows how much it exceeds? 101 is 100 plus, 200 is 100 plus, 1000 is 100 plus. Isn't that a bit much? 100 is already outrageous. Do you think she's a goddess? Isn't she? Master Xiang Hailan, who has dominated the interstellar potion industry for decades, is famous because the values of the repair fluid she extracts can exceed 100, and her 100 is just over 100. I heard there's a powerful repair fluid in the dark domain that can revive the dead, heal bones, and even cure mental energy loss. Maybe Schwelinglings can do that too. That's a bit terrifying. The audience stared at Schwelingling, making her a little socially awkward. Her goal was only around 80 to 90. She was already holding back as much as possible. It wasn't that she was a Versailles, but rather that as long as she used spiritual energy to refine potions, the limit was the ceiling of potion making, which she found difficult to control. Test again. Worried about an incorrect result, she tested it again, but there are never that many unexpected events. Schwelingling won first place in the potion-making competition with 10 super high-grade potions. Hello Schwelingling, I'm Wan Shushu from Yin Kingdom Military Academy. You're amazing. Can I ask you some questions about potion making? Yes, of course, but I might not know much. Wan Shushu didn't understand her personality, and assumed this was the Versailles within a genius. But after chatting for a while, she realized she really didn't know much. How exactly are those 100 plus potions made? Is there some special method? Shuren was very pleased. Lingling was naturally introverted and shy, and usually stayed cooped up in her little room. Finally, she could make other friends. The first day of the pharmacist PK ended, and explosive news came again. Max level repairing fluid appears in the potion competition. How is a 100 plus level repairing fluid made? Potion competition. The 18th Military Academy wins again. The 18th Military Academy. The potion goddess Schwelingling. Potion competition. The birth of a max level potion. Schwelingling's skillful display shocked the entire Federation's pharmacist community. All her potions and items from the scene have been sealed and taken away, and the video on the StarNet is being repeatedly studied. The pharmacists all wanted to learn some tricks from her. But no one could understand it. If it weren't still during the competition, many people would probably come to visit. Logically speaking, a pharmacist of this level, young and without a background, should naturally be the object of contention among powerful families and factions. The problem is, her own fighting strength is already in the top 20 of this year's individual rankings. And the lingering effects of the KT fire incident mean no one dares to easily resort to force. Therefore, they can only wait until the competition ends before humbly visiting her to seek advice. And look at her team, this year's Dark Horse Rising Star, the 18th Military Academy. It's not just about simple fighting strength. Pharmacy itself is a highly specialized and traditional discipline. Many top pharmacists are trained through family-based or apprenticeship systems. Without renowned teachers and resources, it's difficult to access high-quality medicinal herbs and precious refining methods. So Schwelingling's victory is entirely a scripted genius story. In the dark domain, Lu Ruyan was listening to Vladimir's report. Boss, this Schwelingling looks a bit like the third miss. Do you have any leads? I happened to see her making the cleansing elixir. The scene was very similar. That messy, workshop-like scene. Lu Rian had long suspected Shuren, and after he rescued Gu Zhanting from Maya, she was basically certain of their identities. She just didn't understand why these promising stars would need to hide their identities to take on missions. We still need to be on good terms with the Xianxin sect in the future, right? Be on good terms? Top-tier combat power, top-grade potions. Shouldn't this be called clinging to a powerful figure? Ever since the 100-plus repairing fluid appeared, the Research Institute's discussions hadn't stopped. The testing equipment in the Institute can test for potions exceeding 100. Did you test it? Yes, 158. Holy crap! Isn't it just a tiny bit over? Yeah, we tried several different instruments, and it was always 158. Has any interstellar repair fluid produced with this data? Never even heard of it. I wouldn't dare dream of such a level. Schwelingling, 158 is my lower limit. Can you understand her preparation method? I can't. What about the formula? I can see the formula, but there are a few herbs I don't understand the purpose of adding. Logically, their properties should conflict, potentially rendering the medicine ineffective or greatly reducing its efficacy. The proportions are also very inaccurate. Look, she grabbed a handful of hemostatic herbs. If she were my student, she'd probably be punished. That's the problem. Could it be that she has a completely new extraction technique? I was just about to say that. She also gave us the formula for the beast-attracting medicine, so the formula should be fine. But so far, we can only replicate about 30% of the sample's efficacy. Is it because we haven't been careful enough? Should we ask her for advice? Yes, that's the only way. The news stung Chen Jin and Chen Yanfeng deeply. A beast-attracting medicine on the military's procurement list, coupled with a top-tier repair fluid, would easily elevate the Chen family's status. If only. But there are no ifs. Watching their carelessly abandoned daughter become a jewel in the pharmaceutical world, the Chen family had no chance of recovery. The next day, the mecha pilot competition began. 140 mecha pilots gathered, their eyes secretly glancing at Shuren. Even though she hadn't displayed any mecha repair or design abilities, her mere presence put immense pressure on everyone. Teacher, I forfeit. You're going to fight in solo combat? Yes. Good. He would have tried to persuade anyone else. This guy is a complete waste of his talent as a mecha pilot. The students are now experiencing two completely different feelings, heaven and hell. Mecha pilot, solo soldier, don't come any closer. Breaking news. Shuren went to fight in solo combat. Joyful. Shuren abandoned mecha for solo combat. The big boss is gone. I'm so relieved. That shouldn't be the case. Maybe Shuren can't even repair mechas? You're really daring to guess. Given the big boss's style, being an all-rounder is only natural. You guys are fine, but my legs are shaking. Protect? Please don't let me draw Shuren and Gu Zhanting. Useless. I'm different. Please don't let me be in the top 10. This is an elimination tournament. Meeting them means you succeeded. I'm not so great. Ah! My prayers have come true. I want to see the masters clash. Final trailer. The final battle at the Forbidden City. I'm so excited. I can't wait. The mech competition officially begins. The organizers have prepared 140 mechs, all in roughly the same condition. Within 4 hours, the participants need to do their best to repair them. The final test parameters. Speed, energy efficiency, agility, and attack power will be used to rank the highest performing mechs. Start. The Federation has many powerful mech pilots. Ivan from Central Command 1, Fucha from Federation Peace, Su Enan from Interstellar Strategy, Mitsui from the 21st Military Academy. And the mech combat pilot, the genius Sun Xianyu. Chapter 240. He was only a first-year student, had never participated in any Federation mecha competitions, and had no renowned instructors. His few appearances were fleeting glimpses during competitions. So, while his professional skills were undoubtedly strong, it was hard to say just how strong. Because of his exceptional combat prowess, many even thought he should choose individual combat like Shuren. Reaching the top 8, or even the top 16, would be a piece of cake. Choosing the mecha competition, was it a good thing or a bad thing? Good luck. You too? He gently patted Ivan's shoulder. Ivan knew very well that, as a pure mecha pilot, Sun Xianyu was practically invincible. The camera caught their exchange of glances. Huh? Ivan and Sun Xianyu seemed quite familiar with each other. Of course they were familiar. They had even stayed up all night yesterday researching modification plans. Footsteps, beeping testing equipment, and the clanging of metal filled the spacious arena. Today's competition also features Xiao Huayuan, the Federation's top mecha master and the creator of Thanatos. He's here because this competition not only features his mecha and his disciple Ivan, but he also discovered someone who has incorporated puppetry into mechas, creating something quite interesting. He sits on stage as a guest, interacting with the host. In front of Ivan is an SSS-class mecha. He begins testing and diagnosing it. From its appearance, the mecha's damage is in the neck, but this location connects to the brain's control center and the chest's energy core, making the diagnosis quite demanding in terms of skill and experience. Fuchao's mecha, Athena, was created by him. At his age, the ability to design and build an SSS-class mecha is extremely rare, even in any military academy. Su Yinan begins drawing up a repair plan. Looking at Sun Qianyu, his diagnosis time is very short, almost a glance. Moreover, without the aid of any testing equipment. How can you be sure your diagnosis is correct without testing? This was done before many devices existed. It relied on familiarity with the mecha and experience to judge. Some veteran mecha pilots were quite accurate. But that was decades ago. Modern students in the interstellar technology era almost always rely on testing equipment. Huh? What kind of technique is this? Clang, 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 clang. The host stared at the person in the center of his line of sight, hammering away with a head full of question marks. His outburst of questions was the same reaction Xiang Hailan had yesterday, when she saw Shui Lingling cooking soup. Are all legendary puppetry methods this archaic? In typical mecha repair, the pilot determines the repair plan based on the damage, inputs parameters into the machine, mixes the necessary materials, and the machine provides the required parts. Hammering is only necessary during installation. Is this blacksmithing? This operation was so primitive that the host racked his brain for a long time before finally recalling an unfamiliar term. The 18th Military Academy seems to have its own set of methods. He didn't dare say it was hopeless. Shui Lingling's bizarre victory in yesterday's competition was still fresh in his mind. Sun Qianyu accurately diagnosed the mecha's problem. After suffering a severe blow to its chest, its energy center was damaged, and several surrounding pathways were broken, especially the right-hand connection controlling attacks. Now, its entire body's energy could not be effectively output, and it was in a state of shutdown. He needed to repair the energy pathways, replace the central control unit, and fix the damaged parts before it could operate normally. But there's more to it than that. The power supply system is overly redundant, and the mech itself likely suffers from energy waste, sensitivity delays, and inefficient instantaneous attacks. Sun Qianyu decided to modify it as soon as possible. He had 4 hours, but he spent almost no time on testing and design, leaving more time for the modifications. He's already starting to repair it? Is he repairing the energy supply system? The camera zoomed in, and it was clear that Sun Qianyu wasn't replenishing materials along the original path. Instead, he had abandoned a portion of the complex route. The contrast before and after was striking. He modified the supply system? Generally, mech pilots wouldn't easily modify supply systems on the battlefield, right? Yes, it's risky. First, conditions on the battlefield or in a competition are limited, making it inconvenient for mech pilots to maneuver. If repairs go wrong, it's difficult to restore. Second, this isn't just a repair adjustment, it involves changes to the design, and there's always the possibility that the pilots won't adapt immediately after the changes. Sun Qianyu was well aware of this, but he did it anyway. Xiao Huayuan became increasingly interested. He initially thought Sun Qianyu had only incorporated a small portion of puppetry and mechanical arts, but upon closer inspection, everything seemed different. A ridiculous idea even popped into his head, that Sun Qianyu was using a completely new mecha technology. An hour later, everyone had almost completed the testing and modification of the plan, moving on to material production and repair. Sun Qianyu had completely disassembled the parts on his chest, pulverizing them, and altering the pathways beyond recognition. He really did modify it, and quite quickly. As time drew to a close, many trainees began finishing up. Okay, all done. Everyone put down their tools, and the testers began inspecting the mechs. Time's a bit tight. I think mine has a problem with agility. My instant attack might not work. Never mind, as long as it works. Yes, in a competition or battlefield, the purpose of mech repair is to keep them functional so that soldiers can continue fighting. The data is out. 72nd Military Academy Yusong Speed, 67, Energy Efficiency, 72%, Agility, 75, Attack Power, 82, Overall Score, 74. Wow! Not bad attack power. Yusong is pretty good. He made it into the top 20 in the mecha competition. Interstellar Strategic Military Academy, Su Enan, Speed, 78, Energy Efficiency, 70%, Agility, 72%, Attack Power, 85, Overall Score, 77. No wonder he's a seeded player, his attack power is so strong. His speed is also good, she should be able to make it into the top 10. The overall scores of the others are all in the 60s. Here it comes, it's Fucha's mech. Alliance Peace Military Academy, Fucha Aguila, Speed, 80, Energy Efficiency, 68%, Agility, 75%, Attack Power, 91, Overall Score, 78. Wow! Attack Power maxed out. Efficiency a bit lacking, too energy intensive. The trainees' data came out in groups, some happy, some worried. But in a circle like the mech pilot's world, everyone knows their level, abilities don't suddenly increase. From the day they became mech pilots, they accumulated their skills step by step, leading to today's achievements. Of the next 100 plus people, almost all scored between 50 and 70, until the crowd began to stir. Central First Military Academy, Ivan, Speed, 85, Energy Efficiency, 75%, Agility, 78%, Attack Power, 93, Overall Score, 85. Xiao Huayuan looked at his disciple and nodded in satisfaction. Ivan was not only exceptionally talented, but also extremely diligent. He started learning in the mecha room with him when he was only 5 years old and couldn't even recognize characters. Achieving such results was only natural. Damn! Ivan is awesome. Overall score of 80. 93 attack power. A typical S-class mecha can penetrate its armor. A hexagonal mecha pilot. This score is probably the highest it can get, right? Before everyone could finish celebrating Ivan's stats, exclamations rang out again. 18th Military Academy, Sun Qianyu, Speed, 92, Energy Efficiency, 90%, Agility, 75%, Attack Power, 92, Overall Score, 90. Chapter 241. After a single swear word, an eerie silence fell over the room. Xiao Huayuan, ? Countless eyes stared at the line of numbers for a long time without moving. Some even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. After confirming that the data was correct and hadn't changed, they began to whisper among themselves. Am I seeing things? Speed 92? That's almost as fast as a spaceship. But thinking about the attack speed of the loop band puppet. Energy efficiency 90%? What kind of magical energy saving mode is this? Could it be because he modified the ability pathway? On-site tinkering, and he managed to increase energy efficiency to this level in such a short time? Attack power 92? Even the weakest agility is 75%? Thinking about the loop band puppet's super slow transformation, I get it, agility is a problem. But the overall score is 90. They witnessed the birth of a super mecha with an overall score of 90. This is exactly the same script as Schwelingling's competition yesterday. So bizarre it's speechless. The 18th Military Academy must have some significance. Xiao Yuanhui's mind was buzzing, staring dumbfounded at the lines of data. Then he stared at the mecha modified by Sun Qianyu, unable to utter a single word. He had once thought about communicating with this kid, and if fate allowed, finding Ivan a partner. But now, he probably needs to find himself a companion. He has so many questions on his mind, things he wants to ask Sun Qianyu, no to discuss. Given the time and constraints of the competition, even he himself isn't confident he can fix it to that extent. To be on the safe side, he fixed the functionality first, and then make some adjustments to the attack. But Sun Qianyu not only fixed all the problems, he also improved all the key parameters. The improvement wasn't just minor, aside from agility, almost all the data had reached its limit. Wow! After a moment of silence, the arena practically exploded. Ivan stared in disbelief for 2 minutes, then turned to Sun Qianyu with a smile and said, "You're amazing. I learned from you. I applied what you taught me right away." Sun Qianyu wasn't being modest. Working with Ivan on the mecha this past week had taught him a lot of advanced techniques, which had benefited him greatly. Hee hee. Any more questions? 90 points. Who has the confidence to repair a mecha to this extent? This is called modification. The top 10 in the 68th Federal Military Academy Grand Competition, Mecha Competition, are Sun Qianyu, Ivan, Fucha Aguila, Su Enan. Little son, you're amazing. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Shuren, hearing this, showed a gratified and satisfied expression. As if saying, As expected of my eldest disciple, the 18th Military Academy wins another victory in the mech competition. Mech combat pilot Sun Qianyu scores an impressive 90 points. 18th Military Academy mech pilot Sun Qianyu. How did this all-round excellent school manage to stay hidden for so long without anyone noticing? Probably because when the competition started, Xuelingling, Sun Qianyu, and Shuren were all first-year students, right? I'm so tired of being stuck between the old and the young. Winning once or twice doesn't feel like much, but now all the top performers are from the same school. If this school were Central 1st Military Academy, it wouldn't matter, but the 18th Military Academy is a dark horse that just emerged this year. They dominated all the competitions from the moment they appeared, giving no one any time to prepare. Is it because the other school's student body isn't good enough this year? No, look at the data of the next few ranked teams. Even counting back a few years, this is an exceptionally strong cohort. Furthermore, not only did they win, but their methods were also incredibly unconventional. The kind of methods that even the experts and top masters at the Research Institute couldn't understand. Now, only the final individual battle remains. The problem is, Shuren is also in this match. This is a team poised to dominate all the competitions. Even the Central Military Academy at its peak couldn't achieve this. The 18th Military Academy is terrifyingly formidable. On the distant planet 9527, the 18th Military Academy has been bombarded with media since the faction competition. Until the ranking competition ended, the entire planet was in an uproar. People were waiting at the entrance every day, interviewing the principal, teachers, coaches, and students. The principal and Zhang Heng, while overjoyed, were busy dealing with the various voices from the outside world. They had hoped things would calm down after the individual competition. But who could have imagined? Xuelingling and Sun Qianyu could continue to unleash their full potential, extending their championship glory. Principal, which master taught Xuelingling her potion extraction technique? Director Zhang, did you instruct Sun Qianyu in puppetry? Don't ask, we don't know. Heaven knows they had the same reaction when they saw the competition. This is different from what they learned in school. Where did they learn it? The final match, the highly anticipated one-on-one battle. Mechs versus Battlefield. 700 of the Federation's top students gathered. Draw lots. Ready! Begin. The battlefield where Shuren was fighting was the center of attention. Everyone wanted to shove every surveillance camera in the Federation right in her face. Guess if the big shot can win? Didn't Li Mag give you the answer you wanted? If she's not a top 10 student, will she lose? So what if she's in the top 10? I bet she finished the battle in 10 minutes. It won't take 10 minutes, I bet 5? Wrong, I bet 1 minute. The whistle blew, and everyone's attention returned to the center of the battlefield. A nimble S-Class mech faced off against that same drab-gray B-Class mech. I never watched these kinds of matches before. Couldn't you get Shurjia a better mecha? Using a B-Class mecha is giving you a hard time. I heard Shurjia destroyed an A-Class mecha with a sword before. That's real taunting. Really? I didn't know that. They said the monitoring aircraft broke down during the faction battle flag capture. The live stream is almost bursting today. 18th Military Academy Shuren vs 23rd Military Academy. Wu Ling felt his luck was exceptionally bad. Before the match, he prayed to all the gods and Buddhas, hoping not to draw a top 10 finisher, especially Gu Zhanting. He thought Shuren would most likely choose the mecha competition. But it was worse than drawing Gu Zhanting. He was covered in cold sweat, but still mustered all his courage and launched an attack. A loud boom. And then nothing. 23rd Military Academy, Wu Ling eliminated. The correct answer is 1 second. The entire arena was silent. Before Wu Ling could react, he was already lying on the outskirts of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. His mech wasn't damaged, his body wasn't injured, but he was definitely out of the game. Did you see that? What kind of background do I have? How could I see the big boss's moves? Go back and watch the video in slow motion. The second match. The third match. The fourth match. The fifth match. All instant kills. 18th Military Academy Shuren vs Universal Military Academy Aslan grinned like a chrysanthemum. Bosher, can you go easy on me? Chapter 242. Shuren hesitated, his movements visibly halting. Are they close? They were allies during the faction competition. Aslan seems to get along well with Su Xiang and Sun Qianyu. Yeah, I ran into a few of them at the mecha exhibition. Will Shuren hold back? I don't know. With a clang, the lightsabers clashed. He caught it? How could that be? No, it's obvious. The big boss held back. Legend has it that Shuren is swayed by soft words, but not by force. Is that true? Then do you think kneeling and begging for mercy will work? Are you planning to lose face in front of the entire nation? Do you even want to live? I can endure humiliation to win. Boom! In less than 10 moves, Aslan was thrown out of the combat circle. The boss's letting her win means giving her a few more moves. That's normal. I calculated it. Shuren didn't score many points beforehand. She needs to win several more matches to guarantee a spot in the Proxima Centauri Military Academy finals. So don't overthink it, just play well. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. To everyone's astonishment, Shuren was unstoppable. I seen people fight their way to the semifinals, but I never seen someone bluff their way to the semifinals. A top-tier Federation competition, it feels like eating and drinking for this boss. This is the first time I seen someone play a match so easily. Basically, she just stands there, waiting for the opponent to come up, casually moving her lightsaber, and then waiting for the next one. If only life were this easy. 18th Military Academy Shuren vs Alliance Peace Military Academy Yuan San. Upon hearing the voice announcement, Yuan San's blood boiled. From childhood, she had been surrounded by countless powerful figures. As she grew older, she trampled them all under her feet, including her own father, whom she idolized. That's why she earned the title of Goddess of War. Having reached this point, few opponents could truly challenge her. Gu Zhanting was one, and another stood opposite her today. Please guide me. These words came from the bottom of her heart. She truly hoped to have a thorough and satisfying battle with Shuren. But she didn't know if she was qualified enough to force him to fight. Shuren greatly admired Yuan San. As a captain, she possessed strategy and intelligence. As a soldier, she had strength, drive, and a truly hard-hitting style. Like a sharp sword, she would undoubtedly be a dominant force on the battlefield in the future. So pure and innocent, Alice, someone who can stick to someone every day, must be truly exceptional. Clang! 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 The sound of lightsabers clashing with mechs echoed throughout the arena. Yuan San is amazing. Of course. Before Shuren appeared, she and Gu Zhanting were evenly matched. Why do I feel? What's wrong? Is Shuren giving her practice moves? Is this looking down on her opponent? No, on the contrary, I think Shuren admires Yuan San. Admire? We're all classmates. Doesn't that sound a bit strange? Then why don't you go up and try? Shuren here is absolutely crushing you. Yuan San sensed that her opponent was clearly holding back. More like a coaching session than a duel, several moves exposed her weaknesses. Some of these weaknesses were things she already knew, or her instructors had told her about. A few others were weaknesses that Shuren made her aware of for the first time. Weaknesses that weren't obvious, but were easily exploited on the battlefield. The other side was teaching her. Before going on stage, she felt she still had a fighting chance. After going on stage, she was grateful the big shot had gone easy on her. Damn it. Winning would be a miracle. The only reason she made it this far was because Shuren was in a good mood. She had underestimated the big shot's strength. Sure enough, after 20 moves, another Yuan San lay on the ground outside the battle circle. She lay quietly on the ground, listening to her pounding heartbeat and rapid breathing. Looking at the nonchalant Shuren opposite her, she had done her best. She had no regrets. In the other group, Guhan felt that after years of fighting on the battlefield, it was unfair to win against a child. Moreover, being too outstanding wasn't good either, so he held back. Gu Zhanting won, but winning only made him more unhappy. He was still being treated like a child. He was indignant, as if he were complaining. Shuren, you can't let me win anymore. His smug little face almost made Shuren laugh. Okay. 18th Military Academy Shuren vs Central 1st Military Academy Gu Zhanting. The entire Federation watched this final showdown, with excitement and tension, screaming and cheering for their idols. Ah! Gu Zhanting, charge. Shuren, go for it. He just fought Yuan San for dozens of moves. Gu Zhanting should have a chance of winning, right? Before the words were even finished, in the blink of an eye, Gu Zhanting unleashed his full power, his attacks incredibly fierce. His opponent remained unmoved, easily dodging all attacks. By the time Gu Zhanting reacted, Shuren's sword had already clicked open behind him, and was pressed against Thanatos' neck. This move marked a legendary end to the entire competition. This was also the legendary instant kill of the Spring of Star Calendar 425, a story that would be talked about for generations to come. The scene was deathly silent. Only the witnesses could hear their own heartbeats and the sounds of swallowing. Everyone spoke of the terror that had gripped them from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads at that moment. Gu Zhanting. Instantly defeated. Wow! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I considered a million possibilities, but I never imagined he'd lose so quickly. I even bet Gu Zhanting would win. I guess Shirin would win, but at least she should have fought for a while. Is she completely ditching her pretense? The estimated battle time was around an hour. And you're telling me it was 3 seconds? What level is she anyway? May I ask, does she have 5S level mental strength? My god. I really saw a god. Most people couldn't accept this situation. Carl's clenched fists were bulging with veins, and his gaping mouth couldn't close in shock. None of the organizers had anticipated that the final battle would unfold this way. This is the legendary has it started? It's already over. The instructors knew very well that being able to easily defeat her meant that even Gu Zhanting of 4S couldn't force Shirin to go all out. Just how far could she go? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Li Yuanbo added, Gu Zhanting himself said not to hold back. Now, they finally believed Li Yuanbo's words. I never seen her go all out. The Federation welcomed a new leader. At this moment, both inside the stadium and on the StarNet, drums and firecrackers resounded, and cheers echoed across the Federation. So the boss is in the atmosphere. From today onwards, I'm a die-hard fan of Shirin. Ah! Sister is so cool. Sister, kill me. Big sister, she's only 19 years old. She's like most people's younger sister. Damn. So young, but with such a powerful aura. Shirin, this old woman is over 500 years old. Chapter 243. The results of the individual ability competition are officially in. Shirin, 200 points. Sun Qianyu, 200 points. Ivan, 200 points. Fucha Aguila, 200 points. Xue Lingling, 200 points. Ruan Shu, 200 points. Gu Zhanting, 180 points. Gu Han, 160 points. Yuan San, 160 points. Su Xiang, 140 points. Alice, 140 points. Xin Wanqing, 140 points. Final individual score equals Starfield competition plus faction competition plus individual competition. The individual points rankings have been updated, and the Federation's top 100 are officially revealed. Okay, the final individual points are as follows. 1. Su Xiang, 449 points. 2. Gu Zhanting, 435 points. 3. Yuan San, 432 points. 4. Alice Yang, 428 points. 25. Lian Yuing, 360 points. 28. Shirin, 350 points. 31. Siren, 330 points. 65. Samir, 286 points. 68. Yang Cheng, 279 points. 97. Lewis, 238 points. This proves that the small pot is still ironclad. Even without the battle flag, many top-tier individual soldiers can still climb up the ranks based on their individual points. Many seeded players were still in the top 100 before the competition. Zaina was moved to tears. After so many years, the 7-star region has finally made it. 6 students from the 18th Military Academy made it into the top 100, plus Siren, Samir, and Yang Cheng, making a total of 9. Unprecedented. For the first time ever, someone from the 7-star region has made it to the international competition. Yang Cheng, who snagged this opportunity, he. This is the longest-lasting opportunity he's ever had to rely on. He's managed to get into the international competition. No, now he's a golden goose himself. Samir clenched his fists tightly. He was the only student from Hades to make it into the top 100. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside he was overjoyed. Alice, they're all cultivating immortality now. A little competition like this, I take it all. Unfortunately, the first place is someone she hates the most. She glared at the other person resentfully. Alice, look, who's number 1 in the Federation? Say it out loud. Oh ho, it's me. Ha ha ha. The Su family had expected Su Xian to be outstanding this time. Top 5, or even top 10, shouldn't be a problem, but number 1? Are they crazy? Since the faction competition became a sensation, the Su family has been bustling with activity. Relatives and friends were fine, but even previously distant aristocratic families came to visit and inquire. By now, Su Mu's personal terminal was practically exploding. Without even needing to open the massive amount of information, he knew what the visitor would say. Number 1 in the Federation. A genius beyond compare. The Su family's ancestral graves are emitting smoke. Su Xiang's path from humble beginnings to meteoric rise is practically the ultimate wish-fulfillment novel protagonist. Su Mu himself was grinning from ear to ear. However, despite their joy, the Su family remained incredibly low-key, offering no celebrations or boasting, no attempt to use the opportunity to form cliques. Kim Jae-hoon in the crowd was dumbfounded. The F rank he once looked down upon had become a mountain called Suzeong, forever pressing down on him. From the outside, it seemed the Su family was about to leap to the ranks of top-tier families. With a purifying elixir in hand, and leveraging their proximity, they might even be able to recruit Xue Lingling into their ranks. That would be an endless supply of super high-grade potions. The Su family's future wealth and status would flow like water, gushing forth. Digging deeper, the Su family was actually one of only 2 sponsors of the 18th Military Academy. Damn! That was a perfect gamble. The Su family's fortunes have truly taken off. The other sponsor, the Yang family, is also incredibly popular right now. The little darling has actually become the 4th best in the Federation. The transfer that was initially met with so much criticism has actually been the right decision. Where's my sister? When is she coming back? I brought my sister a gift. Can she teach me how to fight? I want to be a warrior too. Your daughter is much stronger than you. She'd probably go even further than Charlotte in the future. Alice was already popular with the younger generation, and now, her influence in the Yang family is even greater. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid will probably be even harder to control in the future. Side looked at the siren laughing and chatting with her friends on the camera and smiled with satisfaction. The decision I made back then was right. He has his own friends, a firmer path, and is growing up much faster. After the competition, the top 100 from the 7-star region were taken away separately by the organizers. Testing mental strength? Yes. The 9 people exchanged glances. Even the instructors, who initially wanted to curse, wondered what kind of discrimination this was. Why were others exempt from testing, while their star region's people had to undergo a retest? But judging from the facts, the entire Federation wasn't blind. The mental strength levels displayed by these individuals were far from the levels they were projecting. The individuals themselves were incredibly guilty, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. The result truly exemplified what it meant to be unexpected yet perfectly logical. Taking the young master? You said taking the young master? In the high-level meeting on the other end of the quantum computer, the officer's voice cracked from shouting the result. 4S? Or 2? Shuren and Gu Han are 4S, Sun Qianyu, Su Xiong Siren, Alice, Yang Chum are SSS. The sudden appearance of 4S left everyone's heads buzzing. After entering interstellar society, as mental power was gradually developed, all nations were searching for advanced warriors. Slowly, S-Class, SS-Class, SSS-Class appeared one after another, until the Empire and the Federation successively produced advanced warriors beyond SSS. After that, 4S became the top-tier humanoid weapon of a superpower. For over 100 years, only 2 4S warriors have been discovered on the entire Proxima Centauri system. They were the renowned interstellar duo, one of whom had already fallen on the Zerg battlefield. If it weren't for Gu Zhanting's appearance, the Federation would have had difficulty deterring the surrounding international powers that were eyeing them covetously. Now, a military academy competition has produced 2 4S level warriors. The surprise came too suddenly. It's like the saying goes, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. The Federation suddenly has 3 4S level warriors. Should we announce it publicly? No. Songwon immediately and decisively rejected the idea. Suddenly gaining such strong combat power is not a good thing for other countries. If you don't have a 4S, it means weakness and being bullied. If you have 1 4S, it means peace. But if you have 3 4S, that's undeniable hegemony. Ultimate weapons are best left partially hidden. Even internally, the military isn't immune. He had some guesses about Gu Jianxin's situation, but no concrete evidence. Then, should Shuren and Gu Han not participate in the international competition? The international competition will most likely be held on other planets abroad. If anything unexpected happens, at least the Federation has other 4S warriors to oversee things. We've seen the results today, even the most discerning few. If we really back down now, it would be too deliberate. The Federation's new generation needs more time to grow. Keeping quiet might be the best option right now. Ultimately, fewer than 20 people knew the results of the 18th Military Academy's mental strength test. Samir, who was present, was the only teammate kept in the dark. Upon hearing 4S, he was shocked and looked utterly deceived. So he was leading a bunch of kings to conquer the world. The 18th Military Academy didn't utter a single word, and the source of all this, Li Yuanbua, tearfully shouldered the blame. He was bitter inside. He even thought Shuren couldn't hide it anymore, and was about to reveal his hand, but then, 4S. Brilliant. Brilliant. His mental fortitude is truly remarkable. Even in this situation, he can still continue faking it without batting an eye. Boss, you're really good at pretending, you made me take the blame. Chapter 244. The 68th Federation Military Academy competition concluded with great fanfare. But the topics surrounding this competition, the people, the equipment, the battles, continue to explode. People are digging into the students' life stories, growth trajectories, family backgrounds. They even dug into Old Wong from Garbage Mountain. As a former Federation mecha pilot, who trained two outstanding individuals, he naturally receives a lot of attention. Many reporters personally went to Planet 9527, searched for a long time, found Garbage Mountain, and some people there knew Old Wong, but they just couldn't find his home. At this time, Old Wong toiled in the fields. He happily tended to his seedlings every day. The 18th Army became an overnight sensation, its entrance almost worn down by the crowds. After winning first place nationwide, the school shed its B-level designation and was upgraded to S-level. The military provided a large sum of funding, far more than the previous 10 years combined. After discussing it with Zhang Heng, the principal decided to give most of the money to Shuren and his group as compensation for the previous modifications to their mecha equipment. Outside analysts speculated that the ability to cultivate such a talented individual might also be due to the soldier himself. However, the sudden rise of such a top-tier team was undoubtedly due, in no small part, to the school's efforts. As a result, the school received a surge of transfer applications and grant requests. So many? More than 30 already. And some from the Central Star region. SSS level. Principal, we're really hot now. The principal felt a mix of emotions. He finally understood what it meant to go from being completely ignored to being incredibly sought after. He felt guilty. The school really hadn't done anything. They had only followed the military's guidelines and textbooks. Nothing more. He claims to have a top-secret, grueling training program? He'd love to. He approves all the school team's frequent leave requests. But what if he recruits them? Wouldn't that expose his secret? What would he use to teach them? Risk his life? Principal, we can't think like that. Luck and coincidence are the result of long-accumulated momentum. The children have led us to take the first step. If we miss this opportunity, it would be a dereliction of duty for us educators. Yes. This is not only an opportunity for the 18th Military Academy, but also for Star 9527 and the 7th Star region. Going with the flow and seizing this opportunity is his responsibility and duty. What can he do? He has to bite the bullet and go for it. Central Star. After the competition, the teams begin preparing to return home. The international tournament is still a year away. Does that mean we won't see each other for a year? No way. It's not like we train every day. We can meet during the holidays. I even wanted to invite you guys to visit my territory. Yeah, there's a training camp in 6 months, then we be the Federation Alliance team. Ha ha ha, brothers, let's conquer the world together. It's a deal. Look, I already made plans. I come to Star 9527 to find you guys next month. Okay, I be waiting for you. Aslan, Daedara, and the others left reluctantly. Come on, it's a deal. Come to my house today. Gu Zhanting couldn't wait to assemble a visiting team, their target being the renowned Gu family. Everyone else thought he must have lost his mind after losing, suddenly becoming so enthusiastic. Could this be the correct way to play 4S? His previous aloofness was just because he had no opponents and hadn't been defeated. Now he was as docile as a lamb. Good riddance. Brilliant defeat. The god has been brought down from his pedestal. Is this the legendary winning people over with martial virtue? Gu Zhanting forcefully dragged Siren and Gu Han towards the Gu family home. Worried that the 18th Military Academy students would feel uncomfortable, he also invited Samir, Yang Cheng, Yuan San, Xinhuan Qing, and people from Xinhuan International, whom they were familiar with. Xinhuan Qing, why did you bring me here? She didn't know why she had been dragged into this hastily assembled tour group. These people probably think they're close, right? That's what she thought, but her actions betrayed her thoughts. Dozens of people boarded the spaceship and headed towards the Gu family home west of Parks. Having organized such a grand affair, Gu Zhanting only had one thing on his mind, to take his uncle home to see. Wow! Seeing the mountain peak in the distance, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the number one family, so wealthy. This foundation is incredible. If you weren't looking down from the air, you never guessed that the Gu family occupies several hilltops in the capital, where land is incredibly valuable. This is your home? Do you need a gatekeeper? Yes, I can handle cleaning and bodyguards. Just give me a meal, young master. A loud bang from the sky, and this old servant makes his grand entrance. Hee hee, that's where I live, he said sheepishly. Gu Jianshan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Home, 4 years, and he returned alive. The home he grew up in. For the first time, he felt a mix of homesickness and trepidation. My family is all here, and they're very happy to welcome my friends. His parents were already waiting at home. Do I look all right? Okay, great. Butler Zhang, seeing the head of the household's slick-back appearance and barely concealed nervousness, found it amusing. 18's first time bringing a friend home, he needs to make a good impression. Since his younger brother's disappearance, the house had become cold and lifeless. Gu Zhanting's 4S test result added to the burden. Since then, he had few friends, only endless training. This house hadn't felt so vibrant and lively in a long time. Even the flowers by the door seemed brighter. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello everyone, welcome, come in, come in. A large group of over 30 people arrived. Those familiar yet unfamiliar faces practically dominated the Starnet's trending topics for the past 6 months. Gu Yun's face was full of wrinkles from smiling. Dad, this is Siren and Shuren. Greetings both of you. Thank you so much for saving 18. He spoke sincerely and bowed formally. Saving a life is a great favor. It's nothing, Shuren said readily, but Siren was flattered. Gu Yun subconsciously observed the two. Siren's father, said, was the head of the 8th Legion, and her grandfather, Sel, was a retired hero from the Zerg battlefield. This bearing, this integrity, they were from a prestigious family. And this one, the legendary Shuren, she walked in a crowd, and you wouldn't notice her at all. But upon closer inspection, her beauty was divine. Gu Yun had seen countless people in his life, and the Gu family had raised such outstanding individuals. Many of them held high positions in the Federation. But never before had anyone stood before him like a god looking down upon all living beings from the clouds. Ethereal and otherworldly, with an undeniable distance between them and everyone else. Who exactly is she? What kind of life experiences could forge such a magnanimous and composed demeanor? Is she really just a 4S? Right, why did I use just? Gu Yun was somewhat dazed. He was even a little nervous, an invisible pressure weighing on his heart. Dad, this is Gu Han, the captain of the 18th Military Academy. Hello, hello. He had noticed this person before. He thought her demeanor and temperament resembled his younger brother. Seeing her in person, her appearance was completely different, but instinctively, he still couldn't help but think of his younger brother. But upon closer inspection, he snapped back to reality, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. Returning to this familiar place, Gu Han tried his best to suppress the surging emotions within him. Looking at those familiar faces, thankfully, his family was still there. Chapter 245. His elder brother and sister-in-law seemed to be in good health, and the house was well organized. Uncle Zhang was old, but very energetic. The younger generation had all grown up well. Everything he did was to protect his family, to ensure the well-being of both his own family and the larger community. It was all worth it. That building belongs to my uncle. Would you like to take a look? Gu Zhanting asked, though addressing everyone, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards him. General Gu's room? Is that all right? Gu Jianshan's name was like a symbol of heroism in the hearts of everyone in the Federation. Everyone was eager to get close to him. Of course. His room is cleaned every day, and there are many treasures there. Come on, come on. Every blade of grass, every flower, every scene was exactly as he had left it. The things he used, the documents he read, the weapons and equipment he touched countless times. This is my uncle's trophy. That familiar look. Champion of the 65th Federal Military Academy competition. Countless honors, special merit, first-class merit, second-class merit. One of them, the Federal Hero Medal. This is awarded only to soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the Federation, inscribed with returning to the stars, guiding our nation. Behind these honors lie countless drops of sweat and blood and lost lives. The atmosphere at the scene softened, but Gu Zhanting's tone was full of hope. My uncle is just missing. He'd definitely come back. Yes, yes. A group of people, led by Gu Zhanting, spent the whole day playing at the Gu family manor. Many of the younger generation of the Gu family also arrived, many of them quite young. The 18th Military Academy. That's Shuren. Su Xiang. Alice. I'm a mecha pilot. I like Sun Qianyu. I want to see the Lu Ban puppet. I want to get an autograph. Wait, which side are you on? My cousin is from CCTV 1. I'm going to find Brother Ivan. Anyone my cousin brings home must be good friends. Today is the liveliest day in recent years at the Gu family manor. Don't be sad, we both be on the Federation Alliance team in the international competition, we be teammates then. That's right, let me tell you, Su Xiang is annoying, I help you beat him up if I get the chance. Yuan San comforted Shen Wanqing when he saw she wasn't in high spirits. Shen Wanqing, I'm just habitually aloof. Alice also started listing Su Xiang's faults. I tell you secretly, he drinks and smokes in private. Alice, are you spreading rumors about me? No, how could I? Alice, like a siren, couldn't hide anything, her face clearly showing her guilt. They couldn't agree on anything, and soon the two were fighting. The 18th Military Academy officer didn't try to stop them. Instead, he started encouraging them to place bets. Shouldn't we just ignore them? Sigh, they're always like this. A little fighting will do the trick. Just put away the weapons at home, don't let them get their hands on them. Gu Zhanting led everyone on a tour of his collection. Ah Ting, you're awesome. Are all these yours? My god, your little treasure trove is even bigger than mine. Tue. It's bigger than mine. You even managed to steal the new type of solar-powered cannon? And this armor, it must be worth several million. My god, that's incredible. You like it? Everyone take one. A moment of silence fell, as everyone stared intently at him. Then, cheers erupted. Ah! Su Xiang and Sun Qianyu next to him gave him an unexpected hug. From today onwards, you're my best friend, Lao's son. Brother, when you go to the 7-star domain, just say my name, I protect you if anything happens. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves immensely, and everyone was reluctant to part. Before leaving, Siren handed Gu Zhanting a spatial button. We be waiting for you on star 9527. Okay. He gave Gu Han a deep look. I come later. After everyone left, Gu Yun and Gu Zhanting opened the spatial button. A huge pile of cleansing liquid and repairing liquid. Isn't this a bit too much of a return gift? Is this the purifying elixir from the Su family and the dark domain? And the repairing elixir extracted by Shui Lingling during the competition? Given the Gu family's power and wealth, obtaining some goods through certain channels wouldn't be too difficult. But this is far too much. Such a generous gift shows how much the other party values his child. Although this isn't the goal, some friends won't let you suffer losses. Gu Yun looked at the repairing elixir, recalling the several vials of potent repairing elixir that Gu Ruoting had sent back. He took out 2 and compared them. Dad, what's this? This was bought by your aunt from the dark domain. It's not available on the market. Doesn't it look similar? The color was bluish-white, not as pure, and had some flocculent matter. Very similar, only Shui Lingling's was a lighter color. The dark domain has a powerful team, and the leader's code name is Xianxing Sect Master. This stuff came from them. I had someone test it. The repair value exceeds 300. How much? 300. Let alone 300, there are probably no more than 5 people in the entire Federation who can produce a repair fluid with a value above 100. A repair fluid with a value above 200 is unthinkable. Can't you find their identity? Yes, we communicated with the dark domain. The Lu family said they were freelance mercenaries. The military checked after getting the name and video recordings, but couldn't find them. The face and body are all fake. We don't even know how they concealed their appearance. Lu Ruyan only showed the video to the authorities after confirming that the Xianxing sect had hidden their true faces. The effect was good. The military and aristocratic families wouldn't bother her anymore since they couldn't find the person. Hidden so deeply. Could it be from the Empire? No, only the Federation has what these people have. The Empire officially sent word that they want to purchase a batch of purifying elixir for soldiers suffering from severe radiation sickness. Did we agree? It was initially very controversial, but General Fu personally called. Once, the Empire and the Federation were like twins, cooperating seamlessly on the Zerg battlefield. Fu Yuan, one of the 2 interstellar heroes, was not only a general of the Empire, but also a hero of Proxima Centauri. On the Federation's lands, there were also people he had protected. Has the goods been delivered? No, the purifying elixir is out of stock. The Su family said the master is busy, and the supply of purifying elixir is always intermittent. They said it would be available in a couple of days. A couple of days. Xianxing sect. Dad, do you have a schedule for the delivery of purifying elixir? Even a rough one will do. I have the most recent one, earlier shipments were too few to track. Gu Zhanting, seemingly lost in thought, took the schedule and left. He closed the door and began carefully studying the shipping schedule. The problem wasn't the supply, but the timing of the supply disruption. Perhaps, he was being overly sensitive, but the timing seemed to coincide with the military academy's grand competition. He didn't know why this thought had suddenly occurred to him. Such a powerful figure hiding in a military academy? Impossible. Think of Lingling, the creator of top-tier potions, also a first-year student. Though it seems far-fetched, anything is possible. Chapter 246. He started searching keywords almost unconsciously. Sect Master of Xianqing Sect, Sect Master. It sounded like an identity. Xianqing Sect must be an organization. He searched for Sect Master of Xianqing Sect and Xianqing Sect. Information within the dark domain was confidential, so he couldn't find it. But across the entire StarNet, trillions of people created a massive amount of information, and among them, only 2 were related to Xianqing Sect. He actually found them. Sect Master of Xianqing Sect. This was a personal account on the StarNet, but it contained almost no useful information. There was a private organization called Xianqing Sect, registered on Pluto in the 7th star domain. The 7th star domain. The person in charge was named Tony Smith. He had a personal account on the StarNet, and his last post was over a year ago. From the limited information left, he seemed to be a freelance mercenary from the dark domain. Dark domain. Continuing his search, he discovered that the Xianqing Sect even had an official website. He nervously opened the website. An antique-style ink painting, a sword covered in runes in the upper left corner, and 3 large characters on the right, Xianqing Sect. Gu Zhanting started scratching his head. No way. This kind of hidden big shot actually has an official website? Having an official website means they have something they want to communicate to the outside world. He began to carefully examine the information. This organization handles potion sales, mecha manufacturing, materials trading, and cultural promotion. The product information was blank. The culture part didn't specify what kind of culture. Is there customer service? He opened customer service. No one was online. He was about to ask something casually. Suddenly, a line of dialogue popped up. Seek immortality, point your sword to the heavens. Join our sect, shatter the mortal world, and achieve the supreme immortal path. Welcome, fellow Taoist. I'm customer service Xiao Lu. Feel free to leave me a message. He recognized each character, but together, he couldn't understand it. It seemed to be something mysterious and esoteric. Immortality? Mortal world? Immortal path? Fellow Taoist? Gu Zhanting's heart began to race. A hunch he was drawing closer to the truth. And this truth would open the door to a new world. He searched for these words again on the StarNet. The results were astonishing. Novel? Web novel? TV series? Cultivation civilization? His brows furrowed, filled with suspicion. A little disappointed, could this be some gathering place for ancient culture enthusiasts? Interstellar cultivation? Gu Zhanting couldn't help but laugh, mocking his own wild imagination. This Xianqing Sect shouldn't be the same as that Xianqing Sect. He shut down his personal terminal, not paying much attention. In the 9-square grid of photos from the Fujiwara family's burning of KT a while ago, there was a face in the corner. Its owner's real name was Tony Smith. The 18th Military Academy returned to the Central 1st Military Academy, welcoming new guests once again. Good morning, sir. Shwe, it's been 3 days. I gave you my contact information, but you haven't contacted me even once. On the contrary, I have many questions I'd like to ask you. Cole's half-joking words made Lingling feel quite embarrassed. Just kidding. I knew you were in a competition, so I didn't want to bother you. I get straight to the point. Do you have a special method for extracting potions? You already know why I ask. I'd like to teach you, but you can't learn it. Lingling was still figuring out how to reply, but Cole's next words made her and Su Xiong jump. Each school of pharmacology is its own distinct field, and intellectual property belongs to the founder. You can decide for yourself whether to disclose it or keep it secret. I'm currently looking to purchase a batch of purifying elixir and repairing elixir from you. You should have said so earlier. I wouldn't be sleepy if you mentioned this. No problem. The two immediately switched to professional smiles. The customer is king, especially a top-tier client like the military. How much? The Empire has applied to the Federation to purchase a batch of purifying elixir, tens of thousands of vials. Is that a lot? Can you produce it? The two answered in unison, no problem. Hearing this, the Research Institute and the military began to ponder. Such a large quantity, and they just accepted it so readily. What about the repairing elixir? I can make that myself. How much do you need? 10,000 vials, is that okay? Yes, it will take some time. 10,000 per vial? Cole asked tentatively. The military had researched it. Basic potions like repairing elixir can cost hundreds or thousands. With a repair value of 158, selling it for tens of thousands is entirely possible. But this is a consumable, and it's a military purchase, so the price can be negotiated. The military's original bottom line was 20,000. But based on their past interactions with Xue Lingling, they knew very well that she wasn't particularly sensitive to money. So they tentatively quoted a price. Okay. 10,000. Considering the workload and costs, that was an enormous amount. The return on investment was almost 500. So much that tears of excitement involuntarily streamed down her face. If the supply could be continuous, Master wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Xuanzi's financial problems, right? No, wake up. She still needed to focus on her cultivation and training. She couldn't let money cloud her judgment. With so much stock, here are some freebies. Cole opened them, and saw a pile of medicinal herbs and data. The formula for the repair fluid. He was incredibly excited, his fingers trembling slightly, as he gripped the paper. He looked up at Xue Lingling in disbelief. Sir, this is all I can offer. You can study it. Good boy. Cole knew perfectly well that Xue Lingling wasn't joking when she said they couldn't make it. But that was enough. Even if it didn't achieve the original formula's effect, it would at least provide a new breakthrough in the drug research. After a week's delay, they headed back. On the way, they experienced for the first time what it meant to be a star. What it meant to be a sensation. The 18th Military Academy. Who? Oh my god. Shuren. Where? They're queuing with us for the spaceship. Ah. I know, they're going back to planet 9527. Drug goddess Xue Lingling, can I get an autograph? I'm live streaming. I want my fans to know I'm on the Federation's first spaceship. Family, guess who I saw? Along the way, crowds surged, screams echoed constantly. Everyone else was struggling to cope, but Alice was thoroughly enjoying herself. And then, look! My photo with my fans just got over 10 million likes. I'm famous. Ha ha ha. No, I need to post more photos. How about this one? Handsome, right? And this one? Can't you see my muscles? I look powerful. And this one, I beat Su Xiong down, this is it. With the crowd chasing after them and Alice's excitement, the journey was bustling and lively. The StarNet users broadcast the entire return trip of the 18th Military Academy. Finally. We're back. As soon as they stepped into the garbage mountain, they sensed that it seemed cleaner. The land was still littered with garbage, and the noise was still deafening. But the pungent smell in the air had lessened considerably. If someone were to conduct a before and after comparison test, they would find that the radiation levels were slowly decreasing. This feeling became increasingly pronounced as they headed towards the Xianqing sect. If it weren't for the protective array, one could see the tiny green shoots occasionally sprouting at the foot of the mountain. Their vibrant color and refreshing scent suggested a hidden paradise within the garbage-strewn mountains. The spirit core is amazing. I feel it's purifying the entire 9527 star. Upon entering the Xianqing sect's territory and ascending the stairs, the dappled green vegetation became increasingly abundant, its vitality growing ever stronger. Looking up, one sees clouds and mist swirling around the mountains, the summit shrouded in ethereal energy, a truly breathtaking sight. Old Wang, Tony, Little Xuanzi. I, Hu Han San, am back. Chapter 247. Ugh, my ugh, you have no idea how much I missed you. Xiao Yu. My Xiao Yu. Squeak, I'm back. Master, you're finally back. The competition was so exciting. That's right, our Xianqing sect will dominate the world sooner or later. This is just a setup, giving everyone some time to prepare. Have you been cultivating properly? Of course. I reached the second level of qi refining. Xiao Xuanzi didn't dare to delay even for a day. She couldn't hold anyone back anymore. Your head. A round head topped with a thick, straight-cut fringe looked like an upside-down green watermelon. Coupled with a blank expression, it wobbled as it walked, more abstract than any hairstyle before. A person who was normally quite normal now seemed less intelligent. Clearly, Tony's scissors had added another victim. It's my fault. I didn't explain it to Xiao Xuanzi back then. Fourth brother, I need to teach you a lesson. How could you harm your own people like this? Isn't it pretty good looking? Yeah, I think it's easy to maintain. Su Xian looked at the two with identical expressions and felt heartbroken. Damn it, these two have completely different tastes, and that's not all. Guhan brought Tony a set of the latest haircutting tools from Central Star. Junior uncle, when did you buy this? Do you know that's aiding and abetting evil? Ha ha ha. As long as it's not for my haircut, I won't object. He opened a barber shop at the mountain gate. I don't even know who he plans to harm in the future. Ha ha! Is this the trial before a new disciple enters the sect? And there are other gifts. Tea, health supplements, and trinkets for old Wang. The gifts for Xiao Xuanzi were even more thoughtful. Large and small, various colors and styles of lucky cats, koi fish, copper coin pendants, yellow crystals, feng shui ornaments. This is called a picio. It's said to only take in and not give out, and it also attracts wealth. Try them one by one, the seller said it will definitely work. Yes, I think about setting up a few wealth-gathering formations. I gotten the hang of it lately, so it shouldn't be a problem. Shuren had put a lot of effort into dealing with this financial matter. The military had brought in a large sum of money, and she was back to her old self. Xiao Xuanzi felt as if she had returned to the days when the mountain-moving sect still existed. Her sect had also collected a lot of useless things to suppress her fate. Although life was poor, they never thought of abandoning her. She had truly found a new home. Oh, and this too. Shuren then remembered and released the heavily injured and sleeping Frost Wolf King from her divine soul space. It's not dead? Master, you brought it back? Shuren would never say, because the Wolf King's appearance was quite impressive, and it caught his eye, so he casually brought it back. This is a level 1 star beast? What happened to its fur? Is it too old and bald? Speaking of old age, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Jiao, the oldest being in the entire Xianxing sect. What do you want to say? The icy tone sent a chill down everyone's spine. Don't let Xiao Jiao's seemingly harmless appearance fool you. Those who have seen her true form dare not provoke her. Who is this? This is the only divine beast in the world, and one that is irritable and easily angered. Everyone naturally began to change the subject. Oh, bald. That was plucked by senior brother. It really ruins its looks. A group of people and a pack of beasts gathered around, chattering away, creating quite a lively scene. The Frost Wolf King gradually awoke from its coma. It felt like it had slept for an incredibly long time, as if an eternity had passed. It could sense that it was in a very mysterious place, warm and safe. Its wounds were slowly healing, but it couldn't fully wake up, until the noise made it furrow its brow, and memories of the time before it fainted suddenly flooded back. Heavenly lightning, world-destroying lightning, the earth trembled. It had led its pack out, and encountered a group of humans, and a fight broke out. As a result, one of them plucked its fur, and stabbed it deeply. Having lived in the snow dome for hundreds of years, this was the first time it had encountered such powerful humans. It thought it was going to die, but now, it seemed to have come back to life. Finally, the Wolf King, with all its might, forced open its heavy eyelids. Damn it! I'd rather be dead. Wasn't that the person who stabbed it? Close your eyes, then open them again. It wasn't a hallucination, the person was still there. That's fate, you can't escape it. Awake! The Wolf King dragged its massive body, looking left and right, trying to find a chance to escape. But it seemed it was no longer in the icy wilderness. Here, trees were lush, grasses were abundant, the sun was warm and gentle, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants. There was no radiation, and seemingly no other danger. The humans before it weren't armed, there were no giant steel monsters, and they didn't seem to intend to kill it. But then, fear gripped its entire body, as if it were in hell. In the crowd, a small, seemingly harmless human girl stood out. But a half-smile played on her lips, and the oppressive aura emanating from her body made the wolf's fur stand on end, and a terrified howl escaped its throat. Little Nine, don't scare it to death. After 2 howls, the Snow King fainted again. When it awoke, the location had changed. Everything that had just happened seemed like a real nightmare. It lay in the center of an empty building. Suddenly, a star boar entered its field of vision. Plump and pink, swaying with abundant fat, every step it took made the wolf drool. It couldn't even imagine how delicious a bite would be. It was perfectly timed. The Wolf King quietly and gently rose, taking small steps forward, not wanting to disturb its soon-to-be appetized meal. It had been here for a few months, and while it wasn't completely lacking in combat skills, those meager tricks were practically useless against a level 1 star beast. The most rapid improvement came from its heightened sense of danger, and its speed of escape. The tranquil atmosphere of Spirit Beast Mountain suddenly shifted. The pig sensed a hint of danger beneath the peaceful surface. Something seemed to be approaching from behind. It snapped to attention, leaped forward, and disappeared into the bushes. It vanished as if its 4 hooves were on fire, its speed so great that it startled the wolf. The Wolf King thought, ? Is that lightning-fast level 3 star pig? It was severely injured and had no strength left, but surely it could catch even a pig. It had no choice but to continue observing its surroundings. It needed to find food first. But soon, the pig returned, bringing a swamp rat with it. Perfect. A pear for me. I'm starving. Before it could even prepare to attack, the sound of flapping wings approached. Something else is coming from the sky. That's a level 2 helmeted hornbill. It began calculating its chances of victory against its opponent. If it wasn't injured, the Wolf King was confident it could take down all these star beasts. Looks like it'd be a tough fight to get some meat, but before it could finish its calculations, a rustling sound came from the grass again. Out emerged a small white snake. Its blood-red eyes were fixed intently on it. Wait, something's not right. Small in size, but with immense imposing presence. Damn! It's encountered another one. Chapter 248. Level 1 Star Beast. How come there are so many high-level star beasts in this wretched place? How did these completely unrelated star beasts end up together? Did it wander into a zoo? And that's not all. Slowly emerging from behind was the little girl it had seen before fainting. Her calm yet sharp eyes sent fear through its entire body. It felt like its heart was about to jump out of its chest. Damn! The King of Hell. This is terrifying. The Snow Lord had only one thought. Run. It did run, but the entire Xianqing sect's formation prevented it from escaping. After circling the mountain several times, the bald Wolf King was exhausted and fainted for the third time in its life. Found it. Found it. The entire mountain was Tong's territory. Finding the wolf was incredibly easy. Maybe we shouldn't take it. It was just trying to nibble on him. Baldness isn't good looking either. The eldest brother plucked the fur. He has to take responsibility. Night fell, and the Wolf King awoke for the fourth time. It seemed trapped in a terrifying dream within a dream, endlessly wandering in a hellish maze, unable to wake up or escape. This time, it resigned itself to its fate. In its dazed state, it felt a warm liquid enter its body, and its body began to recover rapidly. Looking at the group of people and beasts before it, it calmed its bristling fur, cowered, and silently wagged its tail. A wolf can wag its tail. Essentially, it and Big Yellow are family. Brother, look at Big Yellow, then look at the Wolf King. Speak properly. The Wolf King was more than 10 times larger than Big Yellow. Its current docility was merely a forced pragmatism. Then you wait and see. I slowly win it over. After waking up, the Wolf King dared not approach any star beasts again. The King of Hell was too terrifying. It could only huddle beside Sun Qianyu. At least the man and the wolf had some kind of ill-fated connection. The other could have killed it but didn't. A preliminary assessment suggested a sliver of hope. And you know what? This place is really nice. The climate is good, the environment is good, even the air smells good. No need to worry about blizzards, nor the open and covert struggles within the wolf pack. Who would have thought that a wolf that only eats meat would actually fall in love with eating grass? That grass is really delicious. It gives you boundless energy. The violent energy within its body seems to have been calmed by the power of the water and grass here. It's so comfortable. It recovered quickly. Everything was fine except for its bald patches. From afar, you could see it charging from one hilltop to another, its massive body shaking the entire mountain when it ran. The wolf began to try to make friendly contact with other creatures and integrate into the new group. Aside from the intimidating King Yama, everyone else and every other animal was quite friendly. But it still couldn't outrun that little yellow dog, barely bigger than a wolf's paw, let alone that pink pig. How could that thing be so fast? Putting aside its frustration, the wolf lived a rather enjoyable life. Except for one problem. The Wolf King discovered that within this pack, it was absolutely at the very bottom. How did it know? First, the Wolf King's intuition. Second, watch the video. Sniff, 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 sniff. Little puppy, come here. The white ball of fur, hands on its hips, looked serious and earnest, issuing commands to the Wolf King, hundreds of times its size. Wolf King. A wolf fallen to the plains is bullied. Call me a dog, fine, but little one? Newcomer, I'm talking to you. At ease, attention, stand at attention. But a wolf under the eaves has no choice but to bow its head. It wagged its tail, obediently sat up straight, and pricked up its ears. All right, today is new employee training, and I am the instructor for this training. Tong. You can call me Teacher Tong. First of all, the Xianqing sect welcomes you. Tong split into 10 bodies. A group of fluffy little creatures lined up neatly, cheering, screaming, whistling, and scattering flower petals. A simple yet grand welcome ceremony was given to the newcomer in 5 minutes. Our Xianqing sect is the only cultivation sect on Proxima Centauri. Yes, you heard me right. We cultivate immortality. Wolf King, I don't understand. What's a mustard seed? That's good, just know we're very powerful. Our sect leader is true person Ming Shuren. The one who defeated you was her eldest disciple, Sun Qianyu. He's a weapon cultivator, and he lives on the next mountain. And you, in terms of official organization, belong to the Xianqing sect's Beast Peak, ranked 8th. Oh, I'm 6th. The Xianqing sect star beasts use a matrix management system. What is matrix management? With your intelligence, it's difficult for me to explain it clearly to you. Simply put, you must unconditionally obey your contracted master's orders, and at the same time, follow the arrangements of Beast Peak. As for your master, it's most likely Sun Qianyu. The person in charge of Beast Peak is Yang Cheng, the 8th elder of the Xianqing sect. He's on Neptune, and will return in a while. His contracted star beast is the helmeted rhinoceros. You met all the beasts. The most important one, the number 1 figure of Beast Peak, an existence you absolutely cannot provoke, the only divine beast in the world, the 9-tailed fox, that little girl, you should have sensed it too, she could crush you into mud with a flick of her little finger. You can't mess with the king of hell. The wolf trembled. 6th senior brother Siren is in charge of personnel and administrative affairs in the Xianqing sect. You must do well in the tasks he assigns. That means, including the sect master, you have 4 superiors and 1 divine beast. You must obey everyone's orders. Do you understand? The Wolf King's mind raced. It only remembered one thing, obey. Hum is the contracted beast of second disciple Su Xiang. It's incredibly spoiled. It will complain and call for backup. You saw it last time. Just a few whimpers, and the entire Beast Peak will come out to back it up. So I advise you not to. That scene perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a pig relying on its master's power. Of course, with your current abilities, you can't catch it even if you run. You can't even outrun a pig. White Snake Xiuyu is the 2nd oldest. It arrived early, and 3rd senior sister Shuelingling has been nourishing it with medicine, making its cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. I estimate you have a hard time catching up to it in the future. Alice's spirit beast is a level 3 swamp rat, Shiji, and the big yellow dog you play with has Jinfeng Xiaoxuanzi as its owner. And I, the wise and great leader, am responsible for the security and order management of the entire Xianqing sect, new employee onboarding training, intelligence gathering, and communications. You can ask me any questions you have. The Wolf King seemed to understand, but it knew that none of the creatures on this mountain were to be trifled with, including the white ball of fur before it. From now on, 9-tailed fox will arrange training for the beasts every day. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. 9-tailed fox's exact words were that although we are weak, we cannot hinder Bosher's progress, so you must perform well, understand? The Wolf King nodded earnestly. Be obedient, don't cause trouble, train hard, understand? Of course, our Xianqing sect has many advantages. First, there's no radiation. You should have felt it, the turbulent energy in your body is very calm. After you drink the purifying elixir, you won't have to suffer from radiation anymore. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, you will gradually evolve from a star beast into a spirit beast. There will be no ceiling to your career path. How far you go depends on your own destiny. But being able to enter the Xianqing sect, as a wolf, is 1 in a million. You kid, your ancestors' graves must be smoking. Wait, where did you get your ancestors' graves? Chapter 249. The Xianqing sect currently has 9 disciples, 1 guest elder, 1 junior master, and 8 beasts. Everyone performs their duties diligently, busy and happy every day. Qianyu, do you want a spirit beast? Shuren looked at the man and the wolf. As the saying goes, even a karmic entanglement is a kind of fate. Sometimes, a fight leads to friendship. Sun Qianyu scratched his head sheepishly. He had originally wanted it for more. The few pieces he gathered on the battlefield were truly excellent materials for refining weapons, but looking at the docile and obedient Wolf King, wagging its tail like a big yellow dog, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yes. After a brief ritual, the Wolf King felt a deep resonance of souls, and a fusion of energy. Warm energy flowed throughout its body, old wounds healed, radiation was expelled, and its flesh and bones became stronger. An unprecedented feeling of comfort and power. What on earth happened? It evolved, more importantly, it can clearly understand what these people are saying, no longer needing to guess. Give it a name? My name is Xiao Xiao. A voice completely at odds with its appearance, even carrying a slightly childlike tone. That enormous body could only shrink its head when entering the weapon refining room. Xiao. Where is it small? You can talk now? It must have awakened its intelligence. I am Xiao Xiao, and I am a girl. With this appearance, I think Sang Biao would be more fitting. Sun Qianyu was happy for several days after getting his spirit beast. From that day on, he spent his days hammering and tinkering on the weapon refining peak. Xiao Xiao stayed by his side, either helping to move things or snuggling up beside him to sleep. The nine-tailed fox and the Tong we arranged for it to participate in training. Running and jumping, training its divine sense, refining its spiritual energy. The good news is that small downy hairs are starting to grow in the bald patches. She turned back into a beautiful young woman, and the limits of spirit beasts are far higher than the ceiling of star beasts. It will be even more powerful in the future. Sun Qianyu is preparing new mechs for everyone. This will be the Xianxing sect's secret weapon. With the successful experience of the Luban puppet, plus the inspiration Ivan gave him, he's even more excited. He's busy designing and drawing every day, revising and redrawing. Master's mech should be simple yet powerful, overwhelming all other techniques, enough to all the world. Alice and Ms. Leon want something cool. They should like gold and pink. Junior Uncle should be more understated. The materials need to be lightning resistant and conductive. The materials will cost a lot. Corrosion resistant materials. Should we find another Zerd nest? We talk about that after the design is finalized. Xue Lingling is working hard to fulfill the military's order. She purchased a batch of extraction and packaging production line equipment and modified it with Sun Qianyu. It integrated interstellar pharmacology with special alchemy techniques, greatly accelerating production efficiency. Now, Danfeng is not only Xue Lingling's personal research lab, but also a pharmaceutical processing plant. From now on, the entire sect won't need to work overtime. She can finish refining the pills, let the machines process them slowly, and then hand them over to Tony for shipment. She can dedicate a lot of time to cultivation and alchemy. This is her main job. A factory manager who doesn't want to be an alchemist isn't a good disciple. Alice and Su Xiang's work is much simpler. It's all about fighting every day. Pure, hard-fought battles, sparks flying, making those around them tremble with fear. The training ground is as lively as a New Year's celebration every day. Guhan occasionally joined in. Although his spiritual power wasn't the strongest, his combat instincts were still top-notch. During this time, Xiao Xuanzi had thoroughly searched the garbage mountain and the nearby towns. Her sect was working hard to earn money for her, and she couldn't neglect it. Besides cultivating and helping old Wang with farm work, she would spend her remaining time going to town to take on small fortune-telling and feng shui consultations. She would give away the simple talismans she drew as freebies. Although they were all low-grade, every sale counted. Building up a client base for the future, she couldn't let her sect support her forever. Now she had gained some reputation in the garbage mountain. Master, a client wants me to look at a house. I go to town. Okay. Shuren, looking at the pile of numbers in the military's account, the string of zeros at the end, was satisfied. It seems the formation is useful. Indeed, for cultivators, fate is in their own hands, not in the heavens. Even small financial matters are easily controlled. Seeing everyone so happy, Xiao Xuanzi patted the lucky cat hanging from his waist, finally relieved. Tony was in charge of shipping the goods out, batch after batch to the Dark Domain, the Su family, and the military. So fast. The military had been eagerly awaiting the shipment, knowing the quantity needed was large, and hadn't pressed them. But it's only been a few days. So fast. Then he thought about Xue Lingling and Su Xiang's reactions when they requested the goods. He had a ridiculous and bold guess. Could the source of the purifying liquid also be with Xue Lingling? If the repairing liquid could reach 158, could the purifying liquid also? Currently, most of the critically ill Radiation 6 soldiers in the entire military had already used 1 round of purifying liquid. The repairing liquid taken by the military had also been delivered to some seriously injured soldiers. Although they wouldn't recover immediately, it gave them a chance to wait, saving many soldiers' lives. 10,000 vials of the purifying elixir, separately transported by the Fu family's spaceship, flew to the distant empire. Patriarch, the goods have arrived. Cough cough, alright, I'm coming. Fu Yuan put away the blood-stained handkerchief and rallied his spirits to stand before the group. Fu Yi. Fu Yi was a loyal follower of the Fu family, having fought alongside his patriarch for many years, with absolute and unconditional obedience. Furthermore, his radiation sickness was already quite severe. But since his patriarch was in this state, he had been enduring it to stay by his side. Without a word, he took a vial of the medicine. The test results came back the next day. The radiation level has decreased by 5 points. It really works. Fu Yining could clearly feel that it wasn't just a matter of radiation elimination, His body was healing itself. It's amazing. The Federation is already widely distributing it, selling it for 10,000 star coins per dose. But the supply is currently unstable. They don't even have enough for themselves. 10,000 for a dose of this? Many of those present were experts in imperial pharmacology, well aware of the potion's quality. Are they doing charity here? If this potion master were in the Empire, the price would definitely be much higher. No, there's another possibility. This potion might never even reach the market. This potion would have a huge impact on the purification fluid market. No one wants to see their established commercial order collapse instantly. The Federation's pharmacology has made considerable progress in the past 2 years. Yes. The Fu family was severely weakened after the war. Fu Yuan's health was failing, and various factions within the Empire's upper echelons were eager to seize power. The Empire of today is not the same Empire of the past. Distribute this batch to critically ill soldiers. See if we can reach a long-term agreement with the Federation. A higher price is fine, as long as we have the goods. Okay. Master, someone made a repair fluid with a repair value of 158 during the Federation Military Academy competition. That high? Everyone fell into deep thought again. Military Academy competition? A student made it. Yes. The person opened the StarNet and found Xue Lingling's potion-making competition video. Who is this person? Her method seems casual and without any method. The experts frowned. Doesn't look like a pharmacist, more like a chef. Chapter 250. But the 158 figure in black and white is right there. The Federation's pharmacology is really ahead of ours. Can we buy this? Fui was going to great lengths for the Patriarch's health. If there's a way to treat severe radiation sickness, then could the previous serious injuries also be cured? Fui pondered to himself. A few days later, Siren, Yang Cheng, and Liang Yuing returned. Master, we're back. Shishi, my Shishi. The spiritual energy of Xianqing sect has become even richer. The vegetation is growing so well, it's almost like Central Park. Damn! The Wolf King! It's not dead? The group had barely entered the mountain gate when they saw the silver-gray frost Wolf King, wagging its tail like a large dog, walking towards them with incredible gentleness. Its name is Xiao Xiao, and it's now a wolf of Xianqing sect. Today it's its turn to guard the gate. The speaker was the long-absent white ball of fur. Tong! Liang! Tong! Liang! The two leaders, having not seen each other for days, were all very affectionate. But a mature leader has its own mission and cannot indulge in personal sentiments. Did you work hard while I was away? Of course, loyalty and dedication are the leader's motto. Great. Liang Yuing quickly reunited with her sisters. Yang Cheng, on the other hand, immediately ran to Spirit Beast Peak to find Shishi. With everyone present, the mountaintop became even more lively. Perfect timing. We harvested a small batch of spirit food. Let's all have a good meal today. Looking at the golden rice and emerald green vegetables, their mouths were watering. They couldn't even imagine how delicious it would smell. So, a group of people frantically started experimenting. But those who had eaten natural plants were all princes and princesses. They knew how to eat, but how could they cook? The common people had spent their lives drinking inferior nutrient solutions. Their attempts were complete chaos. They tasted it, savored it, and were speechless. This was supposed to be spiritual food nourished by spiritual energy, and it looked like this after cooking. It was an absolute waste. Master, let's hire a cook. Agreed. It should have been done a long time ago. I second that. Shuren remembered that in the cultivation world, although his master had abstained from grains, he could never give up eating. So this glorious task fell to his junior brother. Recalling his junior brother's cooking skills, his mouth watered. A sect needs a bit of warmth and life. All right. Leave it to me. The task of finding a cook fell to the personnel department. Siren. He got right to work as soon as he returned. He also delegated the new employee onboarding training to the general manager. It has to be said, no one does internal affairs and personnel management as well as he does. Within a few days, a recruitment notice appeared on the StarNet 9527 forum. Recruitment notice: high salary position for an excellent chef. Requirements: delicious cooking, gender and age not limited. Work location: StarNet 9527, Garbage Mountain. Salary: 10,000 star coins/month. Job duties: 3 meals a day, 10 servings. Contact person: Tony Smith, XXXX. Employee benefits: 1. Benefits plus bonuses, insurance paid according to the standard for regular employees, free meals and accommodation, excellent accommodation conditions. 2. Comprehensive training system with ample opportunities for promotion. 3. Excellent working environment and harmonious team atmosphere. 4. 2 days off per week, statutory holidays off, 10 days annual leave, and occasional team building activities. Team building? Are you talking about fighting space pirates? Or killing the Zerg? Or like last time when we burned down the enemy's base? Will the cook still have to do this job if he knows he's coming? If the cook knows he's coming and has to do such a dangerous job, will he still come? Just thinking about it is exciting. A burly chef image flashed through their minds, chasing after the enemy with a huge iron pot and spatula. Amazing. Hey, even a cook can cultivate immortality. They say they're recruiting a cook, but are they recruiting new disciples? This cook is incredibly lucky. He's achieved immortality through food. Awesome. The post was published and immediately noticed on the impoverished planet 9527. Hiring a chef? 10,000 star coins. These conditions are exactly my dream job. Is it fake? It's all a lie. Not a single word sounds real. Excellent working environment. A garbage dump. What kind of environment is that? Ha ha. Which family on star 9527 is so rich that they eat natural food every day and don't need a chef? Aren't they afraid of hurting their backs by talking so big? Work location. A garbage dump. Could it be the Sioux family? The Sioux family goes to a heavily polluted garbage dump to eat radiation-laden dishes made by local chefs. They're geniuses. Hiring a chef in a garbage dump. Reported, definitely a scam. Not long after, the post was deleted for suspected fraud. Ah! Siren was stunned at first when she saw it, then suddenly realized it made sense. It seems we have to try other methods. Just as he was planning to try recruiting through the Dark Domain's channels, Zhang San contacted Su Xiong directly via his personal terminal. Second young master, are we going to recruit a cook? How did you know? I happened to see that outrageous post on the StarNet. I saw the location was Garbage Mountain, so I guessed it was something you needed. Zhang San, being a local bigwig, knew everything about the massive Xianxing sect project. He even helped procure many of the materials. After the sect was completed, he was amazed, but not long after, the magnificent mountain gate disappeared. He guessed that the young master must have used some high-tech means to hide the place. He didn't understand the affairs of the wealthy, but he would definitely serve the young master whatever he needed. Do you have any candidates? I don't, but I know where to find some. Zhang San opened the StarNet, browsed through it, and pointed to the title at the top of the gourmet food list for Su Xiong. The Proxima Centauri culinary competition is in full swing. Ah San, you're so smart. Su Xiong gave Zhang San a thumbs up in delight. Li Yuanbo was busy working with the principal and director Zhang Heng to develop future teaching plans. You're going out? What for? We're going to watch the culinary competition. What? The finals of the Proxima Centauri International Culinary Competition are being held in Nagus, the central city of the third star domain. We're going to see it. They were there to welcome their new disciples. Definitely not because Nagus was a famous tourist city throughout the Federation. Theoretically, there was only 1 year left until the international competition. All the students should be training with every second count. Li Yuanbo wanted to curse, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. What was an unparalleled honor for Federation Military Academy students, the Military Academy competition might just be a fleeting experience in the eyes of a powerful cultivator. The key question is, even if they return for training, who will train whom? What can the school teach them? Go on, don't cause trouble. It's all taken care of. And so, Old Li, the notoriously cunning guy throughout the Federation, once again began to deceive his superiors and subordinates. He told the principal that the school team members had gone to participate in secret special training and wouldn't be coming to school for a while. The principal didn't suspect a thing. If you asked who had the most connections in the military, it would undoubtedly be Li Yuanbo. He had personally invited the 2 big shots from the Gu family army last time. Thus, all the Xianxing sect members and beasts boarded the spaceship bound for Nagus. This spaceship is really great. We'd be going here and there all the time. Wouldn't it be more suitable to take a flying boat? Brilliant. Chapter 251. This suggestion sparked a flurry of thoughts in Sun Qianyu's mind. Just imagine the scene, during the final battle, facing an overwhelming swarm of insectids, while on their side, a massive flying ship bearing the inscription of the Xianxing sect, along with countless smaller flying ships and puppet beasts. He himself would stand majestically at the bow, giving orders, charge. Absolutely awesome. He was a must. The Xianxing sect's prestige depended on him. Wipe your drool. What are you dreaming about? Hee hee, leave the equipment to me. Amidst laughter and chatter, the newcomer, Xiao Xiao, now a tiny child, happily frolicked with De Huang. Little Xuanzi was also incredibly excited. He only just joined the sect and already got a vacation. Half a day later, the spaceship arrived at Nagas International Airport. It was a crisp morning. As the hatch opened, a warm tropical breeze rushed in. The air was filled with the sweet scent of fruit, the salty sea breeze, and the endless expanse of azure ocean. On the silvery white beach, colorful parasols dotted the landscape, people chased and played, and small boats plied the water with various water sports. Wait, our attire is off. T-shirts and camouflage overalls. They looked like military academy students on vacation. Soon, everyone changed into brightly colored shirts and shorts, flip-flops, straw hats, and sunglasses, completely relaxed. This is real vacation. No, this is Xianxing Sect's second team building event. The first one you mentioned, could it be the one where they burned down KTV? Pfft. Ha ha ha. That was quite a life. Wait, weren't we here to recruit? Recruiting and having fun don't conflict at all. Old Wang and Gu Han almost burst out laughing. So many people coming to Nagas to recruit? And dressed like that? Are you sure? Since we're here, let's have some fun. That's right, we made a fortune, time to relax. With their pockets bulging, the sect leader was in an incredibly good mood. Once she spoke, everyone started to let loose. It's a pity the beast can't be released. No problem, next time we go to an uninhabited planet and wander around to our heart's content. Thus, the Xianxing sect was everywhere on the beach. Deep-sea sightseeing, trench exploration, interstellar water slides, maglev sailboats, anti-gravity surfing. Master, eat this gravity banana. So sweet. Take a bite, this is Aurora juice. Let's go, the holographic movie at sea is about to start. Old Wang, Gu Han, and Tony, the three older folks, rented a small boat and joined the fishing group. Gu Han is almost 35 this year, and he never dared to dream of such a peaceful life. He relaxed and enjoyed the peace he had once protected. Xiao Xuanzi watched the three of them fishing, and after several failed attempts, she went to see a movie. Sure enough, it was Xianxing sect that saw improved fortune, not her personally. Everyone ate, drank, and played, completely absorbed in the fun. Sure, Anshin thought to herself, compared to the cultivation world, interstellar people are really good at entertainment. Is the Aslan family here? I think so. Before the words were even finished, Su Xiang's personal terminal had already broadcast. Brother, we arrived. Where? Nagos. Huh? Damn, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Wait for me. Less than half an hour later, Aslan's small spaceship arrived, bringing with it several teammates from the Universal Military Academy. Brothers and sisters. Captain Aslan, you should have told us beforehand. It was all a last-minute decision. We're going to watch the food competition. Oh, I know the area well, I take you tomorrow. So the Universal team joined in, showing them around the surrounding area. Nagos is a coastal city, and tourism is its main industry. Many of the Universal students' families are involved in this field. There are fewer children from military families or from lower-class backgrounds. So that evening, they were taken to a hotel owned by Aslan's family near the food competition venue. The environment here is SOSO, but the location is great. Just walk through the alley behind it, and you reach the venue. We can go early tomorrow morning. SOSO? Thanks. Don't mention it. The next morning, everyone walked through the alley, heading towards the venue. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the narrow alley. Stop! Turning around, she saw a young woman rushing towards her, chased by a dozen tall, burly men. What's going on? The woman ran faster and faster, her steps frantic and terrified. Seeing the group ahead, she began to shout, Help! Help me! I don't know them! Liang Yueying looked at the desperately fleeing girl. She seemed vaguely familiar. Ah! You know her? She looks like an internet celebrity. What's her name again? I even follow her. I remember now, Nagas kitchen god. Yueying? Shuren, sensing something was wrong, immediately gave the order. Roger. Clearly, a girl being chased by a group of burly men in this alley was no good. As a military academy student, she possessed a strong sense of justice, and decided to stop them first. Make way, Ms. Liang is here. Liang Yueying rushed forward and, in no time, had taken down more than a dozen thugs in less than 5 minutes. The kitchen god thought he was doomed this time, But unexpectedly, he was rescued by a hero. And the hero who saved him was a beauty. His eyes lit up. Liang Yueying was very satisfied with his reaction, feeling secretly pleased. Captivated by my heroic rescue. Indeed, this is the script that suits me, Ms. Liang. The system replied in its mind. It would be even better if you didn't smile too lewdly. Benefactor, no, heroine, thank you for your help. The kitchen god blinked his starry eyes, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Wait, the heroine seems a little familiar. Looking at the people behind her, they look even more familiar. They seem to be from the Military Academy competition. The 18th Military Academy. See King! Yang Marin! Aren't these the celebrity trainees trending on social media? She was also a member of the Chung CCP fan group, so she would recognize Yang Chung even if he were reduced to ashes. Yang Chung was stunned. Who? They actually recognized him. Are you Nega's kitchen god? Liang Yueying asked directly. Yes, heroine, you actually know me? I seen your food videos. Kitchen god really wanted to get to know them better, but I'm sorry, I really wanted to spend more time with everyone. Thank you for helping me so much, but I'm in a hurry to get to the competition. Could you give me a personal terminal? See you after the competition. You're participating in the culinary competition? Yes, it starts in less than half an hour. I need to prepare the ingredients in advance. Let's go, we're going to watch the competition. Tony and Siren stayed behind to deal with the thugs, while the others followed Kitchen God to the competition venue. Are they trying to stop you from participating in the competition? The girl explained her background to the group as they walked. Simply put, Negus, the kitchen god, whose real name is Song Ruotang, was originally a royal chef in a dynasty on an ancient planet. Her family fell on hard times, and she became an internet celebrity with 20 million followers on the Starnet. However, in the interstellar era, natural food is becoming increasingly scarce, while the risk of radiation is rising, and gourmet food has become the exclusive domain of the wealthy. She wants to use some special cooking methods to make gourmet food accessible to ordinary people. Chapter 252. She taught people how to select ingredients, and how to process them to maintain a low radiation state, similar to ordinary nutrient solutions. This allowed ordinary people to enjoy delicious food without worrying about radiation. Therefore, her account content was popular with the general public. Liang Yueying was one of them. As her influence grew, she inevitably touched upon interests she shouldn't have. If we make it ourselves, who would buy low-end nutrient solutions? So, she was targeted by a large company, who accused her of deliberately editing the content, fabricating radiation results, and claiming the food wasn't delicious at all. Public opinion was overwhelming, and she couldn't defend herself, leading to several rounds of online harassment. The account has been inactive for the past 2 months. So she wanted to clear her name through a culinary competition. Unexpectedly, they even hired thugs to stop her. Thank goodness you're here. It's no trouble at all, you go and participate. Entering the venue, Song Ruotang turned and rushed backstage to prepare. Xian Qingzong, on the other hand, wandered around the venue. The entire venue was filled with food stalls. Centaur rainbow candies, quantum milk tea, interstellar jelly, and sizzling deep-sea octopus skewers. Star rice, wheat, star sorghum, vegetables, fruits, seasonings, all sorts of ingredients were available. This is a local specialty, try it. Aslan bought everyone a Negus pancake. One bite, and the crispy outer layer and juicy, flavorful patty were incredibly delicious. At the nutrient solution booth, various companies offered different flavors and grades of nutrient solutions, displayed in vibrant colors. Prices ranged from tens of star coins to thousands, and the booth was bustling with people. For ordinary people, the value for money of this food is really too low. Sharon seemed lost in thought. Food represents not only basic human needs, but also the connection between people and the transmission of emotions. In the cultivation world, unless there's a mission or seclusion, the master would sit with everyone, eating the food cooked by the junior brother. The master said that before joining the sect, his parents saved the best for him, and he cherished those days. Looking at the stalls on ancient Earth, the smiles on the vendors' faces, this was the essence of life. In metaphysics, there's a saying about food bringing good fortune. Sharing delicious food can spread happiness, and those who love to eat are usually lucky. The sect leader absolutely refused to admit that she was simply a glutton. As she strolled around, music and the host's shouts rang out. The 27th Proxima Centauri International Culinary Competition has begun. The competition officially started, and contestants from different countries began to showcase their best dishes. Staple food track. Rice, noodles, steamed buns, bread, pancakes. Meat track. Star beef steak, sand pig dishes, charcoal grilled star lamb, stir-fried star beef meat. Vegetable dishes, stew track. Master, what kind of person should we look for? Someone with whom we have a connection. With whom we have a connection. Would they be willing to come with us if we took a liking to them? These chefs come from all over the country, most of them serving powerful families in their home countries. Would they be willing to come to the Xianxin sect? Would 10,000 star coins be enough to sway them? Are the benefits sufficient? Or should we just ask, are you willing to come and cultivate immortality? And perhaps occasionally cook special meals for the sect? Unfortunately, this trump card can't be played directly. Having a connection, so difficult. Liang Yuing had a sudden inspiration. Master always liked to say these mysterious things, but to put it simply, it's just 3 words. Someone we know. Isn't the only one I recognize right there on stage? Master, look, it's the kitchen god. Song Ruotang, though small and thin, handled the large iron wok with surprising skill. Flames leaped up with a whoosh, the wok turning a slight blue-green. Rice slid into the hot oil, sizzling and releasing its aroma. She tossed the wok with one hand and swung the ladle with the other, the rice and egg mingling, each grain a distinct golden color. Salt flakes fell like snowflakes, garnished with scallions, steaming hot and incredibly appetizing. Is it fried rice? Yes, yes, the kitchen god mostly shares home-style dishes on the Starnet. It's making me hungry. I really want to try it. This competition has audience judges. We can raise our hands to sign up later. A moment later, the host began selecting people to taste the food. Me. 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 The Xianxin sect members shouted more enthusiastically than anyone else, their voices so powerful they almost lifted the roof off. Oh! It seems our Nagus gourmets are already impatient. The lady in the middle. Alice rushed forward with a gust of wind. Indeed, when it comes to food, who can compare to the famous gourmet Alice? Okay, ma'am, what's your name? My name is Alice Yang. Oh, Ms. Yang, are you a native of Nagus? No, I'm from Star 9527 in the 7th star sector. Star 9527. The host already felt she looked familiar, but mentioning the planet made it even more so. Thinking about it, he suddenly widened his eyes. Many people in the audience also realized who she was. A red-hot planet, a familiar name, and that face. Military Academy stars are stars among stars. Excuse me, are you Alice Yang from the 18th Military Academy? Yes, that's right, it's me. Alice proudly put her hands on her hips, her expression saying, you finally recognize me. Ah! Really? The 18th Military Academy is here to watch the food competition. Su Ziong, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling. Damn! And Shuren too. That's Siren from the 15th Military Academy. Yang Marin. And Captain Aslan from Huanyu. Oh! Military Academy stars are here to watch the food competition just like us. The scene erupted into chaos. Many people forgot about the competition and rushed over for autographs and photos. The host helped maintain order, finally calming the chaotic scene down. Could we have the honor of inviting this year's star students to be judges? Oh. Ah. 18, lucky, lucky, lucky. With the host's intervention, the Xianxin sect finally broke through the encirclement and collectively went on stage. This also contributed a huge wave of traffic to today's food competition. Military Academy stars appear at the Interstellar food competition. Nagus food competition, the 18th Military Academy makes a collective appearance. Ultimate decryption. The Military Academy stars' favorite food, Nagus pancakes. What do the 18th Military Academy teams love to eat? When Li Yuanbo saw it, photos and videos of the group were already everywhere online. You little brats, can't you be a little more discreet when you go out to play? Oldly, didn't you say they went for special training? To the grueling training for the food competition? He was incredibly guilty. Principal, let me explain. The group readily cooperated with the taste test. Alice wanted to scoop every last drop out of her bowl. Su Ziong whispered to her, I'm letting you taste it, not filling you up. I'm just trying not to waste anything. Try this, it's really delicious. What she was holding was the kitchen god's fried rice. It looked ordinary, but one spoonful filled the mouth, releasing a burst of aroma and overwhelming satisfaction. After a busy day, a bowl of this perfectly swept away the day's hunger and fatigue. It's so delicious. Not only delicious, she practically licked the spoon clean. How could ordinary fried rice be made to this level? The others turned to look at Song Ruotang. She just randomly rescued someone in the alley, and now she encountered a god of food. Chapter 253. The competition results were gradually being announced. Song Rotang's fried rice, with its simple appearance and authentic flavor, secured 13th place. Congratulations. With thousands of contestants in each track, reaching the top 20 was almost as difficult as reaching the top 20 in a military academy competition. Thank you. It was clear she was very satisfied with the result. Song Rotang took out her personal terminal and uploaded a photo of herself receiving the award to the Starnet. This medal was her way of retaliating and giving her fans an explanation. My business is settled. Please have something to eat. Thank you for helping me. Liang Wang's little brain was working quickly. She looked at Shuren and then at Song Rotang. After tasting the fried rice, Master hadn't eaten anything else. The look in Liang Wang's eyes towards Song Rotang held a newfound appreciation and kindness. Isn't this exactly how a sect elder looks at a genius disciple? Isn't a culinary genius a genius too? The legendary destined one is right before our eyes. As expected of someone born a pure and innocent girl, no one can read people's expressions and understand their intentions better than you. The system knew its host quite well. The female supporting character system didn't choose its characters randomly. That's right. Wait for my divine intervention. Immediately afterward, Liang Wang thoroughly investigated Song Rotang's family background, hobbies, and experiences. Song Rotang, 29 years old, lives alone. Before the scandal broke, her income was decent, relying on selling homemade pastries and seasonings, and taking on small advertising jobs, sometimes earning around 20,000 star coins. Recently, she's been struggling to make ends meet. So what will you do now? After this clarification, the account should slowly recover. If not, I start looking for a job. Upon hearing this, Liang Wang was overjoyed. It was a match made in heaven. She and her job were about to go hand in hand. The others were quickly realizing what was happening too. HR manager Siren suddenly understood. That whole thing was just an interview and trial period. Liang Wang glanced at Shuren, who smiled and nodded at her. I have a chef job here, starting at 10,000 yuan a month, including room and board, on star 9527. Are you interested? You? The 18th Military Academy is recruiting chefs? More or less. Aslan was still there, so she couldn't be too specific. If you're willing, you can come with us to take a look. Song Rotang didn't think too much about it. In reality, she didn't have many choices right now. Once a business's reputation is ruined on the Starnet, it's very difficult to recover. Rebuilding one's reputation would take a very long time, and she still needed to make a living. She knew very well that she would most likely have to find a job first. In that case, she might as well go with them to take a look. A group of military academy stars wouldn't bother trying to fool a mere cook like her. Okay. I go with you. At this moment, Song Rotang had no idea that a huge turning point in her destiny was about to unfold. Years later, the idiom "a meal worth 1,000 pieces of gold" was included in textbooks. It tells the story of how, in the summer of star calendar 425, the founder of the Xianxing sect, Master Yi Ning, accepted his 10th disciple, Song Rotang, who later became the interstellar food god, as his apprentice because of a bowl of fried rice with eggs. This idiom is also used to describe how, with diligent study, one will eventually encounter their mentor, encouraging future generations to settle down, seek truth and be pragmatic, and diligently hone their professional skills. Let's go! Don't see me off. Come again next time. We be waiting for you on star 9527. Bye-bye. After saying goodbye to Aslan, Zhuangqingzong boarded the spaceship back to the city, this time with Song Rotang. She was incredibly excited. She hadn't expected the trip to go so smoothly. The clarifications that needed clarifying were done, and she even found a new job. Her main family was the 18th Military Academy, the Federation's top military academy. This would definitely be a highlight on her resume. By the way, is this the military academy's canteen? No. That's right, there were more people from the 18th Military Academy on this spaceship. She was both nervous and excited as the spaceship drew closer to star 9527. Song Rotang could clearly see the entirety of this low-ranking planet. After the 18th Military Academy became famous, she had seen pictures online and heard stories about the planet. But nothing was as breathtaking as seeing it with her own eyes. This is truly a low-level planet. That massive mountain of garbage is visible even before it enters the atmosphere. Most of the planet is covered in trash. An unnamed planet? This is pure garbage. The 18th Military Academy is really something else. The strong never complain about their environment. This environment is just too harsh. She's coming here to work as a cook, preparing natural food? Where did she get the ingredients? Were they transported here? Wouldn't the cost be high? Was I too impulsive? My logic seems a bit off. On second thought, why would a star student from the military academy lie to her? For her beauty? That doesn't seem likely. These people's faces practically scream innocent, sincere, good people, and in terms of beauty, she's at most probably near the bottom. That Sharon is a chosen beauty. The kind that's breathtakingly beautiful, coveting her money? Killing her and inheriting her hundreds of thousands in loans? Surely not. Man-made ones are even better. She was full of suspicion, but after landing, things didn't go as she expected. The spaceship door opened, and Guhan and Tony went to return the spaceship. The others took her onto a city shuttle bus, heading towards the garbage mountain. There was another possibility. What if she had mistaken them for celebrities? But that didn't make sense either. There were countless people asking for autographs and photos along the way. It was impossible for everyone to be blind. Now she was in a dilemma, caught in a bind. So she followed them deeper and deeper into the garbage mountain, further and further away, further and further off course. The kitchen god's heart was pounding in his chest. It's over. She's definitely fallen into some strange trap, and now there's no escape. Just as she concentrated, trying to find a way out, her body felt as if she had been transported to another dimension, a clean, tranquil, and secluded place. The fresh air, carrying the fragrance of plants, wafted towards her. Turning her head, the garbage mountain was still behind her, but the clamor and pungent odors were kept outside the barrier. One step forward, one step back, it was like heaven and hell. She stopped, her expression dazed, as if she had entered a dream. Where is this? It was truly bizarre. She was, after all, from Nagus, a member of an A-level planet, and had served in a high-ranking family. She had seen her share of the world. But this kind of otherworldly paradise was something she had never seen before. I have to go now. HR, the rest is in your hands. No problem. With that, Sharon and several Foundation establishment cultivators, along with the others, boarded their flying swords and flew away gracefully. They flew away. Gone! Gone! Song Ruotang blinked, then rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Feigning calmness, he asked, did they use some kind of new type of aircraft? Oh, that's a flying sword. You have 121 to join the sect. What kind of organization is this sect? Is it a pyramid scheme or a missionary? It's a sect. We are the only cultivation sect in the interstellar space. Chapter 254. Song Ruotang stared at the three large characters on the massive stone tablet at the mountain gate, Xianqing sect. Her heart began to race, but she still couldn't believe it. Interstellar cultivation? Wait, let me sort this out. Aren't you the captain of the 15th Military Academy? Yes. But my side job, no, my main job, is being the sixth disciple of the Xianqing sect. Siren herself was a little confused. Her main job and side job were at odds. Cultivation or Military Academy, which is his main career path. Military officer or Xianqing sect HR, which is his ultimate goal? No, he needs to find time to think about this. Who is your sect leader? What do you think? Guess who's the strongest here? Sharon. You guessed right. A cultivation sect is hiring cooks? Wait, that's a lie, isn't it? In the novels I read, do cultivators even need to eat? Our sect has only been established for a year. Many people haven't even started fasting yet, and our master loves good food. Okay, the logic is barely correct. How many people are there in total? What you've seen is all of them. What about the spirit beasts? Cultivation stories all have spirit beasts. You can't produce any, can you? This is too absurd to fool me. She. Xiao Xiao, come out here. A few minutes later, the sound of flapping wings came from the sky, accompanied by a sharp bird cry. You stole the helmeted hornbill? Before she could finish her surprise, a silver-gray puppy jumped down from the bird's back. The moment it landed, the wolf's body grew to an enormous size. A woof! A wolf howl shook the entire mountain. Ordinary people had never seen anything like this. They had never even seen a star beast. And what's more, it's a level 1 star beast. Its sheer size is terrifying. Song Ruotang was so frightened she fell to the ground, cold sweat pouring down her body. She watched helplessly as the giant wolf king walked up to Siren, obediently waiting for him to pat its head. Little one, you're so great. The wolf king, praised, lowered its ears, wagged its tail, and excitedly snuggled close to Siren. All right, it tickles. The kitchen goddess, who had seen her share of great things in her life, was stunned. A star beast had been tamed. A person could even fly on a sword, cultivating immortality. Cultivating immortality. Cultivating immortality. Someone really can cultivate immortality. Ah! A scream soared into the sky, echoing throughout the entire Xianxing sect, lingering for a long time. On the other side, after Gu Han and Tony returned the spaceship, an unexpected yet logical person appeared. Uncle! Before even leaving the port, they saw Gu Zhanting excitedly greeting them from afar. Why are you here? Didn't I say I was coming to see you? Aren't you welcoming me? Hearing the lack of surprise in his voice, the little nephew was unhappy. But if you want to get rid of me, in your next life. No, let's go. And who is this? Gu Han was always surrounded by students from the 7-star region. Could someone this age be from the former 1st Legion? Hello, my name is Tony Smith. Can I call you Ting? Hello, sure. Just as their hands met, a thought flashed through Gu Zhanting's mind. Wait! Tony Smith? The Xianxing sect's website. Isn't that the name of the person in charge? What's your relationship with my uncle? His tone suddenly became tense and urgent. Us? We're kinda from the same sect. The two exchanged a smile, unaware that a storm was raging within Gu Zhanting's heart. If this Tony Smith was the same Tony Smith from before. The sudden emergence of the 18th Military Academy, the school team's unreasonable mental strength test levels, beast taming, puppet mechs, the advent of super high-grade potions, the spirit-purifying liquid, An's bizarrely strong combat power. All the clues, dissected and reassembled, miraculously connected. If the rumors online were true, then all the clues would point to the Xianxing sect. Damn! Could the cultivation thing really be true? Has a cultivation civilization descended upon interstellar space? Gu Zhanting clenched his fists, desperately trying to control his emotions. Sect? What sect? Is it a cultivation sect? The two, who had been walking forward, suddenly stopped, their eyes wide with disbelief. You're from the Xianxing sect? My little nephew is so clever. How did you know? Gu Han was shocked. He didn't know where he had given himself away. Even if outsiders suspected something was amiss, who would dare conceive of such an outrageous solution? Gu Zhanting had initially approached the task with skepticism, but he admitted it? Really? See for yourself. He was led into the garbage mountain, and the moment he stepped into the array, his life embarked on a completely new path. This is the Xianxing sect. The idyllic paradise, like a fairyland, with lush greenery covering the mountains and refreshingly clean air, and the strangely harmonious herd of star beasts atop the mountain. Although he was somewhat prepared, the sight before him still made him gasp in astonishment. Most importantly, Su Xiang, riding his flying sword, caught the red mecha's attack with his bare hands. The powerful shockwave, carrying dust and ash, slammed directly into his face. The attack's speed, power, and agility far exceeded the limits of mecha combat. The 18th Military Academy on the field was already struggling to hold back. He truly felt that this was a veritable cultivation sect. Everything was so surreal. One person's stunned silence turned into two people's stunned silence. Song Rutang and Gu Zhanting stared at each other, bewildered for a long time. You're new here too? Half an hour earlier than you. Oh, you're Gu Zhanting. Yes. Song Rutang was stunned by the cultivation aspect, only now recognizing the person before her as the Federation's only 4S. What incredible luck she had today. Did her ancestors pull strings for her? Life could be so unpredictable. 1 second, she was a lowly blogger spreading gossip about Nagus, and now she's on par with the Federation's 4S. The two gave a bitter laugh, looking utterly bewildered. The scenes unfolding before them shattered their entire understanding of the world. It took them a very long time to rebuild their worldview. Are you really cultivating immortality? Yes. Then why are you telling me? We're recruiting new members. Do you want to join? Siren handed them the previous job posting. Is this how sects recruit disciples? Me? Song Rutang was utterly bewildered. What did they see in me? We really need to hire a chef. It's that simple. That simple. Song Rutang, confused, hiring a chef to cultivate immortality for a bowl of fried rice? What's the difference between that and making dumplings for a bowl of vinegar? Are you sure? Me? I'm just a chef. I don't even have spiritual power. Otherwise, I would have gone to military school this morning. Cultivation doesn't look at spiritual power, it looks at spiritual roots. And even if you don't have spiritual roots, you can still stay in the sect. Chefs are the most important thing for the Xianxing sect right now. The back mountain is full of vegetable gardens, cultivated by Old Wang. The seedlings are plump and juicy, just waiting to be cooked. Song Ruotang was speechless. What a simple and unpretentious reason. She was a little hesitant at first, not because she looked down on this windfall, but because she really lacked confidence. How could such a good thing happen to her? But when she saw the emerald green vegetable patches, the smooth stone-well curb, and the plump wasps hovering over the rapeseed flowers. Chapter 255. She simply couldn't move an inch. Old Wang's dark, yellowish face, adorned with the simple smile of a working-class man, seemed bathed in a holy light. This old man who could cultivate an entire hillside of natural plants. He was no ordinary old man. He was a god of cultivation descended to earth. Grandpa. You are my god. Natural plants. Fresh, vibrant vegetables. This was a cook's paradise. She would dedicate her sweat and youth to the fields, by the iron pots and pans. She wasn't leaving. From today onward, Xianxin sect would be her kitchen god's happy home. I'm sleeping here tonight. She pointed confidently to the small pavilion beside the vegetable patch, where Old Wang rested while working. She would help Xianxin sect watch over the seedlings in the vegetable patch. Whatever makes you happy. Fine, I was going to add some conditions, but he already taken care of himself. Now it's the other person's turn. The destiny passed down through generations of the Gu family is to protect the people of the Federation. After the emergence of the Zerg, the Gu family's power constraints became increasingly apparent. Strictly speaking, not only the Gu family, but the entire interstellar society faces the growing power of star beasts, alien plants, and the Zerg. Humans are certainly strong, but their growth rate lags far behind their adversaries. After Gu Jianxin's disappearance, Gu Zhanting took on the responsibility of the Gu family. He yearned to become stronger than anyone else. Now, that path lay before him. Cultivation, defying fate, has no ceiling, but problems arose along the way. According to his deductions, there were purifying elixirs, repair fluids, beast-attracting medicines, puppet mechs, and now even the ability to cultivate radiation-free plants. Supernatural methods, impossible to defend against, everything operates outside the rules of interstellar space. And so many disciples, several of them from powerful clans. The combined businesses of the Su, Yang, and Liang families are practically spread across the entire Proxima Centauri. Siren and her uncle, with their military backgrounds, have incredibly solid connections within the Federation's upper echelons. Several collaborations have garnered them immense goodwill within the military, ensuring that many influential figures will speak on their behalf in any matter. Their relationship with the Dark Domain is even more extraordinary, otherwise, they wouldn't have helped cover it up for so long. In other words, this formidable force has already established itself firmly in just 1 year. Potions, star beasts, combat power, connections, funds, reputation, all at their peak. They're foundation rivals that have top-tier families. Even if they were to establish themselves independently, they could rival a small nation. This is the rise of a completely new civilization. Interstellar civilization is leaping into cultivation civilization. Energy systems are shifting, new productive forces are emerging, and social relations and power structures are bound to undergo dramatic changes. And Shuren will become the leader of this transformation. I dare not even think about it. The key is, it's too late to stop it now. The Xianxin sect's power is undeniable. How do you plan to handle your relationship with the Federation? As expected of someone born and raised in the military, her political acumen is so sharp, she hit the nail on the head. Will the Xianxin sect become an enemy of the Federation in the future? Let me state first, we are a legitimate organization of the Federation. The sentence wasn't complete, but her stance was already clear. The sect master is not interested in power, she loves it here. She loves the people, the things, the place. She loves the sweat the Federation soldiers shed for peace. She loves the boundless energy of the interstellar people striving for a better life. As the siren spoke, her smile was filled with unwavering sincerity. That sincerity could warm the hearts of everyone who saw it. Gu Zhanting thought about that otherworldly figure, and indeed, fame and fortune, worldly dust, seemed insignificant before a powerful cultivator. She probably wouldn't care. If Shuren wanted to control power, she wouldn't be acting this way. He unconsciously felt a need to trust and rely on Shuren and his uncle. Moreover, if the insected race were to sweep in again in the future, humanity would be a community of shared destiny. His spiritual power was almost at its limit. This was the only path to becoming stronger. I join. The Xianxin sect welcomed 2 new disciples. Master, what kind of spiritual root does Ating have? The spirit-testing stone emitted a dazzling light, almost blinding even in broad daylight. A hint of shock flashed in Shuren's eyes, as he pondered for a moment. This should be a light spiritual root. Does such a spiritual root exist? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, it's extremely rare. This is the first time I've seen one like it. Your Gu family's bloodline must have some significance. 2-4s attributes aside, one with a heavenly thunder spiritual root followed by a light spiritual root. A chosen family indeed. The Xianxing sect doesn't have any cultivation methods for light spiritual roots. You should practice the basics first, and we figure out the others later. But I suspect that using light might have unexpected effects in improving speed, attack power, and purification ability. Gu Zhanting was overjoyed by Shiren's praise. He originally wanted to follow his uncle, and Shiren agreed. But his uncle is currently too weak, even weaker than Su Xiang, ha ha ha. He saw embarrassment and blushing on his uncle's face for the first time. You finally met your match. This was the first time Gu Jianshan, one of the two heroes of the Federation, had been called weak. It's indeed inappropriate to take on a disciple before reaching foundation establishment. Gu Han knew very well that following Shiren was the fastest way to grow. Song Ruotang was the only one in the Xianxing sect with 5 spiritual roots, a legendary useless spiritual root. Shiren didn't mind at all, she was overjoyed. The master and disciple were mutually benefiting. She actually had a spiritual root. And she became Gu Zhanting's senior sister. This world had gone mad. Her spiritual root was incredibly beneficial to her career development. She could help Old Wang grow vegetables, continue being a cook, and wouldn't be a liability on the battlefield if needed. She couldn't be happier. After the apprenticeship ceremony, the Xianxing sect's ranks grew once again. Gu Yun received a message from Gu Zhanting's personal terminal the next day, saying he would be staying on star 9527 for a while longer. How long? Half a year? 5 months? Gu Zhanting knew half a year was outrageous. Even as captain, he struggled to stay away for half a month. But he still gritted his teeth. How about 4.5 months? Gu Yun was speechless. They only known each other for a short time, and he already kidnapped his son? Next year was the international competition. Instead of training, he was going to spend half a year on a garbage planet. Was he crazy? Would he be scavenging garbage on a garbage planet? Although it seemed unreasonable, every father felt the same way. Gu Zhanting had already put a lot of pressure on himself these past few years. His combat strength had also reached a certain level. Constantly engaging in grueling training might not be effective. It was better to let him relax. After clarifying his thoughts, the father's opinion underwent a 180-degree change. Okay. When Carl received the message, he felt like the sky had fallen. After finding out about Alice's alleged suicide attempt, he began to be wary of Li Yuanbo. He showered Gu Zhanting with concern and secretly spoke ill of him. Despite all precautions, the child ran away? Or did he run away on his own? Will 18 come back? Carl was almost in tears. If he lost Gu Zhanting, he would be the eternal center of Central Military Academy. He will. Let him rest for a while. He won't transfer schools, will he? How could that be? Gu Yun finally understood why Carl had been coming to see him so often lately. He was afraid his son would cheat on him. No, he just made some good friends. Why did these good friends have to be from the 18th Military Academy, which had a history of poaching students? Couldn't it be anyone else from all 1389 teams in the Federation? It's a promise. Don't transfer schools. Okay, don't worry. No going back on your word. I'm the head of the Federation's #1 family. Do you think I can fool you? Can I control my own son? Chapter 256. May arrived, and the weather gradually grew hotter. Shiren entered the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. As expected, her progress was rapid. Furthermore, with the blessing of merit, her foundation became even more solid and stable. A chaotic spiritual root, following the chaotic law of creating something from nothing, can mimic and transform into other spiritual roots. In her previous life, she thoroughly understood the abilities of other spiritual roots, which is why she knew a little about everything. Even with casual learning, she had already surpassed ordinary disciples by a great deal. This time, she began to explore another possibility: annihilation and devouring. By devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase her cultivation, devouring rather than absorbing, her cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. Sun Qianyu was in charge of the entire sect's equipment. The task was exceptionally heavy. After communicating with all the disciples, he drew up mechs suitable for their respective spiritual roots and combat habits, and then communicated and made modifications. Finally, the preliminary design scheme for this batch of mechs was produced. I find the materials first. That's too much work. Should I find you another helper? Although he enjoyed it, he still needed time to cultivate. Is that okay? You can find a new disciple or take one yourself. It feels a bit early. He felt uneasy. He hadn't even mastered the cultivation himself, and he was already going to mislead others. Let's wait and see. Su Xiang and Alice continued their daily practice, full of energy. The training ground was in a terrible state, requiring numerous repairs. Finally, Shuren set up an array to prevent attacks and damage from spreading to other mountain peaks. Injuries were minor. The main problem was the money spent on repairs. Su Xiang has now reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Alice has also reached the 9th level of chi refining. Behind her dark circles was a devilish, mischievous smile. Hee hee. Su Xiang, you better wash your neck and wait. Next year I be the 2nd senior sister. Su Xiang was always terrified by Alice's menacing gaze, and even specifically sought Shuren's confirmation. Master, can the order of entry change? No. Hearing the answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. But, if as a senior brother loses to a junior. Before he could finish speaking, Su Xiang took off running. He was going to engage in fierce competition to uphold the dignity of the 2nd senior brother. Shuren, how interesting. Tony joins whenever he's not busy with business. He has also reached the 9th level of chi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. His punches shook the earth. Brute force was on full display. In terms of combat experience, only Shuren and Gu Han in the entire Xianqing sect could surpass him. In terms of interpersonal skills, he was the most adept. He traveled the most, mostly to the dark domain and other clients. Maintaining clients and gathering information. With this seasoned veteran around, Shuren had a lot less to worry about. Brother Chui. Brother Chui delivering goods again? Yeah. Tony was the one who contacted Ji Wensheng. The deliveries have been really fast lately. You know perfectly well what you're asking. When Xianqing sect wasn't competing, the production line was like an unstoppable assembly line. Tony was a few years older than Ji Wensheng, and they were already friends. Ji Wensheng hadn't expected that the Xianqing sect leader, who was fighting in underground boxing matches for him last year, would fight his way up to the military academy competition and become the national champion. However, these honors are merely the tip of the iceberg of Xianqing sect's strength. The monthly revenue passing through his hands amounts to several small sums. Boss Liu has also given Xianqing sect the green light on all fronts. From now on, Xianqing sect's affairs are the dark domain's affairs. Don't underestimate him just because he's only guarding the small planet 9527. His status is in no way lower than that of Vladimir and his ilk. The headquarters always prioritizes Xianqing sect's needs. The Empire is also ordering goods recently. Purifying elixir? Yes, and some are inquiring about repairing elixir. Have you contacted Xue Lingling? She's currently under intense scrutiny. Overseas forces haven't dared to extend their reach into the military academy yet. It's mainly our supplies. The Federation's isn't enough, we talk about it later. Understood? This means they're not selling to outsiders for the time being. Understood. Old Wang, Xue Lingling, and Song Rutang all possess Wood-type spiritual roots, but they're all geared towards support roles, such as alchemy, cultivation, and healing. Only Siren possessed a wood-based spiritual root that was manipulation-oriented, maximizing his attack power. As long as there were plants in the world, he could use them to build an information network, acquire data, launch attacks, and even make plants grow rapidly. Wow! Why bother with farming? With 6 senior brother here, a harvest a day is no dream. The 3 watched as the seedlings on the ground instantly transformed into mature vegetables, and the soapberry trees by the field grew into towering giants. Their eyes widened, and they showered him with excited praise. Siren was exhausted, his spiritual energy depleted, but a thought struck him. Radiation-free vegetables? Low-radiation vegetables at the culinary competition were practically fetching astronomical prices. Could this add a new trade route for the Xianqing sect? Master will definitely be happy. It's true, but currently, the amount of spiritual energy I can generate is limited. I practice some more. Wow! Go for it! Go for it! 6 senior brother is awesome. Siren never expected that besides managing the vegetable garden, she could also find a foothold there. Indeed, a life without limits holds infinite possibilities. The Ice Queen has already reached the 4th level of chi refining. Compared to when she was making shaved ice and building snowmen, she can now launch attacks. Whoosh! 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 3 ice arrows pierced the air, leaving a large hole in the bushes, and the soil and rocks exploded. Hee! Aren't I amazing? Liang Yueying boasted, hands on her hips. Yueying, 666. You're incredibly strong, the best. It's only been a short time, and I have to say, among all 3,000 planes, you've done a great job as a supporting female character, and you have the strongest potential to be the leading lady. Wow! As expected of a system that's seen the world, your praise is quite skillful. It's not that I'm praising you well, it's that you train well. You're only one step away from freezing 1,000 miles. Watch me. The era of my Ice Queen has arrived. At this moment, Yang Chung on Beast Peak was leading his Beast Horde in coordinated training. The Chungchi CP was already perfectly coordinated, their minds in sync. The man and the bird could launch rapid combined attacks, initiate air-to-ground coordinated attacks, and provide mutual cover, expanding their defensive perspective. Their moves were incredibly cool and flashy. In the system's words, they were definitely a jack-of-all-trades in the circus. In addition, Yang Chung brought in a swarm of star bees to practice controlling the beast horde. This is called unmanned swarm warfare. 21 star bees, under Yang Cheng's command, split into 3 small teams. They began engaging the opposing siren, alternating between cover, attack, support, and defense, a truly impressive display. Young hero, what a brilliant idea. Although called bees, each one was roughly the size of a large yellow bee. The sheer number of them was intimidating. They had a wide attack range, high speed, and could coordinate or disperse, virtually impossible to defend against. They could unleash poisonous stingers. One sting, and an ordinary person would need emergency medical attention. On the battlefield, level 3 or 4 star beasts generally couldn't withstand them. The leader carried a small notebook, recording each disciple's training progress. Currently, its position was essentially half a siren's deputy, and it was doing it with great enthusiasm. Not bad, not bad, you can get an A this month. Really? Yeah, keep it up. After praising him, the leader took a small notebook and left, leaving Yang Chung and the other members, who were now full of enthusiasm. Chapter 257. While Xiao Xuanzi's fortunes didn't improve much, his array and talisman skills progressed significantly. The boundary between the Xianin and Xianin sects was suddenly broken. It was as if he had suddenly awakened his inner spirit. Everyone on star 9527 was saying that a little fairy had appeared on Garbage Mountain, and she was incredibly spiritual. She opened a personal computer account to take orders daily, and it was practically overflowing with orders every day. However, she needed to dedicate more time to cultivation, so she stopped taking small jobs. She directly drew a batch of talismans and put them up for sale on the Star Network. Among the many online stores, the Xianxing sect's general store was definitely an anomaly. It only had one product, yet it had over 1 billion followers. Moreover, it was constantly out of stock, only restocked intermittently, and sold out instantly whenever it was restocked. Fans suddenly saw the news of the new product and were about to rush in. After seeing the new product information, they frowned, realizing that things weren't so simple. What is Jie? Peace Talisman. Protects the wearer and ensures peace, bringing constant good fortune. Carry a talisman with you to ward off evil, avert disaster, and ensure peace of mind. Usage. Carry it with you and place it in your home or vehicle. Defense Talisman. Can withstand 1 fatal attack below SSS level. Usage. Carry it with you, defense activates automatically upon being attacked. Repair Talisman. Can quickly heal localized injuries of medium to low level, restore health and vitality, and maintain optimal condition in battle. Usage. Apply 1 talisman to the affected area each time. Price. 1,000 star coins / talisman. Special offer. Buy 5 get 1 free on our new product launch. If it weren't for the Xianxing Sect shop, I would have definitely reported it. I almost lost control of my hand. This thing that looks like a scam is selling for 1,000 each? Just a piece of paper? 1,000? Are they crazy for money? Is this a souvenir? Or fan merchandise? 3 types, but if you look closely, the runes on them seem pretty much the same. The probability of it being a scam is +1. The highly anticipated new product was met with unprecedented ridicule as soon as it was released. It's not fair to blame ordinary people. This is interstellar society now, with different races and ethnicities. Most people don't even know what talismans are. But some die-hard fans figured it out. The purifying elixir came out with this design. Maybe it work. Yeah, don't be too quick to judge, who knows? Even if it doesn't, consider it gratitude for the master saving my life. I'm happy with my money. So, the 1,000 talismans sold out in less than 5 minutes. This bizarre event even garnered a trending topic. Xianxing Sect's general store. New product is a scribbled talisman. Daniel, the professional fraudster, who was the first to try the purifying elixir. His father had been discharged from the hospital and successfully recovered. From then on, he became a die-hard fan of the Xianqing sect. Seeing the new product, without thinking twice, he bought 5. He kept one at home, and he and his father each carried a peace talisman and a recovery talisman. It was just for good luck. But a few days later, he happened to witness a spaceship accident on the street. The out-of-control spaceship was getting closer and closer, about to crash into him, when suddenly, a golden light flashed. The spaceship seemed to be subjected to a tremendous external force, abruptly changing its angle and crashing in another direction. Fortunately, the change in angle prevented most people from a direct impact. While Daniel was stunned, the crowd began to scream. He felt the talisman around his neck slightly warm, and ripped it off. The yellow paper turned to ashes right before his eyes, dissipating in the wind without leaving a trace. His hands, which had been holding the talisman, began to tremble. He swallowed hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. Help! Help! The pedestrians were fine, but the spaceship pilot had been dragged out, severely injured. Call an ambulance! Do you have any healing fluid? There's a pharmacy 2 blocks away, I go first. Seeing the blood gushing from the pilot's forehead, Daniel, as if possessed, went over and stuck a healing talisman directly onto the wound. What are you doing? What is this? It's infectious, you know. Before he could finish, a dozen pairs of eyes saw the paper vanish. Vanished into thin air? Without even a speck of dust? Are you doing magic? What happened to the law of conservation of matter? What is this? Where's the talisman? The bleeding has stopped. Although not completely healed, the gushing blood immediately stopped, and the bright red wound began to show signs of healing. By the time the ambulance arrived, the man was already awake. How did such a serious injury heal? The pharmacist looked at the blood-soaked scene, finding it strange. What did you do? Everyone turned to look at Daniel. He stopped it with a piece of paper. What was that? What had just happened was truly unbelievable. A bystander had filmed the whole thing. The pharmacist was completely bewildered after watching it. What is this? Only then did Daniel snap out of his daze. He was absolutely certain he had bought the real thing. I bought it at the Xianqing sect's general store. It's called a repairing talisman. Nobody had heard of repairing talismans, but many people knew about the Xianqing sect's general store. So the story spread online. Out of 1,000 available, only a few hundred people bought them. Numerous people have already confirmed the astonishing effects of the talisman. Something cutting-edge medicine couldn't handle, but a single piece of paper solved it. When Cole from the military saw it, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? A composite video? No, the video is real. It was reported by the pharmacist in the ambulance. He said the talisman was bought from the Xianqing sect's general store. Cole watched the video dozens of times, but still couldn't understand how the talisman disappeared or what its working principle was. He quickly clicked on the Xianqing sect's general store, and immediately saw the 3 conspicuous bags. Aren't peace talismans used when making wishes? This matter went viral online, but unfortunately, the stock was too scarce. The military mobilized a great deal of resources to purchase a defensive talisman from a mercenary. After obtaining the item, almost all the high-ranking officials of the equipment department gathered. You think this thing can withstand a full-force attack from an SSS-level enemy? Do you believe it? I wouldn't believe it came from anywhere, even from our own hands, but from the Xianqing sect's general store. Hard to say. Ready? Begin. A defensive talisman was affixed to the metal target. Opposite him was an SSS-level warrior. He didn't use his energy cannon, but instead channeled his mental energy, concentrating it on his right fist. This Pegasus Meteor Fist, with the force of a thunderbolt, slammed heavily onto the target. Theoretically, not only should the target itself be destroyed, but the ground on which it was placed should be overturned. But nothing as expected happened. Suddenly, a flash of golden light, and he felt a warm power gently supporting his right fist. The attack was instantly absorbed. He punched cotton. When he reacted, the target was completely undamaged, but the paper was gone. The noisy shooting range fell silent. Everyone erupted into a frenzy of discussion. What exactly is this thing? How does it work? How did the paper disappear? Where did all that energy go? Does it conform to the scientific principles of conservation of matter and energy? Finally, Cole blurted out, I feel like this doesn't seem like science, it's more like metaphysics. Chapter 258. Xiao Xuanzi had to maintain her old clients and cultivate, and the old man's schedule didn't allow her to go online. It wasn't until the military contacted the Su family, saying they wanted to buy talismans, that she realized she'd become famous. Talismans are popular? Then, I can make money? She was overjoyed. Living off the sect, receiving its care, she felt really bad if she didn't contribute something. So, she stayed up several all-nighters and produced 1,000 of each type of talisman. She even gave away a new product, the exploding talisman. She didn't dare sell this online, but giving it to the military was perfectly acceptable. It was a way of thanking the military for becoming her first major client. The Xianqing sect's goods have arrived. The equipment department really didn't know what this thing was. Was it under the categories of mecha science or pharmacology? So, upon receiving the news, even the experts on vacation rushed back. 3 types, 1,000 of each. Huh? What's this? Explosive talisman? Explosive talisman. Blazing explosion, armor piercing. Usage. After attacking or igniting, move at least 50 meters away. Precautions. Keep away from open flames, avoid impact and heavy pressure. Its power is halved after getting damp. What is this? A few words on an instruction card made Cole's heart tremble. At the same firing range, countless massive targets made of hard materials, as tall as a 5-story building, were covered with the explosive talisman. Everyone, retreat 200 meters. Can it blow through the door? I don't know, that's new alloy steel. Even a high-frequency light energy cannon couldn't break it. I think it's unlikely. Fire. The laser struck the explosive talisman from afar. No response? Is it malfunctioning? Or is there a delay? 5 seconds later, boom. The sky and earth changed color, the ground trembled, smoke filled the air, and yellow sand rose everywhere. A piercing alarm blared throughout the equipment department, and guards rushed to the scene. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The 20-odd officers were still ringing in their ears, their minds still reeling. Cough, cough, cough. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Cough, cough, cough. When the smoke cleared, not only was the main gate gone, but the 5-story building was completely pulverized. The experts stood there stunned for a long, long time, finally managing to find their voices. We were testing a new weapon. What new weapon? Using a planet-destroying cannon to fire at targets in the city? If you want to rebel, just say so. Cole didn't even dare to answer, afraid he was still dreaming. Would you believe me, sir, if I said it was because of a piece of paper? Believe it or not, you have to believe it. A few days later, the military placed another order and entrusted the Su family to deliver a message. Next time, we hope the master can specify the explosion level. P.S. The safe distance must be at least 500 meters. Little Schwanzi shook her little head, happily working overtime through the night. She's a small business owner now. After Gu Zhanting guided his qi into his body, he quickly advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining. Every day when he woke up, the people and things of the Xianqing sect were still so fresh, unbelievable. Everything at the military academy competition felt like something from a past life. Uncle, will you still go back to the Gu family? Why do you ask? You seem very comfortable. Yes, comfortable. In his earliest memories, Gu Jianshan seemed to be a spirited and passionate young man. Since the results of the mental strength test came out, the entire federation, inside and outside the Gu family, was celebrating, and his uncle seemed happy too. But he never relaxed again. Is that so? A gentle breeze brushed his face, and a smile played on his lips. Here, he didn't need to be the strongest, he had a sect to rely on. I go home. I'm a member of the Gu family, a citizen of the Federation, and also a junior uncle of the Xianqing sect. Song Rotang was the happiest of all. Not only had she joined a sect, but she even had a spiritual root. She could cultivate immortality. Moreover, the whole mountain was full of vegetables waiting for her to devour. If there weren't enough vegetables, she'd have the sirens come and artificially ripen them. The kitchen god provided 3 meals a day, never missing a single one for the sect. Master, have I gained weight? Alice pinched her waistline, her voice a mixture of joy and sorrow. Her 8-pack abs had turned into fat-covered muscles. She gained 13 kilograms this month. If you're worried about gaining weight, eat less. The words had barely left her lips when the other person's face fell, as if she uttered some heinous crime. Then how about more exercise? I go find Su Xiang and have a match. With that, she grabbed her sword and dashed off. Since dieting wasn't an option, she could only burn calories. Song Rotang underestimated her sect's obsession with food, while everyone else underestimated Song Rotang's culinary skills. Or maybe she should switch to 2 meals a day? And occasionally drink some low-quality nutritional supplements as a form of intermittent fasting? What would she do if she had to go out alone later if she ate too well? It's truly easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The Xianxin sect enjoyed peaceful days, carefree and oblivious to the passing of time. One day, Li Yuan was suddenly visited. Gu! Gu! What's Gu Zhanting doing here? Heaven knows what he felt when he saw Gu Zhanting. No wonder Carl kept sending him messages cursing him. So that's the root of the problem. You even brought him here? Hello, Director Li. I'm now the 11th disciple of the Xianxin sect. Wow! Impressive. Why not just take all of this year's Federation's top 100? It was meant as a casual remark, but after he finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone looked at him with a look of sudden realization. Shuren, that's quite a line of thought. I was just joking. No, please no. This is going to bankrupt the Federation's next generation. Director Li, what brings you here? Gu Han asked irritably. I need to talk to you. Then he pulled Gu Han away furtively. Do you remember Fu Yi? Fu Yuan's bodyguard? Gu Han found that long-forgotten name deep in his memory. Yes, he came to the Federation. What for? Fu Yi's status was equivalent to a top figure close to a general. He was a well-known figure in the military. Traveling abroad alone is no small matter. You're watched from the moment you enter the country, and it could easily become a diplomatic issue. Why would he appear so brazenly in the Federation? He came directly to me, wanting the repair fluid. Did he say who it was for? He didn't hide anything. He said it was for Fu Yuan. Gu Jianshan fell into deep thought. Recalling carefully, Fu Yuan seemed to be injured when they last met. Did he say how serious the injury was? He said it was very serious. Fu Yi came for help. Fu Yuan's injury must be extraordinary. Although they served different masters and had their own supporters in their respective countries, ordinary citizens would even verbally abuse and belittle each other over who was stronger. Based on the principle that two tigers cannot share one mountain, they should be rivals. But in reality, the two heroes of the Federation could be considered close friends who respected each other through thick and thin. Fu Yi came in person probably because of Xue Lingling's repair fluid at the military academy competition, and also because they had no other choice. Wait a minute. Gu Han didn't hesitate and went directly to Shuren. Senior sister, I want to ask you, can the hemostatic pills be given to others? Why do you ask? If they're given to you, they're yours. It's your decision. There are plenty more if you want. What about giving them to someone outside the Federation? Someone very important. Then give them to them. Okay. Seeing Shuren's nonchalant and matter-of-fact manner, Gu Han clearly knew the answer but still wanted to ask more. It seemed that Shuren's reactions always made him clearly aware that someone was behind him. He left with light steps. Here you go. These are pills? Li Yuanbo opened the small box, looking at the 3 pills lying quietly inside. Tell him these 3 are life-saving medicine. There are also 20 vials of repair fluid, more effective than Lingling's. Understood. Chapter 259. Fu Yi found a hotel near the 18th Military Academy, every second agonizing for him. He knew he was being impulsive, but he had no other choice. The patriarch's condition was already at its last gasp. He himself had given up. But he still held on in his final days. Supporting his brothers and sisters, supporting the Fu family, and supporting the empire. When he saw the repair value at 158, Fu Yi felt a glimmer of hope. But this level of medicine was scarce even within the Federation itself, and it was impossible for it to leak out in the short term. Waiting a year for the international competition to find someone was clearly too late. He only had one path left. Gu Jianshan. Although he was gone, he had fought alongside them many times in the original First Legion. Many of his subordinates, especially the captains of the elite squads, knew of their friendship. Li Yuanbo, whom he knew, happened to be Xue Lingling's teacher. Who knew he had actually gambled correctly. This is life-saving medicine, keep it for yourself. This repair fluid is better than that 158, you decide what to do with it. Looking at the small spatial button in his hand, it felt like a priceless treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Fu Yi knelt down abruptly. What are you doing? I, Fu Yi, owe you a life. No need, the Fu family had even saved our general, we're even. Seeing the glint in the other's eyes, everything was understood without words. Hurry up and leave. Fu Yi knew that staying any longer would negatively impact Li Yuanbo's reputation. Alright, I won't thank you for your great kindness. Fu Yi, travel-worn and without stopping, returned to the Fu family. By this time, news of his defection had spread throughout the empire's upper echelons. Voices had already begun attacking the Fu family. But who knew that 2 days later, Fu Yi would return on his own? Everyone was speculating about what he had been doing in the Federation. Patriarch. He's back? Fu Yuan had already guessed. Patriarch, this was given to you by Li Yuanhua, the captain of the 13th Squad of the 1st Legion under Gu Jianshan? Yes. The Fu family's pharmacist, also a top-tier pharmacist in the Federation. Fu Qi took it and examined it carefully. Just as he was about to have it tested, Fu Yi spoke up. That's a life-saving medicine, only 3 pills. Fu Qi nodded, and the test results came back quickly. The pills couldn't be detected, but the potion. Several high-ranking members of the Fu family awaited the results. The repair value is 320. Fu Qi's hands trembled as he held the potion. Take the young master? 320. Silence filled Cambridge tonight. 158 was already terrifying, 320. Such an outrageous number is unimaginable. Just how far has the Federation's pharmacology developed? Moreover, the 3 pills seem to be the key. The pills aren't poisonous, but forgive my ignorance, I can't figure it out. Boss, should we have someone try it first? No need, just give it to me. Why bother with the pills when you can produce 320 units of repair fluid? Fu Yuan swallowed the pills whole. At Xianqing sect, Li Yuanhua, besides studying the school team's training, often came to learn from others. He planned to comprehend the Tao on his own and enter the immortal sect. Shuren found it amusing and directly had HR send out an invitation. Directorly, Xianqing sect is short of a guest elder responsible for external affairs. We would like to ask if you are interested in this position? We've been loitering around here for so long, just waiting for you to say that. Li Yuanhua nodded vigorously without hesitation. Anyway, he's used to taking the blame, might as well keep doing it. I obey. Externally, Tony handles civilian affairs, Li Yuanhua handles the military. Perfect. With him as a cover, getting leave for everyone is much easier. Siren and Yang Chung both got leave from Li Yuanhua under the guise of special training. The parents in school didn't suspect much. After all, old Li, while his character is SOSO, his looks aren't great, his abilities are SOSO, and his reputation isn't good. Li Yuanhua, grumbling. But the fact remains that he led a team to the top in the country. Li Yuanhua, is there anything more hurtful than that? Liang Yueying has a criminal record, a true case of having a hard time getting leave. What are you doing? Pursuing the path of the strong. Who's the strong one? Who are you chasing? Tell him to come out. Is my Liang family going to have a new son-in-law again? I'm warning you, your dowry was already taken last time. Besides your allowance, there's not a single penny left. Ms. Liang was about to vomit blood from anger. Her history as a simp was like a criminal record. Could she never shake it off? The strong one is your daughter, me. This is proper special training. No men. Tui. It has absolutely nothing to do with men. Mr. Liang, I believe you if you weren't my daughter. The father and daughter were facing off when they saw a figure behind them. Captain Gu? Oh right, I trained with him. Hello, uncle. Gu Zhanting greeted him politely, the father of 7th senior sister, practically family. Mr. Liang was stunned for a moment, then reacted very quickly. I'm warning you, Liang Yueying, you can mess with the Li family brat, but we can't afford to mess with the Gu family. Stay away from him. Little Gu, if Yueying harasses you, just contact me. This is my personal computer number. Add me. If she makes any rash moves, tell me immediately. Mrs. Liang, I want to die. Having finally managed to fool Mr. Liang, Gu Zhanting exclaimed, Uncle's voice is quite strong. Yes, he's in good health. Liang Yueying started thinking about whether she should get some better quality mute medicine for her father. Mr. Liang, a burst of laughter, military headquarters, high-level meeting. The last time the bigwigs gathered was for the military academy competition, where a new generation of leaders was born. Speak, what's going on? Why did you call us all here? New weapons. Normally, new weapons and equipment can be decided by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. What kind of equipment needs to be discussed at the highest strategic level? Has the mecha industry made a breakthrough? I haven't heard of it. The Purifying Elixir Sales Platform Xianqing Sect's General Store. Not everyone knows about Xianqing Sect's General Store, but Purifying Elixir is the most important potion achievement in the last decade. Hearing these 3 words, the high-ranking officials began to sit up straight. 3 new products were launched last month: Peace Talisman, Defense Talisman, and Repair Talisman. Little Schwanzi probably never dreamed that launching new products on the online store would alarm the Federation's top brass. Looking at the product information and test videos on the screen, the high-ranking officials were stunned. Talisman? What is that? Many of them weren't in charge of equipment, they were usually busy with military affairs, and didn't have much time to go online. This was the first time they heard of such a thing. But what they saw and its effects shattered everyone's scientific understanding. Could something this absurd really be real? Except for the peace talisman, everything else has been verified as effective. While the peace talisman could prevent misfortune before it occurred, it couldn't guarantee the safety of the talisman. But the others had all been clearly certified through extensive testing. We contacted the Su family and purchased a batch. They included a batch of explosive talismans as a bonus. This is the test effect. A long silence followed the earth-shattering explosion. The previously calm and composed bigwigs could no longer remain seated. What the hell was this noise? The attack power is equivalent to a 50,000 power peak energy cannon, and the effect comes solely from this one piece of paper. Chapter 260. Cost: 1,000 star coins. What is war about? It's about consumption, supply, and the supply chain. A solar-powered cannon or spider bomb with a peak power of 50,000 star coins would cost at least 100,000 star coins. You're going to make it only 1,000 star coins? What would happen if this thing were used to bomb the Zerg? Conversely, what if it fell into the hands of other countries? There's an even more terrifying problem. From the military order to delivery, the time is less than a month. The production capacity is simply terrifying. It's chilling to think about. In this past month, the Research Institute has invested a lot of effort in research, but hasn't found a solution. It is indeed just a piece of paper with some writing on it, without any hidden energy devices. We have reason to suspect that this thing is based on a completely new energy system. More complex equipment or stronger attacks can be considered quantitative changes. But a completely new energy system, that's a true qualitative change. The bigwigs remained silent for a very long time. Continue. Ancient Earth records contain a small piece of yellow paper holding the universe, a stroke of cinnabar determining destiny. Talismans originated from Taoism, one of the 5 arts of mountain, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination. Wait, what kind of discipline is this? The bigwigs were increasingly bewildered, never expecting to hear such things at such an important meeting. This isn't science, it's metaphysics. It sounded absurd, but that was the conclusion. When you eliminate all the impossibilities, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. Including the purifying elixir, we begun to suspect it contains more than just scientific elements. Cole, along with the teams from the Equipment Department and the Research Institute, were all extremely confident. Their serious expressions clearly told everyone present that they were not joking. Are you serious? We found some high-frequency energy in the purifying fluid. At first, we thought it was just a more potent version of the purification fluid, but after multiple experiments, we found that the two seemed to operate on completely different principles. The same energy is also present in the talisman paper. Actually, Cole had some clues. For example, Schwellingling. Fortunately, her prescription and pharmacology share similar logic. Simply put, it's a mix of pharmacology and alchemy. Otherwise, she would be the prime suspect. And then, there's the beast taming technique. All the mysteries seem to revolve around the group from the 18th Military Academy. Any other evidence? No evidence, but we have some directions. Good, investigate first. If the Federation truly has another energy system, it's no small matter. Even if this force currently appears friendly, the Federation's high command should be aware of it and prepare countermeasures. Master, how's my design? Shuren's eyes grew brighter as he looked at the series of drawings on the screen, each with a unified style yet distinct designs. Such a Xianqing sect style. Beyond the Northwest Sea, north of the Red River, lies Jiangwei Mountain. There is a god, with a human face and a snake's body and a red complexion. Fire-type mecha, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhulong. The sun god representing light. Shiha, the lightning-type Zixiao, the wood-type Fuxi and Jumong, the ice-type Qingnu and Xianming, the wind-type Falian. The god series mecha, there's bound to be one that suits you. And then there's Shuren's own, the simple yet profound humanoid mecha, Niwa. Mine too? Gu Zhanting had only been here for 2 months, and Sun Qinyu was already considering a share. His gaze was fixed intently on the Shiha suit. Yes, we have everything. We're well off now, with plenty of materials, we're just a little short. You want Zerg materials? Yes, Zerg have the strongest hardness, corrosion resistance, and durability. Where can we find Zerg materials? Some underground channels can buy a small amount, but with so many mechs, it's not enough. What about the no man's land or the occupied territories? Everyone turned to look at Gu Han. Are you serious? Li Yunbo looked at the other's expression. It wasn't a joke at all. The Federation has 13 occupied territories, containing numerous Zerg nests, some still active. But why not just clear them out? Is it because the Federation doesn't want to? No, it's because they simply can't clear them all. The occupied territories are located on frequently warp-prone channels. One wave is dealt with, another arrives. There were likely many survivors, and garrisoned soldiers inside. Destroying a planet outright was simply not an option. The final solution was to seal the warp points, temporarily isolating these 13 occupied zones. Then, once the Federation had the capability, they could defeat them one by one. But this wait lasted many years. The Zerg couldn't get out, and reinforcements couldn't get in. The survivors inside were left to their fate. This wasn't just a source of anxiety for Gu Han, but a painful memory for the entire Federation. 13 once shining jewels of interstellar space now appeared utterly obscured on the Federation's map. I disagree. Li Yuanbo opposed Gu Han's opinion with unprecedented firmness. That's occupied territory. It's been so many years. Do you know how many Zerg there are? There might not be a single survivor. The Federation hasn't even dared to act rashly with their forces, and we only have 15 people. He started off incredibly agitated, intending to fight back fiercely and remonstrate to the death. But halfway through his sentence, his voice trailed off. Yeah, these people are cultivators. Sect Master, is it alright? Before Shuren could speak, Su Xiong interrupted. Sure, why not? We fought the Zerg before. Several thousand of them. Master could easily handle them alone. Although the Queen was injured, judging by her combat strength, even at her peak, she wouldn't pose much of a threat. Training, it needs a bit of difficulty. Huh? When did that happen? The Sphinx. Damn, that was you guys? Yeah, I was only at Foundation Establishment then. It's not a big problem now. Li Yuanbo watched as the group rubbed their hands together, eager to fight. Even the novice cook and his nephew looked incredibly excited. You couldn't stop them, you really couldn't. Really going? Yes. Then let's get ready. Junior brother, you picked the place. Okay. Gu Han spent several days preparing, searching for a target planet. The smallest of the 13 occupied zones of the Federation, Selene. He pointed to a gray-blue planet on the Federation's border on the screen. Upon hearing the name, Li Yuanbo was stunned. Why don't we check the uninhabited areas first? There are 27 uninhabited areas with suspected traces of the Zerg. Why don't we go and practice first? After much deliberation, they chose a hellish place, Selene, the Federation's first occupied zone. The first planet the Zerg invaded the Federation, witnessing tens of thousands of battles large and small over the decades. Countless loyal souls buried there, a true death planet. Suspected is no fun. If there's nothing, it's a wasted trip, Gu Han continued. Selene is about half the size of planet 9527, but its location is extremely crucial. It's like a breach in the entire Federation map, situated at the intersection of various channels and the outer sphere, with a very high density of jump points. Therefore, it was the first planet the Zerg invaded and fell to. The military spent a great deal of effort, finally managing to close more than a dozen surrounding jump points, sealing off Selene. In the final battle, we lost 3 regiments. Chapter 261. 7 years have passed since Selene was sealed off. I estimate there are at least 500,000 Zerg inside, with more than 3 queens. It'd be quite challenging, but we can test the waters here first. Li Yuanbo listened, stunned. Life had finally improved, and in his lifetime, he had actually heard such arrogant words. You call 500,000 Zerg a challenge, using the occupied zone as a test. 3 queens, described as if they were the kind neighbor next door. If it weren't for Selene's strategic significance and the possibility of survivors, it would have been razed to the ground by planet-destroying cannons. The Xianxin sect, only 15 people. Only now did he truly realize what kind of sect he had joined. General Gu, where did your caution and maturity go? You're incredibly reckless. This is it, Selene. Everyone began preparing for the trip. Li Yuanbo was one of only 3 people in his sect who had faced the Zerg battlefield before, making him especially cautious. Wait, get this straight, we're here to fight the Zerg, not for a vacation, okay? He couldn't help but complain, looking at the things this group had brought. Fishing rods? Hammocks? Diving suits? Dresses? Flip-flops? Playing cards? Brothers and sisters, couldn't you have brought more weapons and equipment? Looking at Li Yuanbo's spatial storage, he wished he could bring an entire arsenal. He had brought several large boxes of the explosive talismans that Xiao Xuanzi had stayed up all night to make. Are you starting a rebellion? Or waging a world war? We're here to kill the Zerg, not to blow up Selene. Sun Qianyu. Question mark, weren't we going to buy supplies? Fighting the Zerg? Is this any different from a world war? And the little cook is going too? No spiritual power, and only at the first level of chi refining? Isn't that too frivolous? The Xianxing sect's rule is that when they go on a team-building trip, no one in the sect is left alive. Everyone must be taken along. Even Big Yellow carried its own little bundle, filled with snacks prepared by little Xuanzi. Li Yuanhua's honest advice was hard to swallow, but unfortunately, almost no one took it seriously. Song Ruotang obediently put the pots, pans, and fresh fruits and vegetables into the storage bag Sun Qianyu had given her. She had only seen the Zerg on the Star Network and in history books, knowing that they were humanity's most powerful enemy to date. But for some reason, being with her sect made her less afraid. Besides, she was Gu Zhanning's senior sister. A senior sister should act like one. She had to be a brave cook. She had two tasks. First, to ensure everyone ate and drank well along the way. Second, to protect herself so as not to distract the others. Compared to Li Yuanhua, the newly arrived guest elder, Old Wang was much more relaxed. Hey, when you're going out with the sect master, you can rest assured, she handled things. Despite his attempts to dissuade him, the Xianxing sect's third team-building activity officially began. The departure date was specially chosen by little Xuanzi, auspicious for smooth sailing and good fortune. Tada! This is the newly completed manned spaceship, the Gonggong ship. Wow! Little grandson, you're amazing. The Gonggong ship is a medium-sized spaceship, capable of accommodating 100 people. It integrates leisure, entertainment, and dining, primarily used for transportation, facilitating Xianxing sect group outings. Under normal flight conditions, it can reach the speed of a top-tier Federation spaceship. Once its spiritual energy mode is activated, it can rival sword cultivators in speeding across thousands of miles in an instant. Equipped with 5 modified new energy-powered planet-destroying cannons, capable of using both energy or and spirit stones, its attack power is increased 1,000 times, comparable to a regimental-level main battleship. Its exterior is inspired by ancient blue star ships, with carved corridors, painted beams, pavilions, and towers, exuding a strong ancient charm. The bow is cast with a golden dragon's head, its mouth holding a pearl, majestic and imposing. The hull is made from a large amount of millennial-old meteorite iron and mystic crystal ore, making it incredibly hard. Even attacks of the same level cannot scratch the paint. Adding to this is a runic array with shimmering light, capable of withstanding various harsh conditions such as gales and thunderstorms. A true steel and iron structure. How magnificent. Little grandson, this isn't like your taste. Hee, little Xuanzi gave me the blueprints, and she helped me with the array and runes. Little Xuanzi's aesthetic sense isn't great either, but she's good at copying. Great. I was worried you'd be too confident in your taste, and end up with a pirate ship with a skeleton. The military would stop you the moment you set off. The recreation room is huge. There's even a swimming pool. The kitchen is fully equipped. We won't have to make do with whatever we need on the road. Is senior brother a genius? While Li Yuanhua was still anxious about the upcoming journey, the others were already playing. 1 against 2. Can't pass. Are you sure? 1 against 3. I won. Red Dragon. Pong. 3 of a kind. Wait, let's draw a Kong. Ho ho ho. A Kong on the Kong. You go to the middle, cover me. Healer, help. Attack. 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 Xiao Xuanzi couldn't play any gambling games. He could only sit on the sidelines and play with De Huang. Li Yuanhua, however, was constantly checking the equipment and couldn't relax at all. The two exchanged a glance and sighed deeply. Don't worry, we're just going to get some materials and stretch our muscles. If there's any trouble, we can just run. With the Gonggong ship's speed, the Zerg have no chance of catching up. Li Yuanhua, it's your underestimation of the enemy that's what worries me. Celine was located on the edge of the 4th starfield, far from star 9527. But the Gonggong was too fast. After one night, it had already begun to approach the blockade area. The Federation's defenses and blockade were just a matter of a flick of a finger for Shuren. And so, the Gonggong ship, carrying 15 people and 8 beasts, nimbly entered. Stationed around was the Federation's 4th Legion, commanded by General Ekalina, 45 years old, SSS rank. She was one of the Federation's 13 high-ranking generals, second only to a general in rank. Their mission was to guard the blockade area near Celine. This area had been peaceful for 7 years, with no further movement from the Zerg. However, the 4th Legion remained vigilant. At this moment, Akalina suddenly frowned. Huh? What's wrong? She was also uncertain. Was a ship just passing by? No, there's no signal nearby. It's not a signal problem. I think I saw something flash by with my naked eye, heading towards Selene. Really? The equipment on the flagship is all state-of-the-art. We should be able to sense even a mosquito passing by. Akalina fell into deep thought. Indeed, that's why she suspected herself immediately. Ask other ships and bases if they detected anything? So, the soldiers on duty checked with nearby ships via communication channels, but found nothing. The Gonggong ship flew over swaggeringly, activating stealth mode upon spotting the 4th Legion. By this time, it had entered the atmosphere and was preparing to land. Selene, with its advantageous location surrounded by trade routes and jump points, was once a bustling and prosperous trading port. Trade and tourism from dozens of nearby countries would enter the Federation through here. Until that day, swarms of Zerg descended. Chapter 262. In the early years, the Zerg only came in waves, their numbers not overwhelming. Several victories gave the Federation people the illusion that the Zerg were merely a minor obstacle on the road to peace. Until one morning in star calendar 417, billions of Zerg invaded, attacking dozens of planets. The military's deployment of troops to suppress them proved ineffective, ultimately forcing a drastic evacuation. At that time, tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians remained on Selene. The Zerg army surged in like a tide, the situation not improving but escalating. 3 days later, the Federation government ordered the sealing off of 13 planets, including Selene. For the next 7 years, no one entered. Selene became the Federation's first occupied zone, a permanent source of pain for the Federation people. The Gonggong ship gradually approached the main city of Selene, this once glorious and prosperous city unfolding before their eyes. Hesperian, once a city of starlight, a symbol of dawn's light, a place where the night never ends. Now, however, it is gloomy and dilapidated, like the hollowed-out corpse of a colossal beast. The leaden sky is overcast, the clouds hanging low and oppressive, and the occasional glimpses of pale sunlight bring no life or vitality. Rusty steel bars pierce the concrete like broken ribs. Battlefields, ruins, crumbling walls, broken buildings and facilities. The vast space is utterly silent. Time seems to have stopped 7 years ago. The hatch opens, and the apocalyptic atmosphere makes it hard for everyone to breathe. Sun Qianyu puts the spaceship into his storage bag. He releases the beasts and begins to walk towards the main city. This is what Hesperian used to be. I came here when I was young. Li Yuanbo felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled the past. The empty city was littered with abandoned spaceships, even military equipment, destroyed in battle and left lying in the middle of the roads. The evacuation was rushed. The military did everything in its power to evacuate over 1 million people. At the last moment, a suicide squad composed of local garrison troops and civilians stayed behind. Approximately 80,000 people failed to leave. For years after the closure, the authorities had already presumed there were no survivors. The garrison's headquarters is located to the west of the city. When the garrison was on duty, the beacon symbolizing the Federation would be activated, illuminating the city on the military map. This ever-burning lamp represented the Federation's light of peace protecting the planet. At this time, Selene's beacon had been extinguished for 7 years. Why is there not a single living creature? Where are the Zerg? The warp point is sealed off, the Zerg can't get out. They're probably hiding in various corners of the planet. After all these years, how many have they multiplied by now? Could they be in the jungle? Let's clear out the city first. In the sky, Cece and Xiaojiu patrolled the entire city to prevent any unexpected situations. The city was full of ruins. There were too many places for the Zerg to hide. In the past 7 years, the alien plant beasts had grown wildly. There was no guarantee that a higher-level species wouldn't be born. De Huang and Xiao Xiao began searching around with their keen sense of smell. Woof woof. De Huang, is there something? De Huang started digging through the ruins, and soon, a golden medal covered in mud appeared. It must be the local garrison. Sun Qianyu wiped the dirt off his medal, and respectfully put it away. Don't be too sad, everyone. We definitely drive the Zerg out. Yeah, that's right, we definitely will. Go! Go! The deathly silent Hesperian was broken only by the chatter of a few people. Won't the Zerg attack us if we're this noisy? Finding them is too much trouble. Let's make the enemy come to us. Wait for them to come to us, a good plan. Let's play some music. Let's liven things up. The white dumpling started playing music after saying that. Good luck to you. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck to us. Welcoming good luck, prosperity spreads far and wide. I love this song. Xiao Xuanzi swayed her head to the music. It was perfect for her. She wanted to prosper in the future. The festive song echoed through the city streets, and the gloom in their hearts gradually dissipated. Our guests have arrived. Xiao Jiu's voice echoed from the sky. The ground began to stir, as if something was churning deep within. Scattered rustling sounds followed, then, the first sharp claw pierced the ground. The concrete instantly crumbled, and pale, segmented limbs burst from the earth, their side-like forelimbs tearing through the pavement. 1, 10, 100. The insectids emerged from sewers, subway tunnels, and collapsed basements, the clattering of their carapaces sending chills down one's spine. They're here. They're here. Good, finally we can warm up. Teacher Li and Tang Tang, come here. The two had just entered, just in case, it was safest to keep them near Shiren. Roger. Su Xiang, Sun Qianyu, and Xue Lingling stepped onto their flying swords and plunged directly into the surging swarm of insects. The others drew their swords, thrusting at the insectids before them. Sword lights flashed, green blood splattered, limbs were severed cleanly, insect heads were removed. Spitting. Leaping. I won't stop. Painful hissing rang out as the insectids summoned their kind. The insect swarm surged, their numbers increasing. Thousands, tens of thousands. But the Xianqing sect was not at a disadvantage. Swords, come! Fireball! Thousand-hand guanin. Wind blade. Diamond drill. Take my iron fist. Summer of Star Calendar 425, in Hesperion, the main city of Selene, the Xianqing sect, the #1 sect in the Interstellar realm, fired the first shot in its battle against the insectids using cultivation techniques. Attacks of different colors and techniques surged towards the insected swarm from all directions. Wherever it went, it was like cutting melons and vegetables. Insects fell like wheat fields. The attacks were precise, each strike hitting its mark, leaving almost no chance of resistance. Flying swords rained down, like a silver river, the insect swarm practically mashed into mincemeat. Susu, Alice, be careful, don't ruin the materials. Okay. Li Yuan was stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend for a long time. Was this still humanity's most terrifying and powerful enemy? Was this still the insected race whose carapace was like steel, whose slime could corrode mechs, whose speed was like lightning, and whose limbs were as sharp as knives? Such terrifying beings were utterly insignificant in the hands of the Xianqing sect. Only now did Li Yuanbo truly realize that the 18th Military Academy in the Military Academy competition had probably only exerted a fraction of its strength. They were holding back like a flood. This is the art of the immortal sex. Fighting an insect swarm is fundamentally different from fighting a human. Its entire body was incredibly sharp. Its limbs and wings could all be used as weapons. Its slime and blood were extremely corrosive, and its movement speed was incredible. Fighting the Zerg is like facing a medium-sized swarm of star beasts. The key is that these star beasts possess top-tier attack and defense. Soldiers, overlords, cerebrates, queens, they are intelligent, hierarchical, orderly, extremely powerful, and incredibly numerous. The Zerg don't wait to eliminate one before sending in another, they almost always attack in groups, a 360-degree, all-encompassing assault. For every one you manage to kill, 10 more will take its place. The difficulty in fighting the Zerg lies in the severe disparity between their strength and numbers. Chapter 263. The Federation's strategy in response was to increase both combat power and numbers. In terms of numbers, this mainly involved large-scale conscription and the use of high-tech mechanical equipment. The most important aspect was improving the combat power of individual soldiers. Therefore, interstellar society increasingly valued high mental strength and continuously developed high-level mechs to amplify individual combat power. The strategy itself was sound. But no one knew when the next wave of Zerg attacks would occur, how many Zerg soldiers there would be, or whether their combat power would increase accordingly. The military think tank predicted that if the next battle's troop strength tripled compared to Star Calendar 417, humanity's fate would be sealed. But at this moment, a new hope ignited in Li Yuanbo's heart. Shiren and Guhan, needless to say, Li Yuanbo, Old Wang, Tony, Xue Lingling, Sun Qianyu, and Su Xiang had all witnessed mechs fighting the Zerg. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Today's him was no longer yesterday's. With his divine sense activated, the Zerg's movements appeared incredibly slow and riddled with flaws in the eyes of a cultivator. Easily breaking out of encirclements, they precisely attacked the vital points of each insect. These cultivators, with their godlike perspective, were complete nemesis of the Zerg. Siren, Gu Zhanting, Liang Yueying, Yang Cheng, Alice, and Xiao Xuanzi were facing real Zerg for the first time. At first, They hesitated slightly, but after a few attacks, they found it wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. With swift movements, they stabbed, slashed, flicked, hooked, smeared, twisted, swept. A thrilling sword duel swiftly reaped the lives of the Zerg. These are just low-level engineers, aren't they? So weak. Weak. The Zerg never imagined that their top overlords would be considered weak. Li Yuanhua's lips twitched. Only you guys could say something like that. This battle was fought cleanly and decisively, displaying absolute confidence. The beasts didn't even need to participate. Tens of thousands of insects were wiped out by the disciples. Any more? No more. Looking at the ground littered with insect corpses, everyone was both excited and unsatisfied. I just warmed up. We killed so many? I can actually kill Zerg. Wow, we won the first wave. Materials are here. Collect them. This time I'm going to stockpile them. I'm going to use all our spaceships, mechs, and weapons as materials to upgrade them all. Our equipment will definitely be the strongest in the entire Federation. Oh ho! Can we sell them out? Someone already asked me about your Lubon puppet. Aw? I like to, but production capacity is insufficient. Let's wait until I recruit disciples. You can recruit disciples now? Yes, Master said that after Foundation establishment, we can take on disciples based on fate. A group of people were very excited, especially those with businesses under their control. Dan Feng could indeed consider it. Having a disciple like Xue Lingling would free up more time to refine her alchemy skills. It's also time to find someone else to dilute the potions. Siren and Old Wang were discussing expanding the vegetable trade. Including Song Ruotang, 3 people really weren't enough. Siren had a mountain of sect affairs to attend to. Xiao Xuanzi's talismans were popular, but she felt she hadn't mastered them yet and was afraid of misleading others, so she decided to wait. Alice already had a picture in her mind. A group of followers behind her. How impressive would that be? No, she needed to focus on Foundation establishment. Liang Wing, how about recruiting a disciple to teach shaved ice? There were too many insects to collect. Everyone picked and chose, collecting a large pile of intact, high-quality insects. Let's go, there should be more inside. They continued deeper into the city's interior. As expected, waves of insects surged out from underground and buildings. Let me handle this. This wave is mine. Make way, let me test my new move. I'm the boss, everyone has to give way to me. Before anyone could finish grabbing, Xiao Xuanzi unleashed a burst of explosive talismans, overwhelming everything with sheer force. Boom, boom, boom. Had it already begun? It was already over. After a series of explosions, corpses littered the ground, a scene of utter devastation. You blew all my materials to smithereens. You stole my credit. This is my target. A new explosive talisman, I'm testing its power. Xiao Xuanzi scratched his head sheepishly. Shuren chuckled. Stop fighting, there's still plenty. Li Yuanhua, is this even humanly possible? The original plan was to collect some materials. Now that there are already enough materials, everyone doesn't want to leave. Since we're already here, how about we have a points-based competition? Our Xianqing sect has never held a sect competition before. How about we have a PK battle? Alice, upon hearing this, immediately spouted words. A competition, we absolutely must. She wanted to use this battle to show everyone who in the Xianqing sect, besides Shuren, is truly the strongest. She absolutely couldn't lose to someone. Just in case, don't fight alone, let's split into groups for the PK battle. After Siren finished speaking, everyone started to get excited. Playing in the military academy competition is so restrictive. You have to hold back from using your spiritual power. Now, finally, they can have a free-for-all battle. Commander, you're in charge of real-time reporting and counting. Also, keep an eye on everyone. Call for help immediately if there's any danger. Yes, sir. Commander, it's my time to shine again. A live tournament broadcast. I get this right. The Sirens then divided the teams, trying to balance the fighting strength. Junior Uncle, you take Ah Ting and Yu Ying. Su, take Xiao Xuanzi and Tony. Little grandson, me, Uncle Wang, one group. Ling, Brother Yang, and Alice together. Director Li, Tang, and I will find a place nearby to wait for you. Shuren stayed behind in the city, also giving guidance to the 2 newcomers. Alright, the competition lasts 4 hours, and the area is within 200 kilometers of Hesperian. Everyone find your own targets and set up camp. Call for help if anything happens. Now I announce that the first Xianqing Sect Grand Competition. The Zerg Hunter Challenge officially begins. Commanders' clones dispersed, following different teams to their respective battlefields. Good luck. Good Good luck brings joy and love. A song, Good Luck, dedicated to all disciples of the Xianxing sect, to cheer you on, to applaud you. And to Celine today. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators led their squads out of the city. They sensed that there was plenty of prey in the forest. Guhan began clearing the city, and the entire Celine became lively. On the flagship of the 4th Legion, Akali's eyelids twitched violently. She felt something big was about to happen. Especially that fleeting flying object. Is there any movement? She was worried, and went to the sentry escort ship responsible for surveillance again. No, it's still peaceful today. Boss, left eye brings disaster, right eye brings fortune. You're about to have a big stroke of luck. I hope so. In Hesperian, flowers bloomed in several places on the ground. In the forest on the coast, in the distant mining area, battles broke out. After several trials, everyone confirmed the combat strength of the rank-and-file engineers. They barely needed any tactics, just kill. Tong played music to attract the Zerg to their nests. This is Tong providing live updates. Currently leading is second senior brother Su Xiang. His movements are like a ghost, weaving through the Zerg swarm. With a light touch of his sword tip, each thrust precisely pierces the compound eyes or joints of the Zerg. Indeed, in martial arts, nothing is invincible except speed. Who can be faster than a genius disciple with the heavenly wind spirit root? Chapter 264. Next up are the senior brother and his mechanical puppet beasts. Lu Ban Puppet, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise. They attack en masse, supporting and coordinating with each other, delivering a devastating blow to the swarm. Wherever their claws reach, the insects are torn to shreds. True strength lies in overwhelming equipment. You might not fear one explosive talisman, but what about a whole bunch? Zhu and Lingzi will give you the answer. Alice wields her red-tasseled spear, unleashing a move called Flowing Clouds Chasing the Moon. An arc-shaped attack sweeps out, instantly severing dozens of blade-legged insects in two, their acidic green blood spurting out. Where there are plants, there is the siren's absolute territory. Vines intertwine, tentacles covered in thorns, easily piercing through the insected race. The outer shell. The Ice Queen Liang Yueying finally appeared. Countless ice arrows pierced the insected's abdominal eyes and carapaces. She gripped an ice sword in her right hand, unstoppable. Junior Uncle released lightning with both hands, forming a lightning net that was invincible in the insect swarm. The lightning snakes that materialized from the lightning obliterated insects wherever they touched. For's senior brother swung his right fist, tensing his muscles. One punch turned the insectids into mincemeat. But we still want to remind Tony, don't choose the wrong major. Tony, you can insult my abilities, but you can't look down on my hobbies. Apple, do you believe in light? Shuren and the other two couldn't help but burst out laughing while listening to the live broadcast. It's great, we can even watch an exciting match. Indeed, no matter how dangerous the battlefield, for the Xianxing sect, it was all just a vacation and team-building trip. She gently activated the formation, keeping the nearby insectids at bay. A small, private space was set up, large enough to hold the Zerglings one by one. Then, calmly, he took out a rocking chair and a small table, and brewed a pot of tea. Go for it. Got it. This was a fighting arena Shuren had set up for the two newcomers. Li Yuanbua and Song Ruotang looked at the 5-meter-tall giant Zergling and swallowed hard. They exchanged a glance and cautiously entered the arena. Tang Tang, I go first, you follow me. Okay. Song Ruotang was the most flustered. The first time she had ever fought anyone was a few days ago at the Xianxing sect, let alone against Zerglings. These were real Zerglings. Not models or toys. They were so big, they looked so strong. So terrifying. But the cook of the Xianxing sect never gave up. She seized the opportunity, using her spiritual energy to poke several times while the Yuanbua was drawing attention. 5 spiritual roots are quite potent, you know. The sword, imbued with spiritual power, pierced the insect's abdomen. Green blood splattered, blocked by the defensive talismans on the two, flowing to the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Ah! Got it! Good job. Again, this time you go left, I go right. After several attacks and defenses, Song Ruotang gradually built up her confidence. Xiao Xuanzi threw out explosive talismans, like crazy. The explosion resounded throughout Hesperian, audible throughout the entire main city. Was that an explosion? Inside a tall building, in the underground space, there were still survivors. The sentry just said he heard someone playing music. Rewinding to an hour earlier, the sentry was guarding the survivor base as usual. For 7 years, it had been deathly silent, just like every morning in Selene. Until that exciting, festive music broke the silence. The sentry thought he was dreaming. Others suspected he was mentally unstable from being in the area for too long. But the sentry was certain, because the sound was so loud, the lyrics were crystal clear. Good luck, good luck, good luck brings joy and love. The rousing, celebratory music brought tears to his eyes. Then, explosions followed one after another, finally shattering 7 years of peace. This time, the entire survivor base heard them. Leading the charge was Zon John, the garrison commander of Selene. This young general, in his 40s, wore a weary and worn-out face. After the defeat years ago, he led his garrison and militia in a fierce resistance, many of his comrades sacrificing their lives. The remaining 10,000-plus people survived thanks to supplies from the port and weapons from their base. They killed many Zerg, using their carapaces and slime to mask their scent, evading Zerg tracking and fortifying their base. Fortunately, their methods worked. This 500-square-meter basement was one such example. For the next 7 years, the survivors struggled desperately between hope and despair. More and more people perished. Today, only a little over 2,000 remain in the entire Selene. Music, explosions. These are the sounds of hope. Sinrang's mind raced. First, he ruled out his own people. The survivors simply didn't have that much firepower. And if they really had to fight, they needed to concentrate their superior forces, and the various bases had to coordinate and communicate with each other. Boss, could it be that the military has returned? The military? Was that even possible? He knew the situation very well. The Federation had no choice. The final battle was a lesson learned in blood. When the Zerg swarmed out, humanity was so small, its resistance so futile. They couldn't win, they simply couldn't win. Abandoning them was a last resort. More likely, the military had already declared them all dead. At the time, he was leading his team in rescue efforts within the city. Their equipment was either broken or lost. The remaining equipment, including communication devices, was in the western outpost, but that was the Zerg stronghold. For so many years, the survivors simply couldn't break through. Insufficient firepower, broken communications, the pressure of survival, and frequent Zerg attacks. It's a miracle they survived this long. Boom! Another explosion. Such a loud noise, if it's not us, then it means someone's in. Several survivor points, over 2,000 people living in the darkness underground, hiding and fleeing for 7 years. This was the first time they saw hope in each other's eyes. Don't move, let's go out and see. So, Sinrang led his elite squad of 5 out. Their mechs were damaged and lacked firepower, so they dared only to bypass the swarming insectids and slowly advance towards the explosion site. Meanwhile, in the 4th Legion, Xiao Ling thought it was his imagination. Until all the ships sounded a series of urgent red alerts. Beep! 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 Red alert! Red alert! Massive explosion. Coordinates 40.7580 degrees north, 73.9855 degrees location, Hesperian City area, affected area, radius 1 km. Major explosion. Coordinates 48.8584 degrees north, 2.2945 degrees east. Location, Hesperian City area, affected area, radius 1 km. Major explosion. Selene was a sealed-off area. Even the slightest disturbance could be a sign of important military intelligence. Immediately, all officers of the 4th Legion, from captain to commander, gathered in the command center. What's going on? Multiple explosions have occurred on the outskirts of Hesperia. The blast depth is below the surface, and measurements confirm the intensity is equivalent to 80,000 kilojoules of spider mines. Was it deliberate? Yes. Are there any survivors in Selene? Notify headquarters immediately. 7 years later, there's movement in Selene. This time, hopefully, it's good news. The Zerg hunting competition in Hesperia has reached its climax. Everyone's neck and neck, no one's willing to concede. The battle is fierce. Group 4 is in first place, led by Captain Schwelingling, with a current score of 12,450 points. Group 1 is in second place. Congratulations to our second senior brother, with a current score of 11,986 points. Group 2, led by the eldest senior brother, is in third place, with a current score of 11,769 points. Junior uncle is in last place. The scores are very close. There's still an hour and a half left. Keep going. Great news. Great news. We added more prizes. The Sec Master will provide prizes for the top 3. A top-tier spirit sword he personally forged, soul-nourishing pills to nourish the soul and stabilize spiritual consciousness, and the Xianxing sect's top-secret sword manual. A luxurious gift package, first come, first served, everyone charge. Chapter 265. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Xianxing sect erupted in chaos. They were all bloodthirsty. The prize is mine. Putting everything else aside, Tong's atmosphere-building team did an exceptional job. We are the champions, my friends. Sun Rang's 5-person team, after much effort, finally managed to avoid the swarm of insects when they heard exciting music. There really is music. The 5 looked at each other, seeing the immense shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Could it be one of our own playing music? Are they tired of living? You know what, it's quite possible. Everyone knew what kind of life they were living. Self-rescue was impossible, and waiting for rescue seemed hopeless. People around them were leaving one by one. But then, they thought, the survivors were incredibly united. Even if they wanted to end their lives, they wouldn't burden others. More likely, this isn't a survivor. Is it using Hesperian's city alarm system? It's so loud. What are they doing? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by the Zerg? Who is this? What do they want? The first Xianxing Sect Zerg Hunter Championship is in full swing. Now let's see the individual rankings. First place is our second senior brother, Su Xiang. Oh. Second place is our 5th junior sister, Alice Yang. Boss, this seems to be a live broadcast of the competition? Zerg Hunter Championship? What is Xianxing Sect? Senior brother, junior sister, where is this called? Boss, there really is someone. Not one of ours. They're hunting Zerg. Survivors who had eked out a living underground for 7 years believed the Zerg were invincible. But now, you're telling me someone's enjoying hunting Zerg? And even having a competition, is that possible? Yes. Because he saw it? His eyes clearly saw it, through the binoculars, on a street in the center of Hesperian. 2 men and a woman, wielding iron swords, were reaping the lives of Zerg like chopping vegetables. Melee weapons? The 3 faced the surging Zerg army without hesitation or fear. They swept through with their iron swords, leaving the street littered with fallen Zerg corpses. One of their swords seemed to crackle with electricity. A white balloon floated in the air. The voices were coming from there. My God! No mechs? To them, reaping Zerg was as easy as eating and drinking. The 5 people froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, their pupils trembling as they reflected the scene before them, even their breath caught in their throats. The enormous noise also attracted more and more Zerg. Oh ho! Finally called for reinforcements. The Zerg seem to be quite intelligent. Yeah, they follow orders. They even have a division of labor. I just encountered one that even did a suicide bombing. Then let's have a contest to see who can force the Zerg Queen out first. Xianxing Sect had been fighting for over 3 hours, yet they felt no fatigue whatsoever. Their movements grew faster and more effortless with each battle. Several Foundation establishment cultivators challenged themselves, deliberately venturing into the Zerg nest to train their spiritual sense and reaction speed. They covered themselves with defensive talismans, making them completely immune to minor attacks. But things were different on the Zerg side. The leaders grew increasingly enraged with each battle. Their sharp mandibles hissed furiously, calling to their kind. The hard ground seemed to have been ripped open, and countless Zerg surged forth. This time, the Zerg were twice the size of the previous ones. Ting! The giant Zerg's rapid attack slammed into Alice's red-tasseled spear. Oh ho! A new, stronger wave? The giant Zerg was faster and stronger, but everyone was even more excited. I had enough of the physical labor. Let's give them some challenge. This must be the Swarm Lord, capable of leading and commanding smaller swarms. Be careful, this isn't like those low-level engineers. It's strong and intelligent. Sure enough, with the Lord in place, the entire Zerg swarm began to organize its battle more strategically. They fly really fast. Air-to-ground attacks? We have those too. Rhinoceros. Yang Chung released the helmeted hornbill, and a swarm of bees. Little One, Little Jade, Big Yellow, and Squeak also appeared. Little Nine watched from the sidelines. If she made a move, everyone would be finished. Logically, all beasts should be terrified of the Zerg, a dominant species. But the problem was that their opponents were a group of spirit beasts that had evolved after being purified from star beasts. The beasts thought, what's there to be afraid of? There was even a divine beast nearby. Little Nine was holding back her aura, otherwise, this battle would have been for nothing. Within 100 miles, which insect would dare approach? Everyone displayed their unique abilities, thus, the battle became a crushing defeat. In terms of speed and combat power, Ordinary Zerg were no match for the spirit beasts. Reinforcements had barely arrived when the Beast Legion's attack swept across the battlefield with overwhelming force. Little and Little Jade revealed their true forms. Their massive bodies were like mountains, capable of wiping out many engineers with sheer physical attacks. Big Yellow, Squeaky, and him, while not as physically strong, were incredibly fast, able to kill insects one by one while maintaining their own safety. They could also coordinate attacks with their master and each other. Boss, am I seeing things? High-level star beasts. Sun Rang watched as the enormous white snake and frost wolf king emerged from the jungle, advancing from outside the city into it. Shock, confusion, fear, doubt, all ultimately dissipated into utter bewilderment. Star beasts are cooperating with humans to fight the Zerg? He rubbed his eyes again, trying to confirm if it was just a hallucination. Soon, the battlefield was littered with corpses, while the opposing side remained unscathed. They even seemed unsatisfied. Seeing something was wrong, the remaining lords led their remaining forces and disappeared into the ground. The Zerg were driven back? That last wave saw at least tens of thousands of Zerg, including a lord. This level of battle was actually repelled by just a few people with a few star beasts? Could it be that the outside world has changed drastically during these 7 years of isolation? Does the Federation still exist? Boss, are we saved? Sun Rang remembered that 7 years later, a miracle had occurred. Master, did you see my heroic figure as I just cleaved through the Zerg swarm? Very cool. Sure and straightforward praise made Su Xiong blush. Master, what about me? What about me? Alice was great too. Did Tang Tang kill her? Yes, Master guided me and directly to kill her. Song Ruotang touched her still pounding heart. She can kill Zerg too. Cultivators are really amazing. The battle briefly subsided, and the group cleaned up the surrounding corpses. After a busy day, Master Song took out pots, pans, and ingredients from his storage bag and began preparing dinner. After the wisps of smoke rose from the chimney, a group of people sat together, happily enjoying their meal. What are they doing? Cooking. Sun Rang didn't know the identities or backgrounds of the group. The only thing he was certain of was that people who could risk their lives, endure hardship, and cook amidst insect nests were definitely not ordinary people. He could even clearly see a girl, sweating profusely, happily tossing a wok amidst the ruins. The insected battlefield was now filled with the warmth of human life. At this moment, outside the sealed-off area, the 4th Legion confirmed the traces of battle for the first time. Look at these two pictures, yesterday's and just now, the main city area. Look at these black shadows. Chapter 266. Shortly after the explosion, the 4th Legion deployed equipment for reconnaissance. Due to damage to ground equipment in Hesperian, the distance of the sealed-off area, and the presence of cerebrates among the Zerg capable of affecting magnetic fields and equipment, the amount of footage obtainable was extremely limited. Clearly, in yesterday's and earlier photos, the streets were empty, unchanged for many years. But in the recent photos, dark shadows were gradually increasing on the streets, and the building showed significant damage. I deduced they're Zerg corpses. Judging by the distance and area, the number is at least tens of thousands. And it's still increasing. Someone is massacring Zerg. How long has it been? What size and combat power would a team need to achieve this hunting speed? Are they survivors? Impossible. If so, why did they only start their massacre today after all these years? Do they still have that much combat power and firepower? Could someone have broken in? Impossible. We've been monitoring them constantly. With so much equipment, we would definitely know if there were ships. Akalina trusted the equipment, but considering everything that had happened today, that fleeting light made her increasingly suspicious. Who was it? How many people were there? How did they get into Selene? What was their purpose in going in? Was it simply to kill Zerg? And how could they kill so many in such a short time? Selene, peaceful for 7 years, is undergoing a cataclysmic change for some unknown reason. So the question is, what should the Federation do? In Hesperian City, the Xianxin sect is holding an award ceremony. Cheers and screams erupted. With Tong present, the atmosphere was electric. Welcome everyone to the award ceremony of the first Xianxin sect Grand Competition Zerg Hunter Tournament. The champion of this competition is Tada, second senior brother Su Xiong. He scored a whopping 10,890 points with his superb spiritual power and swordsmanship. Oh! Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. The runner-up is 5th senior sister Alice Yang. I want to thank my master Mishurin, senior sister Lingling for her guidance, my father on Pluto for my allowance, my junior uncle for the snacks, my junior sister for the delicious dishes, my eldest senior brother for the mecha and weapons he made for me. Except for Su Xiong. Too much talk. Get off. Looking for death, huh? Before the words were finished, Alice's enthusiastic fireball hurtled towards Su Xiong. Woman, you're playing with fire. The originally well-organized award ceremony was interrupted due to unforeseen circumstances. The chaos and confusion reached the ends of the earth. Disruption of the award ceremony is strictly prohibited. Violators will be subject to the first rule of the sect. Disciplinary Hall, exterminate them. Ha ha. The two women started fighting, maintaining their serious expressions, while the others burst into laughter. Best Newcomer Award, awarded to junior sister Song Ruotang. As a newcomer on her first battlefield experience, junior sister Tang Tang not only provided all 3 meals for us, keeping Alice plump and healthy, but also achieved a high score of 327 points. Oh. Best Team Award, awarded to the Chengxi duo. When Shishi went on stage, she was even a little shy. It was a bird with honor too. The sounds of music, cheers, laughter, and announcements mingled and echoed throughout Hesperian. Meanwhile, Sun Rang was making his way towards them, overcoming numerous obstacles, as if climbing snow-capped mountains and traversing grasslands. The further he went, the more unbelievable it became. After dark, this group even started a concert. They were really stirring things up. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most? I am the queen, confidently shining. Oh wow. Ms. Liang, give me an autograph. Debut? Ice Queen. He listened from afar, thinking he was dreaming. Someone was singing in a city teeming with insectids. The commotion was so loud that even the insectids heard it. This was the biggest casualty the Selene insectids had suffered in 7 years. It was already late at night, the best time to counterattack, but they dared not act rashly. Of course, the Xianxing sect wasn't afraid. Shuren had set up a defensive array. The group quickly relaxed and drifted off to sleep. Sun Rang's 5-person team crossed most of the city, but upon getting closer, they discovered traces of the Zerg and couldn't approach any further. The next day, the sun rose as usual. What do we do today? Yesterday I discovered that most of the Zerg we were fighting were low-level engineers. Later, a group of lords emerged, along with a few cerebrates that might be responsible for communication and interfering with the enemy. I suspect there are other species as well. Different types of Zerg have different roles, and their body structures are also different. Therefore, the materials they carry also have different uses. Shall we kill more and collect more different materials? Yeah, the queen's stuff is the best. My Lu Ban puppet smelted the queen's wings and limbs, just a little bit, but it exponentially increases defense and corrosion resistance. Thinking of this, everyone's mouth watered. We want some? It's still early, let's stay a few more days. There are still plenty of good things in the forest. Let's go out today. Okay. The next day, when Sun Rang arrived, the entire Xianxing sect had already moved to the forest on the outskirts of the city. Boss, they're gone. Will they come back? Sigh. If only we could be faster. Let's wait and see nearby. Sun Rang was incredibly anxious. He hated his own incompetence and fear. If this only chance is missed, what will happen to the people at the base? Wait another 7 years? What he didn't know was that the person who led thousands of people through dire straits was a true hero. They walked through the forest surrounding Hesperian, heading towards the mine. The mine was a perfect nesting ground for the Zerg. Dark, damp, and rich in energy, most importantly, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the Xianxing sect didn't have much to offer in terms of attack. Li Yuanbui cheerfully pulled out several large boxes of explosive talismans. Specially made by Little Schwanzi, enhanced version of explosive talismans. Director Li, your fear of insufficient firepower is probably in its late stages. Boom! The deafening roar of the explosion shook the heavens and the earth. A mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The mine collapsed instantly, the dust billowing up hundreds of meters high, obscuring the sun. Cough, cough, cough. After everything subsided, everyone was silent, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. This small workshop really goes all out. Everyone turned to look at the person in charge. Luckily, we're far enough away. You're holed up in that little hut, handcrafting a planet-destroying cannon? I give you a whole hilltop. It's more terrifying than a pill-exploding furnace. It's almost like a Tribulation lightning strike. You sold these explosive talismans to the military? Haven't had a chance to sell them yet. How much are you planning to price it? 2,000? Too expensive? Selling this thing for 2,000? The military could march all the way to the Zerg's home base. Then 5,000? Sure enough, there's a reason why the Xianqing sect isn't rich. Why don't you control the explosion peak? It's giving me the chills. This thing is terrifying. Chapter 267. Gu Zhanting rubbed his still ringing ears. He was well aware of the military's current equipment development. This explosive yield was actually generated by talismans? And they dared to sell it? Were they afraid people wouldn't know there was something wrong with it? Ninth senior sister is usually low-key and doesn't talk much. Turns out she's the type to work quietly behind the scenes. A new century's arms queen has been born. Indeed, there are no simple figures in the Xianqing sect. Red alert. Earthquake in Selene. Coordinates: 58.55 degrees north, 73.29 degrees east. Location: Hesperian Mine. Magnitude: 6.5. Focal depth 0 meters. Artificial earthquake. Akalina pointed the satellite at the coordinates. Without a doubt, the photos clearly showed the shockwave of the explosion sweeping around the mine. The mushroom cloud that shot into the sky hadn't dissipated yet. Something big is about to happen in Selene. After the explosion subsided, the surviving Zerg began to flee. Master, should we keep bombing? Stop bombing, I'm going deaf. Shuren started to wonder if she led Xiao Xuanzi astray. She should be learning more formations and swordsmanship. Why insist on delving into talismans, and these talismans at that? A bomb maniac. Xiao Xuanzi stared with her clear, innocent eyes, thinking she hadn't done enough. She stayed up all night drawing this. She slacked off, and Master was definitely unhappy. No, she had to work harder. Let's go inside and find some materials. If Master said that, there must be something inside. Not long after they went inside, the sounds of fighting came from the mine, but this time, it wasn't firearms. After a short while, it fell silent again. A cacophony of chirping echoed from the cave. Hee hee. Look at this arm, this leg, these wings. This carapace. The queen is a treasure trove. The Zerg nest inside the mine was also wiped out. The queen was in a pitiful state, and was dealt with by the group in less than an hour. Sun Qianyu's small fist pounded on the queen, making a loud clanging sound. He finally obtained the material he had been longing for. Too bad, only one. This planet has more than one Zerg nest. Let's keep fighting. This time, they probably killed tens of thousands of Zerg. Gu Han calculated that the Xianqing sect had probably killed hundreds of thousands by now. Clearing out Selene was entirely possible. Li Yuanbo walked out of the dark cave, the light growing brighter with each step. Taking down the Zerg queen at her peak without losing a single soldier. This world has truly changed. He was overwhelmed with emotion. If Shuren had come a few years earlier, would they have avoided losing so many brothers? But the past is gone. Looking ahead, there is boundless hope. As the sun sets, the Xianqing sect members, exhausted from a day's work, rest on the spot and drift into sleep. In the main city, Sun Rang and his men are still hiding and fleeing, waiting for hope to arrive. 4th Legion, Main Ship Command Room. The military headquarters remote conference has begun. Sir, after detecting the anomaly, all our monitoring ships have been focused on the area around Hesperian. At 4:35 p.m. this afternoon, a 6.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in the mining area, with a focal depth of 0 meters. This was a man-made earthquake, a deliberate explosion. It's important to know that Selene is an extremely sensitive place. Even the military headquarters dared not casually open the warp point, nor could they easily destroy the entire planet. If space itself collapsed, it would mean the portal to another dimension had been opened, and the Zerg would have no further obstacles. The war would reignite. Therefore, an emergency meeting was convened immediately, including with Marshal Canwen. Is it possible for the firepower reserves left from 7 years ago to cause such a massive explosion? Yes. But we don't think so. What's your basis? Indeed, if they were going to explode, they would have done it already. If it was done by survivors from back then, given the depletion of combat power and firepower over the past 7 years, would they really want to perish together by detonating it now? But Akali had another consideration. I saw a flying object flash by yesterday. The officer noticed that she wasn't entirely certain. Our monitoring ships didn't detect any signals. Based on all the information, the military headquarters was currently more inclined to believe there were survivors. Sir, the 4th Legion requests permission to enter Hesperian for rescue. Everyone fell silent. This was not an easy decision. The Federation made a huge decision and sacrifices to seal off the occupied territories. Now, knowing that some are still fighting bravely, as soldiers, no one can abandon the survivors. However, This isn't just a simple matter of rescuing people. The risks are too high. Once the blockade is broken, you can enter, and the Zerg can come in too. The meeting hall was silent. Even the marshal found it difficult to make this difficult decision. Give us some time. On the third day, the Xianqing sect was still clearing the jungle and mines. The fighting was fierce and exhilarating. What could be more challenging than real combat against the Zerg? Everyone progressed rapidly. Especially the beginners. Li Yuanhua, at the second level of qi refining, was young at heart despite his age. After being cleansed by spiritual energy, radiation, old injuries, and chronic ailments were completely swept away. He felt he could fight for another 30 years. The little chef experienced the joy of combat. She was now the best chef in the entire galaxy. Gu Zhanting was now even stronger. He cultivated the basic techniques and swordsmanship of the Xianqing sect. The advantages of his light spiritual root were gradually becoming apparent. Light was the ultimate speed. His speed at the third level of qi refining was almost catching up with Su Xiang at the fourth level of foundation establishment. Purification and healing, with a natural suppressive effect against yin and evil. During the battle, the Zerg seemed particularly afraid of him. Using the energy of light, he could also conceal himself or create illusions, a kind of optical cloaking. Most importantly, he could convert energy, transforming sunlight and moonlight into spiritual energy, achieving limitless endurance. Watching his performance and hearing his insights, Shuren couldn't help but sigh. His little nephew was indeed a genius, one in a million. Brothers, look what I found. Spirit stones? So many. Let's go, let's dig for spirit stones. Wait, it's not just spirit stones, it looks like a spiritual vein. Shuren, I want it. It's a pity, with my current abilities I can't move the whole thing, let's dig up as much as we can. Alright. All the people and beasts, including Sun Qianyu's puppet beast, started digging for spirit stones. They dug for another whole day. The accumulation from the insect clan, plus the surging spiritual energy within the spiritual vein. On the morning of the fourth day in Selene, the calm air suddenly began to surge. Spiritual energy converged from all directions. He's about to establish his foundation. Alice. More than that. Gu Han and Tony also seemed a bit off. Hee, finally it's my turn. Su Xiang, second senior sister's position is mine soon. Alice's forehead veins were bulging, and she still managed to throw in some threats. You should focus on your foundation establishment first. A strong wind rose, rustling the bushes in the jungle. Spiritual energy converged from all directions, rushing into the three people's bodies. The three sat down on the ground, calming their minds and focusing on the tempering of spiritual energy. Soon, the excruciating pain that penetrated to their very bones rendered them speechless. Your master will protect you. Retreat immediately. Chapter 268. Three people simultaneously achieving foundation establishment, unprecedented. Crucially, two of them possessed heavenly spiritual roots. The world-destroying power of this formation was terrifying. Today's tribulation lightning was likely extraordinary. Far away, Sun Rang on the ground also saw a large patch of thunderclouds gathering in the sky. Is this a thunderstorm? Is it from the direction of the jungle? Akalina of the 4th Legion stared at that area from space. The sudden, strange weather made her frown. Did the weather forecast say there would be a thunderstorm? No, this kind of weather rarely happens in Selene, especially not in the mountains. Too many strange things had happened here in just a few days. The thunderclouds were gathering power, as if to tear the three of them to shreds. The once clear sky of Hesperian was now as dark as night. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A world-destroying tribulation lightning descended from the sky, illuminating every corner of the jungle. Just then, the Zerg counterattack began. Speechless. They really know how to pick their timing. Those bugs should have checked the auspicious day before going out. They still had a chance of survival in the hands of the Xianqing sect. Encountering a foundation establishment tribulation? Even Shuren, a tribulation transcending cultivator, suffered a painful lesson, let alone a few bugs. Who's behind the tribulation? The heavenly Tao. What a waste of so many materials. This counterattack was quite large, covering the entire mountainside. But before the tribulation, all beings are equal. The bugs had barely shown their heads when their vanguard, unable to stop, was blasted to pieces, leaving not even a corpse behind. Damn! Truly annihilated. The heavenly lightning didn't stop, relentlessly charging forward. The three used all their strength to resist the pain of spiritual energy, and the heavenly lightning tempering their bodies. The lightning seemed to be forging their bones and muscles, every inch of their flesh breaking down and reforming, growing stronger with each passing moment. The marrow cleansing and tendon strengthening were complete. Foundation establishment was finished. The foundation establishment process lasted for 2 full days. During these 2 days, Sinrang was nearly driven mad. The unusually severe thunderstorms were unprecedented. He worried about the safety of the people in the jungle. Fortunately, thanks to the Xianxing sect's cleanup, the insectids in the city dared not act rashly, making their movement easier. The leaders of the survivor bases gathered together. The leaders of the other 2 bases were Sinrang's deputies. Did you see anyone? Everyone heard the explosion, but didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until Sinrang arrived that they learned Celine had welcomed long-awaited guests. Yes, a dozen or so people, with star beasts, killed a lot of insectids. Are you serious? They couldn't believe it without seeing it with their own eyes. The insectid army that the Federation couldn't handle with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians had been slaughtered to the point that they dared not venture out. Why would I lie to you? Go look at the mountains of Zerg corpses piled up in the streets, at least tens of thousands. The mine exploded yesterday. There are probably even more in the jungle. It's not that I don't believe you, but a dozen people. Not just people, but also star beasts. I saw high-level star beasts, giant snakes, giant wolves, and birds circling in the sky. His description sounded like a fantasy, hard to believe. Star beasts can cooperate amicably with humans? Frost Wolf King? White giant snakes. At least level 1 star beasts, right? When did high-level star beasts become like pets? They didn't use mechs. They used swords. I feel like you're telling a myth. But knowing Sinrang, understanding his personality, and seeing his serious expression, it couldn't be. Could it be that during these 7 years of isolation, the outside world has changed? New technologies have emerged? They themselves didn't believe that. Technological development always leaves traces. Don't even mention 7 years. It's unlikely that things would change like this in 70 years. It's more like a product of another time and space. If the 5-person team hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, Sinrang would have thought it was a hallucination before his death. There's another problem, the thunderstorms in the jungle. The Deputy General, Fujin, didn't finish his sentence, worried that something might have happened to the group. Wasn't that terrifying thunderstorm more frightening than the insectoid race? We have no choice. Yes, 7 years, out of ammunition and supplies, this was their last hope. What do you want to do? 2 options. One is to actively find them, but the journey is too long and fraught with danger. The probability of us successfully crossing the forest to reach the mine is too low, and I'm worried that by the time we get there, they have moved again. So now there's only one option left, lure them here. He pointed to the location on the map. You want to go back to the outpost? The Celine garrison camp, located west of Hesperian, is a very large area. It has barracks, training grounds, supply points, an armory, and a command center. The armory stores the most powerful firepower in all of Celine, mechs, artillery shells, and countless amounts of energy. The command center has communication equipment, capable of large-scale broadcasting and external communication. And there's the beacon, a symbol of the Federation's peace that has been extinguished for 7 years. If they could get in, they could attract the enemy's attention by either setting fire to the armory or sending out communications. The problem now was how to enter this camp, which had become a Zerg hive, and ensure that someone survived to the end. 3 bases, a total of 2,789 people. Most were local soldiers and militia, with some elderly, women, and children. Their clothes were tattered, their faces dirty, but they couldn't hide their resolute eyes. I go! Me too! I'm strong. I'm a soldier, this is my duty. I grown up. I train hard every day. I'm not afraid to sacrifice. The children who were 7 or 8 years old back then had now grown into young teenagers. Sinrang forced back tears, forcing a relieved smile. Child, it's not your turn yet. What I want to tell everyone is that I will leave half the soldiers and ammunition to continue guarding the bases. Each of the 3 bases will send 200 elite troops. They will attack the outposts first thing tomorrow morning. Everyone fell silent. The base was a gigantic insect hive, housing most of the insects in Celine. This mission was a near certain death. If we don't return Mars, you will be the highest ranking official in Celine from now on. Please continue to guard the remaining people in my stead. What? A soft sob escaped. We are warriors of the Federation. Our duty is to protect the people. We will fight to the last moment, until not a single soldier remains. What? Was this departure forever? Mars. Yes, sir. We will complete the mission. Mars raised his right hand and solemnly saluted Sinrang. Everyone behind him did the same. At this moment, they shared a common name. The people of the Federation. That night, no one could find peace. In the jungle, the Xianxing sect welcomed 3 newly established Foundation establishment disciples. Hee. Come on, Su Xiang. Let's face our destined duel. You're dreaming. You're only at the Foundation establishment stage, and you already want punishment. Siren! Sect rules number 1. Ha ha ha. The night passed with playful banter, eating, drinking, singing, and dancing. On the 6th day in Selene, the Xianxing sect continued their cleanup of the insected surrounding the city. Is that enough? Should we go further? Or back to the city? There's a big guy over at the base. Suddenly, boom! A deafening roar came from afar, startling everyone into a frozen state. What exploded? Did your explosive talisman land in the city? No. It's from the direction of the base. Besides us, are there others in Selene? Oh no, there really are. Quick! Chapter 269. Shuren realized he had been a bit careless. These survivors had covered their entire bodies with Zerg carapaces, blending seamlessly into the Zerg population, making them difficult to spot without careful observation. Now, it seemed there were more than just 1 or 2 survivors. Meanwhile, 2 hours earlier, at the crack of dawn near the base, 600 elite warriors among the survivors, divided into 12 groups, advanced towards the base from various corners. Half attacked the armory, half advanced towards the command center. Their tactic, a suicide squad, their objective was to set fire to the armory or activate the command center's communication channels at all costs, creating a commotion to attract attention. Once they achieved their objective, the first to react would undoubtedly be the base buildings and the Zerg lurking underground. These 600 men, later known as the 600 Warriors of Selene, were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Golden name tags, bearing the names of each individual, Sunrang, Foken, Ariel, James, were solemnly handed to the new captain Mars. If I don't come back, you still have a chance to get out. Go check on my mother for me. My fiancée, tell her not to wait for me. If she's already married, check on her from afar to see if she's doing well. Offer incense to my father for me. I have no family left, but I have a house. If you can get out, I give it to you. I don't want your things. Just come back alive. Early morning, also the time when the Zerg are asleep. The 12 squads, using their armor to mask their scent, combined with 7 years of combat experience and understanding of Zerg habits, gradually approached their target. They made a good start amidst countless hardships. Occasionally, they encountered Zerg, but as long as their numbers were small, a few people working together could quietly deal with them. The biggest fear was alerting the main force. This was the best opportunity in 7 years. Normally, they wouldn't even reach this position before being wiped out. But in the past few days, the Xianxing sect's cleanup had drastically reduced the number of engineers. The underground network of Zerg tunnels was noticeably emptier. But that was all. Soon, gunfire erupted from different locations. I hold them off. You guys go. The children at the base are waiting for us. Run. Don't look back. Boom. Like every sacrifice yet different. There was no time for anyone to grieve. Carrying pain and hope, the survivors had to keep moving forward. 600 people, blood gushing, losses piling up, they fought their way through. Finally, the armory was in sight. Boss! Fire! Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, visible for hundreds of miles around, the massive explosion reverberating through the mountains and rivers. Sunrang, fighting back tears, shouted with all his might in a hoarse voice, "Did you hear that? We're still here. There are survivors in Selene." Explosions followed one after another, igniting the entire armory, the swarm of insects struggling in the flames. The deafening roar lasted for more than 10 minutes, yet it still couldn't clear the underground nest. Hiss! The hissing and roaring sounded like it came from the depths of hell, like the voice of a demon. From the dark crater, countless insected soldiers crawled out one after another, surrounding the suicide squad. Then, an insect several times larger than an engineer stood atop the ruins. Incredibly majestic, commanding the submission of all insects. Its form was somewhere between human and alien, its body covered in a dark red carapace. Fluorescent blue patterns flowed across its surface, as if reflecting the surging, violent energy within its body. Countless compound eyes on its face, their rage and chilling killing intent sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. Its enormous mandibles opened and closed repeatedly, spewing a foul-smelling slime capable of rapidly corroding several layers of floorboards. Its translucent wings unfurled, stretching over 20 meters, blotting out the sky. The wing membranes were covered in sharp, knife-like hairs, vibrating with a deathly hum in the air. Its forelimbs were shaped like giant scythes, its hind limbs powerful and strong. A slight bend in its knees allowed it to unleash terrifying leaping power, instantly tearing through the sky and rising from the ground. Its tail dragged a bloated ovipositor. This was the Zerg Queen. This chilling sight, however, could no longer stir Sinrang's emotions. Success or failure, he accepted it all with equanimity. The mission was complete, and he gave up. He was too exhausted. He hadn't expected to leave alive today. Having reached this point, completed his final mission, the rest was up to fate. The camp was now like hell, the surviving warriors surrounded by the Zerg. But some warriors still put on a last, desperate struggle. The Queen's angry, sharp eyes were fixed on the frail humans before her. Her forelimbs, symbols of death, swung like scythes, seemingly about to splatter blood. "Boss! Get out of the way!" Sinrang closed his eyes, facing death that should have come 7 years ago. The warriors screamed desperately, hoping for a miracle. 7 years. Let them grasp that sliver of hope. In that instant, time seemed to stretch endlessly, and his heartbeat slowed to a halt. However, the next second, the Queen's side didn't pierce anything. There was no bloodshed, no pain or separation, no loss of life. The imagined tragedy hadn't occurred. A playful voice rang out. "Oh wow! There really are survivors." The unfamiliar voice made Sinrang open his eyes. He swore it was the most moving voice he had ever heard. A voice that could dispel all fear, warm the heart, and fill one with strength. He was no longer under the Queen's scythe. His collar was gripped tightly, and he was flying steadily through the air, an iron sword beneath his feet. Turning his head, he saw the owner of the voice, a young girl. Her chubby little face was full of childlike innocence, lively and vibrant. Young, so incredibly young. More like a child than a warrior. A child who could instantly rescue him from the Queen, frighteningly strong. Looking across the battlefield, several unfamiliar faces appeared in an instant, shielding their comrades from all attacks. They were all rescued and placed on an open ground nearby. Everyone was still reeling from the terrifying ordeal, staring blankly at everything before them. The battle within the encirclement had begun. Selene really had intruders. 16 men and women in total, an incredibly young, vibrant, and courageous group. No mechs. No artillery. No firearms, only pure melee weapons, swords, knives, red-tasseled spears. Like a martial arts tale, heroes descended from the heavens. Their combat power was terrifying. A cold glint flashed, the sword's image danced wildly like a silver snake. Wherever it passed, low-ranking engineers fell like withered grass. 1 against 100. No! 1 against 1,000. No, this is a crushing mob, and there are the star beasts, those majestic, imposing star beasts, guarding their comrades. East, west, south, north, ground, sky, a 360-degree, no blind spot defense. The tidal wave of insect swarms was held back, annihilated in large numbers by the star beast's claws. At this moment, the situation has been completely reversed. "Susu, there's more in the tunnel." "All right." The boy named Susu, upon hearing the command, quickly disappeared into the dark tunnel, sword in hand. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of fierce fighting came from within, mixed with the painful screams and howls of the insects. The warriors wanted to intervene, but seemed unable to speak. It seems there's no need to worry too much. Chapter 270. The girl who gave the orders stood calmly outside the battlefield. Her confident demeanor, surveying the entire situation, was incredibly reassuring. A short while later, the boy named Susu emerged from the tunnel, carrying someone on his back. Old Wu. Old Wu's back was slashed by the insected limbs, deep enough to expose bone, and he also suffered severe corrosive wounds. He was barely clinging to life. The soldiers had no potent medicine on hand, and could only watch helplessly as Old Wu slowly lost his life. The girl approached and placed a pill in his mouth. "The bleeding has stopped. The wounds are healing." Healed? Especially the severe corrosive wounds, which were visibly recovering. The immediate effect stunned everyone. A true lifesaver. Immediately afterwards, comrades were rescued one after another from the tunnel. It's no exaggeration, as long as there was still a breath left, the pill would bring them back to life. Before the battle was even over, some had already awoke from their severe injuries. Today's events felt like a magical dream, a journey from hell to heaven. "Fucking pinch me." "Ouch." "Pinch me again." "Ouch. That hurts." We're saved. They laughed, then cried. Tears blurred their vision, but couldn't obscure it. The final, lightning-studded sword fell, and the Zerg Queen collapsed. Base 1, in the darkness, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Grandpa, the captain will come back, won't he? Yes, he will definitely come back. Mars was more anxious than anyone else, but he couldn't let anyone see it. The heavy burden on Sinrang's shoulders now rested on his shoulders. He stayed with the sentry, keeping a close eye on the movements at the camp. He could clearly hear a violent explosion at the camp. That meant, at least the captain's mission was complete. It's the armory. They succeeded? Yes, they did it. Good, now comes the crucial part. Any movement? Yes. Really? It's the sound of battle. The survivors looked at each other, tears welling in their eyes. Based on their combat strength and firepower, the suicide squad reaching the armory was already their limit. If there were still sounds of battle, there was only one possibility. The person they were waiting for had arrived. Great. What? Now it all depends on whether they can win this battle. At the camp, after the Zerg Queen was beheaded, Sun Qianyu cheerfully stepped forward. Wow! Junior uncle, as expected of you, you preserved the materials perfectly. Except for the head, there wasn't even a scratch on the carapace. He couldn't help but give Guhan a thumbs up. Unlike those roughnecks? They don't understand art. Who are you talking about? Alice and Tony, the two violent freaks, immediately identified themselves. No one. Everyone's amazing. The ground battle ended. Shuren, Li Yuanbua, Song Ruotang, Shui Lingling, and Sun Qianyu stayed behind, while the rest went into the tunnels to clear out the remaining survivors. Thank you. You're welcome. Sinrang could tell that, both in terms of her aura and the others' attitudes, the fairy-like young girl before him was the leader. The Xianxing sect arrived in time, most of the 600 warriors survived, and the seriously wounded were also rescued, thank goodness. Thank goodness they made it in time. They were covered in filth, their faces pale and emaciated. But at this moment, the anxiety and despair in their eyes transformed into hope, filled with determination and strength. The entire Xianxing sect held these warriors in the highest esteem. How had they endured these long years? And with what kind of determination had they fought until now? Thankfully, it wasn't too late. Hello, I am Sinrang, the commander of the garrison in Selene. Hello. Sinrang's heart swelled with immense gratitude, but it choked in his throat, and he didn't know where to begin. This is a nutrient solution to tide you over. Lingling was in charge of checking the soldiers' injuries. New wounds compounded by old ones, and severe malnutrition. The nutrient solution was specially prepared, specifically for quickly replenishing strength in emergencies. After taking the hemostatic pill and the nutrient solution, Sinrang felt a warm energy coursing through his body, every cell seemingly coming alive. Visibly, his complexion became rosy. The old wounds on his body, many years old, had vanished, even the scars were gone. This wasn't just repair, it was regeneration. Had the Federation's medicines become this terrifying? Are there other survivors? Yes. We have 3 bases, located in the east, south, and southwest respectively. Shuren scanned them with his divine sense. They were indeed very well covered up. Clean them up before going to find them. Okay, as you command. Facing Shuren, Sinrang unconsciously became respectful. Distant in space, on the flagship of the 4th Legion, Akalina argued vehemently. Marshal, just give the word, and I personally lead the team in. I beg you. She had never been so desperate. The Selene garrison, under the 4th Legion, was originally her soldiers. The unit, thought to be annihilated, suddenly had a chance of survival. Sinrang, whom she had personally trained, had endured 7 years of hellish conditions. How had they persevered? What enormous sacrifices had they made? Especially now, the weapons depot had exploded. She could no longer sit still, but the answer was not what she expected. I'm sorry, we can't take that risk. Behind us are hundreds of billions of people in the Federation, perhaps even all of humanity in interstellar space. What if we don't open the jump point and go directly through the asteroid belt? Selene is surrounded by the asteroid belt, full of meteorites and interstellar dust. Trying to cross, it would be a near certain death. Are you crazy? The ship will be torn to shreds. The situation on the ground was unclear. Acting rashly would disregard the lives of trillions of people in interstellar space. Wait a little longer. The Research Institute is looking for a safe way to open the single jump point, and they're making some progress. If we can establish contact with the ground and confirm the situation during this time, we have a foundation for rescue. Songwon added sternly. Behind you are all of humanity. This gate must be guarded at all costs. Akali suppressed her pain and resentment. The struggle between her professional duty and her inner emotions reached its peak at this moment. She knew that the Marshal's actions were the rational choice. On the ground, the Xianqing sect began a large-scale cleanup of the Zerg within the city. Since there were survivors, they couldn't leave any more hidden dangers. Leave no one alive. Roger. As soon as Shuren gave the order, Sun Rang and his comrades saw the group step onto their iron swords. They flew away gracefully and elegantly, flying. Truly flying. With a whoosh, they disappeared. That's right. When he was rescued, the girl was flying on a sword. Could it be some kind of new high-tech equipment? Well, 7 years have passed. They have no idea how things have developed outside. However, Fujin, a senior mecha pilot, noticed something was wrong. The group's equipment showed almost no trace of technology. The iron swords had no mechanisms or energy devices. Yet it could unleash high-frequency attacks with each swing, its power far surpassing any weapon he had ever seen. Those perfectly coordinated, incredibly intelligent star beasts. Their sword techniques didn't resemble modern training methods. They were more like swordplay from a martial arts novel. And then, there were the potions. Potions are for healing, not for rescuing people from the jaws of death. Even with the fastest technological advancements, 7 years, not 70, not 7 centuries, and still no mechs. It simply doesn't make sense. Chapter 271. And this group of men, women, and children. Leading them was a young girl not yet 20, definitely not the type you expect from a normal military unit. The way the teammates coordinated their attack showed signs of military training, but their behavior, cooking and singing in the city, their relaxed and carefree attitude, was completely different from that of a proper Federation soldier. The captain must have been blinded by happiness. Otherwise, how could he not have noticed that this was nothing like the methods the Federation military? No, this was something an interstellar society would employ. Who on earth were these people? But he didn't dare ask. It wasn't the right time. He suddenly had a strange thought. Could it really be a divine intervention? The cleanup continued until evening. The disciples unleashed their divine senses, cleaning every nook and cranny of the city until it was spotless. At dusk, it was finally over. A Hesperian without the Zerg. Master, it's done. In the darkness of Survivor Base 1, everyone huddled together, whispering prayers. The captain be back, right? He definitely will. Mars was anxious. The fighting seemed endless. Was this good news or bad news? Don't worry, it'll be alright. Everything will be alright. Comforting others seemed to be comforting himself as well. Suddenly, the basement door slammed shut. The sound was loud, not like knocking, but a dull thud. The survivors, who had been whispering, immediately fell silent. It definitely wasn't Sun Rang. Survivors always moved quietly. Is it bugs? The thud resumed, rhythmic. It's a person. Mars immediately, and cautiously peered through the peephole. It's a stranger. Has the person they've been waiting for arrived? Without hesitation, filled with excitement and elation, he opened the door. Who are you? The bugs in the city have been cleared out. You can come out. A strange face, around 20 years old, youthful and vibrant. A boy with an undeniable air of naivety. The siren's smile was as dazzling as the midday sun. Who is it? Is it Captain Sun back? No, someone I never seen before. Is it the person who saved us? Someone really has come. What did he say? The bugs in the city have been cleared out? Is it the kind of clearing out I think of? Before they could finish their questions, Sun Rang swaggered in, with a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. We succeeded? Captain! It's the captain! The boss is back. Mars, a grown man in his 30s, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he threw himself into Sun Rang's arms and burst into tears. We're saved. There are no more Zerg in Hesperian. Really? Really? Come out and see. The survivors, still somewhat skeptical, stumbled out. Tears welled in their eyes as they gazed at this familiar land. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon them. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair. Hesperian was still Hesperian. Hesperian was filled with hope. I never thought I'd see such a beautiful sun again. Their city was back. Ah! At base 2, the same rhythmic knocking sounded. Open sesame! Open sesame! This kind of heroic entrance is perfect for Alice. Who is it? Captain Sun is with us. The bugs are all dead. We can come out. The door opens, and the survivors see the most adorable girl in the world. Really? Really reeled in pearls. Base 3. It's Fokin. Fokin is back. We're saved. What? We finally waited for this day. More than 2,000 people cautiously emerge from the dark base. Supporting each other, wary, they walk onto the street. Looking at the mountains of Zerg corpses, the ravaged battlefield, they cry and laugh all the way. They are haggard and disheveled, but their eyes shine with hope, bright and radiant. This short journey has felt like an eternity. Along the way, not a single Zerg, not a single danger. In the central square, the large group of more than 2,000 people gathers. Are those the people who saved us? So young. Don't look like military personnel. Ah! Star beasts. Don't be afraid, the captain said there are benefactors' pets, they won't hurt us, and they're incredibly powerful against the Zerg. A single high-level star beast is terrifying, but when they're all gathered together, a giant snake, a star wolf, a pig, a swamp rat, a large yellow dog, and helmeted hornbills circling overhead, it's like a zoo, a scene both fantastical and adorable. They guard the plaza's entrances and exits, their imposing presence providing a strong sense of security. Uplifting music plays from above, making everything feel like it was back before the fall of the city. Hesperian is really back. Those who are injured or sick, please collect your medicine on the right side of the square. Everyone else, please collect your nutrient solution on the left side, in groups from your base. Everyone has some, don't rush. If you need anything else, please find Captainson directly, or find me. My name is Tong, and I'm at your service. The survivors stared at the dozen or so white figures maintaining order and assigning tasks above them, trembling with curiosity and full of questions. Grandpa, what's that? It must be our benefactor's high-tech equipment. Hello, little ones. Would you like to listen to music? Oh, I also have cartoons. Oh, Gigi Band, heroes and fairy tales. Oh, Gigi Band, passion flowing in our hearts. This scene has been around for so many years. The younger children don't even remember what cartoons are anymore. Go watch. A group of children, initially trembling and wary, gradually relaxed as they were drawn in by the cartoons. They sat obediently together, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. They cheered and laughed during exciting scenes. Even him joined in, Piggy Hero, isn't this its story? They wouldn't even let it see such a wonderful thing. The older generation unconsciously welled up with tears. The older children surrounded the star beasts, marveling at their sight. Because of their upbringing, they had a natural fear of living things other than humans. But seeing the beasts diligently standing guard, they couldn't help but want to get closer. Little one stretched out its huge body, closed its eyes to rest, and gently wagged its tail. A bolder child stared at it for a long time, then tried to gently stroke its fur. Be careful, don't touch it. Seeing little one's nonchalant attitude, the child boldly started petting it. Wow! These are our benefactor's pet beasts. They're huge. I heard the captain say they're level 1 star beasts. That white snake is level 1 too. The birds flying in the sky are level 2. Did you know our benefactor's pet pig watches cartoons? And that swamp rat named Squeak. They're all star beasts. The big yellow dog is a pet, but it can fight the Zerg. That's amazing. I want to fight the Zerg someday. Well, I have bad news for you. Hesperian doesn't have any Zerg anymore. You have to go outside to fight them. Ha ha ha. Chapter 272. In the eyes of the survivors, Xianxin sect were heroes who saved lives. But in the eyes of Shuren and his companions, those who had survived 7 years in hell, especially the warriors who protected the people, were the true heroes. They didn't say it aloud, but their hearts were filled with admiration for each other. Everyone tacitly performed their duties. Xue Lingling was in charge of treatment, and this was her busiest time. Captainson, this is the recovery fluid. Please distribute it to everyone according to their urgency. I give you what you need later. Okay, thank you very much. For so many years, what they lacked most was medicine. The effects of the pills had already been seen, they were practically elixirs. Sin immediately instructed the squad leaders to distribute it to the old, the young, and the sick and injured. With over 2,000 people, even the best cook couldn't prepare enough, so they needed to make nutrient solutions first. After Lingling finished distributing the 500+ pills she brought out the tents and tools. With ample supplies in the space, they began preparing medicinal solutions. The most urgently needed were repair fluid, cleansing fluid, nutrient solution, and tranquilizing pills. Having experienced such a major upheaval and trauma, the fear, the separation of life and death, the extremes of joy and sorrow, their emotions were easily swayed. 30% of retired Federation soldiers suffer from varying degrees of depression and mental illness. This was even more true for these survivors. Tranquilizing pills not only aid sleep, but also calm the mind and alleviate mental health issues. Especially for Sun Rang. When Alice saved him, he was probably already prepared to die. These are tranquilizing pills. One for each soldier. They must take them. They sleep, and their spirits will improve afterward. I give them more tomorrow if needed. Everyone gets some. Okay. It was summer in Hesperian, and resting in the square, they didn't feel cold. No one wanted to fall asleep, afraid that if they closed their eyes, happiness and salvation would vanish like smoke. Only the warriors, who had taken tranquilizers, snored loudly. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the surrounding whispers were accompanied by intermittent music. Yesterday, they had reached a dead end. Today, they enjoyed peace and tranquility. Occasionally, someone would be startled by the noise, but upon seeing the giant snake and the wolf king still on guard, they would feel a sense of calm. We're really saved. Sun Rang had helped Xue Lingling all night. Actually, he couldn't help much, but he couldn't let his savior stay up all night alone. He didn't know much about potion making, but he was amazed at how skilled she was. She could make so many potions in one night. Dawn broke, and everyone except those who had taken tranquilizers gradually woke up. Our benefactors, what are our plans for today? Oh, there are quite a few Zerg in Selene. We plan to wipe them out completely. Hearing this, the noisy square fell silent. Our benefactors are going to liberate Selene. The soldiers and civilians were deeply moved, their blood surging, and they unconsciously clenched their fists. The whole of Selene? Yes, yes, we already cleared most of it. We're already here. How easily they put it. The military lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and was ultimately forced to seal off the city. Of the 80,000 survivors, only a little over 2,000 remained. This feat, worthy of being recorded in interstellar history, was just a piece of cake for these dozen or so people. The soldiers couldn't wait to rush to the battlefield. Let's go together. Sure. The place they protected with their blood and lives should be reclaimed by their own hands. Sun Rang led over 20 people, including those with swords, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, Shi Shi, and the puppet beasts carrying them, splitting up to clear out the Zerg. Sun Qianyu brought a lot of equipment, including the old mech from before, which the warriors could use. In an instant, the sound of artillery fire echoed from every corner of Selene. Boss, another explosion. Akalina stared at the area of the explosion, far beyond Hesperian's territory, even reaching the other side of the planet. This is a mine, there used to be a village there. This used to be a resort, this is a tunnel leading to the tourist area. Boss, are they clearing out the Zerg? These locations used to have human activity, with buildings or energy mines, making them ideal Zerg habitats. After 7 years of peace, Selene was suddenly thrown into turmoil. The only thing she could think of was someone wiping out the insectids. She dialed the federal military's emergency computer again. The higher-ups needed to know everything that had happened in Selene. Sun Rang led dozens of soldiers, following Gu Han, Gu Zhanting, Liang Yuang, and Yang Cheng. The Xianqing sect members were the main attack force, simultaneously providing cover for the soldiers, ensuring they wouldn't be injured. He observed closely. This fighting style was truly unconventional. The leader's sword flashed with electricity. A sweeping attack could scorch a large area. In the entire natural world, including humans, who isn't afraid of electricity? The younger boy was so fast, he couldn't catch afterimages. His attacks were accompanied by flashes of light, making him invincible on the battlefield. The girl could conjure ice arrows out of thin air, easily piercing the Zerg's tough armor. The boy flying in the sky could command helmeted hornbills and 21 star bees in coordinated combat. Before, he only observed from a distance, knowing they were strong. Now, seeing them in person, their strength was unbelievably bizarre. These techniques didn't seem like technology, they seemed more like something from mythology. Fujin followed Su Xiang, Alice, the Sirens, and Xiao Xuanzi. The scene here was even more fantastical. Upon arriving, they first threw out a wave of talismans, creating a deafening explosion. He was certain they were yellow paper with red characters on them. Immediately following were tornadoes, fireballs, and vines flying everywhere. Every now and then, a few were let out for the warriors to practice. The white-clad commander in the sky played exciting music, constantly cheering them on. Who goes to battle with background music? Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a TV drama filming. Fu Jin initially thought it was all a hallucination before his death. It seemed that suddenly, the combat methods and energy systems of interstellar warfare had undergone a startling change. This change left him completely bewildered. The soldiers watching were dumbfounded and speechless. After the battle, the little white dumpling showered them with praise, providing ample emotional support. The praise made them all blush. It must be said, their benefactors were truly incredibly strong and considerate. They swept one area clean and immediately moved on to the next. The Xianxing sect always seemed to be able to pinpoint the exact location of the insect nests and determine the number and hiding place of the insects inside. In the plaza, Song Ruotang spared no expense, bringing out all the ingredients to cook a good meal. She couldn't cook for over 2,000 people, but she made sure to prepare a separate meal for the children. The saying that good food can heal wounds of the heart is truly accurate. A simple bowl of fried rice made the children incredibly happy. Master Song, that's my kitchen god signature move. On the 10th day in Celine, Alice wielded her red-tasseled spear and pierced the queen's heart, then set the cave ablaze, burning all the insect eggs. How many is this? The 8th. This queen is intact. My little grandson will be overjoyed. And there are even eggshells. Maybe they're valuable too. Take them all. Take them all. The 10-day battle ended, and Celine was clean. This planet, sealed off for 7 years, was now devoid of insects, its former infested territory completely devoid of them. At noon, the Xianxing sect and the survivors arrived at the lighthouse at their base. At this moment, the crowd was completely silent, solemn and respectful. Captainson, come here. He inserted the energy stone and pressed the red button. The light of peace, thought to be extinguished forever, was rekindled after 7 years of subjugation. Chapter 273. People's Square on Central Star Parks, where a massive map represents the Federation's 7 major star regions and 287 planets. It can receive signals from the beacon of peace emanating from distant space. Among the brilliant galaxy, 13 planets stand out starkly dark. They represent 13 occupied territories, the oldest of which, Celine, has been dormant for 7 years. People's Square is filled with countless visitors every day. They tip their hats in respect, offer flowers and gestures of reverence, commemorating the ancestors and martyrs who sacrificed for peace. They also pray fervently to the goddess of peace, that the Federation may enjoy eternal peace. This day seemed like any other. Until someone in the crowd raised a question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12? No, count again. Still 12? Am I seeing things? That's Celine, isn't it? Look, isn't the light in Celine on? Hearing this, the crowd's first reaction was skepticism. They counted along, then frowned. Yes. Celine is lit. Can this light be controlled? No, the signal is directly connected to the peace beacons on each planet. There's only one possibility for this light to light up. The lighthouse in Celine has been lit. The crowd erupted in exclamations, then began to murmur amongst themselves. Breaking. Anomalies in the occupied zone. Breaking. The peace beacon in Celine is lit. Breaking. Large-scale military operations around Celine? These 3 trending topics appeared out of nowhere, like a nuclear bomb detonating on a calm surface. I can attest to this. I happen to be passing by, and a large number of warships have gathered outside the blockade zone. Pictures don't lie, the entire 4th Legion has assembled. Unprecedented. Celine is definitely about to make a big move. Not just the 4th Legion, but the military headquarters is also showing unusual activity. The 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 11th Legions, originally stationed in other areas, are all heading towards Celine. This is going to be a major event. The lights are on, isn't that big enough? I have a feeling this major event might be a huge, joyous occasion. Ah! I'm going crazy. What happened? Waiting online. It's urgent. Official. Official. Tell us quickly. What's going on? At federal government, at federal military. I'm not sleeping tonight, I'm just sitting here waiting. Countless photos and videos online clearly show that the Longcom Celine is once again in turmoil. So what does it mean now that the light is on? Has it been successful? Mom, you're really tight-lipped. Military, scratching head. The news flew like wildfire to every corner of the Federation, exploding like a tsunami. 4th Legion monitoring ship. A dozen monitoring ships saw it immediately. The beacon of peace, which had been extinguished for 7 years, was lit again. Boss, look. It's there. It's there. The sentry said, his face streaked with tears. Don't panic. What's going on? Calm down. Celine is lit. Akali paused for a brief second upon hearing this, then appeared before the screen like a blur. Calm down? The beacon of peace has a signal. She checked the satellite cloud image again, comparing the before and after. It really is lit. Without a second's hesitation, she immediately dialed the headquarters quantum computer using the number 1 red hotline. The entire high command of the federal military was online, witnessing firsthand how Celine had transformed from darkness to light. The beacon had lit up. Marshal Tsong could no longer remain seated. It was no longer simply a matter of survivors. A major upheaval was unfolding in Celine. He struggled to control his tension and excitement. See if we can connect to the garrison's channel. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep, beep beep beep. The signal, transmitted from the ship, became an invisible ripple or an inaudible vibration, sinking into the darkness of space, struggling to find its target. The soldiers on the ship listened quietly, waiting, hoping for a response. Finally, after a long minute, the communication changed. Calling the federal government. Calling the federal military. Calling the 4th Legion. This is the Celine garrison. Captain Sun Rang of the 18th Elite Squad of the 4th Legion. Repeat. The garrison has taken control of the entire Celine. It's Captain Sun. Sun Rang is alive. Aquilina clenched her fists, unable to hold back the tears welling in her eyes. Calling federal military headquarters. The Celine Zerg have been wiped out. Repeat, there are no more Zerg in Celine. Sun Rang, this is Aquilina. It's so good to hear your voice. Sir, we are alive. We won. Sun Rang roared, choking back sobs. 7 years later, the signal to the outside of the occupied zone was finally restored. Marshal, I request permission to open Warp Point 53 and go in to bring them out. Emotionally, Songwon was 100% in agreement. If he weren't the Marshal, he probably would have jumped up from his chair and been the first to rush to the front lines. But now, the biggest hidden danger remained unresolved. The risk of opening the warp point still existed. Sir, the Zerg can't get in. The Federation army can come and go without worry. Why do you say the Zerg can't get in? You see, when you get there, Celine is safer than any other planet right now. Sun Rang clearly had reservations and didn't finish his sentence. Even if they do get in, we're not afraid. He added, his tone even a little arrogant. The military high command was embroiled in controversy, but those with ulterior motives couldn't wait for them to falter. The news that there were survivors in Celine was released, and the Starnet was buzzing. Celine has survivors. Celine survivor audio released. Breaking news. Bringing the heroes home. Celine's great counterattack. Some soldiers and civilians had fought for 7 years in the occupied zone, and even achieved victory under extremely harsh conditions. But now, the military hadn't taken any action, neither rescuing people nor killing the Zerg? What is the federal military doing? Controversy over dereliction of duty and abandoning the people is raging. Public opinion is exploding, a complete uproar. The higher-ups are directly put on the hot seat. Songwon, his expression unreadable, directly issued the order. Have the 3rd, 7th, 11th, and 18th Legions all stand by outside the Celine blockade line. Open jump point 53. You lead your teams in. He gave Akali a meaningful look on the screen. You must sign a pledge. Yes, sir. I will take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. He could agree to spare the more than 2,000 survivors, but that didn't mean he could tolerate his own people using leaked military intelligence to coerce the federal government into sending troops. Akali clenched her fists. This time, she was gambling. In their final moments, Xianxin sect helped collect the remains of the fallen soldiers and civilians. They may not have been born here, but they guarded this place. They are children of Celine, and I hope they can see peace restored to this land. The light of dawn, the eternal night never ends. Salute. Salute. To the solemn music, more than 2,000 people paid their respects to the fallen heroes. We must go now. Xianxingzong packed his things and bid farewell to Sun Rang alone. Will we meet again? Yes, we definitely will. Chapter 274. Sun Rang bowed deeply to the group. On behalf of the survivors, on behalf of Celine, I thank you all. I, Sun Rang, owe you my life. From now on, if you need me, I will go through fire and water for you. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. This scene would forever be etched in Sun Rang's heart. Thank yourselves, you are the true heroes. The Xianxin sect disciples were Federation citizens, and also military academy soldiers. Gu Han felt even more strongly that this was a responsibility he couldn't escape. They made the right choice coming here. In just a few days, it felt like they had known each other for a lifetime. Sun Rang finally mustered his courage. May I know who you are? Gu Han turned around, revealing a warm and gentle smile. We are from the Xianxin sect, the #1 cultivation sect in the interstellar space. The massive Gongdong ship suddenly appeared, the Xianxin sect members boarded, and with a whoosh, it disappeared into the vastness of space. Cultivation. Sun Rang stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, for a very long time. Not long after the Xianxing sect left, 11 ships of the 4th Legion arrived at their base. The 4th Legion, fully armed, was ready for battle the moment they landed. But the moment the hatches opened, they were greeted by the already extinguished flames of war. Teams 1 to 15, clear the ground. Staff, equipment team, medical team, follow me. The military advanced into the city without encountering any resistance. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Zerg, not a single survivor. Boss, look! Everywhere there were signs of battle, explosions, but even more sword and knife marks. Cold weapons. And this place, it looks charred, but not like it was burned. The patterns on it. It's electricity. There are over 180,000 Zerg corpses in this city, not including those in the mines and forests. They all died in the last few days, fresh and still alive. Could the survivors have killed so many? How could it be? There are definitely outsiders. Akalina arrived at the plaza and saw over 2,000 survivors looking up at the sky. And there, something seemed to flash by. She immediately called the monitoring ship above her. Have any ships left Selene? Roger, Captain, no. Expand the search area. Try strengthening the signal? Still nothing, Captain. Tsun rang. Sir. Thank you for your hard work. Akalina, known for her cold-blooded and hardened nature, was now struggling to control her surging emotions. She looked at her warriors, whom she hadn't seen for 7 years. Fok and Old Wu Mars, Ariel. Familiar yet weathered faces. One could only imagine what they had endured. Where are the people who saved you? They just left. Sure enough, what she saw was mostly ships. These people had a way of evading pursuit. And after doing such a huge thing, making such a great contribution, they just packed their bags and left. Sun Rang and Fujin stared at the military's equipment. The outside world had changed, but not by such dramatic margins. This level of progress was normal. In other words, the things their benefactors had were really something else. Medical team. After a thorough inspection, the leading senior pharmacist, Yunnan, gave Akali a look. He had brought all the healing medicine and nutritional fluids, but hadn't used any of them. The survivors were in remarkably good physical and mental condition. To put it bluntly, they were even better than him, a pampered pharmacist. What was even more bizarre was radiation level, 0. This was terrifying. What medicine have you taken? Oh, our benefactor gave us quite a few medicines, and we got better after taking them. Sun Rang didn't elaborate. Since they left before the military arrived, they clearly didn't want to be too conspicuous. But they hadn't specifically instructed him not to reveal his identity. Besides, with so many people, old and young, if the military wanted to extract information, they could easily get it out of them. Therefore, he understood that his benefactors didn't care much about their identities. He would just tell them the truth. Do you have any more here? I already given out all of mine. I have some, but this is mine, I can only show it to you. A little boy jumped out. The soldier uncle was a good person, but this was a treasure given to him by his benefactor, and he wanted to keep it for himself. Yunnan smiled gently. Uncle doesn't want yours, just let me take a look, I'll return it to you in a bit. Okay. The little boy took out several vials of medicine, a nutrient solution, a repair solution, and a cleansing solution. He hadn't seen the grass-green nutrient solution before. The latter two were the famous cleansing solution, and there was also a powerful repair solution that looked very much like the one from the Dark Realm. Are there any other medicines? But it shouldn't have reduced his radiation level to 0. 2 kinds of pills, one for treating injuries, it can heal even severe injuries, and the other, it makes you sleep very well, you wake up feeling refreshed and in a good mood. Yunnan roughly understood the effects of the pills, and then checked the physical condition of several wounded soldiers. This isn't just a simple case of wounds healing. It's like they're holding back even before the King of Hell, one of the Suicide Squad soldiers, stabbed through the chest, was pulled from the tunnel with no heartbeat. 1 pill, and he's alive and kicking again. The Federation military, possessing the most advanced pharmaceutical technology in the galaxy, has never heard of anything like this before. What kind of drug is it? The 4th Legion spent an entire day dispersing to various locations, thoroughly searching the entire city of Selene. Fully armed, on high alert. However, they advanced without encountering any resistance, finding Zerg corpses everywhere. The soldiers' initial confusion turned to shock, and finally to fear. Just how terrifyingly powerful must they be to have slain the Zerg of Selene? Vice General Xiao Ling composed himself before reporting. Sir, we discovered over 700,000 Zerg corpses, all confirmed dead. Based on the number of nests, there were at least 7 queens, and all their corpses are gone. No survivors? That's right, not a single one. The Zerg have been completely wiped out, not a single one left. UNAM reported on the survivors. A total of 2,765 survivors, all in excellent physical condition, and they have no radiation. Interstellar humans, who doesn't have some radiation in their bodies? Especially Tsunrang and his mech pilots, who have been hiding for 7 years, facing shortages of supplies, and consuming a considerable amount of alien beast meat. Their radiation levels should be high, not low. You say they're in good physical condition? They said they gave them a lot of medicine for rescuing people, and there are still 3 types left. He took out the vials of medicine. You should have seen this before. Purifying elixir? Yes, the repairing elixir is very similar to the one from the dark domain. I just tested it, and the repair value exceeds 500. How much? 517. A score of 158 appeared at the military academy competition, and Schwellingling had already reached the top of the potion circle. The one from the dark domain exceeded 300, completely beyond imagination. Now there's one over 500. This world is getting more and more surreal. And what? What could be more terrifying than a 500-point repairing elixir? They gave us 2 kinds of pills. One can save lives, countless times stronger than the repairing elixir. I examined the wounded who took that pill. He paused. According to their description, the healing power of the pill far exceeds the scope of interstellar potionology. I don't believe it's at a level that interstellar technology can reach. Chapter 275. Another kind of thing, eats and sleeps, waking up feeling incredibly refreshed. As frontline soldiers, they knew perfectly well why the enemy was doing this. Many soldiers suffered from post-war depression and suicide, especially the survivors of Selene, who had endured 7 years of darkness and despair. Now they were enveloped in the euphoria of rescue. Their mental health issues would only begin to surface after things calmed down. They even considered this. Not seeking glory, but offering light. Which saint has been born? The enemy has 16 people in total. You? Did you miss a 10,000? Not 160,000? It's 16. Only 16 people. Hearing this outrageous number, even the 4th Legion was shocked. A team that killed over 700,000 Zerg only had 16 people. Shouldn't it be a massive army? In their plans, there should at least be several elite regiments. But how could a force of that size not have national support, if it weren't for the Federation itself, who would bother interfering in Selene's affairs? Is it possible someone is behind it, but hasn't shown their face? Impossible. During the last few days of clearing the area outside the city, Tsunrang and Foken witnessed it firsthand. Many warriors went with them, and the Zerg were slaughtered wave after wave. Over 200,000 died. Not all 16 went. A few stayed behind to guard the outposts, responsible for treating and caring for the civilians. Akali took a deep breath, trying to calm her shock. 7 women and 9 men, most of them very young. How young? They looked to be under 20, including a little girl whose 6 or 7. The leader is a girl around 20 years old. This is getting increasingly fantastical. Who goes to war with this kind of lineup? They brought star beasts. What do you mean by bringing star beasts? Are they using them to kill the Zerg? No, the star beasts are partners. They've been with them from the beginning, like pets, extremely intelligent and obedient. There's a giant snake, a star wolf, a star pig, a swamp rat, a bird, and a dog. They can fight together, and they can also fight independently. The snake and wolf are highly suspected to be level 1 star beasts. High-level star beasts. Akalina started searching her memories. She seemed to have heard something similar recently. Using star beasts to fight, it seems there's such a thing. We examined the battle marks on the Zerg corpses. Most are sword marks, almost all of them killed instantly, some even wiping out entire groups with a single sweep of a sword. Hiss. The higher-ups gasped. Cold weapons can achieve this level of skill. And this. A subordinate produced a talisman. They gave it to me, called an explosive talisman. Akalina casually took it, and the other person immediately spoke nervously. Be careful. They said this piece of paper is almost as powerful as a planet-destroying cannon. Keep it away from open flames and impacts. All the explosions these past few days were caused by this thing, including that 6.5 magnitude earthquake. They recalled the huge crater in the mining area, and a chill ran down their spines. One strange thing after another, everyone was caught off guard. The amount of information was overwhelming, so Akalina sought out Tsunrang alone. Do you know who they are? No. Tsunrang's attitude was clear. Given such a great debt of gratitude, he wouldn't reveal certain information until he understood the outside world and could assess the positions and interests of his benefactors. Oh, there's something I need to show you. Sunrang led Ekalina alone to the Lighthouse of Peace. In a small room on the ground floor, a talisman was pasted on a stone. My benefactor said that with this, the Zerg can't get in. Just don't touch it. Just this stone and this paper? Yes, she said you can't tear it off even if you want to, but just don't blast it away with cannons. Ekalina tried it, and it really worked. The paper felt incredibly heavy. No matter how much force she used, it wouldn't budge. What had happened in Selene was far beyond her comprehension. My benefactor said it's safe here now. We can rebuild Selene. Tears welled in Sunrang's eyes. He had waited many years for this day. Retreat first, await orders from higher-ups. Okay. Later that day, the survivors boarded ships of the 4th Legion and flew to the Central Star. At this time, the Starnet was in an uproar. Breaking. The Federation's first occupied zone, Selene, has been liberated. Breaking. Selene survivors have returned. The first occupied zone is also the first liberated zone. Selene has officially returned to the Federation's embrace. The entire Federation was in an uproar. People from all planets spontaneously took to the streets and gathered in the city center. People's Square was packed with people, holding candles and flowers, standing silently, some with tears in their eyes. Hundreds of billions of people wanted to know if the pearl lost for 7 years could return. Will their children truly return home safely? Not only the Federation, but the entire Proxima Centauri was watching. Selene, the Federation's first occupied zone, was reportedly driven back. This was no small matter. So many occupied zones, none dared to open that breach. So why did you manage to drive back so quietly, and how did you manage to do it? The matter was too big to be suppressed. It had reached the level of global attention. The spaceship landed, facing thousands of media outlets and countless civilians behind it. A deafening cheer erupted. Ah! They're really back. Selene's warriors. You are heroes. They're truly liberated. The entire interplanetary network broadcast the news live. The cameras focused on the survivors. The military spokesperson led Sunrang to the front of the camera. Silence fell. The entire interplanetary was silent, waiting for him to speak. Sunrang first gave a military salute. Hello everyone, I am Sunrang, captain of the 18th Elite Squad of the 4th Legion, and also the head of the Selene garrison. It really is him. I saw him on Selene's original list of casualties, same name, same face. Someone from Selene really survived. What? I'm so sad. How did they survive all these years? They're amazing. No wonder they're soldiers of our Federation. This was also a unanimous decision by the Federation's High Command. Except for the rescuers' identities, everything else was reported truthfully. The Zerg army was overwhelming, and we didn't have time to evacuate. At that time, there were over 80,000 soldiers, militia, and civilians. Communications were cut off after the fall. We discovered that the Zerg's exoskeletons could conceal our scent and fortify our bases. Initially, we had 19 bases with over 60,000 people, surviving on supplies from the ports. After several battles, the population continued to decline sharply. We started scavenging supplies from residents' homes in the city, barely managing to hold on. Since the beginning of this year, we only have 3 bases left, with over 3,000 people. There are Zerg hives at our bases. With our manpower and firepower, we dare not enter. Listening to his calm narration, many of the Federation people were already in tears. Finally, the most crucial question was asked. How did you get out? The military high command had already confirmed that, apart from the identities of those few individuals, everyone else should be told the truth. About 10 days ago, someone entered Selene. Chapter 276. Everyone in front of the camera was stunned. This was the first time they had heard the truth about the liberation of Selene from the survivors. And according to the common people's understanding, such a major event as entering the occupied zone must have been a unified military operation. But now, this description sounded wrong. We heard music and explosions, confirming that people other than survivors had entered the city of Hesperian. People other than survivors? Shouldn't it usually be something like the military? Isn't this a Federation operation? What the hell? What does he mean? It wasn't the military rescuing people? After they came in, they started a large-scale extermination of the insectids, not only in the city, but also in the jungle and mining areas. The sounds of explosions and fighting could be heard from afar. To attract their attention, we organized a 600-man suicide squad and set fire to the armory at our outpost. He choked up after just a few words. The people at the scene and in front of the camera were also in tears. Especially for those soldiers who had been on the battlefield, they all knew how difficult it was. And how much sacrifice was required. They saved us, and wiped out all the Zerg in Selene. That's it? Damn. I can't say damn to a hero. But at least tell me the process. The key points are glossed over. Expand. I have enough data, so please elaborate. Who exactly saved us? How did they do it? Obviously, not the military. If not the military, who has the capability to liberate the occupied territories? My whole family, except for me, are soldiers. Let me be clear, even if the military. Even if we assembled 10 legions, we wouldn't dare rashly enter any of the occupied territories. That's too conservative. I have high-ranking military officials and people in research institutes in my family. The military doesn't even dare to open jump points casually. So there must be something we don't know about this time. Then let me ask you, if the military doesn't dare to go in, who rescued the people? Those with that capability are neither space pirates nor bounty hunters. It has to be a major power with national backing, like the Empire? Don't dream. The Empire does good deeds anonymously, leaving their own occupied territories unliberated to come and offer aid? It's good enough that the Empire isn't taking the opportunity to kick us while we're down. After Sun Rang finished speaking, it was the military spokesperson's turn. Captain Sun, do you have anything to add to your account? It's not that they don't believe in heroes, but this is all too unbelievable. Everyone wants to hear what the military has to say. The 4th Legion discovered unusual activity in Selene 7 days ago. After confirming there were survivors, the military and the Research Institute took active measures to ensure that opening the warp point wouldn't trigger another wave of Zerg invasion. Earlier yesterday, we successfully entered Selene. Could it be any simpler? Not a single word they wanted to hear. The spokesperson took a deep breath, even he found it hard to believe. When the military arrived, the Zerg on the surface of Selene had already been cleared. Damn! The military really intervened afterward. Subsequent counts showed that over 700,000 Zerg were wiped out. Holy crap! 700,000? Even with the blockade in place, there were still so many. What a joke, that's a notorious death planet, the first fallen zone. My god, who did this? Including more than 7 queens. 7 queens, who killed them? I bowed down in admiration. Excuse me, was this Zerg cleanup operation arranged by the military? The media reporters still couldn't believe it, their questions hitting the nail on the head. No, the spokesperson said firmly. We haven't confirmed the rescuers' identities yet. My god, this is shocking. What we can confirm is that whoever it is, you are heroes of Selene, and of the entire Federation. A hero who doesn't leave a name. Which deity came to the rescue? Do you believe it? The Federation doesn't know who liberated Selene? My god, what a fantastical story. An unknown hero descended from the sky and saved a planet. He saved people, and left without a trace. What an indifferent and virtuous person. I brag about this for 100 years. My family tree would start anew from my page. This is a feat that will be recorded in Federation history, or even interstellar history. After all this, there's still not a single clue about the rescuers' identities. How many people were involved? How were the Zerg defeated? What weapons were used? Countless questions left the entire Federation with endless speculation. The last question concerned the fate of Selene. The spokesperson took a deep breath, trying his best to compose himself. Selene was first invaded in Star Calendar 365, and the war lasted for 52 years. In Star Calendar 417, it became the first territory of the Federation to fall. At this point, tears welled in his eyes, and he choked up. We sacrificed hundreds of thousands of our compatriots, including countless comrades of Captain Sun Rang. And today, the beacon of peace has been lit once more. On behalf of the federal government, I officially announce that Selene has returned to the embrace of the federal government, and we will proceed with the reconstruction of Selene in an orderly manner. The light of dawn will continue to shine upon the Federation. Federal government spokesperson confirms, Selene is liberated. Selene officially returns to peace. The light of dawn shines upon the Federation. 600 warriors of Selene. List of Selene survivors. Timeline of the battle for Selene's return revealed. Who is the hero who saved Selene? More than 2,000 survivors have been properly resettled by the federal government. Their relatives and friends have also arrived one after another. Old Wu's mother was well cared for by her comrades. Tears streamed down her face. She had never imagined her son, dead for 7 years, would return alive. Beside Ariel's father's grave, clean and tidy, were flowers and fine wine. James's fiancée had been waiting for him. She lived on the planet closest to Selene and rushed here the moment she received the news. Falcon had no relatives left, but his house on the Central Star had appreciated in value. In these 7 years, Selene was not forgotten, nor were the children of the heroes. This day also became the Federation's first Liberation Day. The entire Federation had a 3-day holiday, cheering and celebrating the liberation of Selene, welcoming the heroes' return. They welcomed their first liberated zone. How far away could the liberation of District 12 be? Above the 9 heavens, auspicious clouds surged, bursting forth with golden rays from the gaps, each ray carrying the blessings of heaven. Pillars of light descended from the sky, seemingly capable of cleansing all impurities, inspiring awe, and finally converging on the Gong ship. The group, enveloped in golden light and bathed in holy radiance, felt their weariness and distracting thoughts gradually being purified by the light. They seemed to hear some indescribable, divine voice, calming their minds and solidifying their inner energy. Master, golden light of merit. The recognition of the heavenly Tao helps reduce inner demons and facilitates enlightenment. Shuren watched the live broadcast on the Starnet and smiled knowingly. Heroes deserve the treatment of heroes, and peace-loving people deserve peace. Giving roses leaves a lingering fragrance. This trip has yielded so much. Chapter 277. The liberation of Selene was too sudden, completely unexpected. It caught everyone off guard, including the federal government itself. Suddenly, news arrived of unusual activity in the occupied territories. Suddenly, survivors were discovered. Then, news of the survivors' existence was leaked. While the higher-ups were still debating how to handle the situation, the beacon was lit, communications were restored, and before anyone could react, Selene was liberated. The series of events was so fast it was unbelievable. The Federation did absolutely nothing. They just stumbled upon a windfall. Most importantly, who resolved the situation, and how? There's still no conclusion. Even Notsum Rang spoke out, and the military explained that they wouldn't dare claim such a huge credit. But the ordinary people don't believe it. Other countries are even more passive. The federal government's communications are evasive. They don't mention the key issues at all. Who knows if the Federation has secretly cultivated an underground army and stockpiled troops? Everyone has occupied territories. How come your country is the only one who can handle such a difficult problem? Doesn't this make other countries look incompetent? You think you're so great? Keep showing off. It's infuriating. The Federation, heaven, judge the loyal from the treacherous. At this moment, the Imperial High Command is in complete chaos. The Federation rashly opened the jump point. This disregards the safety of all humanity. Public opinion is already condemning it, but the sentiment within the Federation is positive. Public opinion inside and outside the Federation is completely different. Internally, there's an overwhelming wave of celebration, while other countries are condemning it verbally, and internationally, calls for accountability are constant. But everyone knew the key wasn't what you did, but how you did it. And there were no lingering problems. What kind of combat power could wipe out 700,000 Zerg in 10 days? The Empire was more concerned that the Federation's combat power seemed to be subtly gaining the upper hand. The potion issue too. It's only been a few years, and the second-in-command has become a bit too ambitious. Fu Yuan listened from the side, coughing occasionally. In recent years, the internal struggles within the Empire had become even more chaotic, with some actions even he, a general, couldn't understand. A few years ago, his health was poor, and he had no time to deal with it. Now, he dared not easily reveal the fact that he had recovered. It seemed as if a powerful hand was manipulating things behind the scenes, making the Empire and Proxima Centauri increasingly chaotic. Central Star, Federation Military Headquarters. Today's meeting gathered the highest-ranking officials from the government, the military, the Central Research Institute, and the 4th Legion. The center of Federation power, the top 10 seats, the parties involved, and experts who could assess the severity of the events. Songwon sat in the very center. The atmosphere was both serious and lively, tense yet cheerful. Selene is liberated. Every Federation citizen should be overjoyed. The key is, the resolution was perfect, painless, and without side effects. Experts at the Research Institute confirmed that whatever was under the beacon of peace did indeed form a layer of energy protecting Selene. This planet, which had been under attack for 7 years, is now safer than the Central Star. Shuren, how about learning about the Big Dipper demon-suppressing array? She's only at the Golden Core stage now, unable to set up an array with 360-degree coverage. But Selene is special. It's surrounded by an asteroid belt, and the only way to enter is through a jump point. Shuren only needed to target the weakest points of the war point with precise defenses. Beidou Anti-Demon, renowned for its ability to ward off evil spirits, the Central Research Institute, with a small number of Zerg, attempted to enter through the warp point. The defense was like a membrane, invisible and intangible. The array was only faintly glowing, yet it forcefully stopped the airship carrying the Zerg, while other ships were completely unimpeded. Shocked, they tried attacking with low-energy ship cannons, but without exception, all were blocked. They were completely obliterated upon contact with the membrane, even more effective than an energy shield. Half of the Institute's experts worked together, but still couldn't figure out what this thing was. A stone? A piece of paper? Protecting a planet? Experts, our brains are fried. Senrang sat to Akali's right. This was his first time attending a high-level meeting, and he was meeting these people for the first time. Despite having weathered so many storms, he was very calm. 16 people, accompanied by star beasts, liberated Selene with ease, without even needing mechs. A terrifying force had emerged within the Federation. A few individuals had surpassed the combat power of a large army. Their methods were unpredictable, their identities unknown, and their motives unclear. The good news was that they had both rescued and healed people. They could almost be called saintly, but this certainly warranted attention. Any clues about the rescuers' identities? Senrang, you're involved. What are your thoughts? Senrang, me? What thoughts could I possibly have? I only just emerged. I haven't even figured out how interstellar development has progressed. The turmoil within him hadn't subsided yet. The #1 cultivation sect in the interstellar realm, the Xianqing sect, his head was buzzing when he heard those words. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it no matter what. But now, his acting was on point, his face blank and innocent, his eyes clear and pure. That's all I know. I should be able to recognize people when I see them. On one side was the federal military, on the other was his life-saving grace. Although his benefactor hadn't instructed him to keep it a secret, he just felt he shouldn't say it. Akalina, what about you? Explosive talismans, extremely high-level potions, interstellar beast cooperation, and this, a defense that can withstand Zerg invasions and attacks. Combining all this information, I suspect a new energy system has emerged in interstellar space. This wasn't the first time he heard this recently. The last time it was about the 320 repair fluid and the explosive talisman, and Cole had reached a similar conclusion. Cole picked up the conversation. These sheets of paper were given to us by Selene's rescuers. We conducted a live fire test. The explosive peak of this one sheet exceeds 500,000 units of yield. The scene was deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then, a group of people, including high-ranking officials, began to retreat rapidly. 500,000 units. What level is that? A high-level planet-destroying cannon. One shot, and a large ship would be torn to shreds. You're holding something this terrifying in your hands, and you're even bringing it to headquarters for a meeting? Are you trying to wipe out the entire Federation's top brass? Cool smiled sheepishly, and handed the talisman to the security personnel, who took it away. That 6.5 magnitude earthquake? Yes, it should have been caused by this. Take another look. Last time, we bought it from the Xianqing sect through the Su family. The two talismans were unfolded and placed on the screen, clearly visible. Almost identical, handwriting analysis confirms they were made by the same person. The clue is there. Now, let's get back to this organization called Xianqing sect. They first attracted attention because they sold purifying liquid that could eliminate radiation on the starnet. After being reported and having their shop shut down, they gradually moved to the dark domain auction house and registered this private company called Xianqing sect last year. The legal representative is Tony Smith. Tony's photo was prominently displayed on the screen. He's a freelance mercenary from the dark domain of Pluto, with S-rank mental strength. His main job is a barber. He left Pluto about a year ago, and should be here now. Star 9527, 7th star domain. Chapter 278. The number represented an unnamed star, a star that generally wouldn't leave much of an impression. But this planet was very familiar to everyone present. Is the 18th Military Academy located here? Yes. That's right. The reason for the familiarity was that this year's top performer in the Military Academy competition happened to be from star 9527. When Cole first investigated, he thought it was a coincidence, but the more he investigated, the more something seemed amiss. All the clues intertwined, pointing to the 18th Military Academy. The purifying elixir was sold to the military through the Su family, and Su Xiong, the second son of the Su family, was the top scorer in this year's Military Academy competition, and happens to be at the 18th Military Academy. This isn't the only clue. Captain Gu Ruoding, 275, brought back a repair solution with a repair value exceeding 300. This potion was subsequently sold by the Dark Domain. According to Captain Gu's feedback, the person who held the potion at the time was codenamed the Sect Master of the Xianxing Sect. Xianxing Sect again. The 18th Military Academy again. She was also the one who killed the Zerg Queen and the Sphinx. Everyone, look at these 3 potions. This was given by the rescuers, with a repair value exceeding 500. This was given by 275. This was made by Xue Lingling of the 18th Military Academy during the Military Academy competition, with a repair value of 158. Regardless of their appearance or energy effects, they are very similar. I boldly hypothesize that all 3 potions were made using the same refining method. Speaking of the rescuers bringing the Star Beast, I believe many people remember that the 18th Military Academy had many interactions with the Star Beast during the Military Academy competition, and their relationship was very close. Does everyone remember this photo? It was the 9-square grid that Su Xiong posted on the Star Network as a show of defiance when KT was burned down. This guy in the corner, I'm sure everyone's familiar with him. 9 photos, 5 of which featured Tony, with the 18th Military Academy. Is this Tony Smith? Are you implying that the 18th Military Academy is connected to the Xianxing Sect and the liberation of Selene? More than that, look at Sun Rang's reaction. He seemed calm, but his eyes were darting around. He was on pins and needles. Sun Rang, I'm so nervous. After Tony's photo was released, it was followed by Su Xiong, Xue Lingling, Sun Qianyu. With hundreds of billions of people in the Federation, is the investigation this fast? He thought it would take at least months, even years, before he could see his benefactor again. This is it? The top scorer in the Military Academy competition. The 18th Military Academy? Those familiar faces. My benefactor, his underwear is almost completely exposed. A long silence followed. Everyone needed time to process everything. Unbelievable, but utterly suspicious. Even if they were this year's newly minted supernovas, how did they manage that? The fact that Cole released this information almost certainly meant he was certain it was related to the 18th Military Academy. But he was also certain that even if their identities were exposed, the Federation couldn't touch them. The Xianxing Sect had done the Federation a great favor. Once it was exposed, not only ordinary citizens, but also many high-ranking officials would choose to side with them. It was better for him to speak up than to let others find out. Any clues about the energy system? I have a bold guess. Cole was mentally preparing himself, because what he was about to say was simply too unbelievable. Do you gentlemen know anything about the cultivation civilization? Attendees, little friend, do you have many questions? What is that? What civilization? Hundreds of thousands of ethnic groups exist in interstellar space, each with its own unique culture and traditions. Everyone present was a prominent figure in the interstellar era, their knowledge of secrets and anecdotes vast and diverse, their experience far exceeding that of ordinary people. But the term cultivation was utterly unfamiliar. Its appearance in this setting, coming from the mouth of the great scientist Cole, was simply bizarre and outlandish. Cultivation civilization, a supernatural form of civilization. According to ancient Blue Star historical records and fictional literature, people with spiritual roots utilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate and evolve. Like interstellar civilizations, cultivation is divided into sword cultivation, alchemy cultivation, weapon cultivation, talisman cultivation, formation cultivation, beast taming. Sun Rang, you guessed right, high-ranking official. Is that even human language? Someone couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted. Cole, get to the point. Actually, what this frontline commander wanted to say was, did you wake up in the wrong position today? What kind of dream are you having? Cole didn't say much, and directly opened the Xianxing Sect's official website. This organization even has a website? Are you sure it's theirs? The comments below started murmuring. So, a simple StarNet search can bring up clues. After a few clicks, everyone saw an automated customer service reply. Seek immortality, point your sword to the heavens. Join our sect, shatter the mortal world, and achieve the supreme immortal path. Welcome, fellow Taoist. I'm customer service Xiao Lu. Feel free to leave me a message. Speechless. Is this the same Xianxing sect? So legitimate? Registered a private company? And even has an official website? Cole interrupted the discussion, continuing his analysis. If you analyze it carefully, you find that all the clues perfectly match the various sects of cultivation. The Xianxing sect's offensive weapons are mainly swords, and sword cultivators make up the majority in cultivation civilizations. The pills look very much like the legendary elixirs. We already have talismans. Could that defense against the Zerg invasion be an array? Also, current interstellar research can't possibly control star beasts. If it's immortal magic, wouldn't that explain it? This explanation left everyone's head spinning. And yet, there wasn't a single flaw. It was incredibly convincing. It was practically a perfect match. You mean, these people are cultivating immortality in interstellar space? And they succeeded? Yes. That's the only reasonable explanation. Even the well-traveled high-ranking officials of the Federation were stunned and at a loss for words. This question is way beyond the syllabus. Okay, this needs to be verified. Do you have a list of those 16 people? I have some rough candidates. Cole, if they're all okay, I give you my head as a stool. Photos were shown one after another on the screen. At this time, Xianqing sect was unaware that the Federation headquarters was already digging into their past. Xue Lingling, 19 years old, pharmacist at the 18th Military Academy, holder of the veterinary medicine formula, creator of 158 repair fluid. No problem, extremely suspicious. Su Xiang, 19 years old, second young master of the Su family on Central Star. At 16, his mental strength test level was F, but this year, he was the number 1 in the military academy competition, surpassing Gu Zhanting, who had a 4S rating. During the competition, his mental strength test was corrected twice, once to S, and the last time was not made public, but the result was SSS. It wasn't a problem with the equipment, nor did they know how mental strength increased. It was simply a matter of presenting it in a plausible way to the outside world. Reaching number 1 nationwide, if he's still only F or S rank, it would be an insult to the intelligence of the Federation's people. Sun Qianyu, 19 years old, last mental strength test was SSS. His mecha design method is puppetry. This name also exists in cultivation techniques. Gu Han, 22 years old, captain of the 18th Military Academy team, final mental strength level is 4S. Young master duo? A group of generals jumped up from their stools, staring at Cole in shock. Cole, don't get excited, the scary part is yet to come. Chapter 279. 4S. Marshall, why didn't you tell me about this? Songwon, if you didn't ask, I wouldn't tell. Now that you asked, I'm shocked. It's classified. Children shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Very few people know the results of the 18th Military Academy's tests. If it weren't for the Celine incident, they probably wouldn't have known for a very long time. The Federation has produced a second living 4S. This is a major event affecting the international situation and strategic balance. If the news gets out, will it deter petty people or drive them to desperation? But then again, is this matter still important now? Songwon gestured for Cole to continue. Alice Yang, 22 years old, former captain of the Star Glory Military Academy, transferred to the 18th Military Academy after the Beast Tide mission. Her mental strength was measured at SSS level. The captain's transfer is suspicious in itself. Compared before and after, her combat power has increased exponentially. Alice's ability to fight Yuan San to a draw has shocked many. Siren, 22 years old, captain of the 15th Military Academy, SSS level in final mental strength assessment, closely associated with the 18th Military Academy, spends most of her holidays on Star 9527. His father, said, is a familiar name to everyone. Since getting acquainted with the 18th Military Academy, the 8th Legion has been constantly supplying him with purifying elixir. Didn't anyone notice such a huge oversight before? Said, keep quiet and make a fortune. Do I need to announce my winnings everywhere? Yang Chung, 22 years old, captain of the Neptune Military Academy, SSS level in final mental strength assessment, closely associated with Star Beasts during the competition. Yang Marin, the number 1 internet celebrity in the military academy world. What these individuals have in common is that they all changed their mental strength levels before and after the military academy competition, and displayed combat power exceeding their levels, with some abilities surpassing scientific common sense. Wang Ji, 52 years old, former Level 3 Mech Division commander of the 27th Legion Equipment Department, Sun Qianyu's adoptive father, currently resides in the garbage mountain of Star 9527. Li Yunhua, 45 years old, former captain of the 13th Elite Squad of the 1st Legion, currently the director of the Combat Department of the 18th Military Academy. His whereabouts have been confirmed. He said he went to do special training with a few members of the Academy. The training content: liberating Celine. Clearly, an active duty officer has defected. Now it seems no surprise that a few fresh-faced military academy students dared to take down the Fujiwara family. There's another one. Those in the higher ranks, who had studied the 18th Military Academy, already had some guesses. Sharon, 19 years old, the eldest daughter of the Schur family of Central Star, enrolled in the Mecha department, currently residing in Garbage Mountain. Almost no other information is available. She's low-key and mysterious. During the Military Academy's grand competition, she rescued Gu Zhanting from the sea monster Maya and instantly defeated him in the individual competition. This mysterious and unpredictable combat power practically screams suspicious. Recalling the words of other survivors, a young girl leading the way, a beautiful fairy, not making a move, just watching from the sidelines, her strength unknown. Perfectly matching the description. Her final mental strength assessment level is 4S. And another one? The person hearing this for the first time jumped up from their stool. Their gazes were fixed intently on Schur and's goddess-like face. It's truly a case of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Back when Gu Jianshan sacrificed himself, the Federation's upper echelons were practically tearing their hair out. Now, 3 of them have appeared at once. And judging from the current situation, if the cultivation thing is real, does 4S still matter? 4S might not even be real, right? She didn't have any mental strength at first, did she? When Sharon underwent her last mental strength test, some had already questioned it. Her 4S level seemed completely different from Gu Zhanting's genuine 4S. If the current interstellar testing equipment could detect up to 4S, the results would be terrifying. Had the mental strength ceiling been broken? Rather than the theory of increased mental strength, we're more inclined to believe that cultivators can simulate mental strength with their own energy, allowing the testing equipment to display the desired results. Cultivators should have their own ability levels, but judging from the results, they're basically all above mecha warriors. The strongest among them, the one whose limits are currently unfathomable, is her. The number 1 figure of the Xianqing sect. Sharon. Everything started after she arrived on star 9527. Individually, the information about these people could be considered accidents or coincidences. But so many coincidences combined are practically solid evidence. Also, 2 months ago, Gu Zhanting left Central Star and went to the 18th Military Academy. This has a hint of him switching allegiances. Before anyone could react, Songwen's personal terminal had already made a call. "Old Gu, can I ask you something? Is my nephew home?" Songwen and Gu Yuan had been friends since they were little kids. After stammering a few words, he turned and looked at everyone helplessly. It was obvious that Gu Zhanting was probably involved too. The Federation's 3 strongest 4S level individuals were suspected to have all gone into cultivation. This was a peaceful evolution starting from the top. The military, I'm so worried. Marshal, there should be another person under the Xianqing sect. Xianlingzi, 27 years old. She used to be a professional Taoist priest, fortune teller, feng shui master, and tomb raider. Also, she can draw talismans. Those talismans? Most likely her. Now no one dared to look directly at this seemingly delicate girl, because she might be an arms dealer. Thinking about the earth-shattering power a single talisman could cause, everyone nervously swallowed. Is it possible they're just henchmen, with someone behind them? Captain Sun, have you seen these people before? Sun Rang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't answer directly, but his tense attitude and shifty eyes said it all. Except for the little girl, everyone else was there. Songwen pondered for a moment, then asked, "How confident are you about the cultivation matter?" 90%. If Cole said 90%, it was practically a done deal. Now the most important question is, what should the federal government do about such a major upheaval? Having experienced countless changes in his life, this was the first time Songwen felt he was standing at the crossroads of an era. In the long run, this is as serious as an insectoid invasion. The emergence of a new energy system means the possibility of civilizational upheaval. This is no pleasant word. Based on speculation, it all started a year ago. In such a short time, the Xianqing sect has grown to this level. The 18th Military Academy's rise from the bottom to first place in the Federation is the best example. If they were given a few more years, what would interstellar society be like? The mission of science is to dispel the fear of the unknown. The problem is, we are not facing a scientific entity. If her power cannot be effectively controlled, this supernatural individual is definitely a destabilizing factor for the Federation. Science and rationality are the cornerstones of interstellar civilization. Can you tolerate anti-science forces shaking this foundation? What's the difference between this world-destroying power and terrorism? Fear stems from the unknown, and those in power always prioritize the worst-case scenario. Cole couldn't listen anymore and interrupted the Chief of Staff. What exactly are we worried about? Does this so-called problem really exist? Chapter 280. As things stand, the Federation has gained a group of exceptional individuals and liberated an occupied zone. They sold a large quantity of high-level medicines cheaply, saving countless Federation soldiers. Perhaps in the near future, they can even eliminate radiation sickness. Which of these isn't a great act of merit? Which one won't be recorded in interstellar history? Where's the problem? Aren't these all good things? What are they anxious about? What are they afraid of? They're all worried about things that haven't happened and are highly unlikely to ever happen. Is it the fear of not being able to control the unknown power? Regardless of who's behind it, she possesses this heaven-defying power, yet she hasn't used it to exchange for power or profit. Instead, she's using it to save lives and help the world. Doesn't that show her attitude? If we're trying to solve the problem itself, I really don't see where the problem lies. Cole's respect for the Xianqing sect wasn't just acknowledgement, it was genuine admiration and aspiration. Just for saving so many soldiers, he could sing their praises for a lifetime. If we're trying to solve the problem of the people who created it. Someone continued Cole's analysis. Does the Federation have this capability? Yes, 16 people wiped out 700,000 Zerg, 7 queens, and cleansed an entire planet. Judging from the eyewitness accounts, the other side didn't use their full strength. That's terrifying power. Can the entire Federation eliminate this hidden threat? Federals fighting each other will result in mutual destruction, all for a so-called problem that doesn't currently exist and may never occur. With 3-4S level beings trapped in the Xianqing sect, if things really get chaotic, who will actually fight whom? Furthermore, if the above speculation is true, then the other party has been slowly revealing their abilities and identity. This time, with Celine's liberation, it's basically impossible to hide anymore. Her fearlessness of exposure indicates absolute confidence that even if exposed, she will not be threatened. Faced with a dimensional attack from a higher dimension, does the Federation really want to fight a losing battle? Therefore, after this meeting, the federal government fell silent. All investigations into the Xianqing sect were suspended, allowing it to develop freely for the time being, pending further consideration. At this time, the Xianqing sect, whether it was the bustling noise of the sect competition or the thrilling battle of the Zerg, had returned to tranquility. The morning bell and evening drum sounded, and the mountain gate regained its former serenity. Disciples were either diligently studying in the scripture pavilion, forging iron and refining medicine on the Danfeng and Chifeng peaks, or practicing sword techniques in the martial arts arena. In the spirit fields behind the mountain, figures bit over tending to the seedlings. The first thing the sirens did upon returning to the sect was to arrange a remote mountain for little Xuanzi. She spends her days scribbling in her dorm room. Those talismans, if unprotected, could blow up the entire Xianqing sect. Terrifying. The functional areas aren't enough, so let's expand. The Xianqing sect's territory has expanded. Sun Qianyu is the busiest, the materials are all there, now it's time to get to work. Master, find someone to help. I'm worried it affect the international competition. Forging weapons is different from mecha manufacturing, almost everything has to be done by hand. Slow and steady wins the race. Technology can only be used as an aid. So many mechas, puppet beasts, and all sorts of Xianqing sect ships, it's endless, truly endless. Sure, do you have someone in mind? Yes. Your disciple, you decide. Sun Qianyu was incredibly nervous. A year of cultivation, and he was going to be a master? Was his skill level up to that? What if he misled someone? Also, classmate becoming master, what a strange relationship. He wondered what the other person would say. Would they feel awkward? He anxiously sought out Gu Zhanting. Ivan? I think you could give it a try. Gu Zhanting was being conservative. Who could refuse a cultivator's offer? Especially that mecha fanatic. It could be called the most tempting offer in interstellar history. Ivan, I have a job that's perfect for you. Are you interested? Ivan, far away on the central star, received the call via his personal terminal, his head filled with questions. What job? Don't you guys train? With Gu Zhanting gone, instructor Carl was working like a madman. He was practically being trained to a pulp. Hearing about new technology, he couldn't sit still. He was already interested in Sun Qianyu's methods. They only exchanged a superficial understanding before. Anyway, there are still a few days of vacation left. Why not go to Star 9527 for some advanced training? The captain is also there, so it's easy for him to get leave under the pretext of gathering information. He set off without hesitation, and then never returned. Carl, why am I the one who's injured? Me. Me again? Ivan is gone forever, and pulling up a radish brings up a whole mess. Not long after, Ivan's teacher, Xiao Huayuan, received a call from his disciple. Teacher, I have a job offer here. I wonder if you'd be interested? Ivan looked at the star beasts covering the mountains and the disciples flying around on swords, and realized that even the Xianqing sect was starting to recruit talent. Although Xiao Huayuan was interested in Sun Qianyu's methods, he didn't expect the so-called new technology to be anything particularly advanced. What's more, they're in such a massive garbage mountain. What kind of mecha genius could possibly emerge from here? This kid's conditions are just too much of a drag. No way, I have to take Sun Qianyu in and bring him to Central Star for some serious training. I use all my resources, I personally mentor him. Thinking this, he saw Ivan coming to pick him up in the distance, along with that bizarre bowl-cut hairstyle. What's with that hairstyle? Is it some kind of new fashion trend for young people? Ivan, why bring up something so sensitive? You guys really live here? Is Ating here too? Coming to Wooming Star for some hardship education? No need. It's hard for children from poor families to succeed these days, especially in mecha engineering. Deep within the garbage mountain, it was still a garbage mountain, an endless expanse of trash and waste. But gradually, glimpses of green could be seen in the cracks. There can be plants here? Usually, even if plants could grow in a garbage mountain, they would be highly radioactive and violent alien plants. He gently plucked a stalk and sniffed it. What a refreshing scent! It doesn't smell like exotic plants. Strangely, the further they went, the more plants they encountered. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the scent of vegetation had already dissipated from the sect's grand formation. Where is this? Ivan didn't answer, but led him further in. What unfolded before the eyes of the highly respected and insightful master Xiao Huayuan was a veritable paradise on earth. A thin mist, like gauze, lightly shrouded this place. Dewdrops hung from the tips of the grass, round and glistening. When the wind blew, the dewdrops rolled down and seeped into the soil. Flowers of various colors, like stars scattered on the grass, in the treetops, and along the riverbank. Tall shrubs rustled gently in the breeze, and the stream flowed softly, creating a captivating scene. On the mist-shrouded mountain peaks, pavilions and towers appeared and disappeared. Where is this? Even the old man, who had seen countless landscapes, was speechless with astonishment. Xianqing sect? There's a place like this in this garbage dump? 2 large heads, and 1 small head peeked out from the small house beside the stone tablet. Star beasts. Master Zhao's combat power, after so many years of pampered living, had almost completely deteriorated. He quickly hid behind Ivan. Ivan, however, showed no panic. Teacher, they're just guards, they won't hurt anyone.